You are clearly just a mountain villager who lives aimlessly. But outside your door are kneeling various empresses from different countries begging you to govern the court. It's all because 10 years ago, you saved a little beggar who was on the brink of starvation, and from her you learned that she was the orphan of the previous emperor of the Qi kingdom. So in the following 10 years, you used your modern knowledge to help her ascend to the position of a female emperor in a country. And the state of Qi was just one step away from reaching the peak of unifying the world. But because you held military power and had great achievements, you brought about the calamity of killing, and in helplessness, you could only retreat to the mountains and forests. Empress Yeli believes that without you, this powerful minister holding her back, she can still take the state of Qi to greater heights. But she doesn't know that without you, the state of Qi is nothing at all. At this moment, the assassin stood 3 meters away from Yili, under the eunuch's hat, with a pair of indifferent eyes, coldly staring at Yili. Around, the noise occasionally entered the ears. Now Yeli can still see the distant firelight and rising smoke. Before this, Yeli never thought of himself as a coward. After all, death is a path that everyone must take, regardless of their status or fame during their lifetime. Whether they are emperors or commoners, 100 years later, they will all turn into a handful of yellow soil. However, when facing death for real, the fear from deep within her heart made Yeli beg for mercy without any dignity. The former empress of the Qi kingdom, who once sat high on the dragon throne, overlooking the world, ruling over vast territories and millions of troops, with countless neighboring countries bowing down to her. Yet, even such a lofty empress, when faced with death, not only trembled in fear to the point of tears but also humbly begged for mercy in a low voice. Please, don't kill me. I can give you everything you want. The person behind you sent you to assassinate me, just to give you money, but I can give you the same, and I can give you double, triple, 10 times. Not only that, there are also power, status, beautiful women. As long as you want, I can give you everything. As long as you spare me. Yeli never thought that one day she would actually need to beg someone so humbly, and even if there was a little bit of self-esteem left in her heart, Yeli almost wanted to kneel down to the assassin. However, even so, Yeli constantly comforted herself in her heart. The reason for doing so was for the continuation of the Qi country, for the prosperity of the Qi country. After all, as the empress, with the position of the eastern palace vacant now, once she passed away, in the absence of an emperor, Qi country would definitely erupt into internal strife. Moreover, Qi country is very likely to repeat the same mistakes, and the tragedy of 10 years ago will happen again. Therefore, Yili repeatedly comforted herself, telling herself that this was not out of fear of death, but for the consideration of the prosperity and stability of the Qi state, that she had to make such a humble move. Moreover, a great man can bend and stretch, and today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. As for the promise to the assassin, Yili has made up his mind in his heart that as long as he survives this disaster, he will cut the assassin to pieces. Daring to assassinate with such audacity is already a great crime of exterminating 9 generations. Thinking that he can offer him so-called glory and wealth is truly a joke. Only these words, Yili would definitely not say them. On the surface, she is still filled with extreme fear, looking at the assassin with a pitiful look, pleading for mercy. I have to say, the conditions proposed by Yili are really attractive. Assassins are also human beings, and it is false to say that there are no desires in their hearts. There was even a moment when the assassin really felt moved and wanted to give up. However, just at the moment when the assassin was about to give up, he thought of Han Xian. Learning from the past, Han Xian's achievements for the Qi state were widely recognized, and it could be said that he played a crucial role in rebuilding the Great Qi. Yet, this person who had achieved extraordinary feats was immediately falsely accused. Others may not be clear about the inside story, but as an assassin under the Jiaodong king, how could he not know what really happened inside? Just from this incident, one can already see the true nature of Yili. The moment this came to mind, the assassin's killing intent resurfaced, and with a cold and indifferent gaze towards Yili, he said coldly, "You can keep these conditions for yourself to enjoy in hell." After speaking, the assassin took a brisk step forward, one hand grabbing the delicate white neck of Yili, while the other hand formed into claws, making a piercing sound as it attacked Yili's vital points. At this moment, watching the attack constantly enlarging in the pupils, it feels like the Grim Reaper is about to come and claim one's life. The fear of death makes Yili completely abandon all self-esteem, still constantly pleading with the other party, "Don't kill me, I can give you everything, even if it's being a slave or a servant, begging you, please don't kill me." Although her neck was caught, Yili still managed to make a hoarse sound as she struggled, but the assassin remained unfazed, attacking with undiminished speed. However, this blow did not hit Yili's vital point, but fell empty and smashed on the ground. After all, when facing death, no one would obediently expose their neck to be killed. Even though Yi Li's feminine power was weak, she still managed to dodge this blow through continuous struggle. But this obviously does not solve the problem. The assassin snorted coldly, raised his head and looked at the distant fire that was gradually diminishing. He knew he didn't have much time, so he didn't waste any time. He directly pulled out the dagger from Yi Li's body and stabbed towards Yi Li's heart. At this moment, Yi Li, who had struggled to exhaustion, was on the verge of giving up, with eyes full of despair. Just as the dagger was about to fall, a feathered arrow with a burst of breaking sound cut through the night sky, drawing a perfect arc and hitting the assassin's arm directly. The sudden sharp pain came, the dagger fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Yi Li looked in the direction of the incoming arrows, with a look of joy after surviving a disaster. Quick, protect the carriage, there are assassins. Not far away, a figure dressed in the attire of the Imperial Forest Army calmly approached, pulling back the bowstring and shooting arrows at the assassin once again. At such a short distance, even if the assassin wanted to dodge, his body could not keep up with the speed of the feather arrow. This time, with an arrow in his abdomen, he was no longer able to suppress Yi Li. Yi Li kicked him away, rolled towards a distance, and then slowly got up while holding his wound. At this moment, Yi Li, who returned from the ghost gate, the fearful expression on his face disappeared completely. Even the humble and pleading attitude just now made a 180-degree turn, turning into a wild laughter. You damn assassin, actually dared to attempt to assassinate me. Truly unforgivable crime. I will make you experience all the tortures in the world. Make you regret being born in this world. The sound fell, and the Imperial archer also knelt in front of Yi Li. I'm sorry for being late to rescue your majesty. Yi Li gave him a cold look, remembering the scene of her humble begging just now. Feeling a mix of shame and anger, she slapped him across the face, with the sound of a crisp slap. Yi Li seemed to revert back to, once high above the emperor of the world, condescendingly looked at him, coldly said, you also know that the rescue is late? I almost lost my life to the assassin just now. If I hadn't fought hard to resist, I'm afraid what you're seeing now is my corpse. Chapter 60, The King of Jiaodong's Rising. What a bunch of losers, actually letting the assassins just waltz into the palace. Are the Imperial Guards all for food? Zhang Tao, I'm telling you, if you can do this position, do it. If you can't do it, get the hell out of here. Do you realize that because of your dereliction of duty, I almost lost my life at the hands of an assassin? Yi Li, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, thought of her groveling and humble appearance just now, and the pride in her heart caused her to be overwhelmed with grief and anger. Now facing the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, he directly vented all the anger in his heart on the other party. As for the assassin, due to the arrow in his abdomen, he had already passed out on the side due to blood loss. Otherwise, he would definitely have said what just now. Yi Li's humble appearance. Let the world know how ugly this Empress of Qi acted when facing death. Just, how could Yi Li not think of this layer? After the reprimand, glancing at the assassin, who was unconscious on the side of the, Yi Li picked up the dagger that the other party dropped on the ground, walked over and directly pried open the other party's mouth, and cut off his tongue. For Yi Li, the cowardice and humility that he himself had just displayed, it must be buried in the heart forever. Absolutely no outsiders should know. Otherwise, what will the people of Daki think of you? Throwing the blood-stained tongue to one side, Yi Li coldly said, take this person into the imperial prison. In addition, tell the brocade guards that they can torture to their heart's content, but they absolutely cannot get them killed. I will make him taste all the punishments in the world, and I absolutely cannot let him die easily. Zhang Tao, who was the commander of the imperial guards, questioned, but your majesty, this person has had his tongue cut out, and there may be no way for him to confess in this state. A confession? Yi Li snorted coldly, then led him right by hand, and, in the heart, Yi Li had already vaguely guessed that the mastermind behind this assassination. I'm afraid there won't be anyone else but Han Xian. After all, some time ago, only then did he himself send assassins to assassinate the other side. Although the assassination failed, according to Yi Li's speculation, according to Han Xian's vindictive character, he would definitely return the favor, especially with this operation. It was even set on fire in advance to attract the attention of the palace guards, and then the assassins came to assassinate. Such a well-thought-out plan must have been well planned beforehand, and the other party was also very familiar with the topography of the palace, analyzing the situation from all points of view. I'm afraid that other than Han Xian, there won't be another person behind the scenes. Come to think of it, Yi Li glanced at the assassin and said with a spiteful expression, forget it, there's no need to torture. The mastermind behind the scene, I already know who it is. Just let the brocade guards torture the other party to their heart's content, as you wish. After receiving the order, Zhang Tao immediately sent someone to call the people from the brocade guards over. At the same time, the imperial physician was called to treat Yi Li, although his life is not in danger. But there was still a dagger stab on his body, along with a long scar on his back. When the imperial physician finished his examination, he was also a bit thankful that the dagger was not quenched with poison on top after all. Otherwise, just the scratch on the back. It was already enough to kill Yi Li. After being bandaged and treated, Yi Li quietly lay on the bed. At this point in the palace, peace has been restored. But after what she had just experienced, Yi Li was obviously still a bit stunned, and the pain coming from her wounds made her toss and turn, never being able to sleep. Han Xian, I didn't expect you to be quite ruthless, assassinating this just after how long, and then returning the favor to me. But alas, I have my own heavenly favor, which makes your plans fall through. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed when you get this news. Nor, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to hear the news. With the 12 shadow guards plus the chief of the Grand Interior striking together, I'm afraid you won't even live long enough for the news to reach Chu. Humph, this is good. Originally I still have a trace of guilt in my heart, but after your action this time, I don't need to be thinking of old feelings. Unable to sleep, Yali, he could only add all the anger in his heart to Han Xian's body. But again, far away in the royal residence in Jiaodong, there was likewise a man who, even though it was nearing the end of the night, did not have a trace of sleepiness, and although he had tried his best to hide his anxiety, a tinge of nervousness could still be seen. As the mastermind behind the assassination, Jiaodong King Yi Lu knew in his heart that the assassins would strike late this night. Even the assassination plan was equally clear in his mind. Only, Jiaodong is far from Linzi, more than 400 miles apart. Even if the news was delivered at the speed of 800 miles, the earliest would have to wait until noon of the next day. But even so, Yi Lu still wasn't sleepy and was waiting for news. After all, this is about the succession to the throne. As long as we're sure Yi Li is dead, then, Yi Lu would immediately lead the army and head to Linzi City. As long as he could control the imperial city, the issue of the emperor's succession would be up to him then. If it was time to go back a dozen years ago, perhaps Yi Lu would still have some concerns about doing things. But after the turmoil of a decade ago, nowadays, within Qi, Yi Lu has become the only remaining vassal king. In other words, in addition to the regular army stationed at the soldiers and horses in Yi Lu's hands were the strongest force in Qi. Just when Yi Lu stayed up all night and the time came to the afternoon of the next day, he who received the news had a face that directly rose to the color of pig's liver, filled with a strong unwillingness. Asterisk. This assassin is such a waste. He can't even handle this. And even if the assassination failed, you were actually captured alive. You'd better not divulge the news of this king, or else I will definitely make your family's life worse than death. Just as Yi Lu was getting exasperated, a youth with a clean-cut appearance walked in, and seeing Yi Lu's gloomy to the extreme face, he couldn't help but wonder. Father, what happened? Why are you so annoyed? The visitor's name is Yi Gue. The age was about the same as Yi Li, and at the same time, he was also the son of the king of Jiaodong. Under the arrangement of Yi Lu, he has entered the army for training since he was a child, and some time ago, on the battle with Xiongnu, he was even more courageous and outstanding, especially the battle of Gaoyang, which made Xiongnu suffer a lot of losses. Nowadays, on the villainous gesture, Yi Lu would sometimes confer with Yi Qiao with each other. Seeing his son come in, Yi Lu's face looked slightly better. Some days ago my father heard that Yi Li had sent his shadow guards to Chu to try to assassinate Han Xian, and had thought to take advantage of the empty defenses around that emperor to send out an assassin to do so. It didn't occur to me that this punk actually failed, and that's even after already injuring the other party. While explaining the ins and outs of, Yi Lu also handed the information he had just received, in his hand, to Yi Gue. After reading this, Yi Gue frowned slightly, puzzled. Usually when an assassination strike is made, the target will be up to the vitals. Why didn't it kill in one hit this time? Humph. Yi Lu snorted disdainfully. What else could it be because of? It must be that when that emperor was struggling, the attack was deflected. Yi Gue was a bit worried. Father, now that the assassin has been captured alive, what if he gives us up? Although Qi is different from the past, but we are not ready to start an army nowadays. The food and provisions are not complete. The soldiers and horses are not enough. If we engage in a war now, I am afraid that the chance of victory is not high. Yi Lu sighed helplessly. This is what my father is worried about now. It was supposed to go according to plan. This assassination, it should be foolproof. Even if the assassin fails, he should simply kill himself and try to avoid being taken alive. It's just that the development of things was completely different from what Yi Lu had expected. Suddenly, Yi Qi's eyes flashed with a cold aura, clenched his teeth, and spoke. Father, instead of us being deeply passive, We might as well strike first. Preemptive strike? Hearing those 4 words, Yi Lu visibly froze for a moment. Although he was very dissatisfied with the matter of Yi Li ascending to the throne. But, because of the previous presence of Han Xian, even if he had more grievances, he only dared to bury them deeply in his heart. But not anymore. Although the suppressor of the demon locking tower's suppressor of the prison Bright King was thrown out of Qi by Yi Li's own hand, the ambition in Yi Lu's heart could no longer be suppressed. Just, from the time he decided to start the army to now, it was only more than 2 months. How could Yi Lu be ready to start the army in such a short period of time? Build the wall high, build the grain, and slow down the king. This kind of reasoning Yi Lu surely understood, but the way things were going now, there was no way for him to continue hibernating. Chapter 61. Yi Li was angry again. Yi Lu anxiously paced around the room, back and forth. The mind reels, how this matter should be resolved. If, once the assassin had put his back into it, he spoke up. According to the ability of the brocade guards to handle cases, they can definitely be traced back to their own heads. By then, once Yi Li knew that he wanted to rebel, what he would face at that time would definitely be a thunderous suppression. Today's Qi is not as powerful as it once was, though, but still has hundreds of thousands of troops. It is impossible to fight against it with just one place in Jiaodong. I'd like to report. The only way to do this is to do it quickly, taking advantage of people's defenses and preemptive strikes, and taking the city of Linzi directly before Qi's army could react. After controlling the imperial city, the rest would be easy. Anyway, he was also surnamed Yi, and he was also a member of the royal family, with the bloodline of the late emperor flowing in his body. Qi is still the same as before. It's nothing more than a new emperor. Just as Yi Lu was pondering, Yi Gue also kept fanning the flames on the side. Father, we don't have much time to think about it. What exactly happened inside the imperial prison? We can't possibly know from Gelding. Perhaps now, the assassin has confessed as well. There's not much time left for us. If we don't raise our troops now and give Yi Li time to react, we will have no chance of winning again by then. Listening to his own son's counsel, Yi Lu took a deep breath. His eyes were firm. Good. In that case, then my father will rebel. Gather the army at once and swing to Linzi City. Soon, with the order, the war machine in the Jiaodong area began to run. The 100,000 strong army was in full swing, advancing towards Linzi City. And yet everything here, Yi Li, who was 400 miles away, still knew nothing. As for the assassins who were escorted to the imperial prison, they had no chance at all to explain themselves and faced countless tortures from the moment they went in. Nearly all the time, they are subjected to all kinds of inhuman punishments. The assassin, who had already had his tongue cut out, could only let out a mournful scream, desperate to endure the gruesome punishment. It's just that everything here, Yi Lu and Yi Gue, father and son, who were in Jiaodong, were equally unaware of the situation. After all, in their subconscious, after the assassin was caught, he would surely be welcomed with severe torture to extract a confession. The Jinui are very good at this. Only, Yi Li, who thought he had guessed the mastermind behind the scene, was still worried in his heart that his ugly behavior would be exposed. So he cut off the assassin's tongue at the first opportunity. And even more so, he didn't allow the brocade guards to force a confession, and was directly tortured. If Yi Lu knew about these things, he would definitely slap himself. Pure and simple overthinking. If he really gave himself a few years of development time, then he would have 10% confidence to seek the throne, instead of hastily starting an army as he did now. My lord, come and have a lychee. Well, is it sweet? Here's another watermelon. Why don't I cut it up? If it's inconvenient for you, it's not impossible for Junior to feed it to you. Your Majesty, don't look at me like that. I'm just feeding some fruit to Gengzi, thousands of miles away in Chu. A river near the city of Shochuan is busy. Han Xian, who was sitting on a stool, watched the fish float on the water with full attention. Next to him, and there was a little table set up. It's covered with all kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables. Xiao Wanjun, who was the personal maid, was responsible for the role of feeding the fruits. Only at first she still used her hands and fed them piece by piece. Slowly, the picture has changed. It became a straight-up mouth to feed. How could this make Chu Empress Su Qingshan suffer? He was the king of a country, but now he was green? Or green in your face? This maid, she is simply bold. At this point, looking at the exasperated Su Qingshan, Xiao Wanjun had aggression written all over her face. Obviously it's been fed like this before. Why not now? Just because you're the emperor? Ugh, where is the sense in that? Only these words, Xiao Wanjun only dared to complain in her heart, saying that it was impossible to say a little. After all, Su Qingshan was right next to her, and Su Qingshan, who was a bit jealous, moved her body again, almost about to stick with Han Zian, even more so, and she lifted her skirt up and a pair of long legs dressed in black silk, directly erected onto Han Zian's legs. Although these stockings are the palace tailor, knitted with silk, but compared with the latter's stockings, although the same silky, light, but also is missing a certain elasticity, but such is the light of day. If it falls into the eyes of men, it can equally make them lose their souls. Just for now, within a few hundred meters around, it was certain that there wasn't any other male besides Han Zian. After setting the legs up, Su Qingshan picked up the fruit plate, took a piece of lychee from it and picked it up with her mouth. Then it came up to Han Zian's mouth. "Do you like it, Mr. Sang?" Han Zian looked at the other party with a helpless face, eating the lychee meat while helplessly saying, "If this look of yours spreads out, it's estimated that the hearts of the Chu kingdom will collapse, and that the emperor of his own family is actually a jealous little woman behind his back." Su Qingshan was unconvinced. What's wrong with the emperor being jealous? The emperor isn't also a human being. Besides, in terms of jealousy, who can compare to the one from Qi? How long has it been since the Sagittarius came to Chu? And he's already sent 2 rounds of assassins. I just don't know. If she knows that all the assassins sent out this time are all Sunda's people, I wonder what her expression will be. Ha ha ha. The moment she thought of that kind of scene, Su Qingshan did not hold back and laughed out directly. I guess she's afraid that she'll be able to vomit blood in anger. Thinking of Yi Li's character, Xiao Wanjun also laughed out with her. Just don't wait for the laughter to end. A flying pigeon, fluttering its wings, appeared in front of Han Zian, froze slightly, removed the secret message from the leg of the carrier pigeon. After reading it, Han Zian exclaimed straight away that it was a good guy. Meanwhile, Yi Li, who was in Linzi City, similarly received a message. Only the 2 men received the news, and it wasn't the same. What Han Zian received was information about Yi Li's assassination and the rise of the Jiaodong king. As for Yi Li, what was received, on the other hand, was about the Chu assassination. The result of the fact, indeed, did not go beyond Xiao Wanjun's expectation. After learning what happened in it, Yi Li spewed out a mouthful of old blood and fainted in anger again. The ratings are in, and they're pitifully low. So readers, please give it a 5-star review. Chapter 62. The only way to succeed, quick wins. The king of Jiaodong has rebelled? Seeing the content on the secret letter, Su Qingshao's expression, as if she was holding back a hard laugh, was very odd. On the contrary, it was Xiao Wanjun, who didn't hide her gloating reaction in the slightest and directly burst into laughter. Serves you right, wolf-hearted, ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. If not for the Duke, Qi is afraid of all the death. Now someone revolts just right. Directly teach her to be a human being, so that she understands that she has a few pounds and a few twos. After the sneer, Xiao Wanjun didn't forget to give a blank stare. Obviously, Xiao Wanjun was still holding a grudge about what Yi Li had done. Han Zian, however, lost a laugh. Don't think too much. It's still a bit difficult for him to successfully usurp the throne. Su Qingshan asked curiously, "Zian, what do you think are the chances of the Jiaodong king's victory?" Thinking for a moment, Han Zian returned, "Although the Jiaodong region is affluent, after all, it is only one county, and the only way to delude oneself into fighting against the entire Qi state is to win quickly. That is to say that the king of Jiaodong needs to be in all parts of Qi's army. Before reacting, we'll take Linzi City. If once the stalemate goes on, the result will be undoubtedly defeated. It's not just the king of gumdrops, actually, throughout the ages. The reason why the clan kings rose up and had a very low chance of winning was that there was a big gap in terms of comprehensive national power when facing a great unified dynasty. In other words, it's just not very forgiving. The same dilemma now faced by the king of gumdrops. However, Su Qingshan was curious as to why the Jiaodong king was in such a hurry to raise an army. Without the suppression of Han Zian, it is normal to produce dissent in the heart, but why not hibernate and slowly develop? But instead, so anxious to rise up, this desperate behavior is completely in the gamble. Putting into words the doubts in your mind, Han Zian smiled. Didn't you see on the secret report? It says something about Yi Li's assassination. If I guessed correctly, the assassination should have been done by the king of Jiaodong. Only that the assassin, after being captured, feared that he would be implicated, so he rose early. But the result will be the same whether it is mentioned or not. Unless there is a great upheaval in Qi, there is hardly much chance that a vassal will succeed in his attempts to raise an army. Although in Han Zian's mind, the has given this rising, set the final result. But, regardless of the margin of victory, the king of gumdrops is definitely going for a fight. It worked. Bike to motorcycle. From then on the power was great and he sat on the miles of Qi. As for failure, it's nothing more than a death. In modern times, there are plenty of people who are desperate for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention that what was now in front of the king of Jiaodong was the throne of the 9 to 5. How many people, throughout the ages, have gone before and after? It's to sit in this position. The viewpoint comes to the city of Linzi. Inside the palace, Yili, who had awakened from her coma, was as pale as paper. Her body was extremely weak, and she was now breathless even to speak. No way. Just encountered the assassin's assassination, was injured. Turned the head of the Chu side of the intelligence was transmitted back. A gas and blood attack, directly fainted. After all, emotions aren't supposed to fluctuate dramatically when you're hurting. But the news that he saw didn't calm Yili at all. The 13 assassins sent out, including the #1 expert in the Grand Inner Circle, as well as the 12 shadow guards responsible for close protection. It can be said that all of them are the people around them. The heart of 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 the heart. Results, in the end, there is only one person who really wants to assassinate. Of the 12 shadow guards, 11 of them had been arranged in by Han Zian. Upon seeing such news, Yili felt like a clown. All that behavior, all of it, is so ridiculous. And, if it weren't for the brocade guards poking around, I'm afraid that right now, I'm still in the dark, fantasizing every day about what Han Zian's head would look like if it were laid out in front of me. In retrospect, Yili couldn't wait to find a block of tofu to hit herself. Under the sun, is there anything more humiliating than that? Sending assassins back and forth twice. As it turned out, the assassins were all on the other side. Yili, who was already extremely proud and had a particularly strong sense of self-esteem, even if she could endure this humiliation, a mouthful of blood spurted out after seeing the news. This is not. It's still fresh. Weakly, he lay in bed, his speech breathless. The anger towards Han Zian still filled her with resentment, especially when even the shadow guards were the other party's people. This was even more unacceptable to Yili, knowing that the duty of the shadow guards was to guard their own safety. It turns out that in the end, only one person is truly loyal to his or her. The thought that her life was almost always under Han Zian's control. This insecure feeling made Yili feel as if she was in a state of shock. No, brace yourself. Yili sat up, thinking that in the palace, he didn't know how many more were Han Zian's people. And now that the shadow guards were gone, his own safety couldn't be guaranteed at all. The assassination 2 days ago is still a bit scary to think about. It seems, this palace still continues to be cleansed. Not only the palace, including the entire Linzi, the army, the top and bottom of Qi, must be recleaned, and anyone related to Han Zian must be weeded out. Otherwise, this Qi kingdom might change its name one day. After this, Yili was really feeling some chills at her back. After all, even the closest shadow guards, who knows how many more around themselves, would be Han Zian's people. Han Zian, this time you really gave me a heavenly surprise. My 12 shadow guards, actually 11 of them were arranged in by you. It seems that as early as that time, you already wanted to plot against me. Unfortunately, all of this was recognized by me, and I made an early move to drive you out of Qi. And I'm afraid that it was precisely because your plan was recognized that you became furious and sent out an assassin to come and assassinate me, wasn't it? Yili clenched his teeth. Endless killing intent surged in his eyes, and the joints of his clenched fingers were even crunching. At this point in time, Yili's desire to kill Han Zian was at its peak, just as she was thinking in her mind. What should be done to fulfill this wish of the heart when the doors of the temple were suddenly thrown open and a panic-filled figure rushed in. Seeing this scene, Yili, who was already in a bad mood, locked his brows and opened his mouth to rebuke angrily. How dare you? Who let you barge directly into my chambers? Simply lawless. Come on, drag me out and chop me up. In the face of heckling, the visitor fell to his knees with a thud and wailed with a weeping face. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The King of Jiaodong has rebelled. Chapter 63, 150. 000 versus 100. 000. The advantage is mine. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The King of Jiaodong has rebelled. A wail, making Yili's already weakened body shaky. At this time, she was full of unbelief looking at the silhouette in front of her. Some dangling brain is a blank. Almost stop thinking. What did you just say? Repeat it again for me. Unbelievably, Yili asked with a trembling voice. The other party, still in a wailing voice, blurted out. Your Majesty, the King of Jiaodong has rebelled, leading an army of 100,000 men all the way to the west, consecutively conquering 23 cities, and the army has now arrived at the city of Anping, with less than 30 miles left from the city of Linzi. This time, every word of the other party's words was clearly transmitted into Yili's ears. As for Yili, he sat on his butt on the bed, his gaze filled with horror. How can this be? The king of Jiaodong is my royal uncle. How could he rebel for no reason? No, absolutely not. Are you lying about the military? The man kneeling on the ground, his head constantly knocking on the ground, howling bitterly while knocking. Your Majesty, everything I said is true, absolutely not half false. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send scouts forward to find out the news. Yi Li, whose brain was blank. It was as if he had been struck squarely in the head by lightning and had almost stopped thinking. Just then, another eunuch came in with hurried footsteps. Your Majesty, Yuan Lianxing, the Secretary of the Ministry of War, is outside the palace seeking an audience. Hearing the words Yuan Lianxing, Yi Li was like grasping a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, quickly let Yuan Lianxing come to see me. In a few moments, Yuan Lianxing, who got the news, came to Yi Li's front. Knowing the urgency of the matter, he didn't even bow down, but directly opened the door and said, Your Majesty, according to the news, the Jiaodong king has raised an army to revolt a few days ago, and the army went all the way to the west, and took advantage of the defending army's defenselessness, and successively conquered dozens of cities and ponds. According to the latest news received by my humble servant, the rebels have already captured Anping City in the early hours of this morning, and now they can be said to be across the water from Linzi. Now that the bandits are about to descend on the city, I wonder what your Majesty's plans are. In the face of doubt, Yi Li didn't think about how to solve it, but the first thing he complained about was, why did you only come to inform me when the rebels were about to descend on the city? Also, since the rebels had already set sail days ago, why was there no warning along the way? Even more so, so many cities were captured without any defense. I'm curious to know what your intelligence work is all about. Have all the scouts in the army died out? Yuan Lianxing frowned slightly, especially seeing Yi Li's constant complaining. The heart was even more filled with contempt. After all, Qi's intelligence work has always been held by the brocade guards. The scouts in the army, except for the borders, would basically go to the area of their responsibility to spy on the news only during wartime according to the deployment of the generals. As for Jiaodong, it is located in the hinterland of Qi. Who's the scout with nothing better to do than to come here and spy? In the face of the sudden change, the surrounding counties have no defense is not a normal thing, and even if they have defense, with those unimpressive guard force, can stop the rebels? As for why the news is coming in now, shouldn't you ask the Jinyui? Jiaodong area also has the personnel of the brocade guards. Yuan Lianxing cannot believe that the brocade guards did not get the news in advance. From the current state of affairs, obviously, within the Jinyui, there are those who do not want the news to reach Linzi. After organizing his thoughts, Yuan Lianxing reopened his mouth. Your Majesty, the unfavorable delivery of news should be accountable to the brocade guards. As for the moment, I thought that I should hold the wall and relocate all the surrounding people to the city, and at the same time call all the armies back to the capital on the one hand, and on the other hand, appoint another general to defend the city and be responsible for fending off the rebel attack. The rebels seem to have many troops, but in fact, the logistics and transportation all rely on Jiaodong a place. As long as we hold the rebel siege, when the army from all over the world to return to help, the rebels are bound to fall apart, just like the Xiong knew some time ago, and no longer have the power of resistance. Yuan Lianxing had just finished his plan. The somewhat impatient Yi Li suddenly snapped. Enough! Could it be that you are here to teach me what to do? Or do you think I don't know the art of war? Even if the troops under the city and how? With the district of Jiaodong a county of land, to raise 100,000 people are afraid that has been militaristic. Linzi city still has 4 battalions of 100,000 troops, and more than 50,000 imperial troops, 150,000 against 100,000. The advantage in me. The city of Linzi is the capital of my Daki, and I have already disgraced Daki by letting the Xiongnu kill the city before. This time, no matter what, we must reject the enemy outside the city. Passed down the order. I want to imperial chariot. Personally led the army will meet this imperial uncle. Really whimsical, actually dared to rise up to raise an uprising. Is he did not weigh their own a few pounds and two? When I heard the words imperial chariot, Yuan Lianxing's face instantly changed and he panicked. Your Majesty, you must not. On the battlefield, swords and spears have no eyes. How can your Majesty, who is a man of gold, take such a risk? Why don't we just stand on top of the citadel? It'll boost morale just as much. And the 3 armies will surely fight bravely to kill the enemy. Hearing Yuan Lianxing's proposal, Yi Li's face sank. How dare you? Yi Li, who was already in a bad mood. I'm looking for a way to take it out on you right now. As a result, the Secretary of the Ministry of War not only has no eyesight, but also refutes himself 3 times. Really think he has no temper? Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm telling you, It's not your turn to say what I think. Come on people, pass the order down. Immediately gather the troops. I want to go on an imperial expedition to meet the king of Jiaodong. Yuan Lianqing, who had the intention of continuing to advise him, seeing Yi Li with this attitude, after some hesitation, in his mind, he sighed helplessly and chose to shut up anyway. He really didn't expect that this female emperor would do things without thinking at all. As the king of a country, how can you go to war so casually? Do you really think the battlefield is child's play? Originally, as long as in accordance with their own plans, a little more stable choice to defend the city on the line, the rebels have no chance to take the city of Linzi. When the time to wait for the return of large armies from all over the world, the rebels are turtles in a jar. Results: this Empress of Qi just had to come out of the city to meet her. Isn't that sick in the head? Or do you think you can fight? Ugh. With another helpless sigh, Yuan Lianqing silently retreated. On the other side, Yi Li's emotions, on the contrary, were very excited, even a little hyper. Now she could not wait to lead the army and trample the rebels down as a way to vent the negative emotions in her heart. After all, these days, Yi Li just felt like everything was going wrong for her. Whatever you do, it doesn't go very well. And annoyance after annoyance. So much for natural disasters everywhere. First, at the celebration of the 10th anniversary of his own accession to the throne, not a single foreign envoy celebrated the occasion. Followed by the announcement that Xiongnu had broken away from its affiliation with Qi and would no longer pay the annual coin. At that time, thinking of killing the chicken to warn the monkey Yi Li, did not hesitate to order the army, swinging north. Results: because of Kokun's insatiable appetite for success, played a very disgraceful and ugly campaign. 100,000 troops were killed by 800 Hun scouts. In the back, it is the defense of the city of Linzi. Actually, it's okay up to here. Except that after this incident, the countries disaffiliated one after another and abolished the yearly coins. These things were undoubtedly slapping Yi Li's face. When it comes down to it, it's not even just foreign countries anymore. Even within Qi, there are actually people who have risen up and rebelled. When all of this bad stuff is all piling up, it completely made Yi Li's emotions explode and she wanted, right now, to find a vent to let out all the anger in her heart. The bottom line is this: Yi Li wants to prove herself. Let the world see that his ability to command troops is no less than any famous general. Save yourself the trouble of having to deal with this kind of annoyance in the future. The situation at hand. In Yi Li's perception, there was no second better option other than the rebels. As for winning and losing? Joke. Linzi City still has 150,000 troops, and both the 4 battalions and the Imperial Army are the world's elite, and with far more troops than the other side. 150,000 against 100,000. There's still a chance of losing? Chapter 64 will be won. The city of Linzi, as the capital of Qi, is bordered by the Zizi River to the east and the Department of Water to the west. The east and west walls were built on 2 riverbanks, forming a natural moat. As for the city of Anping, it is located just east of the Zizi River, across the river from the city of Linzi. It could be said that the current rebel army of King Yi Lu of Jiaodong was only a river away from soldiering the city. After Yi Li decided that he would personally lead the army and go out of the city to meet the enemy, the war machine in Linzi City then went into full gear. The following day, an army of 150,000 men, including the 4 battalions and the Imperial Guards, led by Yi Li, the vast majority of them are killing their way out of the gates of the city, straight to the Zizi River. The armies of both sides, across the river. Meanwhile, the news of what happened over here also traveled back to their respective masters as fast as possible along with the scouts from each country. Although anyone with a discerning eye can see that Qi is now long gone from its former glory. But anyway, the heritage left by Han Zian to Qi can still allow Qi to stand proudly against the group in the 9 states. Yi Li's every move would obviously be met with countless gazes as well. Wei, as one of Qi's neighbors, and even more so as a former vassal state. Now just after getting out of control, Wei Pao, the emperor of Wei, on the one hand, encourages agriculture and mulberry, builds water conservancy, and develops production in the country, and on the other hand, constantly recruits soldiers and trains them. Suffice it to say, for the rise of Wei, Wei Bao did his best, and, while doing so, he did not forget to keep an eye on Qi's every move. After all, who knows, who will Qi target next? Although he hadn't seen any movement from Qi until now, Wei Bao knew in his heart that such peaceful days wouldn't last long. The main reason was that various countries originally dependent on Qi announced one after another that they were breaking away from their affiliation. How could Qi tolerate such a thing? If it wasn't for the Xiongnu invasion, which caused Qi to lose a lot of money, Wei Bao estimated that Qi would have already made a move. At this point, Wei Bao was inside the palace, reviewing the Zhengbiao. Suddenly a eunuch hurried in, with a secret letter in his hand. Your Majesty, this is a secret message from Qi's spies, just sent via flying pigeon. After walking in, the eunuch presented the secret letter to Wei Bao with both hands. Take over. Wei Bao waved his hand. Go down. Yes. Watching the eunuch walk outside the temple, Wei Bao opened the secret letter, and after seeing the content on it, his face changed violently. The Jiaodong king of Qi raised an army to revolt, and his army has conquered more than 20 cities, and is now confronting Yili across the river in Z River. It's only been a few days since I've paid attention to Qi, and all of a sudden it's this big? With regard to the king of Jiaodong, as a vassal king of a neighboring country, Wei Bao definitely knew something about it. It just made him not expect that this vassal king actually chose to rebel at this time, and it was around the same time that Yili was assassinated. Look at it this way. Wei Bao was almost certain that Yili's assassination a few days ago was the work of the Jiaodong king. I really didn't expect that this person actually has such ambition. It's only been how long since Qi's weakness has settled down. It's just that a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and the probability of success for this uprising is not high. But what I didn't expect is that Yili actually didn't defend the city according to the city, but chose to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Such a choice, on the contrary, is giving Yili an opportunity to take advantage of. Soldiering is a matter of national importance, a place of life and death, a way of survival. Generals, when leading an army into battle, will basically choose to play it safe, unless their side is at an absolute disadvantage and can only go for the slightest chance of victory. Only then will they choose to take the risk. This approach of Yili's, but anyone who is versed in the art of war knows how foolish it is. As long as you choose to defend the city, a steady fight is a 10% chance of winning, but you have to choose to go out for a wave. Isn't it obvious that this is giving the opposite side a chance? Moreover, as the Emperor Yili, once there was an accident, it was almost equivalent to giving the Qi kingdom to Yilu. Only, in his heart, in fact, Wei Bao still hoped that Yili would be able to win. It's not that I'm worried about the other guy, just because, in terms of the ability to rule the country, Wei Bao felt that Yilu was more suitable than Yili. No matter what aspect, if Qi is really under Yilu's control, Wei's rise to power will certainly not be too smooth. Instead of that, it might as well be in Yili's hands to make him a little more at ease. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was Wei Bao who thought that Yili's level of governance was too trashy, and that Qi, in her hands, would sooner or later be finished by Ho-Ho. On the contrary, Yilu was not sure about the exact level of governance though, but in case the other party is really brilliant and possesses great talent, then I am afraid that Wei will still be stepped on by Qi. And such an outcome is obviously not what Wei Bao would like to see. Put down the secret message. Wei Bao suddenly burst out laughing. Thinking of all the things that have happened in Qi in recent years, he couldn't help but sigh. Han Zian, Han Zian. Your civil and military skills can indeed be considered unprecedented, but unfortunately you are wrong in supporting Yili to the throne. But with a more wise monarch, I'm afraid that my Wei will never be able to turn around in this lifetime. As for the eye, Wei Bao raised his head and looked out in the direction of Linzi city, muttering, Yili, you must not lose. My Wei up and down. Can look forward to your success in quelling the rebellion. For the rebellion of the king of Jiaodong, the neighboring countries, almost all of them have locked their eyes on this side of Linzi city. And, whether it is Zhao, Song, Qing, Liao, or Lu, regardless of which country's monarch, in their hearts, they all expected Yili not to lose the battle. After all, a defeat would mean that Qi might have to change emperors. They don't think so. Yilu's level of governance would be even more outrageous than Yili's. Right now, with Han Zian's departure, they managed to break free from the collars around their necks, and they didn't want to go back to their old groveling days. With the eyes of the nations once again focused on the city of Linzi, in recent days, related topics, it has just become a hotspot for the people in the city to chat about after tea and dinner. Especially for men, the only things you can talk about when you get together are politics, military, and women. At this point, inside a tea house, a few silhouettes came together, sipping tea while chatting idly. You guys say, outside the city this is a standoff for several days. Until now there is no movement. When to fight? What are you always looking forward to a fight for? My oldest is still in there. How good is this? If you win the fight and get promoted, won't you guys be rich in the future? Developed? I'll be thankful if the child comes back alive. And to be promoted, it's better to go dreaming really. Honestly, now that this whole thing is going on, she hasn't stopped in the last few months. That's right, there is the Huns in front of us, and now there's the king of Jiaodong, and there might be something else behind us. If this battle is lost, perhaps there will be no back, and the king of Jiaodong will simply claim the throne. Are you crazy? That's not a good thing to say. Just keep your voice down. Right now the court's attention is on the king of Jiaodong. Who cares about us city folk? To say is also to come to anger. The previous year's Qi went so stifled. Never is the Qi army to go to other people's doorsteps to show off their strength. These months is really what a cat and a dog jumped out. It doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of grasshoppers in the fall. They can't hop around for more than a few moments. Don't worry. It will win. My son is now studying in a private school. And the teacher talked about this. That is to say that when the diligent army from the border of Qi arrives, this group of rebels will be abolished. So don't think too much about it. Thank you to the owner of Longianli who loves to eat slippery duck liver for the great certification. Touched to tears. I can actually receive such an expensive gift. 1,000 words converge into a sentence of thanks. Really thank you boss. Also thank you to all the other older readers who have been watching this book. The author would like to thank you for your support. Chapter 65. With the two armies holding each other at the Zizi River for several days. Gradually, on the side of the Jiaodong king, he was already starting to get a little annoyed. After all, time is not on his side. Once the diligent armies from all over Qi arrived, one would no longer have any chance of winning at that time. The main thing is that, originally, according to Yi Lu's plan, after starting the army, he went all the way to the west and took advantage of the fact that Linzi city didn't react before he took it down in one fell swoop. By then great things will have been accomplished. But as things go, they often don't follow the script. Before he could cross the Zizi River, Yi Li had already led his army to stop on the opposite bank. Although going out of the city to fight in the field gave him a greater opportunity, but this opportunity was stopped in front of him by the Zizi River. He could not just cross the river under the eyes of the other side, right? When the time comes, the other side comes in and strikes the enemy halfway across the border, and it's just a matter of calling it a day. Just as Yi Lu was anxiously contemplating a solution, Yi Qi stepped into the tent and said with a grave expression, "Father, according to the report from the scouts, the border troops guarding the western border have now arrived at Pingling City, and will arrive at Linzi in less than 5 more days, so we don't have much time left." Yi Lu, who was furious, slapped his palm on the case table. Desk HP 1, ********. Now that the Qi army is on the other side of the river, we can't even cross the river, and there's not enough time if we go around. Is the king doomed to fail? Yi Gue clasped his hands together and said with a resolute gaze, "Father, the king has become the loser. Now we have no way back. Why don't we fight to the death? Tomorrow the child will lead the army to cross the river first, and then form up to meet the enemy. Father will lead the center army to cross the river afterwards. As long as our army succeeds in crossing the river, then the battle on the backwaters may not be impossible to win. As long as we can crush the Qi army in a wild battle, the city of Linzi will then be within our reach. And this time Yi Li's going out of the city to meet the battle has precisely given us the opportunity to do so. For this opportunity, Yi Lu naturally knew in his heart that. But the problem is that the opportunity is there in front of you. Whether you can seize it or not is another matter. It's just that the time now simply doesn't allow Yi Lu to continue hesitating for any longer. He has already risen up and rebelled. It is even more impossible to say that he will return to Jiaodong again. When the time comes, he will surely have to face the suppression of hundreds of thousands of troops from the entire Qi state, which is even more unlikely to win. In that case, might as well fight to the death. After he had decided, Yi Lu said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then pass the order to inform the people to kill cows and slaughter goats to reward the 3 armies tonight. Tomorrow the army will cross the river and fight the Qi army to the death." Early the next morning, the sun has just risen. The morning sun came from the east, and the sunlight spilled down to the ground, coloring the wilderness outside of Linzi city with a layer of golden yellow. Across the river Zizi, the army led by the king of Jiaodong has been assembled. The military formation formed by the 100,000 strong army was majestic, covering the sky, and the vast military power rose up to the sky. Last night, with treats for the 3 armies, the 100,000 generals were now like 100,000 hungry beasts, their ferocious gazes looking at the Qi army on the other side of the river as if they were looking at their prey. In front of the military formation, King Yi Lu of Jiaodong was perched high on his horse, clad in golden armor, with an air of majesty. Behind him the military flag bearing the word Yi fluttered majestically in the morning light. Looking across the river at the Qi army, Yi Lu's eyes showed determination and resoluteness. He knew in his heart that this battle today will determine the ultimate fate of Qi, king or queen. As long as this battle was won today, as the victor, not only would he himself leap to become the ruler of Qi, Yi Li would become His Majesty the Literates' Lord of Faintness in the history books, and would be left in infamy for years to come. But if you lose the battle yourself, he himself will be completely pinned down, as a rebel. But, regardless of the final outcome, Yi Liu is going to let go. Opposite, Yi Li, who was dressed in military attire, likewise stood on her horse, her stance as straight as a pine, her eyes cold and firm. The breeze blew through Yi Li's hair, and there was a coldness in her absolutely beautiful face, revealing an invisible majesty. Behind her, it's a 150,000 strong Qi army waiting in the wings, densely packed and overwhelming. The military flags rolled like waves, one after another. The swords and knives in the hands of the generals shone with a cold light under the sunlight, almost making the heaven and earth change color. At this point in time, the air on both sides of the Zizi River was filled with the solemnity of the sky and the earth are covered with dark clouds. Countless generals are nervous and breathless. The army formation is silent. The generals' ears, in addition to the Zizi River's waves of the river sound, cannot hear half a murmur. At this point, Jiaodong King Yi Lu pulled out the sword on his waist, the blade of the sword pointing straight to the sky. The three armies listened to the order. If the battle is won, our army into the main Linzi. From now on glory and wealth to enjoy endless. If the battle is lost, but there is death only. If you see the king fall from his horse, do not stop charging. Follow the army flag closely. Hold your spears tightly. Wield your swords, and swear to die. Yi Lu's face grimaced and veins bulged as he used all his strength to let out a roar. Cross the river. With a command. In a split second, the rumbling war drums rose up to the sky, like a heavenly crash straight into the eardrums. Yi Gue, who was already ready, pointed his blade forward and let out an equally stern cry. Cross the river. For a moment, 30,000 pioneers, one after another, stepped into boats and rowed toward the other side of the river. However, Yi Li, who had seen all this, had long since been unable to hold back, letting out a wild laugh of triumph and forgetfulness. These people, could it be that they want to laugh me to death? How dare they cross the river? Could it be that they have never heard of striking the enemy halfway across? The corners of his mouth lifted in triumph and Yi Li smiled confidently. The whole army has orders to retreat 50 paces to give Imperial Uncle room to cross the river. When the rebels are halfway across the river, before the Imperial Guard swings in to cover them up. However, the order has just been given. A general stepped forward and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, our army has more soldiers to occupy an absolute advantage. As long as we choke the Zizi River, so that the enemy cannot cross the river, after the border troops return to help, the rebels will no longer have any room for maneuver, and there is no need at all for our army to strike the enemy halfway across the river. In front of the two armies, seeing that someone has the audacity to contradict himself, Yi Li's face, instantly iron blue, unbridled. You guys like to teach me things so much? Men, drag me down and chop me up. That general's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Li. How did he not expect? He is to say a safer way. This emperor directly want to cut himself? However, Yi Li didn't give him a chance to beg for mercy at all. Directly ordered the left and right to drag him down and slash him to death. The 150,000 strong army then began to retreat backward. Yi Li clearly overestimated his ability to unify the army. Chapter 66, Xi's defeat. Linzi City in danger. Throughout history, wars are never won or lost by the number of troops. There are countless more examples of doing more with less. In this, many instances have been attributed to the competence of the generals. In other words, war is not child's play, and hundreds of thousands of troops cannot be commanded and mobilized by anyone who comes along. As the famous hysterical saying goes, more is better when Han Xian points out his troops, because Han Xian's ability is right here. No matter how many soldiers and horses he commands, he can command them like an arm. As for Liu Bang, in Han Xian's assessment, he could only command 100,000 men at most. Any more than that and it's easy to mess up. After all, hundreds of thousands of troops marching, scheduling, logistical supply wagons, supply camp should be built where, on the battlefield, and how to command. Wait, the war is not as long as in the battlefield shouting a charge on the line. The more troops there are, the more problems the commander-in-chief has to consider. Examples of hundreds of thousands of troops being overwhelmed by thousands or even hundreds of people are even more common. At this point, the Qi army, which had just ordered a retreat, it's a very difficult problem to face. The formation is in disarray. The 150,000 strong army, with Yi Li's order, began to retreat backwards. The question is, the generals in the front rank, knowing that this was to leave room for the enemy to land, facilitated the half-dozen enemy strikes in a moment. But the pawns in the back row, how could they know what was happening in front of them? Seeing the sudden retreat of the army, many people's hearts immediately committed, muttering, "Why the sudden retreat? The front is not a defeat?" It was while such hearts were on edge that the originally tightly organized military formation also became somewhat disorganized as the army moved. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, looking at the retreating Qi troops, and the disorganized military formation. The same question arose in Yi Gui's mind. What are the Qi army doing? Why did you retreat instead of launching an attack? Isn't this, in disguise, giving yourself time to cross the river? A series of questions surfaced in the mind. Yi Qiao, who was already prepared to face a fierce attack from the Qi army, even pondered in his mind whether he should attack or not when he saw the Qi army retreating backward. Young general, since the Qi army hasn't launched an attack, why don't we preemptively go ahead and charge for a while, leaving enough time for the army behind to cross the river? The Qi army formation is disorganized, so if we send the iron cavalry to charge, it might have a strange effect. That's right, young general, let the last general go and charge and thwart the Qi army. In the middle of the military formation, many generals saw what was wrong with the Qi army. There have been proposals to take the initiative. Even if it doesn't work, it will give the rear army time to delay crossing the river. Yi Qi, who was already young and vigorous, looked at not far away Yi Li, who was wearing white armor, and couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. Since you are going to charge, why should you cover up? Pass on my order. The whole army will charge. Tian Chong, Zhang Bai, you two each lead 2,000 iron cavalry and outflank them. Kill dash. With a command from Yi Gui, the 30,000 strong army behind them roared to life. A sharp blade reflecting a cold light, like the fangs of the god of death, bursting with a murderous aura. That endless sea of flags was transformed into rolling waves of fury by the morning breeze. The 30,000 strong army, with neat and heavy steps, charged towards the Qi army. On either side of the army, the two iron horsemen are even like two sharp arrows. It seemed like a torrent that broke the dike, vastly killing towards the chaotic Qi army. In the face of a sudden attack, for a moment, Yi Li was directly dumbfounded. A pair of beautiful eyes stared round, filled with shock. The brain is even more blank. How could she not expect that the rebels would dare to take the initiative to attack after crossing the river? Realize that her intention is to first let the army retreat, to give the rebels enough open space to cross the river, and wait for the other army to cross the river half of the time, he or she in swinging the army to cover up. The enemy is halfway across the river. This can be a very classic tactic. Results: this rebel army that just disembarked, without saying anything, directly launched an attack, and for a time directly gave Yi Li dry blindfolded. But the good news is, the other generals around Yi Li reacted at the first moment and opened their mouths to shout. Quickly form a formation to meet the enemy. It's just that in the midst of this huge military formation, where was it so simple to want to quickly form a formation? What's more, how could Yi Gui, again, give the Qi army time to reorganize their troops? Dozens of paces away, in the blink of an eye, Yi Gui went ahead of his horse, and directly cut down the Qi troops in front of him to the ground with his horse and sword. The already chaotic military formation, at this time, under the attack of the enemy, fragile as a thin sheet of paper, there was hardly any resistance before the enemy killed a gaping hole. Soon, as the rebels pressed on in force, the Qi army's fragile defense line was like an aged dike in the face of a flood, and was instantly overwhelmed by the monstrous floodwaters. Countless Qi generals were like headless flies, holding their heads and running away. As for the pawns in the rear, not knowing what was happening in front of him, he could only vaguely hear shouts of murder in his ears, and in thinking of the order to retreat just now, at a time like this, I don't know who shouted, the battle is lost, run away. In a few short words, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the already fragile heart of the army instantly went up in smoke. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Yi Li, in fact, as early as the first time the enemy army attacked, he should have commanded the army and formed a formation to defend the enemy. When morale is low, it is also important to do what you can to regain it. But here's the thing, Yi Li, who had never experienced war before, at this time has already been scared pale. 6 gods, the whole person sitting on the horse, watching their own side of the army was killed by the helmet, hand and foot at a loss. She completely do not know what to do. As for the generals, despite having every intention of salvaging the defeat, but I'm limited in my strength. After all, the generals in the army had all been cleansed by Yi Li for several rounds. In the previous 10 years, all the generals who had military achievements were more or less related to Han Xian. Based on this, these people were all kicked out of the army by Yi Li without mercy. This also made it so that there would be few generals in the current Qi army who were experienced in combat. In this case, where is the Qi army's fighting strength? For a moment, 150,000 Qi troops were killed with ghostly cries, rivers of blood, and corpses all over the place. Especially as time goes on, more and more rebels, crossing the Zizi River, joined the fray. These rebels, like hungry beasts, Each one bared its hideous fangs and mercilessly harvested the lives of the Qi generals. The mournful screams could be faintly heard even in the city of Linzi. Looking at these tragic scenes, Yili had long been scared pale and her delicate body could not stop trembling, when someone was heard shouting, "Your Majesty, the defeat is complete. Let's retreat." Yili did not hesitate, turned his horse's head, and galloped furiously towards Linzi city. All of the previous pride and dignity were left behind at this moment. What to prove herself? What civil and military skills? Now she does not want Yili's heart at the moment. The only idea is to return to Linzi city as soon as possible. However, how could Ji Gue not think of this layer? From the time of the rout of the Qi army's formations, in the first place, then he sent his men to advance toward the city of Linzi, hoping to take this capital of Qi in one fell swoop. By then, the army has entered Linzi. The emperor of Qi, thus changed. Just, in the aspect of escaping, Yili seemed to be quite talented. After all, that year was also when the Linzi city is in danger. Only 16 years old Yili are able to escape in the midst of the chaos of the army, not to mention now, surrounded by countless other generals for protection. Yili, who had been running wildly all the way to take over his life, finally rushed ahead of the rebels and entered the city first. The first thing she then said when she opened her mouth was, "Close the gates quickly." Hear this. The generals on the left and right were alarmed. "Your Majesty, most of our soldiers are still outside. If we close the door now, won't we be pushing them to their deaths?" Yili snapped. "How dare you? I let you close the city gates and you close them. If you let the rebels come in, the responsibility for the loss of Linzi city, can you afford it?" Insomnia. Couldn't sleep. Got up to code. Chapter 67. Yili fleeing in luck. "Quickly, hurry up and close the gates for me. If the rebels kill their way in, I will execute your 9 clans." At this point in time, Yili, where there is still the usual cool, arrogant look, face full of panic, the appearance of greed for life and fear of death is even more exposed in front of countless Qi troops. However, when the city gate generals try to pull up the drawbridge, it's too late. At this time, inside and outside the city gate, has long been panicked Qi soldiers blocked, especially when they see the city gate to close, one more desperate to squeeze in. The vanguard of the rebels, who had rushed over, saw this scene, and rushed in even more unmercifully. A hard rush of blood. The Qi troops blocking the city gates were crushed to pieces. With the influx of rebel troops, it also means that the gates can no longer be closed. Seeing the scene of Yi Qi, even more in the excitement of maniacal laughter at the same time, leading behind the army, towards Linzi city wildly surging. In the beginning, the Qi generals returned the apostle and stopped the enemy attack at the city gate. But as the enemy army grew in numbers, the fragile defenses were about to collapse. Seeing this scene, Yili, the heart surged with endless regret. She hated to smack herself twice. Honestly, guard, the city is finished. Why must show off the city to meet the battle? It's okay now. The city of Linzi is in danger. After 10 years, it's about to change hands again. Just these mixed thoughts were quickly covered up by fleeing for his life. Looking at the city gates lost, Yili didn't have the slightest hesitation and left his soldiers behind to run wildly all the way towards the west gate. Even more so, it also ran over many people along the way. As a matter of common sense, in times of war, the city must be under martial law, and the people will not walk around freely. But, over the past 10 years, the people who have become accustomed to the invincibility of the Qi army have never thought about the possibility of losing Linzi city. After all, putting aside the battle lost to the Xiongnu some time ago, in counting upwards, the Qi army's defeats go back 10 years. Over the years, the Qi army was invincible in the south and north. The territory has expanded more than several times. These things had long been deeply engraved in the hearts of the people of Qi, which made them almost forget how to write the word defeat. It is in this mentality that the people in the city of Linzi go out as usual, not even thinking about, in case of defeat, what kind of light. It was under such circumstances that Yili, who was running wildly all the way for his life, directly ran over several people in the street. The weekdays. Yili, who loved the people, was now filled with only the word escape. Where is the concern for these unruly people? Soon, after running wild for half a day, Yili finally rushed to the western city gate, and then abandoned the city without looking back, leaving behind the dumbfounded guarding soldiers. As for the city of Linzi, as more and more rebels poured in, many of the generals also knew that there was nothing they could do to save themselves, and those who surrendered did so, and those who fled did so. Without resistance, Linzi city fell completely at noon that day. Up to this point, this capital of Qi, which has weathered the storms of centuries, has changed hands once again after 10 years. Only, the new owner this time, also surnamed Yi. Moreover, Yi Lu, who had the heart of claiming the throne, did not disturb the people after leading the army into the city, which could be described as no offense in autumn. At the same time, while controlling the city of Lindsay, the first time to take over the palace. However, when he learned that Yili was not dead and had escaped, there was no joy of victory on his face. Because he knew in his heart that the real test comes later, that is, whether it can survive in the face of the attack of the various diligent armies. Outside the city, Yili, who had run wildly for more than 20 miles along the way, after looking at the rear with no pursuers, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next time, one by one, many more defeated soldiers were collected. Just an army of 150,000 men at the time of the expedition. Now Yili was surrounded by only 1,000 or so remnants of his army, sitting by the river. Yili looked at his own grey face, woeful appearance. In looking back at the Lindsay city that has changed its flag, suddenly a nameless fire surged up from the heart. Once upon a time, it's all about Chi trampling others underfoot. When has he, himself, been in such a mess? Not only did he flee like a bereaved dog in a sorry state, but even the capital of the country was now lost. If anything, facing the Huns up front. If you win the battle in defense of Lindsay city and at least get some face back. This time, with the loss of Lindsay city, Chi's face was not lost, but Yili's own face was lost. It is even likely that this incident will be recorded in the history books and henceforth be completely nailed to the pillar of shame. How could Yili, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, stand this? Looking at her side, a general with his head hanging low, Yili's eyes were filled with killing intent, itching to whip these people into shape. Waste. After a stern cry, it was followed by a crisp slap that Yili, who was furious, directly slapped the nearest general in the face, and then let out a hysterical roar. It's really a bunch of losers. Can't you all execute such a simple tactic as striking the enemy halfway across the river? 150,000 troops, actually by a mere 30,000 enemy troops, killed helmets and armor, and even Lindsay city was lost. You all are eating dry rice? Opposite, the general who was slapped, hanging his head, one hand covered his cheek, and his eyes were filled with resentment. In my heart, I can't help but complain. It's all because you're such a waste of time. I've told you, just defend the city. You have to play the Imperial Army. It's okay to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Would it be okay to rely on the Zizi River for defense? Originally, the honest defense. When the diligent army arrived, the rebels are a turtle in a jar. But it turned out that you just don't. It's okay now. Blaming us for the loss? Eat you. Waste stuff. Even a dog on this throne is better than you. It's just that these heartfelt words are definitely not something you dare to say outright. Now, after all, Yili was still the emperor of Chi. He could only bury this resentment deep in his heart. At this point, another general stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, although Lindsay city has been lost, the main force of the Chi army is still there, and in a few days, the diligent army will be able to arrive. At that time, the district rebels will not be enough to worry about, and the city of Lindsay will be recovered in a moment. Hearing that, it was only then that Yili's angry mood calmed down a bit. However, in the eyes, still filled with blood, turning his head to look in the direction of Lindsay city, Yili gritted his teeth, his voice resentful. Damn traitors, such as my army to return to the aid, will be today's shameful defeat to pay back. And, Yi Lu you traitor, I treat you well. You even dare to rise up and rebel. Watch, after the city breaks down, I will make sure you taste all the tortures in the world and make your life worse than death. Chapter 68, How beautiful you were. How miserable you were when you fell. As the saying goes, good things don't come out of the woodwork, but bad things travel 1,000 miles. What happened in Chi quickly spread to all parts of the 9 states at an extremely fast speed. Without exception, almost all of the country's rulers, upon seeing the news from Chi, revealed a kind of bewildered, horrified look. It's that they can't figure it out. How did Yili manage to lose Lindsay city despite having such a huge advantage? How do you lose with a flying dragon right in your face? Yeli teaches you. You have to go out and wave in a game that you can obviously win just by defending the city. Wave even if relying on the Zizi River defense is also okay. Has an absolute strength advantage. The rebels cannot say in the face of 150,000 Chi army, crossing the river to attack it. Results, it was when no one saw the rebels, that Yeli chose to help the other side. Himself ordered his army to fall back and give the rebels room to cross the river. As a result of this withdrawal, the army is in disarray. The rebels swung into cover and defeated the Chi army, then captured the city of Lindsay. Looking at such a war report, many of the country's rulers were no longer concerned about Yili, whether to despise her or not, but rather, They were skeptical about whether this woman's brain had any problems. What kind of talent is it that can make such a series of maneuvers? It's okay now. The city of Lindsay was lost. Even if they could fight back later, Qi would still be considered to have lost face. Once upon a time, the state of Qi was as powerful as the sun, shaking the four seas, and all the neighboring countries bowed down and bowed to it. Nowadays, less than 3 months before and after, many countries have already begun to plot how they should encroach on Qi. After all, quite a lot of the current territory of Qi could have been taken from them at one time, especially now, because of the rebellion of the king of Jiaodong, coupled with Yi Li's defeat. The border troops that were originally responsible for guarding the borders had to return to the capital to send help. This also meant that Qi's borders were now virtually defenseless. Some monarchs with great strategic vision saw at a glance the weak state of Qi at this time. Take the king of Wei, for example, Wei Bao. When he received news of the loss of the city of Lindsay, in the first instance, Wei Xia, the king of Chenlu, was approached to enter the palace to discuss the matter. I think you already know the news of the fall of the city of Lindsay. When Wei Xia entered the palace, looking at his own imperial brother, Wei Bao directly opened the door to ask. Wei Xia nodded, having grown up together since childhood. Seeing his elder brother's eyes at this moment, he knew what was in his mind. In the Battle of Zai, the king of Jiaodong won a great victory. The city of Lindsay changed hands, and Yi Li fled in a sorry state. According to the current news coming back from the border, Qi's border army guarding the western border, only 50,000 men are left, and the rest of the army is about to arrive in Lindsay, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Wei. How many troops can Imperial Brother give me? Wei Bao took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, if I entrust you with the power of the country, how sure are you? Thinking for a moment, Wei Xia said in a deep voice, if I were to recapture the Changyang region, I am 10% sure. I am 90% sure that the soldiers will reach Meiling. To take Liucheng, I am 70% sure, but if I want to advance to Jishui, I'm afraid the victory rate is less than 50%. Wei Bao stood up, his eyes looking at the map hanging on the wall behind him. Between Qi and Wei, mountains and rivers, cities and counties, clearly drawn on it. At one time, when Wei was in its prime, all the territory west of the Jishui River was Wei's territory. Just a pity, with the weakening of the state of Wei, the large areas of territory, divided among the neighboring countries, of these, Qi annexed the most. Now the perfect opportunity in front. Wei Bao clenched his fists, his eyes stern. 70% certainty is enough. I ordered you to rate 200,000 troops. Immediately sent troops to the Wei once lost the country. All back. Yes, sir. As Wei's war machine began to run, the neighboring countries, but any country with some power, including Yan and Qing in the north, Song and Lu in the south, and so on, they have also begun to mobilize their troops, apostolic to get a share of this civil unrest in Qi. Normally, Qi made quite a spectacle of itself in the battle with the Huns, but after all, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Qi, with its thousands of miles of fertile land and millions of armor, though temporarily unable to spare its hands to clean up those countries that have broken away from their dependence, but it's not something those smaller countries can covet. But the problem lies in the fact that Yi Li's performance in this meeting was too ugly. Whether it is not listening to the advice of the generals, bent on wanting to imperial expedition, or in the battlefield, leading the troops to fight on the poor performance, all let the neighboring countries see clearly, Yi Li's ingredients. Plus, now that Lindsay city has been lost, Yi Li is sure to transfer a large army and return to the capital to judge. This also means that the defenses on the border are weak. This is certainly a great opportunity for those countries that have long been oppressed to turn around. How beautiful Qi was once. When he falls, fall as hard as he can. Just all this, still outside the city of Lindsay, waiting for reinforcements. Yi Li, but knows nothing. At this time, Yi Li, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Every day, he was looking forward to the border army to hurry up and arrive, and then help himself to recover the city of Lindsay. Just after the original assassination injury, has not yet recovered, and after this battle, now Yi Li's body, like in the ocean sea, at any time will capsize the boat. From the second day of his escape from the city of Lindsay, I've been running a constant high fever. My body is weak. My head is foggy. Yi Li, who was extremely weak, could only lie in the tent every day and ask about the situation of the border army from time to time. Finally, as the time came to the 5th day, Yi Li got an uplifting news. The border army guarding the western border has now arrived at Muxia city, less than 30 miles away from Lindsay. It will arrive tomorrow. Upon hearing the news, a smile finally surfaced on Yi Li's pale face. After all, this has been the only good news I've heard in the last few days. No way. In the recent past, Yili had lived a life that was too depressing and suffocating. When had she herself, the 9 to 5, the Empress of Qi, been reduced to the present state? Not only had the country lost its capital, but he himself was lying in the tent, not even having the strength to walk. Yes. Yili spread a smile and waved her hand to signal the guards to retreat. My army will soon be here. Imperial Uncle, I wonder if you are ready for the imminent welcome of my wrath? Lindsay lost his defense and raised his troops in rebellion. It's time to settle this account with you. Yali, who was lying on the bed, eyes looking in the direction of the city of Lindsay. In his mind, he had already begun to fantasize about what means to torture Yi Lu after capturing him alive. I will definitely make your life worse than death. At this moment, Yi Li's eyes were filled with a color of resentment. After all, as the Empress of Qi herself, when have I ever been humiliated like this? Consider that once upon a time, the Qi army was invincible wherever it passed. When Qi's envoys traveled to the neighboring countries, instead of bending down and bowing to the king of another country, they could even order each other with their noses turned to the sky and their toes in the air. As for the fact that the king of his country dared to show his displeasure, then we have to meet the preparation of Qi's army. 10 years of his own reign. Qi, from the beginning of the throne, just after the war, devastated and abandoned country, all the way up to become the first strongest country in the 9 states. Yili thought to himself that he could crush the 3 emperors and 5 emperors with his achievements. Qi would also be under his own rule, eventually unifying the world and accomplishing great feats that no one had done before. And now, as a result, he's constantly losing the capital himself. It is even reduced to the point that, like a lost dog, in this barracks to languish. Such a shame. It was as if a sharp sword was constantly stabbing at Yili's heart. Every time he thought of it, it was like poking a sword. And that kind of pain that cut his heart like a knife and tore his lungs apart, tortured Yili to the point of pain. At some point in time, even more so, Yili hated Yi Lu more than Han Xian. After all, the reason why today had fallen to this state was all because of the other side's uprising. Chapter 69. If Han Xian was there, would, in addition to his hatred for Yi Lu, likewise, Yili was even more disgusted with the current generals in the army. Or rather, in Yili's opinion, the reason why he had created a miserable defeat was that these people were passive and war-weary while on the battlefield. If they follow their commands, the enemy is halfway across the river. It was estimated that Yi Lu had already been thwarted by himself. Where else would he be in such a sorry state now? Waste. All a bunch of losers. How did Daki raise a bunch of heads like you? The unwilling Yili, with red eyes, let out a hysterical roar. Yet in the face of such fury, the guards waiting outside the tent had seen it all. Because these days, every now and then, Yili had to yell at if it wasn't for the fact that his body was weak right now. Otherwise, the curses would probably have spread throughout the entire barracks. What Yili didn't know, however, was that, for such a move, many of the generals, the gazes they looked at Yili's tent, had changed. Likewise, in his heart, Yili also sentenced those generals to death. Even already thought in his heart, once Lindsay City is recovered, he will cut all those useless generals. I can't imagine that I will be dragged down by this group of losers. If Han Xian is still around, maybe, after the scolding, exhausted Yili, lying on the bed, Han Xian's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Once upon a time, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, Yili never needed to worry about military matters, because whether we're facing a foreign invasion, or Qi is on a foreign expedition, Han Xian was able to keep everything organized, and the battle reports that came back never had a single defeat. At that point in time, the people in the territory of Qi, there's no need to worry about the war spreading to you. This was because Qi's borders were all the way outward as Han Xian continued to expand abroad. Yili also never needed to worry about what would happen if Qi lost the war. It seems that, for the Qi people of that time, war is nothing more than Qi's army going out for a spin and coming back with countless gold, silver and jewels, as well as vast territories. Victory, it seems, is as within reach as a dandelion on a hillside. Whether it was the commoners or Yili, they all treated victory as if it was a family affair. As long as Qi's army is on the march, it will be victorious. Now, however, first, he faced the Huns and fought a 100,000 strong army that was routed by 800 scouts. Now the Battle of Zizi River. The 4 battalions plus the Imperial Army composed of a large army, but also by 30,000 rebels killed by the helmet, and even the national capital was lost. Such a humiliating defeat. How many years has it been since Qi has been around? Thinking about what had happened to her, Yili's mind couldn't help but conjure up Han Xian's figure. If Han Xian were around, would, even more so, even Yili herself hadn't noticed that. In the depths of his own heart, He actually vaguely longed to have Han Zian to undo the defeat. Just such an idea. It just appeared for a split second. It was then violently thrown out of Yi Li's mind. The pride in my heart was burning like a fire. No, never. Yi Li let out an ear-piercing scream like a pissed-off shrew. Yi Li then clenched his teeth and shouted with a fierce face. What is he but a dog of mine? Even without him? Victory and defeat is a matter of course for soldiers. What is a momentary loss? What's more, the responsibility for this defeat does not lie with me. It's entirely those wasteful generals, who can't even carry out such a simple order as retreating, and who are even more disorganized in the face of the enemy's attack. If they had not been so foolish, how could they have had this defeat? And even if Han Zian is around, what can he do? Aren't all those feats he created only accomplished with my help? Without me, what is he? A dog. Should have the appearance of a dog. Wolf-hearted dog lungs. Ungrateful. I treat him not thin, but still thinking of usurping power. Such a person. I have not smashed him to pieces is already merciful, but he actually dared to change his family. Damn it. All damn it In the face of the figure that surfaces in the mind, Yi Li's illnesses, it seems that all of them have gotten a little better. She, who was originally breathless in her speech, unexpectedly let out a mournful scream that resounded in the sky above the barracks. For a moment, the guards outside the tent were baffled and, what is this irritation of His Majesty's that he curses and shouts for most of the day? And, is this getting better? Why are all the cursing voices so much louder today than they were before? The following day, 150,000 Western frontier troops arrive at the outskirts of Linzi City. Looking at the majestic capital city in front of us, many generals are muttering in their hearts. How did this war happen? Why did you lose the capital? Realize that the city of Linzi, as the capital of Qi, not only an economic, cultural and political center. Militarily, it even has 4 major battalions and imperial guards, and the city walls are even higher than the clouds, and the citadel has many fortifications. Theoretically speaking, as long as the city has enough provisions, even in the face of 10 times the enemy army, Linzi City can still be safe and sound. This has been shown even more many times in history. After all, Linzi City has not been less attacked by foreign enemies, but in addition to a very small number of exceptions, have managed to keep down, or Qi will not survive to this day. But it's such a solid city. I can't believe we lost the defense. It's not even if you lose your defense, but now you actually want them to attack. This also caused many of the generals in the army to look at Yi Li with somewhat odd gazes. However, Yi Li, who was eager to take revenge, didn't even notice that his unpleasant performance had already caused the army's mentality to change. On the afternoon of the day the army arrived, Yi Li then gave the order for the army to attack the city. Readers, please give a 5-star praise. Now the book's rating is really low. The author is here on his knees, begging. Chapter 70, Black Ice Terrace Headquarters. The Vanity of the Dagong Nobleman. 2. Shachuan City. As the capital city of Chu, Shachuan City, whether it is the size of the area, the number of people, or the prosperity of the economy, when looking at the 9 states also absolutely belongs to the ceiling level. In the distance, the city walls were tall and strong, and there was a steady stream of people coming and going at the gates. The caravans, laden with all kinds of goods, came from all directions. A horse-drawn carriage, laden with precious silks, spices and exotic treasures, attracted the attention of the crowd. In the city, pavilions and pavilions rise up, and the streets are wide and clean. On both sides of the street, stores are lined up with eye-catching signs. Tea houses, taverns, inns, gambling houses, pleasure houses, theaters, all kinds of entertainment venues are available to meet the various needs of the people. The bustling bazaar is filled with a dazzling array of goods, intertwined with the sounds of vendors hawking and customers bargaining. Meanwhile, on one of the busiest streets in the city, a lavishly decorated, 6-story restaurant that covered an extremely wide area was officially declared open, with a billboard erected in front of the entrance advertising the grand opening. The lobby can be a crowded place. 6th floor, the first box in the sky. The Empress of the Chu Kingdom, Su Qingsheng, was leaning on a man's arms, and through the window beside her, the beauty of Shachuan City was in her eyes. Looking downstairs, at the scene of the restaurant full of people, Su Qingsheng curiously asked, Sagittarius, is this the Black Ice Terrace headquarters you said you were going to build? After taking a light sip of tea, putting the teacup down, Han Zian said indifferently, in fact, the real headquarters is in the back. The restaurant is just the exterior, and this is just a place used for listening and spying. Having said that, Han Zian pointed behind him. In fact, in all the compartments, there are sniffing gold inserted, which are connected by wires that lead to the compartments. Whenever someone comes to the box to dine, there will be a member of the Black Ice Terrace, listening in on those people's conversations through Winkin. For Winkin. Of course Su Qingshan knew that this was a tool specifically designed to listen in. A section of the winking gold is inserted into the wall because the gold is softer and is able to bond tightly with the material in the cracks of the wall, such as sand and gravel, and then by placing your ear on the other end of the winking gold, you can hear the sound of the people in the house talking, sort of a more traditional means of listening. Basically, in the capital cities of the Kyushu countries, Black Ice Terrace has at least one tavern that utilizes this means of eavesdropping. Some of the capital cities, for example, in the capital cities of the great states of Qin, Zhao, Wei, Jin, and so on, there would even be more than one, and some would be tea houses and some would be inns. These are just disguises for the purpose of listening in. In Chu, there was actually one originally, as a branch of Black Ice Terrace, but now, with Han Zian taking power in Chu, he was also planning to move the headquarters of the Black Ice platform to Shaochuan, so they bought a restaurant and remodeled it. Meanwhile, around the tavern, there are various other entertainment venues, for example, gambling houses, inns, theaters, greenhouses, and so on. For the purpose of doing so, it's about creating a man's pin-up, on the one hand, and amassing money, on the other hand, and from their mouths, listening in on the news. And in order to be able to attract these dignitaries to spend their money here, before opening, Han Zian had sent people to carry out large-scale publicity, while at the same time branding the place as a high-end place for dignitaries. In other words, it is similar to the high-end hotels and private clubs in the latter days, which cannot be entered by people who are not dignitaries or people of prominent status. A plate of stir-fry that you can eat for 10 cents outside. Here, the price is directly going to be doubled 100 times and sold for 10 taels of silver. Don't see the price as just outrageous, but Han Zian, who is good at grasping people's hearts, knows that this group of rich people still eat this. It's like those luxury items that are so ugly they can almost make your brain go down. And they still cost hundreds or thousands of times what they cost, but they just make millions of people swoon. When Han Zian had explained these things, briefly, to Su Qingshan, Su Qingshan was dumbfounded. I feel like my head's not going to work. So, are you planning, Sajiri, to make this place a meeting place for all the dignitaries of Chu, and then use the Black Ice platform to listen in on them? But would the prices here be too outrageous? Even if they have vanity, they don't have to spend all this wasted money, do they? Han Zian laughed lightly. That's where you're wrong. For these people, their money can't be spent in a few lifetimes, no matter how much they spend it. So even a cup of water, sold for 10 taels of silver, is less to them than a hair on a 9 oxen. For them, to come here to drink water, even the most ordinary water, that's the water that only dignitaries can drink. To come here to eat is elegance, status, taste, and the honorable experience of being high up in the world. For them, the fulfillment of vanity is what it's all about. Su Qingshan helplessly covered her forehead. So, this is the reason why you want to sell a cup of water for 10 taels of silver too? Yeah, or what? Han Zian spread his hands and returned with a straight face. What's the point of making money from the poor? How much can the common people have in a year? Even a good year? To earn it, you have to earn it from the rich. The money in the hands of families like these, who have accumulated wealth from generation to generation since their ancestors, is what should be our target. Including the squires and gentry of the world everywhere. The wealth in their hands is much more than all the people put together, and their annual income is beyond the reach of even all the people's harvests put together. But these people do not have to pay taxes, and this is the saddest thing. Speaking of which, Su Qingshan was also somewhat helpless, but with the power of these people united together, even the emperor is powerless. Although the one-person grain contribution of the squires is implemented, they certainly won't pay the tax obediently. For that matter, Han Zian, who never expected them to be obedient, snorted. Of course they won't be so obedient, but throughout the dynasties, every change in the law has been built on blood. I just don't know how much blood they can shed. Han Zian has never been a soft-hearted person. This decade, the blood on his hands, not 1 million, but 700,000 or 800,000. All of Han Zian's feats were built on mountains of corpses and seas of blood, piled up by countless white bones. Now, certainly not recommended. And a little more blood. From the time he crushed the dynasty officials and joined forces in the rebellion, Han Zian not only uprooted these families, but also reorganized the army. Though the training isn't very long now, but it's still more than enough to clean up the local gentry. The two were talking about it when there was a sudden knock on the door of the box. Xiao Wanjuan's voice rang out from the doorway. My lord, someone has come to look for you, saying that there is news coming from the Qi side. Knowing it was someone from the Black Ice Terrace, Han Zian said indifferently, let him in. Next, The door was opened. An ordinary-looking figure walked in and presented the secret letter in his hand to Han Zian. Opened the secret letter. Han Zian, who saw the content, didn't hold back a direct snort of laughter. Even Su Qingshang beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth to hide her laughter. P.S. Readers, I'm really begging you to give me a 5-star review. This rating really doesn't hold up. Please. Chapter 71 Caustic Taxes? An army of 150,000 men was defeated head-on by Yi Qi's 30,000 men. And it's still playing some kind of strike halfway across the enemy? Han Zian, who saw the detailed battle report, only had one sentence in his heart. Yili definitely didn't know about the Battle of Interlude. Otherwise, she certainly doesn't play it that way. Don't think that in battle. The matter of getting the army to fall back is simple. Realize that. There's no bullhorn on the battlefield. A simple word retreat might make the people in the rear army think something in their minds. The scheduling of the advance and retreat of hundreds of thousands of troops is not something that people with less commanding ability can play with. At least, Han Zian didn't think that Yili was capable of commanding so many people. It was evident from this defeat. And losing is losing. I didn't think I'd even lose Lindsay. Han Zian didn't even know what to say. How long have you been gone? Leaving Qi with such a thick family foundation. Results. Now it was on the verge of being defeated by Yili. And on the secret report, there is also the neighboring countries to prepare their armies for war. Some countries had even led their armies and advanced towards the border of Qi. The way it looks, Qi is definitely going to be hit hard. Especially those countries that had been forced to depend on Qi. Han Zian estimated that these people would not be soft, and in the end it was to see how much Qi would lose. Humph, this Yili really deserved it. He had to say that Gongzi was plotting a rebellion. Now it's good. It's a disgrace. If the Duke wanted to plot a rebellion, there would be nothing left for her to do. She would have been surnamed Han long ago. After seeing the contents of the secret letter, Xiao Wanjun couldn't help but sneer coldly. If the Duke was still in Qi, not to mention the defeat, even if he gave that Yi Lu 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to rebel. Su Qingshao sighed and said, one can only say that she brought this on herself. In fact, I think that the main thing as a king is the ability to recognize and use people. Military can be inferior to generals. Governance can be inferior to ministers. But as long as you use the right people, it's enough. But it turns out that this emperor of Qi is suspicious and cynical by nature. And he is also so high-minded that he thinks he is omnipotent. I think the Sagittarius knows more about all this than I do. Han Zian nodded. Indeed. From everything that Yili has shown so far, it was evident that Yili was not suitable to be a monarch. As Han Gaozu Lubang once said, in terms of strategizing and deciding, he was inferior to Zhang Liang. To fill the country, to comfort the people, to give pay and feed, and not to cut off the grain routes, one is inferior to Xiao He. Even with 1,000,000 men, the battle will be won and the attack will be taken. One is not as good as Han Xin, but he himself appointed them, and that was the key to his gaining the world. On the contrary, Xiang Yu kills people with merits and suspects people with talents, which is why Lu Bang achieved the final victory. The question is, although Xiang Yu is not good at employing people, he is unrivaled in courage and martial arts, and at the same time, he is absolutely at the ceiling level in terms of military command ability, especially in the understanding and use of the military situation, commanding and specializing in the battlefield, striking first, and knowing how to avoid the real and strike the virtual. This is the reason why Xiang Yu is invincible in the battlefield. But what about Yeli? It seemed that Han Zian couldn't really find any good points other than his beauty. Previously, still trusting and appointing myself, but as time went by, and I don't know when it started, Yili became suspicious of herself and was wary of herself at every turn. In retrospect, Han Zimin couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. Promises you give so worthless? Even if I am given another 10 years, I will have a chance to get my hands on the grandeur of unifying the world. By then, as a female emperor of Qi, such a feat is enough for you to be famous and immortalized for generations to come. The name of 1,000 ancient emperors will be eclipsed in front of you. Han Zian didn't understand why Yili wasn't even willing to give herself this much time, so anxious to get rid of herself. Seeing the present state of affairs in Qi, Han Zian could only silently say that it was self-inflicted, as if seeing the flash of sorrow on Han Zian's face. In the ear, suddenly there came a rush of hot air that, immediately after that, it was a soft voice that came out. Alright, don't worry about the past anymore. All of this is in the past. Su Qingshan leaned against Han Zian's side, reached out her hand to hug the other party tightly, and softly said, I'm not Yili, and this isn't Qi. What passes will never happen here. I'm giving you all the rights I can, as long as you don't fail me. Feeling the warmth of the touch coming from the, Han Zian only felt that in his heart. A warm current flowed through, warming his entire body. Don't worry, Backhandedly, he embraced Su Qingshang into his arms. A hand. From Su Qingshang, your hair gently crossed. We from the first time to see now. Full count is less than 2 months' time. But you will all give me. If so I still negative you. Then I can be too not a person. Behind. Xiao Wanjun, who saw this scene, pouting. He rolled his eyes. There was a look of disgust on his face. In his heart, he even couldn't help but curse the dog man and woman. Xiao Wanjun, who was left out to the side, also knew that her staying here seemed redundant, and after spitting, she silently exited the room, just walked out of there. Another member of the Black Ice Terrace came along. The helpless Xiao Wanjun could only knock on the door of the room once again. Gongzi, someone has sent another letter. Come in. Consent granted. That member of the Black Ice Terrace then went in and Han Zian asked, what is it this time? The man knelt on one knee and presented the secret letter to his head with both hands, while opening his mouth to reply, my lord, the gentry from all over Chu are very dissatisfied with the decree on paying taxes, and many of them have even joined together to unite with the local people while marching through the city, cursing the imperial court for its harsh taxes. In some areas, they have even killed the people we sent there to collect taxes. After listening to the other side's report, Han Zian's face instantly clouded over. The joints of his right hand, which was clenched tightly, creaked even more. Good. Very good. Han Zian laughed in anger. Do these people think the swords of the Chu army aren't sharp? Or do you think crying to the temple will work? Pass the word down. Gather the army. These squires and gentry. There is one of them. I would like to see if they still have the guts to say that the imperial court is demanding taxes when the knife is on their necks. Readers, please give it a 5-star review. The ratings really don't hold up right now. How about this? The ratings don't have to be too high. As long as it's an 8 or above. The author just pops the question. At least is also Lu Zi origin of the author. The Daily Shift 10. 000 that is commonplace. Chapter 72, Make Us Pay Taxes? Dream on. Xiapi City. Located northeast of Shochuan, the capital of Chu. The waterways are intertwined. Is the junction of Yishui and Surabaya, and there is also Mushui flowing in the east, which can be described as a thoroughfare for land and water, with a thriving population, prosperous trade and commerce, and a place of contention for successive generations of warriors. In such a bustling place, naturally, the presence of the gentry and the world's greats is also not uncommon. Chiu Wuho is one of them, with a family fortune left in his ancestry and a meritorious title on his head. The Zhao family is also a prestigious local gentry. Originally, Zhao Wuhao's days were quite plain and simple. Every day, he either listens to music at the hook bar, takes his family tree and concubines out for a picnic, or throws away money at the gambling houses in the city. In conclusion, the little life is quite nourishing. Only in the last few days, Zhao Wuhao felt very upset, mainly because some time ago, the imperial court suddenly issued a decree requiring all the magnates, squires, and families, regardless of their former status and prestige, to pay taxes from now on. And you have to make up for all the ones you didn't pay before. This kind of thing, for this class of people, wouldn't that be worse than killing them? My ancestors have accumulated wealth for generations, and my old man still has merit in his body. The squires don't need to pay taxes, but the old ancestors set the rules. And now you're changing it? I heard. It's also a ING outsider from Qi who came to Chu to reform and change the law. What are you, Han Zian? You can't make it in Qi, so you've come to Chu to beg for food? And you want us to pay taxes? It's simply delusional. In the beginning, almost all of the country squires and gentry, including Zhao Wuhao, never thought of paying a penny. But soon the word was conveyed from above that those who evade taxes will be punished according to the amount. And if the amount exceeds 1,000 taels, the family will be copied and destroyed directly. When such an order was spread, Zhao Wuhao was starting to get a little worried. This is not. The families and clans of Xiapi City have agreed to meet today with the intention of discussing strategies together, inside the box of the most luxurious restaurant in Xiapi City. But in the local area, all the prestigious families and gentry, all gathered together. Zhao Wuhao, who came from the Zhao family, also ranked among them, and sitting in the main seat, looking at the people to almost. Zhao Wuhao lightly coughed his throat, directly to the point. Nowadays, there are treacherous sycophants in the dynasty, even attempted to modify the law of the ancestors, so that we pay taxes, and if it is a tax evasion, actually have to plunge the family to exterminate the family? It's ridiculous. This matter. I wonder what all of you here have to say about it. The words fell. Immediately, someone grunted coldly and sneered. What a whimsical thought. To think that we should pay taxes is simply a dream. An old man lightly stroked his beard, although his face is full of wrinkles, but his voice is still powerful. Only to see his righteous indignation said, I think the emperor is really confused. let the gentry to pay taxes. This kind of thing from Pangu since the beginning of heaven and earth. There has never been a bereaved dog that ran away from Chi, and after coming to Chu, he even attempted to perform such absurd acts. It is really a laughingstock. At this point, another person said, I think he's crazy about money, and he's actually attempting to modify the laws of our ancestors. Not to mention that our family's wealth has been accumulated by our ancestors for generations, and now he's trying to get us to pay taxes with a single imperial decree, which is simply delusional. Suffice it to say, for such a decree, the people present were all filled with righteous indignation, and even more than just these people. Looking at the entire state of Chu, there is not a single one who agrees with all the powerful families of the world, as well as the gentry of the landlord class. After all, the whole of Kyushu, hundreds of countries, large and small, there just isn't a country that makes them pay taxes. Since ancient times, it became almost an ironclad rule that people of the aristocracy did not have to pay taxes. After all, the country depends on these people to rule and run it. Some emperors were able to sit on the throne only because of the support of these people. As for the people, a bunch of mudbloods, just dodgy people. The taxes should be paid by this group. As for our money, that is all accumulated by our ancestors, generation after generation. Is it easy for us to accumulate until now? How is it possible to take it to pay taxes? Actually, the problem that makes it most difficult to enforce such a decree is that it is because the entire ruling class among them, be they civil ministers or military generals, are in fact umbrellas for their superiors. It's all one class of interests. How could they possibly do something that would jeopardize their interests? Basically, if the emperor is bent on having his way, it's questionable whether this decree will even make it out of the palace, not to mention the local implementation. Only now the courtroom of Chu was directly cleansed by Hanzian, those lineages that originally held great power. Except for the few that were forced to defect, the rest had long since become the dust of history, so decrees can go out unhindered. Only, implementation in various places is now hampered. The line of sight returns to the box. Zhao Wuhao saw the crowd present, all of whom were filled with righteous indignation, and opened his mouth to faintly say, since the Son of Heaven is unkind, then don't blame us for being unrighteous. Doesn't he want to make us pay taxes? Well then, tomorrow we will post a notice denouncing the local officials for their harsh taxes and oppression of the people, while calling on the people to join us in collective resistance to the taxes. I think all of you here are very familiar with such a practice. Hear the plan. The people present all revealed a wry smile of triumphant conspiracy. After all, for them, crying at the temple is a traditional trick. The so-called Weeping Temple is actually a place where the local gentry and scholars gather at the Temple of Literature to compose the scroll hall texts in the face of improper actions by the imperial court. While crying about the atrocities of the imperial court, they united the local people and together they filed a complaint with the higher authorities. Actually, to put it bluntly, it's all about utilizing the local influence that wrap up the people, bind them to themselves, and then resist the decree together. As the old saying goes, the law is not the law of the land. Not to mention that those local officials, all of whom were served by outsiders sent by the imperial court, were no match for these local snakes when they were weak. The people, under the public opinion propaganda of the local gentry and squires, subconsciously aimed at the imperial court, and the actions of those families and squires were, in their eyes, to plead for the people and to be the embodiment of justice. In this case, often, it just comes up. The court's decrees reached the localities but could not be implemented. Just too much resistance. In the eyes of these squires, they themselves have not paid taxes for thousands of years. From the founding of the country through all the dynasties, why should we pay now? The money, but it's all from our ancestors, accumulated from generation to generation. What are you, Han Zian? He's just a dog who escaped from Qi. After coming to Chu, you still presume to make yourself pay taxes? It's simply delusional. Chapter 73, Crying at the Temple. As with the city of Xiapi, in various places throughout the territory of the state of Chu, the gentry of almost all counties made the same choice in the face of the decree issued by the imperial court. That is, while public opinion is being sensitized, deplores the local officials, who are harsh and oppressive to the people. At the same time, they called on a large number of people to protest against the tax, and even gathered together in demonstrations and marches, cursing the court for being unjust and so on. For a moment, up and down the entire Chu kingdom, it was as tumultuous as a building that was about to topple. A large number of schools were closed. Countless stores went out of business. More than 60% of the handicrafts industry came to a standstill, and a large number of figures from all counties gathered in front of the county offices or county halls to demonstrate and yell at the imperial court for oppressing the people. As the instigator of all this, all over the world's families and gentry, one by one, all are cold-eyed. The heart is even more cold laughter. There was a sneer at Han Zian's actions. Laugh it up. Do you really think you can do anything because you know the art of war? When you come to chew, if you're a dragon, you have to dish it out. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Even if you have the emperor's backing, what can you do? Without our support, the man on the throne had to be replaced the next day. Although it was said that after first arriving in Chu, Han Zian had swept away the forces of the lineage above the court with a thunderous force and had taken back all the military and political power. This thing, at that time, it did give the worldly families everywhere a great shock. But here's the thing, the change of law that was introduced later. In particular, the decree that the burghers were to pay grain as a whole was a real detriment to the interests of these people. That left them no way to endure it. And, in their opinion, as long as they tie the people to the same chariot as themselves, even if you have an army of millions, can you not kill all these people? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you hold military power? However, what they never dreamed of was that, in the area of taxation, Han Zian had long been prepared for bloodshed. Simply put, there is only one attitude. Whatever you are, the common people or the merchants, even the princes, the generals, and the aftermaths of meritorious deeds have to pay taxes to me. How much to pay is based on income. The more you earn, the more you pay. This tax you want to pay also have to pay. Do not want to pay also have to pay. If you do not pay, all the consequences. With this determination, when Han Zian received the information summarized from all over the world, the 200,000 strong Chu army, including the Longchamp army, was divided into 4 groups and gradually advanced along the 4 directions of Shochuan City, traveled to various counties to collect taxes, but anyone who dares to obstruct it is tantamount to plotting a rebellion, and will be directly plagiarized and exterminated. Tax evaders are similarly held accountable, depending on the size of the amount. Soon, with a large army on the move, a bloody massacre destined for the history books has begun. Shopi Castle is located northeast of Shochuan Castle, though it may not seem close, but by water, following the Huai River eastward, then entering the Surabaya, you can arrive in a few days' time. The 200,000 strong army was divided into 4 paths, and it was obvious that it would not go over one city and one town at a time. It's not like we're marching within your own country's territory. Naturally, the faster the better. According to Han Zian's plan, these armies would be organized into small groups, first controlling the counties around the country, then radiating to the surrounding counties, and finally completing the reform of the entire Chu kingdom. Shopi City, as a major town in the northern part of Chu, was obviously one of the prime targets. However, at this moment, Zhao Wuhao was clearly unaware of the approaching danger. At this time, and with 3 or 5 friends, gathered in a tea house, sip tea and make small talk. After blowing on the hot air emanating from the teacup and taking a light sip, Zhao Wuhao faintly said, according to the news received so far, in addition to Shopi, including Pengchang, Lanling, and Guangling, they have all united to denounce the imperial court. Everywhere else, I expect it's pretty much the same thing. By now, all of this news should have already reached the capital. So what do you guys think will be the reaction from the courtside? Opposite, a scatterbrained youth, playing with the empty teacup in his hand, sneered. Reaction? What else can we do besides resting on our laurels? Perhaps in order to quell this incident, some squires will have to be found to join the dynasty as officials. Otherwise I'm afraid this matter won't quiet down so easily. At his side, a man with a slightly more composed appearance, probably in his 30s, said in a deep voice, the court's approach this time is truly too unwise. As we all know, it is we, the gentry, who are the foundation of a country. Whether the court can function or not still depends on us. Can't we rely on those mudbloods? Now to presume to make us pay taxes. I really don't know what's going on in the emperor's head. The youth with some loose behavior around him, snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. What emperor? Just a shameless person. I have heard. She is now with that Han Zian, every day in the palace to hang out. The king of a country do not know shame. To me she can do it. Cannot do it to get out before it is too late. We change an obedient emperor up. In contrast to the optimism of the two, Zhao Wuhao had significantly more to think about. After slowly putting down the teacup in his hand, Zhao Wuhao said with a solemn expression, we still can't take this matter lightly. It's not like you guys didn't see the imperial decree issued by the court some time ago. Han Zian holds a large army in his hands, so perhaps he might do something over the top. Hearing that, the others in the audience almost simultaneously revealed a look of contempt. Some people even didn't hold back and laughed outright. Excessive? Doesn't he have the guts to kill someone? One of them lightly shook his folding fan and said confidently, don't worry, brother Zhao. If that dog emperor and Han Zian really dare to kill people, then we only need to lightly mention it in the history books, and they will be stigmatized for 10,000 years from now on. The diffident youth laughed and agreed, that's right. If he dares to kill, we'll write him to death. Do you really think that we literati scholars can be taken at will? As the words fell, a person sitting on the side of Zhao Wuhao patted his shoulder. Don't worry about this matter. Look at the county government side. Countless people are denouncing the imperial court's harsh taxes. Even if the army comes, it will still be looking for them to settle the score. What has it got to do with us? Looking in the direction of the other's finger, Zhao Wuhao, who was sitting by the window on the third floor, could clearly see the scene of people in front of the county mansion. Countless people have gathered here. The constant cussing and vocalizing of all sorts of ugly words came out of their mouths. A scene like this, it's like the court has done something outrageous. Seeing the ignorance of the people, Zhao Wuhao's last worries dissipated. Readers, please give it a 5-star review. The author's heart is in agony. With over 700,000 cumulative reads since his debut, and a rating of only 7. I beg you readers to move your honored dragon claws and give a 5-star review. The author is here to thank you. Chapter 74, Turning Chu into a blank sheet of paper to facilitate one's drawing. God, open your eyes and look at us. The court is harsh and taxing. We can't live in these days. I've worked hard all year long for just a small harvest, and now we're told to take it all to pay taxes. So can we even live? Dog officer, if you won't let us live, you won't be able to live either. Mr. Zhao is such a good person. How dare you have the nerve to make Mr. Zhao pay taxes? Do you have any conscience left? Is not it? Zhao outside, how kind a person Some years ago the outbreak of drought. Take out so much food to help us. If not Zhao outside, we are afraid of starving to death. The court actually want to let Zhao outside to pay the tax. Is simply unscrupulous. Dog official, if you continue to levy taxes under such a tricky pretext, I'll go to the capital and sue the royal court. This dog official is now trying to push us to the brink of extinction. Brothers, let's kill into the Taisho Fu and kill the dog official. Outside the governor's mansion in Shoppy City, the crowd is boisterous. Countless people gathered here, constantly denouncing the officials inside. In the middle of the crowd, every now and then, there are people who specialize in fanning the flames of the conflict of tax collection was all turned on the heads of the court officials. 4 days on end, as the anger of the crowd mounted. Finally, with someone behind the scenes deliberately fanning the flames, the people are exploding with emotion. I don't know who it was, but he crashed through the door of the governor's mansion and was the first to rush in. The people behind them swarmed up and poured out their full anger on the officials of the Taisho Palace. As an outsider, the governor was already alone. There wasn't much power in the hands at all. It soon died a horrible death at the hands of the people, Chiu Wuho and others who started it all. Watching the scene, it can be considered ambitious. A richly dressed old man, lightly stroked his beard, faintly said, now all over Chu. Should be such a picture? And so on some time, I and so together joint petition, forcing the court to cancel the decree, drying that the female emperor would not dare not agree. A few others nodded in agreement, for something like crying at the temple, but it's been their specialty since their ancestors to avoid paying taxes. Played it like a champ. Zhao Wuhao said triumphantly, how can just revoking the edict work? This move of the court has caused us to suffer so much injustice, so how can we say that we should be given some compensation? At this point, watching the Taisho's bloody head being trampled and kicked around by the people, a scholar squire instantly couldn't hold his tongue and burst out laughing. This group of unruly people is really stupid. The court can't collect taxes from us, so when the time comes, it will naturally shift the pressure to them. As a result, they are now being sold by us and counting the money for us. Zhao Wuhao sneered. Hasn't it always been like this for thousands of years? Just as this group of squires were watching the play, suddenly, a clamor came from the south of the city. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhao Wuhao actually felt that the earth under his feet was slightly trembling, and the trembling, the more pronounced it became. But if a veteran of the battlefield were here, I'm afraid that the first reaction would be that this is the phenomenon of massed cavalry galloping. What happens south of the city? Why is it so confusing? The crowd looked in the direction of the south of the city, their faces filled with questions. At this point, suddenly a houseboy came running over in a hurry and, for being too flustered, one didn't pay attention, tripped and fell straight down. Old master, something big is going on. The family man rushed to Zhao Wuhao's front, unable to catch his breath, and shouted in panic, Master, it's not good. Just now suddenly a large army rushed into the city, and without explanation directly surrounded the Zhao family compound. It says that the books will be counted and taxes will be paid according to the amount of income. If you choose to disobey the decree, your family will be copied and destroyed. In a flash, Zhao Wuhao's face turned gloomy to the extreme. He didn't realize that the army of the court will be so fast. It's only been a few days and the army has already arrived in Shoppy. the old man who had just said that he would submit a joint petition. But when he heard this, he laughed out coldly. Plagiarize and exterminate the family? Simply delusional. Doesn't that female emperor realize the consequences of doing so? It's enough to purge the court and clean up a few families. Does he still intend to kill all the gentry in the country? Without us, I'll see how her Chu kingdom can still function. Old me would like to see on what basis she dares to say such things. Having said that, the old man held his head high and walked towards where the Zhao family was. Zhao Wuhao, who had a renewed sense of confidence in his heart, had his face slightly eased. Soon, in the middle of the city of Shopi, however, all the gentry with some reputation, after receiving the news, all rushed towards the Zhao family. After all, the matter of the court's taxation, but it's relevant to them. At this point in time, between them, they could all be in a relationship of glory and loss. In a few moments, Zhou Wuhu came to the door of the house, only to see a black armored cavalry in front of him, surrounding his family's mansion. Surrounded, noticing the arrival of Zhou Wuhu, for the head general, turning his horse around and coming in front of Zhao Wuhao, condescending, his gaze indifferent, his voice icy cold, he said, by His Majesty's decree, from now on, wherever within the borders of the state of Chu, no matter how high or low one's status is, how big or small one's title is, and whether or not one has any merit in one's life, one must pay taxes based on one's income. Anyone who resists will be punished for treason. In the face of threats, Zhao Wuhao was not humble, holding his head high and staring at him, coldly drinking. Do you know that the squire does not need to pay taxes? Which is the rule set by the old ancestors. Under the 9 states, hundreds of countries, there has never been any country that requires the gentry to pay taxes. I hope you know what you are talking about. The general nodded, his voice flat. So, family master Zhao is unwilling to cooperate? Although the tone was very flat, not even the aggressive aura of a few moments ago. But for some reason, Zhao Wuhao suddenly felt an ominous premonition rise from his heart and quickly cover his entire body. Bottom of the heart. More than that, a horrible thought rose. This guy, he's not really going to kill someone, is he? But soon, Zhao Wuhao then pressed the thought down. No, it can't be. The emperor would never dare to do that. Doesn't she know the consequences of doing so? All over Chu, or rather, it's all the countries in Kyushu. The interests of the literati, the officials and the gentry are all bound together. In other words, I want to realize that the gentry will pay for food as one. It would mean that the emperor would have to turn his back on the entire class of gentry. The question is, after the flip-flop, who will run this huge country? Just like the history of the Ming, countless squires are like moths extracting bones and sucking marrow. But the state treasury is empty, can make rats shed tears. Chongjin cannot take a penny from the hands of these squires. But the Qing dynasty was different, because the main body of the Qing dynasty was the 8 banners of the Manchu Qing dynasty. There's no need to rely on these civil servants, so move without any mercy. Han Xian's hands, although there is no 8 banners, but has the army, as long as it is disobedient like all clear. It's just a pain in the ass for a while. Just give it 2 or 3 years. As the imperial examination system unfolded, those vacant official positions will soon be filled and the court will be able to resume its normal operation. In fact, Han Xian's approach was more like Er Zhurong's operation after entering Luoyang, because the whole city of Luoyang, as a nation, between the various officials and families, the intertwined network of relationships, the water inside is too deep. In that case, might as well leave a blank sheet of paper, easy to paint yourself. That's what Han Xian wants to do now. By reforming and changing the law, the whole state of Chu was turned into a blank sheet of paper, on which he then painted himself. At this point in time, Shopi City, in front of the Zhao family residence, when the leading general of the Chu army, from Zhao Wuhao's mouth, heard the answer of refusal, reaching out his hand and pointing it forward, one word came out faintly from his mouth: kill. Get the order. The army behind them roared to life and, while surrounding Zhao Wuhao and the other gentry, the other men instantly broke through the defense line made up of the household guards and rushed into the Zhao family residence to start the massacre. Those who resist shall be punished for treason. This statement is definitely not just words. Since you don't want to pay the tax, take the rules of your ancestors and take them underground to talk to your ancestors. Chapter 75, Han Xian, do you really think I don't dare? Zhao Wuhao man was dumbfounded, eyes staring blankly at what was in front of them. The originally confident expression on his face directly solidified, and his brain could be described as a blank. It's not just him. The other squires present, all of them were looking at the scene in front of them with horrified faces. How could they not expect that? These armies, when they say they'll do it, and they're really daring to kill people. Don't they know the consequences of this? Or is it, they've already thought about making enemies of the entire Chu gentry? Is it so important to make them pay taxes? Or is it that the taxes paid by those unruly people are no longer enough to satisfy ambition? They can't figure it out. Why did Han Zian make such a choice by committing a crime against the world? Because of this practice, not just inside Chu, but against the entire world's gentry, day after day. Even if Han Zian wanted to break new ground, the local gentry would also band together to help the court defend against the Chu army. In doing so, it's like digging your own grave. But by the way, Han Zian really did it. At this point in time, the sounds of screams coming from within the Zhao mansion were endless, even through a wall. The crowd present, as well as the people on the sidelines, could smell the scent of blood in the air. As head of the Zhao family, at this moment, Zhao Wuhao's original smug expression had long since dissipated and was instead filled with fear. In particular, when he heard the screams from within his mansion, it's even more paralyzing. The body couldn't stop shaking. I don't know how long it's been. Finally, the screaming stopped. A soldier, covered in blood, came out and reported, "General, the Zhao family, regardless of male or female, the 183 mouths of people other than the head of the family, have all been beheaded. From among the Zhao family, it was even seized 630,000 taels of gold, 36,500,000 taels of silver, 3,000 acres of field deeds, and countless amounts of valuable jewelry, antiques, and paintings. The total value of the family's wealth is incalculable." The people present, after hearing such a figure, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. The gazes of the other squires looking at Zhao Wuhao were even more filled with horror. "Good man, you always say you don't have much money, and you found these old ones in a raid? And that's just from checking out the old mansion in the city of Shopi. But they know that the Zhao family still had a lot of family money in several surrounding counties. In other words, the wealth of the Zhao family goes far beyond that. These squires, if they still merely marveled at the wealth of the Zhao family outside the people gathered around. Now one's eyes are red, especially when they saw, as boxes filled with gold and silver, precious stones and ivory, being carried out by the soldiers. The eyes were filled with blood straight away. The anger in his heart was almost spilling out. Realize that, in the state of Chu, the ordinary people, after a year of hard work and good weather, harvested grain in addition to paying taxes. The rest is only enough to barely make ends meet. In the event of a natural or man-made disaster, they were either starved to death or had to sell themselves into slavery. In conclusion, regardless of the country, the life of the people is as hard as ever. But what about the squires? Starting from their ancestors, they have accumulated countless wealth from generation to generation. Growing up, he was well-dressed and lived an extravagant life. The price of a jade pendant casually hanging on the body could be a figure that the people could not afford even if they toiled for a lifetime. But even so, these squires were not satisfied with that, always trying to find all sorts of ways to amass money from the people and embezzle the fields. Under these circumstances, the court's mere attempt to get them to pay taxes was as good as killing them, and they rebelled in droves. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were many who had been incited by the gentry to run to the front of the Taisho's residence to hurl insults. At this point, when they see that, after the countless riches moved out of the Zhao household, only then did I realize how stupid I had been. How much do you make in a year? You don't even have enough to eat, and you're actually worried about these squire lords paying taxes? For a moment, many people pointed at Zhao Wuhao in shame and indignation and cursed. It's true that we know people's faces but not their hearts. How much of the people's fat and wealth has the surname Zhao raided? Mud. I can't even dream of this money. Now it's too much for 10 wagons. Some years ago when they were giving kanji, they even cried poverty and said they had emptied out their family's wealth to help us. But in the end they emptied out a single hair on the body of the 9 cows. Didn't they? A hair is not even comparable. At that time, that porridge was mixed with an unknown amount of sand. According to the usual price of grain, I'm afraid that 100 taels cannot be used. Every single silver ingot in this case is worth more than 100 taels, right? You may not know that it was the Zhao family who joined forces with the grain merchants and hoarded a large amount of grain, then raised the price of grain, or else my son wouldn't have starved to death. Really? Mud. Just like that I'm actually thankful. You hurry up and die. Go to hell, dog. The more the people around us talked, the more agitated they became. There were even some irascible people who directly took off their shoes and threw them at Zhao Wuhao's head. What's more, spitting out a mouthful of sticky old phlegm, he accurately spat on Zhao Wuhao's face. This time, Zhao Wuhao annoyed, angry he cursed, "Marred, you a group of ungrateful people. If I did not send charity porridge relief, you do not know how many people to starve to death? Now one by one, you're cursing the old man? That's the word." At once, Someone was not happy and immediately retorted. How dare you say that? Why don't you say something about deliberately raising grain prices? A drought. The kanji cost less than 100 taels. Selling food hundreds of times earned back. On this you still have the face to say? Shoot him. In the midst of the people's swarming invective. The general didn't murmur too much, either. Take the knife. Directly to Zhao Wuhao wiped his neck. Then lifting up the other party's head, he looked at the other squires with an icy gaze. Who else wants to resist the decree? And a scene like this, it's playing out in almost every county in Chu. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Qi, the attack and defense of Linzi City has also entered a white-hot stage. Readers, it's a 7.8 out of 10. It's about to be an 8. So please give some 5-star reviews. The villain is here on his knees. After you get to 8 o'clock, it's a straight 10,000 word explosion. So cheating is a puppy. Chapter 76, Yili, I doubt these people are acting me. Your Majesty. These days, the generals and soldiers have been fighting without sleep and without rest, and have been fighting hard for a long time, and now they are already exhausted. And the army has suffered heavy casualties, with tens of thousands of injured generals who don't even have the means to undergo medical treatment. Why don't we hold off on the attack for a few days to recuperate before continuing? Outside of Linzi, smoke and mirrors. Below the citadel, it could be described as a mass of corpses. The moat has long been dyed red with blood, and the ground underfoot is even more muddy. Air, with the pungent odor of blood. The original border army stationed in various places, after meeting outside Linzi City, under Yi Li's orders, launched an attack on Linzi City around the clock. But, as the capital of Qi, the city of Linzi is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The city is high and the pool is deep, and where is it so easy to breach? But Yi Li didn't care about that. What she wanted was to attack and succeed as soon as possible and break the rebels into pieces. Waste. In the face of the claims of the generals before him, Yi Li backhandedly slapped his hand, tearing his voice and cursing angrily. What a waste. After such a long time, leading hundreds of thousands of troops, he actually couldn't even attack such a city. What use do I have for you? Furious, Yi Li stretched out 5 fingers and said in a cold voice, 5 days. I will finally give you 5 more days. If you still can't take the city of Linzi, then bring your heads. Get out. When everyone has been thrown out, inside the center tent, just Yi Li was left alone. Now as the fever subsides, the complexion was significantly better than when he had just escaped from the city of Linzi. It was just the army's poor performance that still made her unable to control the anger in her chest. Now, after all the elite troops of the entire Qi kingdom, all gathered here, as a result of attacking for so long, all kinds of siege equipment in turn. But Linzi is like a turtle shell that just can't be taken down. This is not. As her patience gradually depleted, Yi Li, who couldn't tolerate it, lashed out today. Rebuke all the generals in the army. Even now, Yi Li still had nowhere to vent her anger. Bloody hell. Hundreds of thousands of troops can drown the rebels even with a mouthful of spittle from each of them. And as a result, after so long, they are still trapped outside the city. At the thought of the present scorching battle, Yi Li then couldn't help but surge with a touch of shame and indignation. In particular, as soon as she thought of it, the eyes of the nations, which must be looking this way now, Qi Xian's botched performance couldn't help but trample her pride once again. Damn it, what's wrong with the Qi army now? Why do you lose every battle? Why aren't you as sharp as you used to be? Out of the tent, Yi Li looked up at the silhouette of Linzi City in the distance. There are still shouts of murder coming from the ears. The Qi army's sleepless attack had been going on for some time, but what Yi Li couldn't figure out was that in the past, the Qi army could be said to attack and win. The soldiers are invincible. Whether it was a field battle or a siege, there was never an existence that could stop the pace of the Qi army. As for the Battle of the Keep, excuse me, over the past 10 years, the Qi army has gone through dozens of battles of all sizes, and it has never been passively defended. But now I don't know what's going on. The once invincible Qi army suddenly became depressed, especially on the offensive end, but also without the previous invincible momentum. Could it be because of the loss of Han Xian? No way. Never. As soon as such a thought appeared, it was instantly rejected by Yi Li. There was no denying that Han Xian's performance on the battlefield was truly impeccable, often leading the way. Charge with the generals. Being the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies but choosing to do so was undoubtedly injecting the generals with a strong dose of heart, making them strive to be the first. But, it's a field day. After all, in a siege, Han Xian couldn't possibly follow suit. Could he? At the end of the day, it's still commanding the generals to attack. So, Yi Li is very puzzled. The same are commanding the Qi army combat. Qi army generals or the original those people, and still have an absolute strength advantage. District Alinzi City how to attack not down? What is the problem? Because of this, sometimes very. Yili was wondering if the generals were deliberately acting themselves. Just because he had labeled Han Zian as a rebel, it made the generals in the army a bit disgruntled with him. In fact, such a conjecture was not something Yili imagined out of thin air, because before that, Han Zian did have very high prestige in the army, but anyone who held a prominent position in the military was more or less involved with Han Zian. This was why Yili had launched a purge of the army 3 times back. It's even reorganizing the new army. At this stage, however, the new army, not to mention drills, has not even recruited all the men and has no weapons or equipment. So naturally, it couldn't be on the field in this meeting. But anyway, at this point, Yili had already made a secret decision in his mind that after this battle, he would remove all of these generals and reinstall his own people on them. Qi's military power must be held firmly in its own hands. Just as Yili was secretly pondering, a messenger rode a fast horse and barged right into the barracks, and without slowing down the slightest bit, he ran quickly through the barracks. It didn't stop in time until it was in front of the center tent. Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. 5 days ago, the Wei army sent 200,000 troops to attack the western border of our country. Due to the main force of the border army rushed to support Linzi, the lack of troops is simply unable to defend. The Wei army commander Wei Xie even several cities and pawns, the army all the way to the northeast to push forward. Yesterday afternoon, Wei's army has already approached Shueling city, and I ask your Majesty to send troops to rescue it at once. The messenger leapt down from his horse and rushed directly into the tent, kneeling in front of Yili, reporting all the urgent reports from the west. What did you say? Yili, who couldn't believe her ears, stood up with a pang, eyes cold. He looked at the other party and opened his mouth to question. The messenger could only retell the matter, as it was. This time, Yali, who confirmed that she hadn't heard correctly. It just felt like a great humiliation. Wei actually dared to take the initiative to attack Qi, and also attacked and occupied a lot of territory. Realize that. Something like that, with the exception of the Huns some time ago. It's been a full decade since it happened in Qi. Or rather, this decade. Which of the neighboring countries did not kneel at the feet of Qi and bow down? Every year, not only do they have to send ambassadors on pilgrimage, but they also have to surrender a large amount of gold, silver and jewels in exchange for Qi's blessing. And now, as a result, not only did these countries break away from vassalage, how dare you initiate an attack? It's just a strange shame. Readers, please give it a 5-star review. As soon as we get to 8 points, the villain goes straight to a 10,000 word explosion. Just 0.2 points away. Please. Chapter 77, Bad News Follows. Danger of the Fall of the State. Asterisk. Who gave Wei the nerve? It's good that I didn't take the initiative to look for trouble with him, and now he actually dares to take the initiative to attack. Could it be that he really thinks that Qi is late in the game and that the swords of the Qi army are no longer sharp? When the messenger came out of the tent, Yili could no longer control her emotions. With a kick that toppled the desk in front of him, he then copied the sword behind him, hanging on the wall, and swung it at everything he could see in front of him. For a moment, the whole tent was in a mess. There are marks everywhere from the swings of long swords. Yili, who was furious, even tore her voice and let out a scream. Looking around, there was no longer the usual imperial majesty when he was the king of the 9 to 5, but instead like a crazy shrew at the entrance of the vegetable market. While venting her anger, she also roared from time to time, I am the female emperor of Daki. When has my Daki heavenly kingdom ever been humiliated like this? You deserve to die. All of you. Surname Wei. Don't think that just because you occupy a few cities now, you can turn them into Wei. After I quell the rebellion, I will immediately turn my troops around and step on the city of Diliang. I'll make the entire Wei kingdom, up and down, chicken and dogs. When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses are ambushed and thousands of miles of blood are shed. I am going to make every inch of Wei's land stained with blood, and I am going to make you regret your decision today. After a roar of near madness, Yili's mood gradually calmed down. This is not to say that Yili is not angry, but she knows that the priority is still to recover Linzi first and eliminate the rebels. In order to resist foreign aggression, we must first pacify the interior. Otherwise, she had no way to move its troops externally, not to mention that those large armies responsible for guarding the borders are now assembling over here, which means that at this point in time, Qi's border defense is almost equal to nothing. At the time of, without waiting for Yili's ass to get hot, another messenger, panicked, rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. 3 days ago, 100,000 Iron Horsemen of the Jin army came south in force. General Gao Wenchang of Jinbei fought hard to resist, but the disparity in strength was so great that the Jin army directly routed our defenses. Subsequently, the Jin army was as strong as a bamboo along the way. Even Clinal, Zhuo City, Wunan, Pingshu and more than 10 other cities. And I also ask your majesty to send troops to support them as soon as possible. Yili was not even dreaming of it. The intelligence of Wei's attack had just been received, and in the twinkling of an eye the northern border followed suit. But that's not all. Emergency reports from various regions were sent to Yili as if they were snowflakes. The horses in the post stations all over Qi have almost no time to rest, one after another of the 800-mile expedited messengers. And in between, I don't know how many war horses have died of exhaustion. Your Majesty, Zhu sent 30,000 troops to capture Huling City. Urgent report from the northern border. Liao's great general, Yelu Dingen, has swung south with an army of 80,000 and has already occupied all the area north of Hangshan. Your Majesty, Shuzhou is in an emergency situation. Song has sent 50,000 troops north along the Surabaya River, and 3 days ago the soldiers approached Pinglu City. The Shuzhou assassin asks your majesty to quickly send troops to rescue them. Your majesty, Lu, Huling City in emergency. Zhang sends troops. The other countries surrounding Qi, as if by agreement, attacked Qi almost simultaneously. Originally, these countries were basically vassal states of Qi. Either they were in the way of Qi's soldier peaks, or they were sorely beaten by. In short, during the preceding 10 years, these countries were required to pay annual coins to Qi every year. Now, however, with the decline of Qi's power, these once vassal states, one after the other, flashed their swords towards Qi, as if they wanted to return all the subjugation they had received before. Yili, as the Empress of Qi, at this point in time, sitting in the tent, looking at the thick pile of urgent reports from the border in front of him, the rage of the heart is so great that words can no longer even describe the. Yili only felt that his whole body was cold. His body was even involuntarily trembling. That was the reaction of a body that was completely out of control under extreme anger. Eyes that were once soft and full of soul, at this moment, but it was densely covered with dense blood, and his eyes were red. The original delicate and absolutely beautiful face was now even more horrible and hideous, with the 5 senses almost twisted together. Yili clenched her fists, her joints cackling. She never thought that, himself someday, will face to something like this. Countries that were once as humble as dogs, kneeling at their own feet, are now not only straightening their backs, but also showing their swords. How dare they? How dare dash? In a few short words, Yili almost gritted her back teeth. The full-blooded anger that had nowhere to vent was transformed into monstrous killing intent. Now Yili, I just want to recover Linzi as soon as possible, and will be the traitor Yilu father and son to extract the tendons and skin. Death by 1,000 cuts. Then he swung his army outward and stamped out all those countries that did not know how to die. She will make the subjects of these nations, from top to bottom, men, women and children, all will bleed dry, to turn these countries into hell on earth and make them regret what they have done today. Since you chose to provoke my Daki, you must face the preparation of enduring my Daki's wrath. When Yili's voice, already hoarse to the point of not being able to speak properly, Yili's roar only stopped when, but this, it doesn't quell the anger in the heart. Took a drink of water. Give your throat a breather. Yili sat on a chair, one hand supporting his head, exhaustion written all over his face. In the recent past, one thing after another in Qi, it almost exhausted Yili's energy. 10 years on the throne. For the first time, Yili felt so tired. I don't know why. Previously, it was as if Qi had received the favor of heaven, and whatever it did went very smoothly. Whether it is reforming and changing the law, governing people's livelihoods, or going on foreign campaigns, there is almost never any negative news coming out. But it's these months. Qi's good fortune seems to have vanished. All kinds of negative news came in one after another. Although Yili was confident that she could calm all these things down as much as she could. After all, the Qi army was her backbone. But to see the once invincible Qi army, now play a Linzi city or so laborious time, do not know why. Yili's deep heart, but also rose a kind of ominous feeling of foreboding. Or rather, Yili smelled a touch. The dangerous scent of a fallen nation. Today's ratings haven't been swiped yet. Guess it should be about the same though. Tomorrow is a straight-up blowout. In the words of the latter, look at the increase in ratings. Readers, the author had a dream last night that anyone who gave 5-star reviews and Power for Love would get a promotion and a raise and find a beautiful girlfriend. Chapter 78. Good news after a long time. Chu's blood runs into rivers. Perhaps it's a woman's sixth sense. The sense of the crisis of a dying nation. It creeps up inside. This was a feeling that Yili had never felt before in her 10 years of reign, but before that sense of crisis could appear for too long, it was pressed down by Yili. In the end, Qi now looks like it seems to be an internal and external crisis. But Qi's roots were still there, and hundreds of thousands of border elites were Yili's bottom line. As long as the Qi army was still around, no matter what he faced, Yili was confident that he would be able to suppress it. Outside the tent, seemingly because he hadn't heard Yili's angry cry for a long time, a eunuch walked in and Yili looked up at the eunuch and asked with a mischievous expression, "What are you doing here again? Can't it be that there is another urgent report from the border?" The eunuch knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, it is not an urgent report from the border, but a secret report sent by a scout from the Chu kingdom." Having said that, a secret letter was sent to Yili. Hearing no more urgent reports from the border, Yili could be considered relieved. After all, from yesterday until now, she had already received an unknown number of urgent reports that the entire border of Qi had basically been attacked by the neighboring countries. Suffice it to say, this isn't a belly flop anymore. Instead, they were attacked on all sides, simultaneously. Although Yili couldn't see the scene of the invasion, he could imagine that the territory of Qi was now diminishing at a rapid rate. Yet for all that, Yili had made up her mind. When the rebellion is quelled, these unknowing nations will be made to pay. Lower your head. Picking up that secret letter from Chu. It's not open, though, but when she heard the word Chu, Yili couldn't help but think of Han Zian. In particular, thinking of how the other party might react when the current plight of Qi, both internally and externally, reached Han Zian's ears. Yili couldn't help but feel a roaring fire of anger burning in her chest. "Han Zian, I'm afraid you're pretty excited right now. Seeing the state of Qi now, is it gloating there? Or are you mocking me for having eyes without a pearl? The reason Qi has become what it is today is because of the absence of you? Ha! You less there to get carried away. Victory or defeat is the usual thing in the military. Not to mention the Daki with armor million. The district some small people. I turn my hand can be destroyed. Those ungrateful small countries. I will absolutely make them pay. Which also includes you. When I calm down all the things here, I will definitely swing south. Raise the Chu country to the ground. You and the surname Su will be drawn and quartered and broken into pieces." Yili reddened his eyes that spewed with rage but with her voice already hoarse, she didn't yell and scream. Opened the secret letter, eyes sweeping over the top of the. Suddenly, Yili's eyes, which were just filled with anger, abruptly turned a little stunned, followed by a gloating look, and he couldn't stop laughing with excitement. "Ha ha 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 ha, Han Zian, are you trying to laugh me to death? Or are you really that simple? How dare you try to get the gentry to pay for grain as one? What a joke! Do you know that such a move will make you offend the gentry of the whole world? When you were in Qi, you presumed to carry out such a change in the law. If not for me stopping it in time, I'm afraid you would not have been able to move an inch in Qi. I didn't expect that you would run to Chu to implement such a change. According to this, it may be that before I swung south, your head on your collar was already removed by the Chu gentry." The reason for Yili's excitement was simple. The first is that for some time now, negative news after negative news, bad news after bad news every day. After pent-up aggression for such a long time, now finally seeing a piece of good news, how could it not make Yili excited? And, with a move like that, on the surface, it might raise the country's taxes and fill the treasury. There are more things you can do with that money, but the difficulty involved in trying to get the squire to take the money cannot be overstated. For thousands of years, it's not that no emperor has ever wanted to do this, but without exception, they all ended up in a bad way. Don't think it's a lot of tax to make the squires pay, but it's cut and dry to their detriment anyway, and the squire and the official are often bound together. As long as the squire won't, the officials were able to force the emperor's hand in the courtroom. It can even make the decree go beyond the palace. Having said that, Han Zian has purged the court, but it's only a courtroom. All over Chu, there are still ignoring gentry. And these people are obstacles to the implementation of the decree. In Yili's opinion, this kind of thing was simply impossible to do. After all, the rule of the country, the power of the emperor, comes from these people. Even if you are an immediate emperor, you have fought your own way down. But what about the governance of the country? It's still not relying on these people. We can't rely on lapdogs who can't read a word, can we? Such things were arguably worse before the invention of papermaking than they are now, as knowledge tended to be monopolized by the upper classes. Ordinary people simply can't afford to read. Although the advent of papermaking lowered the cost of reading, it still wasn't affordable for the average family, which is the same even if the science is out. There is no plebeian family that can afford a full off-the-books reader. So, on such a basic disk, the position of the squire is, to all intents and purposes, unassailable, which is equally true in Qi. At that time, Han Zian did not think of reform, only in the way of the Qi state at that time. The state is weak, but also to face the threat of foreign enemies. Han Zian also didn't want Qi to be in turmoil again, plus Yi Li's persuasion, so he gave up on this plan. The current move in Chu, in Yi Li's opinion, was tantamount to taking the path of death. It's been a long time since I've heard a piece of good news that Yi Li's pair of beautiful eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Han Zian, I've long said that you're nothing without me, but unfortunately I'm afraid I don't have the chance to thwart you with my own hands. While overflowing with smiles, Ye had begun to fantasize that, in a few days by himself, he would be able to hear the news that Han Zian had turned against his family in Chu, and the gentry of Chu had united together to pressure Su Qingshan, who had been forced to behead Han Zian. Just, while Yi Li was fantasizing, thousands of miles away in Chu, there had already been bloodshed. Thank you, my fellow readers, for your 5-star reviews. The author appreciates it and would like to thank you. We said we'd do it, and we'll do it. Let's start with a 10,000 word explosion today, and see what happens tomorrow. Chapter 79 Armed Resistance to Taxation. Among the counties, the once prosperous family is now red with blood. The pungent odor of blood hangs in the air. A corpse, and countless chests containing gold, silver, and jewels, were carried out. The people on the sidelines were pointing and talking. Among them, there are also a lot of incitement of the people, to prevent the collective resistance to the tax of the gentry, in the plagiarism of the family after the destruction of the family, but also someone will be read out in public each other's crimes, but also is considered to be an example of killing chickens and monkeys. Such bloodshed, it's happening almost everywhere in Chu. After all, it's impossible to get those squires to pay their taxes honestly. In that case, then the sword will have to do the talking. Han Zian just wanted to see if their heads were iron or if the swords of his army were sharper. In the Qing dynasty, you could shave your hair and change your clothes. How come it's so hard to pay a tax now? Is that the best you can do? Or can you lose the lives of your entire family for that amount of money? In conclusion, at this time in Chu, under the swords of the army, countless squires lost their lives, but Han Zian's brutal approach has apparently caused more voices of resistance. The Son of Heaven is immoral and favors the treacherous. Even if you kill me today, there will be thousands of me behind me, and you won't be able to kill them all. Dog Emperor, you will definitely regret what you did today. Even if you kill me today, can you block the world's long mouth? Su Qingshan, Han Zian, you pair of will surely be immortalized in the history books for 10,000 years. Even if you kill my entire family, so what? We're just one step ahead of you, waiting for you in the middle of hell. After I die, please hang my head above the east gate. I want to see with my own eyes the day Chu dies. Do you know that today's act is the way for Chu to die? And by killing my family today, you will surely be spurned by the world's scholars. People have a death, or heavier than MT Tai or lighter than a feather. I died today for the sake of the country and the gods of the earth and grain, and in the future I will surely go down in history, while you are just a group of robbers, and you will surely be left in the history books for 10,000 years. In all the years I've lived, I've never seen an emperor of any dynasty that would plunder the gentry's household wealth, and if you massacre us today, in the coming days I'll see who else will be willing to serve Chu. In the face of the butcher's knife of the Chu, there were those who regretted and begged for forgiveness, those who cursed and cursed angrily, and those who went to their deaths with great righteousness and generosity. Of course, for most of the gentry, in the end, when faced with death, all that was revealed were expressions of regret, constantly howling bitterly and pleading to be spared. After all, originally, according to their thoughts, they didn't even think that Han Zian would dare to actually move the knife, as opposed to money. Apparently it's life that's more important. Why cut off an entire family for a measly tax? But in addition, there are some with backbone, put on a righteous look, as if the Chu army's behavior is brutal and inhumane, dehumanizing. On the contrary, what they did, however, was to die for the sake of the country and the people. For these people, as long as they die in a way that makes them famous, it's like more important than their lives. In fact, such people were really not a minority in ancient times. It's just that, as more and more people are killed. At first, there were many people who tried to write a petition to impeach these people for killing people and causing harm to the people, and asked for a strict investigation. It turns out that within 2 days, just have the army come to their door and then they will be copied and destroyed for tax resistance. When the rest of the gentry saw that Han Zian was determined to collect the tax, and even more so when blood was spilled, some of the gentry banded together and chose to resist the tax by arming themselves, especially in some big families, where the number of household servants alone is in the thousands, not to mention the large number of slaves down there. As long as these people wear swords, they are a not-so-weak military force. Originally, the officials who controlled the power over the imperial court were precisely because behind them, they had strong armed forces, which made the emperor throw his weight around. Although this force, which has been annihilated by Han Zian, but it doesn't mean that the other lineages don't have the ability to arm armies. With the emergence of the first family to opt for armed resistance to taxes, the whole of Chu is in a state of flux. A large number of families, squires, landowners, etc., chose to join together and form their own large armies, and they united with the local people along with their armed tax resistance. After such a voice reached Han Zian's ears, Han Zian doesn't hesitate. Direct order. However, any armed resistance to taxes will be punished as a rebellion. Han Zian isn't going to be polite to them. Almost mobilized Chu, more than 70% of the army, to go to various places to quell the rebellion. Now the outward declaration is not even a tax collection anymore, but directly in the name of pacifying the rebellion, in front of a real army of courtiers. Among them, including the Longchamps and the Black Armor Army, were also elites who had fought hundreds of battles. Where was the resistance of the armed bands that the squires had improvised? Almost like mowing the lawn, centered on counties, the army radiated in all directions. And, in addition to the liquidation of these rebels who were armed against the tax, Han Zian had set up a tax bureau in Black Ice Terrace and had people from the tax bureau traveling to various counties to tax the local merchants and small to medium-sized landowners. It's okay for merchants. They were already paying taxes, just a little more regulated now. As for those small and medium-sized landowners, one by one, their hearts are dripping blood when they pay taxes, but it can't be helped. They can't even muster the strength to mount an armed tax protest. There is only the pain of choosing to pay taxes. Beyond that, there are also those families and large landowners who choose to pay their taxes honestly and remain the focus of the IRS. After all, who knows if you're cheating on your taxes? This kind of thing, no matter what dynasty it was placed in, was a common occurrence. Anyway, according to Han Zian's words, it is whoever has more money. I will manage to ask for money, and it doesn't matter what your status is and what your position is in Chu. As long as you have made money in Chu, you have to pay the tax even if you have a single copper plate. Besides, if we don't go to you rich families and landowners to collect taxes, do we have to go to those unruly people who can't earn more than a few coins a year to collect taxes? Find them even if they are squeezed to the bone to collect a few dollars? Just look at the officials at the end of the Ming dynasty, one by one, in front of Chongzhen, crying as if they were a clean official with two sleeves. However, when Li Zicheng entered the city, the money that was seized could top the taxes of the Ming dynasty for several years. And it turns out that this group of people don't have to pay taxes? What a joke! It's like the pretty country paying taxes on drugs. In Chu's territory, even if you get money from corruption, you still have to pay the taxes. Thank you for the reward from the boss of Tianhui Runwang. I can't express my excitement enough. I'd like to thank you, and thanks to all the other readers who are still watching this book. My gratitude to you, my fellow readers, comes together as a thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 80, The Fullness of the Treasury and the Granary. As the entire situation in Chu became more and more intense, Han Zian's reputation could be said to be one of heavenly fury, especially the sons of the families. I can't wait to directly rise up and rebel, kill into Shochuan City, and cut off Han Zian's head and kick it as a ball. It's just that you can only think about such things in your mind, because over time, within Chu, the voices of armed resistance to the tax are also diminishing. No way. People are dead. You can't yell even if you want to. With the exception of a very few counties that knew better, the city was basically a bloodbath. Originally, those armed tax resistors couldn't make much of a splash in the face of the thunderous suppression of Chu's army. As for foreign enemies, the whole turmoil in Chu lasted a month. Not to mention foreign enemies, none of the neighboring countries would dare to think ill of Chu. Han Zian's presence. It was like the demon-suppressing sword of the demon locking tower, suppressing all the demons and devils honestly, not daring to raise any dissent in their hearts. As the voices of armed resistance to the tax died down, the countless taxes collected were also transported to Shochuan by truckload under the escort of the army. Finally, statistically, the taxes made up by the gentry in all parts of Chu total 379 million taels of silver and 4.7 million stones of grain and grass, though it was said that Han Zian had requested that these people make up for the taxes they hadn't paid before. There was still a cap set. Just make up the previous 10 years. Otherwise, if you go back indefinitely, it would have to go back hundreds of years to the founding of the country. In addition to these voluntary tax payments, it's the wealth from the raid that's the big one. A total of 23.5 million taels of gold, 2.67 billion taels of silver, a total of 40 cars of valuable paintings, antiques, and 13 cars of precious stones. ivory and pearls, after wagon loads of gold, silver, and jewels, as well as countless quantities of grain and grass had been transported to Shochuan. Su Qingxiang was embarrassed to find that Shochuan's grain depot pressure cannot hold so much grain. Realize that Shochuan City, as the capital of the state of Chu, the largest grain silo in the country was built here. Results: now the collected grain can't even hold 1/5 of it. Unable to do anything about it, Su Qingjia ordered the construction of a granary while, at the same time, in the cities of Jiangling, Jinling, Shopi, and so on, the same construction of granaries, and get food shipped that way close by. In fact, not only the granary, but also the treasury was not able to hold so much gold and silver jewelry. Finally, those that really can't be put away can only be piled up in the spare palaces of the palace. At this time in the Chu Palace, mountains of gold and silver were directly piled up in several palaces. Looking at such a scene, Su Qingshan didn't even know what to say for a moment. She knows that these riches, all of them are from the Chu family, squires and landlords, accumulated from generations of ancestors. As a result, we're now directly under Han Xian's thumb, and with countless heads falling to the ground. For all of this, Han Xian still showed an attitude of taking things for granted. However, Su Qingxiang was also clear in her heart about the importance of letting the gentry pay taxes for the development of Chu. There was just one thing that really puzzled her. Why were these people, who possessed so much wealth, unwilling to pay the taxes? And after such an upheaval, now the morning court of Chu, the originally large number of people who had filled the court were now left with a scant few dozen people. Throughout the court, there are a large number of vacant official positions. All of these vacated positions have suffered because of their involvement in the tax protests. Looking at a scene like this, Su Qingshan was helpless. She didn't know if it was a hallucination of her ears. She felt that her speaking voice would echo in the hall. It's too empty. When the court was dismissed, the two strolled through the palace and Su Qingshan sighed lightly and said with slight concern, "My dear husband, you are too heavy in killing. Will doing so hurt the peace of heaven?" Han Xian laughed softly. The talk of ghosts and gods is inherently illusory. What's more, behind their backs, these people are likewise male thieves and prostitutes, oppressing the people and seizing good land, from their ancestors onwards. It is estimated that heaven's grudges and people's wrath have not been done much, and although I do not dare to say that I have acted on behalf of the heavens, I definitely have a clear conscience. The people diligently plow for a year and the harvest they get is only a few dozen stones of grain, even they have to pay taxes. Why should the brocade-clad gentry not have to pay taxes? Su Qingshan's eyebrows frowned slightly, her expression filled with worry. That's true, but this matter has no precedent after all. If you do this, Sangong, in the future, when you go on foreign conquests, the gentry of other countries may not be too friendly to Chu, and now Chu's court is at a near standstill. Knowing the worry in Su Qingshan's heart, Han Xian gently took the other party's slender, white jade hand and said soothingly, "Your Majesty need not worry. Changing the law is supposed to be built on blood, and there's always going to be a period of pain. But when that passes, Chu will usher in a high rate of development. As for future expansion, all is vanity in the face of absolute strength." Seeing the confidence exuded by Han Xian, Su Qingshan pursed her lips and didn't pursue too much on this matter. Or rather, in Su Qingxiang's opinion, one chose to trust Han Xian and entrusted all things to the other party. So just let go and let the other party do it. Just as the two were strolling through the back garden, the Xiao Wanjun, the little maid, came out from nowhere, with a secret letter in his hand. "Your Excellency, just now Li Sanyuan came and said the latest news from Qi." As he spoke, the secret letter had been shoved into Han Xian's hand. Qi again. Hearing these two words, Su Qingxiao helplessly rolled her eyes. During this time, or since Han Xian came to Chu, the two are practically inseparable. Though for what Han Xian did, Su Qingshan wouldn't interfere, but Han Xian would also mention whatever he did to the other side. Among them, obviously also included, let Black Ice Terrace pay extra attention to Qi's movements. During this period of time, because of Qi's internal turmoil, as well as the attacks from the neighboring countries, there were basically 7 or 8 letters and reports about Qi coming in every day. This also made, now Su Qingxiao felt a headache when she heard these two words. Those who knew the ins and outs of it knew that Han Xian was trying to return the humiliation he had received in Qi to Yili. Those who weren't aware of it thought Han Xian had a lover in Qi. Opened the secret letter. The content is pretty much the same as before. Nothing more than Yili launched several more attacks on Linzi City, the approximate number of casualties, and how tenaciously the rebels in the city resisted. Then there was the army of So-and-so country, which had captured that city of Qi again, and where the army was advancing to. Anyway, that's basically all the information Qi is sending now. Only this time, the last part of the missive mentions that the Yili spent a large amount of gold and silver. wanting to buy the inner circle in Linzi City to help the Qi army enter the city. Such behavior even bribed the head of the Black Ice Terrace personnel. The letter is also asking Han Zian what to do. Hiss. Rubbing his chin. Han Zian also did not expect that he was far away from Shochuan, and there is still a chance to sway the situation in Linzi City. Chapter 3 is served. There are 2 more chapters to follow, and my wrists and knuckles, now, are a little sore. Allow my little brother to rest before continuing. From elementary school contact with the computer began to play games, and now so many years down. Whiplash, tenosynovitis and whatnot. Alas, it's all tears to say too much. Chapter 81, the Qi Army's internal response. People in Shochuan manipulating the situation in Linzi City. Seeing the last content, Su Qingshan did not hold back her laughter, especially at the thought that Yili spent a lot of money to send a large number of internal scouts into the city in an attempt to buy an inside man, and as a result of looking around, he actually found the head of a member of the Black Ice Terrace. This thing, if Yili knew about it, he was afraid that he would have to spit 3 liters of blood out in anger on the spot. Su Qingshan looked at Han Zian with a smile. Sagittarius, what are you going to do? I think it's quite good to let Yili continue to be in a hurry outside the city. This if we open the door and let her into the city, I guess the rebellion will be pacified soon, and then she'll be able to free up her hands and face the foreign enemies. Han Zian propped his chin on one hand. His gaze froze as he looked at Su Qingshan, his mind in deep thought. To release or not to release? If the city gates were open to let the Qi army enter the city, according to the difference in strength between the 2 sides, it is expected that the rebellion would be quickly pacified. If he didn't release it, Han Zian estimated that Yili would also look for other breakthroughs and lead his army to break through Linzi City. The fact that the rebels have managed to hold out so far, it's already more than Han Zian expected. Under normal circumstances, the feudal lords have risen in rebellion. After such a long time, it would probably have been suppressed by the court's thunder. The king of Jiaodong was able to hold out until now, or because of Yili's assists, plus by virtue of Linzi City's geographical advantage. The only pity is that, although the king of Jiaodong captured Linzi, Yili managed to escape, without the emperor in hand. The king of Jiaodong had no legitimacy at all. Even if he controlled the palace, it was useless, and now trapped in the city of Linzi, directly caught in a jar. It's a pity that it's a lost cause after all. Forget it, just fulfill Yili for once. Han Zian shook his head and then spoke. In fact, even if I don't allow it from my side, the rebels inside Linzi City won't be able to hold out for much longer. And, Han Zian paused, looking in the direction where Qi was, and said in a flat tone, and there are some things that I want to do with my own hands. If Qi is destroyed so easily, I'm afraid that it will be the regret of my life. Next, Han Zian called Li Sanyuan to his heels and instructed him to pass back the order to meet Yili to open the city gates. Receiving orders, Li Sanyuan left the palace and went to the headquarters of the Black Ice Platform, also known as the Chingon Restaurant. The name, respectively, was taken from one of the characters in the names of Su Qingshan and Han Zian, as a place used for enrichment and intelligence gathering. Under Han Zian's operation, the restaurant was overcrowded every day and business was exceptionally hot. Following the dark door of the restaurant, Li Sanyuan came to the place where the Black Ice Terrace passed on information and conveyed Han Zian's order. In a few moments, a carrier pigeon flying high in the sky, flapping his wings, he disappeared into the sky. The distance between Shochuan and the city of Linzi is more than 1,000 miles. If you only go to the 800-mile expedited message delivery, theoretically 2 days can arrive. But due to the rugged road in the middle, and the waterway intersecting and crisscrossing, there is no way for the messenger to keep going at full speed. So the message is delivered, basically, in 2 to 3 days. But as a carrier pigeon, the highest distance flown per day is close to 700 kilometers, or 400 miles, and that distance is still flying in a straight line. So when there's urgent intelligence, between Linzi and Shochuan, by flying pigeons, you can basically receive news every other day. The next day, when that member of the Black Ice Terrace in Linzi City received the news, he turned his head and contacted the Qi troops outside the city, agreeing to raise a fire at 3 o'clock this evening as a signal. He would send his men to set fire to the east of the city to attract the attention of the rebels, and then take his men to the west gate to receive the Qi army's entry into the city. This member of the Black Ice Platform was named Zhao Zhenhu, born in the year 1194 of the summer calendar, now 27 years old. He opened a martial arts school in the city of Linzi. Zhao Zhenhu was born from a young age. Not only is his body stout, but also practiced a horizontal training kung fu. Although we can't talk about being invulnerable to swords and spears, but when it comes to fighting, one will definitely not be a problem to beat 10 years ago during the Qi turmoil. Zhao Zhenhu had also spent some time in the military because of chance. Then Pops died, Zhao Zhenhu went home and inherited the martial arts school. The pavilion now boasts about 200 or 300 disciples. In Linzi City is also considered quite large. This time, Yili was also looking at Zhao Zhenhu's power, so when he sent people into the city to buy off the inner circle, it included Zhao Zhenhu. In the face of such things, Zhao Zhenhu delivered the news to Shouchuan at the first opportunity and asked Han Zian what he meant. Now, Zhao Zhenhu, who got a reply, he directly contacted the Qi army outside the city, agreed on the details, and started making preparations himself. Outside the city, the Qi army camp, Yili's mood in these 2 days didn't seem particularly bad. As for why, it was still because Yili didn't move like usual, smashing things or even shouting inside the tent. But it seemed to the serving courtesan that it was entirely because, right now, Yili's voice was muffled from shouting. In the recent past, Yili was actually discussing with the generals, every day, about how to break the city. If there's no external pressure, the Qi army could have surrounded the area for a year and a half and just kept on spending time with the rebels. While at war, the food and clothing for hundreds of thousands of troops is astronomical every day. But this time, after all, it's a home game. The supply of military rations is still not much of a problem. But now, after all, with the external threat of enemy forces, this has been a period of time when all kinds of unfavorable news have been coming in every day. Either this place is lost today, or the army of some country has surrounded some city. If one were to connect these lost cities on a map, one could clearly see that the territory of Qi had shrunk by a large circle. This is still the result of the convergence of neighboring countries. After all, they know in their hearts that this offense count on taking advantage of the fire. When Qi slowed down, it would definitely be looking for someone to start a fight. So I didn't even hit him too hard. After all, no one wanted Qi to make an example of themselves. Yili was sitting in the middle of the army tent, with a sad face. Every now and then, the shouts of an army attacking the city came to his ears. It's been like this for quite some time now, but by whatever means the city was attacked, it was beaten back by the rebels. Before and after, more than 50,000 soldiers have been lost. If it weren't for the fact that I can't fight, nor is it possible, say, to be reduced to the point of needing to buy an inside job to help open doors. Only, those among the rebels can't be bought off at all. It's not like anyone outside of the army is capable of helping to open the gates. Think about it. Zhao Zhenhu then entered Yili's line of sight. Just as Yili was struggling, a general with a happy face walked into the tent with large strides. Your Majesty, just now the owner of the Zhao's martial arts school in the city has given his reply, agreeing to set fire to the city at the 3rd hour of the night this evening to receive us into the city. Having heard the reply, Yili's eyes lit up. Are you telling the truth? The general's voice was exact, 1,000 times true. This is the reply letter written by the other party. Please have a look at it. Your Majesty. Yili snatched the epistle with after reading the above, the corners of his mouth are hidden joy. Well, truly worthy of being a citizen of Daki, truly a righteous man who is loyal to his king and loves his country. After I have pacified the rebellion, I will definitely reward you generously. After a big, excited laugh, Yili stood up with a stern gaze. Pass the order down. Kill cows and slaughter sheep tonight to reward the 3 armies. When the 3rd watch is over, recapture the city of Linzi and destroy the rebels. P.S. There's a chapter after this. I took a nap in the afternoon and ended up sleeping until dark, so I don't know if I'll be able to sleep at night. Chapter 82, The Egotistical, Stupid Waste Empress. Midnight. A waning moon hangs high in the sky. Amidst the clouds, several points of starlight appeared and disappeared. Moonlight sprinkled in the silent city of Linzi. Cicadas chirped occasionally, and half a person was not seen on the streets. Outside the city, by the cover of the night, 300,000 Qi troops stood ready to surround the city of Linzi. Yili, dressed in military attire, stood in front of the military formation, her clear and cold gaze looking out at Linzi city in front of her. The slender white jade hand rested on the sword at her waist. It seems to be due to nervousness. A lot of sweat was secreted from his hands. However, on the surface, Yili always maintained a cool, solitary appearance. At this time, the entire 300,000 Qi troops were waiting for an internal response from the city. Just when Yili was frowning slightly, waiting with some impatience, and even muttering in her heart whether she was being teased or not, snapped. A flash of fire suddenly lit up in the direction of the east of the city. The blazing flames were particularly conspicuous in the darkness of the night, and as the first flames appeared, followed by the second and third courses, Shasta, the entire eastern part of the city was covered by a blazing fire. Rolling smoke rose to the sky, and even if one was outside the city, one could faintly hear cries of alarm coming from one's ears. Seeing this scene, Yili's face flashed with excitement. He had waited for so long, and now he finally saw the hope of breaking through Lindsay City. My good royal uncle, I wonder how you've been doing all this time. To be able to live in my palace, you must have gotten carried away in the meantime, right? But you may not know that I have not been able to sleep a single day, and if I can't whip you into shape, how can I sleep? Just as Yi Li gritted her teeth, her heart flickering with hatred for Yi Lu, Yuan Lianxing, the secretary of the Ministry of War by his side, raised his hand and pointed to the west gate of Lindsay City and shouted, Your Majesty, look, there are torches lit up on the city tower, and there are faint sounds of killing coming from the city. I think the inner circle is fighting with the defenders. Let's quickly attack the city now. Right. Bottom line. Yi Li snapped back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, All troops listen to the order. Attack the city. In a split second, hundreds of thousands of troops roared up behind him. Densely packed soldiers, carrying ladders, ran toward Lindsay City. At this point in time, inside the palace, Yi Lu, who had heard the clamor, had already finished putting on his armor and walked down the street with his personal guards. Looking at the scene of flames in the east of the city, he was shocked and furious. What in the world has happened? Someone next to him replied, Back to your majesty. I don't know why, but a fire suddenly broke out in the east of the city at the third hour, and there was more than one place where the fire broke out. Hear this. Yi Qi, who was beside him, immediately snorted coldly. Father, this is obviously someone deliberately setting a fire in an attempt to attract our attention. The person who set the fire, if the child's expectation is not wrong, must be the Qi army's internal response can be estimated that this time, the Qi army has already attacked the city. Yi Lu nodded. You analyzed it well. The situation is now urgent. You quickly lead your troops to the city gates to rush to help. Yi Gue, yes, sir. Having said that, Yi Gue rolled onto his horse and led his men to try to run towards the city gates. Just a little further out, suddenly a soldier in front of him who was covered in blood and his face was filled with panic ran over, and after seeing Yi Gue's figure, he flung himself on his knees and pointed his finger in the direction of the west city gate and shouted, Young general, something big is wrong. Just now there was suddenly a group of men in black, sneaking up on the city gates, and the Qi army launched an attack at the same time. With internal and external attacks, we are powerless to defend, and now the west gate has been lost. Yi looked at the other party incredulously, with a look of horror on his face, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He immediately yelled, What did you say? You tell this general again. The soldier helplessly recapitulated what had happened. Yi Qi, who confirmed that he hadn't heard wrongly, only felt that he was in an ice cave, without a trace of temperature on his whole body. But Yi Ji wasn't shocked for long, based on the difference in strength between the two sides. Yeah, I know. Once the Qi army is allowed to attack the city, then it's all over. Gritting his teeth, Yi Gue knew that it was imperative that he had to take back the west gate. All troops, listen to the order. Go to the west gate with all speed. Make sure to drive the Qi army out. However, Yi Gue's support was one step too late after all. With Zhao Zhenhu picking up the slack, the Qi army had long since killed their way into the city and taken control of the west gate. A steady stream of Qi troops, like a tidal wave, poured into the city from the west gate. In the distance, seeing this scene, Yi Qi's heart surged with endless unwillingness. Just one more step. Obviously it's just a step away. He himself would be the crown prince of the new dynasty, and his own father would be crown emperor. After all, both he and his father have conquered the capital of Qi. Results. It was because Yi Li, who was the empress of Qi, was still alive. They had no reason to be legal even if they controlled the palace, so they could only passively meet the attack of the Qi army. Even now, with the entry of the Qi army into the city, it also means that they will no longer have any hope of turning the tide. Just as Yi Gue's eyes were reddened and he was looking unwillingly at the Qi troops surging before him. By the light of the moon, he saw Yi Li's figure. That egotistical, stupid, incapable of governing. The empress, who was regarded as a waste by herself and her father, was now riding a high horse with a victor's stance, following the army towards herself with a face of excitement. Readers, for the sake of the author so hard to burst more, can you reward a 5-star praise and for the love of power please. Chapter 83, Quelling the Rebellion. Yi Li, I'm a new level of civil and military power. Gu, isn't this my cousin? What? Instead of being your Jiudong king's son in Jiudong, why did you run to Lindsay City? During this period of time, how are you living in Lindsay City? I have been thinking about you, cousin, day and night, and every day I can't wait to whip you into shape and break your body into pieces. Seeing the figure of Yi Li carried a victor stance and did not hide her excitement with all sorts of cynicism. Dozens of paces away, Yi Gue looked at the other party's complacent appearance and the anger in his chest was burning like a blazing fire. The clenched fingers were so hard that the nails were piercing deep into the flesh. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. Before the rising, Yi Gue then knew that the chance of winning was not high and was prepared for failure. But what he can't stand is that, in the whole process of rising up with his father, Yi Li's performance could be described as clumsy and inferior, especially at the Battle of Zizi River. He himself faced 5 times his own troops and crushed the army led by Yi Li from the front. It was also because of the other party's ugly to the extreme level of military command that he led his own army to capture the city of Linzi. Results: it's such a loser. And now you have the nerve to taunt yourself here? Are you worthy? Don't even piss on yourself. This so-called victory has half a cent to do with you? If it wasn't for the difference in strength between the two sides, it was just too much. Plus, the Qi army does have some, well, capable generals in it. Otherwise, if Yi Li were to command these troops, Yi Gue felt that if he brought 10,000 armored riders with him, it would be enough to crush Yi Li head-on. But now, he himself was being sneered at by such a loser. Endless anger spreads through the heart of the thought of being captured alive, and the fate of death. Yi Gue clenched his teeth and laughed coldly. Yi Li, you can only count on these Qi troops to support you behind your back to be able to fox and tiger here. Without these Qi troops, what kind of thing are you? I don't know who it was in the beginning, but he was killed by me and fled from Linzi City as if he were a lost dog, losing his armor and crying. And don't you think that after recovering Linzi, everything will be alright? She has a waste of an emperor like you, so I guess it's not far from the end of the country. In the face of Yi Gue's curses, Yi Li disdainfully snorted coldly. Successful king, you can only show off your tongue now. Wait, escort. Without waiting for Yi Li to finish, Yi Gue had already raised his lance high and led the army behind him, charging towards Yi Li. The sudden attack made Yi Li's face change in fear, and he hurriedly shrunk into the military formation behind him, while running and also cursing angrily. Now you are just dying. If you are willing to kneel down and beg me, I may have mercy and be able to spare your life. Yi Gue waved the lance in his hand and, like a bright meteor, he rushed into the Qi army formation. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bodies had been left behind. Seeing this scene, where was Yi Li's complacency and condescension from a moment ago, as he kept hitting the warhorse with his horsewhip, trying to keep himself away from the other party? A partial general, seeing Yi Gue continuously decapitating his own pawns, with an uncontrollable bellow. The sword in his hand was like a curved moon, swinging towards Yi Gue, thief who betrayed his master. Don't try to show off. Don't quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Humph. Yi Gue let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. Afterward, he came first, and the lance in his hand came out like electricity, directly stabbing through that partial general. Blood keeps pouring out of the wound. When Yi Li drew out his lance, the intestines and organs in his abdomen, mixed with blood, were scattered all over the place. Such a bloody scene almost scared Yi Li out of her wits. Although the front, Yi Li has also experienced the battlefield a few times, but this is the first time that, seeing the bloody scene of the battlefield at such close quarters. Only, no matter how valiant Yi Gue was, he was ultimately outnumbered. As the following Qi troops continued to pour up, Yi Gue gradually felt a little exhausted, and his body also appeared to have large and small, different degrees of injuries. As the blood drains away, Yi Gue gradually felt that the vision in front of his eyes was a bit dark. Every time he swung his lance, it was getting more and more laborious, and Yi Qi, who knew that his death was imminent, instead of showing the slightest color of fear, a helpless smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Li, who ran out 200 paces away, surrounded by the Qi army still, Yi Qi, who knew there was no more chance, helplessly laughed. Pity, it's a lost cause after all. Look behind you. All the generals who had followed him had long since fallen in a pool of blood. Surrounding himself was a steady stream of Qi troops. Now, Yi Qi, who needed to hold onto his lance to stabilize his body, looked at this picture of despair with a sad voice. Father, the child is leaving first. Having said that, Yi Gue exerted the last of his strength. Raising his lance again, he pierced through a Qi soldier in front of him. Next, he was also slashed to death by the Qi troops, who were following close behind. When the vitality faded, Yi Gue's body fell helplessly in a pool of blood. Yi Li, who saw this scene, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. How could she not expect the other party to be able to fight to the death and charge to the death under this desperate situation? If I hadn't run so fast just now, otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have become the soul of Yi Qiao's gun. The war didn't end with the death of Yi Gue. At the palace, Jiaodong King Yi Lu was still making his last stand, though he also knew that the situation today is beyond repair. However, the crime of conspiracy to commit treason is the first of the 10 most heinous and unpardonable crimes. There is no turning back as long as the army is up, since surrender is still death. It's better to fight to the death. With this will, the battle lasted from the third watch until noon. In the end, with Yi Lu, who fought to the last soldier, pulling out his sword and cutting his own throat, the rebellion was officially declared over. After noon, when Yi Li re-entered the palace where he used to live, the heart can be full of mixed feelings. From the time the king of Jiaodong had risen to the present, it had been less than a month, but he had experienced so many life and death crises before and after. But what was most difficult for Yi Li to accept was that this battle, Qi's loss of troops exceeded 200,000 men. That number, not that 200,000 died in battle. Rather, it is the number that is arrived at by counting all of them, including those who were injured and those who fled. Among them, the vast majority of the losses are the Battle of Zizi River, where Yi Li directly buried the 4 battalions and the imperial army. Realize that these two armies, one is responsible for the defense of the capital and the other is responsible for the defense of the palace. Both the importance and the level of elitism are evident. Results: in just one battle, he was buried by Yi Li for nothing. Although many of the defeated soldiers were gathered behind them, the rest of them were dead and wounded. And in addition to the loss of troops, there is the loss of territory. With this rebellion of the king of Jiaodong, Qi was greatly wounded. Yi Li saw the shocking number that touched her heart. It just felt incredibly mind-numbing. The only good news, however, is that the rebellion has finally been quelled. Thinking of this, Yi Li revealed a smile after a long time. Although this time Qi was greatly wounded. But the good thing is that the rebellion has been successfully pacified, and I have been able to take my civil and military skills to the next level. 10 years ago, the entire country of Qi was in flames, and at a time when the building was about to fall, I was able to set things right and bring the country of Qi back on track. Not to mention this small rebellion, which could easily be pacified by lifting my hands and feet. I don't know who gave this rebel the confidence to actually dare to rise up and rebel. It's a pity that this pair of father and son, one of whom killed himself and the other died in battle, didn't give me a chance to take out my anger. So it's really cheap for you, but it doesn't matter. There are still those small countries that don't know how to die behind us. I've already freed up my hands now. Shouldn't you all be ready to meet my wrath? Chapter 84. I'm still planning to march in person, although the Qi army suffered heavy losses. But after all, this time, it was the rebellion that he had quelled with his own hands. Yi Li could not be said to be excited at this point in her life. While envisioning how posterity would extol his achievements after his death, he was already wondering who to find to start with. The behavior of the surrounding countries on this occasion, in Yi Li's opinion, it's just a slap in the face. One by one, all stomping on the face. The front cancelled. The age of the coin is no longer subordinate even if, this time actually dare to take the initiative to attack. Encroachment of Qi's territory. If this thing continues to be tolerated, Yi Li didn't even dare to think about how other countries would react. By then, I'm afraid that they still think Qi is easy to bully, and if they don't straighten it out, it will get worse. If you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. Yi Li had already decided that he had to show his sword and let the world see that Qi was still the same Qi as it was in the middle of the day. The Qi army was likewise the original invincible Qi army. Qi, not to be dishonored. Making good decisions, Yi Li immediately summoned a group of generals, including Prime Minister Kai Kuan, Minister of War Yuan Lianqing, and a group of generals, to start a pre-royal meeting. Soon, the crowds are arriving one after another. After all, they had just gone through a big battle, and many of them were showing fatigue, and some of the generals were still stained with blood, but they should all be from the rebels. If it was his own blood that was spilled, then he shouldn't be standing here right now. When you see them all, Yi Li faintly said, this time to pacify the rebellion and recapture Linzi City. All of the secretaries have worked hard. However, although the rebellion has been pacified, there are still matters in the neighboring countries that need to be resolved. This bunch of ungrateful things have taken advantage of Qi's internal strife to rob the country and encroach on a large amount of Qi's territory. I will make them pay for their behavior. This time, not only do I intend to recover my country, but I will also step on these countries one by one at the same time. So I wonder what brilliant plans the secretaries have. As the voice falls, for a moment, all the people in the hall were silent. While the country needs to be recovered, and these countries need to be taught a lesson. But here's the thing. At this stage, she had just gone through a bloody battle and could be said to have lost soldiers and generals. And under such circumstances, it was not at all suitable to continue the conquest. The most correct approach, obviously recuperating for a while first. Take your time to clean up after you've slowed down. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. No one dares to open this mouth. After all, Yi Li has been in power for 10 years, and everyone knows what kind of temper Yi Li is. And in the past, the big and small things, it was still Han Xian to solve. It's okay now. Yili is in a position of great power. After these few months of contact, they also saw that what Yili wanted to do, they had to go along with her, or else they would be labeled as teaching me to do things. Otherwise, in the beginning, if Yili had obeyed and chose to hold the wall, the rebels were afraid that they would have been surrounded and died outside the city. Where would there be anything behind? Seeing that no one wants to talk, finally, or Prime Minister Kai Kun, lightly coughed, stood out and said, "Your Majesty." The old minister thought that the lost territory should certainly be taken back. Those small countries that defy my Dichi's national prestige must also pay the price, but it is still a bit too hasty to send out troops now. Now that Daki has just gone through a civil strife, the army has been fighting hard for many days and is already exhausted. To continue to use troops at this time is a great taboo for soldiers. Why don't we recuperate for a few months, and wait until the coming spring when it warms up, and then we'll send out our troops to the outside world. This side hasn't finished talking yet. Yili, who had already heard what the other party meant, looked at Kai Kun with a gaze that had grown colder and colder. Among them, there was even a gust of killing intent emanating from them. Realize that, in the eyes of Yeli, the reason why the Qi army faced the Xiongnu before and suffered a disastrous defeat was firstly because of Gao Quan's greed for success, and secondly because of Gao Quan's recommendation by Kai Kun. If it wasn't because of these two people, where would Qi have suffered that kind of disgrace? If it wasn't for the fact that the Kai family had a prominent family lineage and a reputation of 4 generations, Yili would have seen it long ago. Results. You old man, now you're the first to come out and sing against me? Do you really think my sword is not sharp? Enough. Yili let out a sharp cry and coldly said, Kai Kun, are you questioning the real decision? What soldiering? Do you think I don't know soldiering? And don't get me wrong, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking you to think of a plan. It's not your turn to tell me what I'm going to do. Perhaps the emotions were too much. Yili shouted until the end, almost shouting at the top of her voice. Being scolded by Yili in such a furious manner under the eyes of everyone, Kai Kun clenched his teeth and pressed down the anger in his heart. At this point, even the gaze that looked at Yili became somewhat gloomy. The mind is even more active in planning for the control of the dynasty. Before, if it wasn't for the existence of the Imperial Guards and the 4 battalions, with the officials Kai Kun had planted in the dynasty, he was afraid that he had already begun to plan and slowly hollow out Yili. Now with the dissipation of these 2 armies, for Kai Kun, it was nothing less than a great joy. As for using troops externally now? You don't know what you're doing, so go ahead and move the troops. The mind is made up. Kai Kun hurriedly bent down and said in fear, Your Majesty. The humble minister was also motivated by Qi's considerations just now, and was confused for a moment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Having said that, Kai Kun hastily returned to his original position, then gave the others a wink. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. After so many years in the courtroom, how could the others not understand Kai Kun's meaning? Yuan Lianqing, the Minister of War, stood out and bowed and bent over. Your Majesty, I think that our army has just won now, and can be considered to be in high morale, so it is a good time to use our troops externally. As for those small, bullet-ridden countries, although they seem to be outnumbered, they are in fact nothing more than a scattering of sand, and our army is fully capable of breaking them down one by one. Seeing that there is support for their decision, Yili smiled triumphantly. This plan is just what I want. This time I plan to go on the expedition again. I do not know how do you all love the secretary's opinion. Choi gone? Yuan Lianqing? Others present? Readers, I wonder if the author can still be cheeky enough to ask for a 5-star review, and for the love of it, it's all free. Just move the honored dragon's claw, please. Chapter 85, Those who violate my Daki will be executed even though they are far away. Another imperial expedition? Hearing this, everyone present, all of them revealed a Sima face. Just like eating a dead fly. Many people are even anxious to shout in their hearts, I beg you, don't imperial chariot, okay? Don't you know what level of command you have? It's okay to leave professional things to professionals. Why do you have to do this if you're so good at commanding troops? Let's not go too far. Take this rebellion of the king of Jiao Malone. The Battle of Zizi River buried the 4 battalions and the Imperial Army. The later recapture Linzia battle, but also by the leaf a few scared the hell out of you. You say you just this virtue. Why do not you remember it? A handful of years old, Kai Kun almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. There's nothing wrong with him wanting to hold the court, but what he wants to hold on to is Qi, which is as good as it gets. Instead of the devastated and decaying Qi, Saikuin is skeptical. If we let Yili go on like this, in less than 10 years, all of Qi will have to die. Your Majesty, I feel that this matter still requires careful consideration. Yes, Your Majesty, swords are blind on the battlefield, and Your Majesty's body of 10,000 gold. If there is a slip, the entire Qi kingdom will be in danger of toppling over. The country cannot be without a master for a day. Now that the position of the Eastern Palace is vacant, if your majesty labors to go far, who will handle the affairs of the court at that time? Please think twice, your majesty. A group of people who had just been silent. Now they had come forward and advised Yili to think twice. Seeing a scene like this is narrow-minded. Suspicious nature of the Yili, a face can be described as gloomy as water, especially to see the presence of no one to agree with their own. All there to sing the opposite of the time. The heart is more surging out of the endless killing intent. Well. Yili laughed back in anger. Do you all one by one want to revolt? When did I say that this is a request for your opinion? I have said many times what I want to do. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. This imperial expedition, my intention has been decided. If anyone dares to speak out against it, directly copied the family to exterminate the clan. Yili, who was filled with a desire to control power. Where could she stand it? These people singing against herself? In particular. Now these guys, ostensibly admonishing themselves one by one. But what's the difference between such a scene and a forced palace? As far as this imperial march is concerned, actually, Yili didn't have to do it. Only, what Yili wanted was to rely on this foreign conquest to wash away his shame. Although this time to quell the rebellion, Yili thought that it was quite successful. The Qi army, under its own command, succeeded in recovering Linzi, and decapitated all the rebel fathers and sons. But the disgrace of the battle at Zizi River, you have to wash and scrub it yourself. Yili just wanted to prove and let the world see clearly that he was not inferior to those so-called famous generals in terms of his ability to command troops. The previous defeat was just an accident. In the final analysis, all because the generals of the army were afraid of the battle and were not as good as they should have been in scheduling their advances and retreats. This time, Yili had made up her mind. All the command and dispatch of the army will be under his own personal command. As for the opponents, let's take Wei, which has appropriated the most territory. At this point in time, after Yili's grumpy rebuke, the hall was silent. Everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. No one dared to touch Yili's frown. Seeing that no one continued to squeak, Yili faintly said, my intention has been decided. Now pass down the order to prepare the army for war. Tomorrow, I will personally lead an army of 300,000 men in swing into Jishui. This time Wei has appropriated a large amount of my Qi's territory, and 10 years ago it even took advantage of Qi's weakness to launch an attack on Qi. So these accounts should now be properly settled. As for the other armies, they are led by General Chu Shao of the Jinbei, General Guan Jingyun of the left, and General Gao Ping of the Hussars, each leading an army of 100,000 men to recover Qi's lost territories in the north, south, and southwest in 3 directions. Those small countries that dare to encroach on my Daki's territory, I will make them spit it out tenfold, 100-fold. If anyone dares to resist, the country will be destroyed, a nation destroyed. With an airy roar that swallowed the mountains, Yili's gaze was stern, and his body exuded the majesty of a monarch. Even just a few months ago, the state of Qi stands in the east of the 9 states like Mount Tai, with thousands of miles of fertile land, millions of armors, and the mighty serving the 4 seas and the 4 directions. The Daki army is invincible. The neighboring countries were either exterminated and henceforth became part of Qi, or they had to bow down and pay annual coins and send ambassadors to pay homage to Great Qi. At that time, Daki's national power was as strong as ever. 10 years in office. Yili, who thought that he had created all this with his own hands, where is the tolerance now that these nations, subjugated at their feet, would dare to turn their guns around and attack themselves? Now, Yili just wanted to personally crush and step on each and every one of these countries, make them regret the moves they make now, to make it clear to the world that Daki is still the same Daki, even if it suffers a little setback. It is not an existence that other countries can provoke. With the order, the others didn't dare to object. They could only reluctantly accept the order and went down to prepare for the expedition. The following day, nearly 600,000 troops, displayed on the outskirts of Linzi city. The military flag swings like a wave in the wind. The swords and spears in the hands of the generals were like forests, and the iron armor on their bodies reflected a fierce white light, and the solemn killing intent brought about by countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood and long experience in the battlefield made the heaven and earth change color. These armies, arguably the strongest force in the Qi army at the moment. Once upon a time, Qi, though it did carry armor by the million, but after experiencing the fiasco of the battle with the Xiongnu, including the loss of the Battle of Z River, now Qi's troop strength, excluding the second line of garrison troops in the counties, the first line of the main force is left with these people, and this time, Yili is also considered to be pouring the whole country's efforts is to let the Qi country to stand again in the continent of the 9 states. Under the gaze of nearly 600,000 people, the Yili, dressed in military attire and riding a sweat-blooded horse, came slowly from the city. The right and left generals. There were bows and salutes. Not far ahead, a high platform was erected. This was built out overnight for Yili to start the Pledge of Allegiance. Yili walked onto the high platform with his head held high under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people. Stand on it. Looking around in the black, the Qi army is dense and covers the sky, and the solemn killing intent that permeates the air seems to highlight the great battle success of the Qi army. Yili lightly coughed her throat. From the eunuch's hand, receiving the imperial edict, he began to read out the dozens of sins of the neighboring countries, as well as the great battle achievements made by the Qi army since the founding of the Qi state, up to now. Finally, under the impassioned voice of Yili shouted loudly, I took office at the time of the national disaster, to save the waves from falling, to help the building will fall, to pacify the rebellion, and restore leniency. In the past 10 years, I have succeeded the will of the late emperor and raised the might of Daki, and I have been wearing a firm hand in opening up new territories. Now, the neighboring countries, unauthorized opening of arms, encroachment on my Daki territory, offend my Daki heavenly mighty one, though strong must be killed, though far must be put to death. The whole army is ordered to march. Chapter 86 Yi Li's double imperial expedition again? Accompanied by Yi Li's impassioned shouts, all around the generals, have fallen to their knees. Boiling blood excitedly shouted, those who violate my Daki heavenly authority, although strong must be killed, although far must be executed. Only, the generals who were close enough to hear what Yi Li said. But with 600,000 troops present, the military formation stretched for several miles. Where could the people behind hear what Yi Li was saying? But after the generals in the front row had knelt and shouted, it was only afterward that the men, in a model fashion, fell to their knees and followed with loud cries. For a moment, the 600,000 troops knelt in unison, and the sound of the mountains and the sea shook the 9 heavens. On a high platform, looking at such a scene, there was a deafening chant in the ears of the Yi Li only felt spirited, especially standing on the high platform, looking at the boundless army in front of him. It was more like looking out of the world's majesty. With this army, I will unify the world and accomplish a feat that no one has done before. With the order to march out, when the Pledge of Allegiance was over, the 600,000 strong army split into 4 directions and rushed towards the set target. On the other side, the news that Qi has sent troops, it had also long since reached the people behind it, along with scouts from all sides. East of Jishui, Liucheng, Wei's camp, a messenger, on a fast horse, rushed right into the camp. Enlightened the general. The Qi side sent an urgent report. The Qi Empress Yi Li in yesterday, in Linzi outside the city to start the oath of duty, and then 600,000 troops divided into 4 roads, is moving towards the Qi border. Among them, the Qi Empress Yi Li is personally leading an army of 300,000 men, and is rushing towards where our camp is. Wei Xia has heard it all. Take a deep breath. Gazing in the direction of Linzi, he said in a deep voice, what should come, has come after all. Before going to war, Wei Xia actually had a premonition that, because according to Wei's operational deployment and the Qi territories it had appropriated, it would certainly be the preferred target of Qi's strikes. Now things are really going as expected at first. Are the fortifications all set up? Wei Xia opened his mouth to inquire. In the tent, an adjutant general responded. Back to the general. All the fortifications have been deployed long ago, and these days the army has been building up its strength, just waiting for the Qi army to come and send them to their deaths. Sent to their deaths. Wei Xia looked at the map in front of him. It finally landed on the Mullingar Pass. 10 years ago, it is in that position that, the army led by himself, which had been the allied army of Zhao, was defeated by Han Xian. In the end, he was even captured by the Qi army. That battle, having buried all of Wei's elite army, Wei Pao has even ceded his land in order to redeem himself. Since then, Wei then fell into disarray. Wei Bao became even more decadent, indulging in alcohol and sex every day. Even Wei Xia himself was often awakened by nightmares, and whenever he closed his eyes, he could see a shocking scene from the time of defeat. Nowadays, after 10 years, facing the Qi army again, Wei Xia didn't know exactly what kind of mood he was in. Is it with a thirst for revenge and a clean slate? Or face the nightmare, the fear that lingers in your mind? But anyway, at least, it was enough not to have to face that white-clothed killing god this time. And there was one more thing that sort of added a lot of confidence to Wei Xia's news. And that was that the commander of the Qi army this time was actually the Qi Empress Yi Li. So what if it's an army of 300,000? The shame of losing the battle 10 years ago. I will definitely return it to you with my own hands this time. The rise of Wei begins today. Wei Xia's eyes erupted with thick battle intent. In his chest, there was even a surge of vengeful fury that had been stored up for 10 years. Qi, your time has passed. Same as Wei. This massive marching movement of Qi. Obviously it could not be hidden from the eyes of scouts on all sides. After all, everybody's not blind. When you announced your troops in such a high-profile manner, the neighboring countries soon received the news one after another. Especially the country that is directly in front of the peak of Qi's soldiers. For example, Jin, Liao, Lu, and so on, have even started to organize their armies and prepare for the attack of Qi. Although, according to Yeli's preconceived notions, the dispersal of the forces of these countries, the Qi army can break them down one by one. However, the simultaneous division of the army into 4 roads also meant that the strength of the Qi army was also spread out. So in addition to the road of Wei, the Qi army occupied an absolute strength advantage. In the other direction, Qi doesn't have any advantage at all. 2. The eradication of armed tax resistance is winding down. Except for the remote areas, where there are still a few voices of resistance, the gentry and clansmen in other areas have all come to their senses. No way. The dishonest ones are now all copied and exterminated. In front of the butcher's knife. Even if these people are smart-mouthed, they can only lead their necks to the slaughter. In this case, the regulations issued by Han Zian on the change of law also gradually began to be popularized and implemented. Though it's hard to see how it's going to work yet. But over time, it won't take long. According to Han Zian's projections, it would only be 2 or 3 years before the entire state of Chu would be transformed, and with the imperial examinations about to begin. At that time, all those vacant official positions will also be filled, and these scholars who came out through the imperial examinations were nominally disciples of the Son of Heaven. It also sort of eliminated the birth of the world's most powerful families. As for the party affiliation, the establishment of the Office of Military Affairs could also announce that this road was completely blocked. Although the Qing dynasty has a bad reputation in the afterlife. But it has to be said, as a feudal dynasty, the Qing dynasty perfectly solved many of the problems of successive dynasties. Had it not been for a change not seen in 1,000 years, the destiny of the Qing dynasty can definitely break through the 300-year shackle. Han Zian is also now choosing to follow this path of the Qing dynasty, and has followed through on Guanzhong's policy of governing Qi to enrich the country and strengthen the army. As the saying goes, outsiders talk about strategy, insiders talk about logistics. Han Zian knew that war was all about national strength and logistics. Therefore, internally, he developed industry and commerce, fishing and salt, iron smelting, and advocated enriching the country and strengthening the army to enhance the fighting strength of Chu. The administrative system has been reorganized through the imperial examinations for the promotion of talents and the refinement of the administrative system, which has led to a more refined administrative area. Meanwhile, Han Zian sent men to remeasure the land in Chu and to conduct a census, registering the household registers of every county, district, and village, create a large and complete database. In this way, with the national household registration, land, tax, financial income and expenditure, etc., the national resources can be effectively mobilized, both in the governance of people's livelihoods and in foreign conquests. It was also the key to Qin's annexation of the world. When Liu Bang entered Xianyang, Shao He was even the first time, will be the Qin state of all kinds of information divided into categories of registers, all brought back to the camp. This also became the most solid backing for Liu Bang to be able to fight with Xiangyu for the world. It's just that all of this, actually, Han Zian has done it all in Qi. Now it's just a matter of moving to Chu. In the midst of such a hectic, a missive sent from Qi landed in front of Han Zian along with a carrier pigeon. Upon seeing the above, Han Zian revealed the same expression as Kai Koan and the others. Yili is on a double imperial expedition again? Ladies and gentlemen, Hikari and Crown, it's not easy to write a book, and the author is on his knees begging for a free 5-star review and for the love of the world, please, Chapter 87, The Foundation of Qi will be lost. Sending out 600,000 troops in 4 directions to recover the country? Yili himself personally led a 300,000 strong army, with the front of the army pointing directly at Wei. Seeing this piece of information that has just come in from Qi, Han Zian was speechless. This Yili really doesn't stop for a moment. Is there such a rush to get out, or is it simply a matter of trying to prove yourself? Based on his own understanding of Yili, Han Zian could roughly guess that Yili's triple imperial campaign was probably to prove that he wasn't inferior to others, or rather, it's to prove that Qi's rise to power was because of her, not by anyone else. Helplessly, he shook his head. Why is this necessary? This practice of yours is nothing more than consuming the family fund that I left for Qi. with enemies on all sides. How dare you attack in 4 different directions? Do you not even know the most basic attack by attack? Han Zian felt a bit of a headache. It wasn't that he was concerned about Yi Li's safety, nor was he worried about Qi's defeat or any of these issues. The only point of concern. It's just that I'm afraid my side isn't ready for the northern expedition yet. Yi Li then went one step ahead and tossed Qi into oblivion. Then, when the time comes, who do you want to take revenge on? Han Zian couldn't understand. What did Yi Li have to toss these for? If he relied on the family foundation that he had left for Qi, Yi Li just had to sit honestly on the throne. Even if he didn't do anything, Qi's national strength wouldn't decay, and the dynasty could smoothly transition to the next generation. And, throughout the ages. In fact, I'm not afraid of the emperor's folly. I am afraid that the emperor is dim and at the same time has no self-awareness, and has to make a fool of himself. The most iconic events, like Sha's, Emperor Hui, who had just ascended the throne, saw that Chao Xin was doing nothing, so he went to ask him. Chao Xin asked Emperor Hui rhetorically, "Your Majesty, which one do you think is more saintly and heroic compared to Emperor Gaozu?" Emperor Hui replied, "I am not yet old enough to be crowned, and I have little experience, so how can I dare to compare myself with the late emperor?" Chao Xin asked again, "Then which one does your Majesty think is stronger, me or Xiao He?" Emperor Hui replied, "You don't seem to be able to catch up with Xiao He." Chao Xin replied with a straight face, "Right, your Majesty is not as good as Emperor Gaozu, and I am not as good as Xiao He." Now that the decree formulated by Prime Minister Xiao He has been clearly promulgated and taken shape, and its implementation in the people has already begun to bear fruit, and it has been praised by all the people. In that case, all we have to do is to abide by our duties, follow the old rules, and carry on the old work, and we have already succeeded. If the old law, which has been in force for many years and has been very effective, is overturned hastily, it will inevitably lead to confusion up and down the land, and there will be no peace. In fact, for most of the emperors, just settle down. Honestly, don't fool around all day and the dynasty will live longer instead. If all like Chongzhen blindly, was going to go to the end of the life expectancy, become even shorter. At this stage, Qi is in the hands of Yi Li, but instead, it has done more than Chongzhen is excessive. Can't that make Han Zian worried? At least it's the foundation you've built. It's just so hokey. If Qi falls in their own hands, even if it really fell in the hands of other countries, I am afraid that it can hold a lifetime of regret. Sad. Han Zian rubbed his head and glanced at the huge map hanging on the wall. More than 400 miles separate Chu and Qi. Such a distance. Let's not talk about how many warhorses Chu had. Even if they formed a large army of all cavalry, it wouldn't be so easy to attack them. What's more, there are also numerous small countries in between. Even if you want to send troops to the north, you have to solve the threat from the neighboring countries before you can do so. Originally, according to Han Zian's estimation, it would take about 3 to 5 years before he could have the opportunity to send out troops to attack Qi, and that was if everything went well with the change of law. Center. But whenever there is some natural or man-made disaster, this time, it also has to be extended backward. But now from Yi Li's various actions, Han Zian was truly afraid that Qi wouldn't be able to hold out until then. The question is, on the development of the country. It couldn't be rushed yet. Not that Han Zian could speed up just because he wanted to. If we force our way out, even if one has the templates of countless famous generals, it is also impossible to say that it is foolproof. Realize that some battles have not yet been fought. In fact, the victory or defeat has already been predetermined, and it is simply not humanly possible to change. It's like the Battle of Handan. King Zhaoxiang of Qin requested Bai Qi to send troops 3 times, but they were all rebuffed by Bai Qi, because Bai Qi knows that even if he hangs his head and goes to war, he is bound to lose. It's better not to go to war than to do so. The helpless Han Zian, after some thought, picked up a pen and wrote down a few short sentences on a piece of paper. Broadly speaking, it was a request for the Black Ice Terrace, to keep an eye on Qi's movements at all times, especially in the case of war. If there is any news, make sure it is sent to Chu at the first opportunity. After writing it, Han Zian handed it over to a member of the Black Ice platform. The other guy just went out the door. Immediately following, a light footstep came through the door of the. No sign of anyone yet. A faint scent had entered his nose first. Husband. Su Qingshang entered with a flourish and a bowl of steaming soup in her hand. This is a bowl of ginseng soup that my concubine just stewed with her own hands. Husband, drink it while it's hot. As the Empress of Chu, Noble 9 to 5 Su Qingshang was gentle and incomparable, serving the soup in front of Han Zian, and even scooping up the ginseng soup with a spoon, placing it at her mouth and gently blowing on it before handing it over. Seeing a scene like this, Han Zian even felt a bit uncomfortable. Why bother yourself? Just let the people in the imperial kitchen do it. Su Qingshang spread her face and smiled. Those people are hairy. It's better to let my concubine do it. Husband, open your mouth. Hot ginseng soup, down the throat and into the stomach. Han Zian only felt his whole body warmed up, only to see Su Qingshang have scooped up a spoonful of soup and handed it over, helplessly saying, "It's better if I do it myself." Only just after the words were spoken, Su Qingshang had already passed the spoon to her mouth. Watching Han Zian open his mouth and drink, Su Qingshang said quietly, "We've been together for so long, why should Sunga be so raw? Just don't want to trouble you." Looking at Su Qingshang's appearance, Han Zian no longer insisted. In the blink of an eye, half of the ginseng soup went down the drain. Just when the two of them were in love, a eunuch couldn't even make it to the briefing and hurriedly ran in. Looking up, the emperor, who was snuggled up next to Han Zian. Although the relationship between the two, which had long been rumored in Chu, but seeing the empress, who was the king of the 9 to 5, sitting beside other men in a bird-like manner, and feeding each other soup with a tender face, a scene like this, it almost made the eunuch's head go down a bit. However, thinking of the urgency of the matter, the eunuch quickly slowed down and knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. The Kingdom of Wu is united with the Kingdom of Kai and the Kingdom of Tang to send out 230,000 troops to invade our borders on 3 different routes in a big way. The cities of Haiyang, Guangling, and Jianyang have been lost, and Zhaoguan is in danger, so please send troops to rescue them as soon as possible. Your Majesty." Chapter 88, A Group of Dogs and Chickens. 20,000 people are enough. Enemy invasion? Su Qingshang's original soft and gentle appearance instantly converged, and her expression became very serious. On the contrary, it was Han Zian who slowly put down his spoon and said with a bashful expression, "I can't imagine that these people are quite capable of persuading Wu to send troops so quickly." Inexplicable words, making Su Qingxiang a bit confused. She looked at Han Zian and curiously said, "Which people?" Waved his hand. "I'll show the eunuch out first." Only after the people left did Han Zian reply, "Those squires and clansmen chant." Before, because of the tax issue, didn't quite a few people choose to resist the tax by arming themselves, and there were quite a few people in the back. Seeing that the resistance was fruitless, they directly fled out of Chu with their clansmen. According to the news I've received, quite a few of the gentry and clansmen throughout the eastern and northern parts of Chu have fled to Wu. I guess it's these people, who interfered with Wu's decision-making, who want revenge back. For something like this to happen, actually, Han Zian wasn't surprised in the least. Before, the army's suppression of armed tax resistance was almost a thunderbolt, and these people were suppressed. But how fast? Nor could they be fast enough to pull out their legs and run. At that time, many of the magnates saw that the situation was not right and packed up and left Chu at the first opportunity, and in favor of the most prosperous areas of Chu were the counties near the Huai River and Yangtze River Basin. After all, these places are nestled in the mountains, having the advantage of water transportation. The economy is very prosperous. Because of this, many families have chosen to take root in these places. As for other areas, don't look at the scope. There are very many areas that are barren mountains and not many people live there at all. And it was from these areas that the gentry and seigneurs who fled to Wu and the surrounding areas came. After Han Zian's explanation, Su Qingxiao also realized what was going on. So, this time, Wu suddenly sent out troops. It was these people who were the culprits? Han Zian nodded. 8 or 9. Then, Sunga, what are you going to do? Su Qingshan looked at Han Zian with a slightly worried look. This was after all the first time she had faced an enemy invasion since she took the throne, so it was inevitable that she was a little nervous. But for Han Zian, after the crossing, after tens of battles of all sizes, the blood stained on his hands is afraid to be counted in millions. A mere 200,000 or so allied forces of the 3 kingdoms. Seriously, Han Zian really didn't put it in his eyes. You're in the city. Just wait for my triumph at ease. There's no need to worry. Having said that, Su Qingshang was inevitably still a little worried. Shandong. On the battlefield, swords and spears have no eyes. If you are not the enemy, don't try to be strong. Han Zian laughed contemptuously. Just a bunch of dirt dogs. I'll try to be back in 15 days. Don't worry. Having been pacified, Han Zian finished the unfinished ginseng soup first. Only then did he walk out of the palace gates and head straight for the barracks. Han Zian for among the changes in Chu. On the military front, not a lot of alterations. Only the pay of the army, and the pensions of wounded and fallen soldiers, have been altered. Beyond that, it was to send Zhao Zhengan, using the Qi army as a framework, to start forming a new army. It turns out that when Han Zian was in Qi, Zhao Zhengan had worked under his hand and gained promotion also by Han Zian's promotion. Later, When Han Zian traveled to Chu and transferred the Black Lance Longchamp army and the Golden Dragon Black Armor army from Chi to go south together, Zhao Shengan, who was the guardian of Muling Pass at that time, was also at that time, with hundreds of his own soldiers, following the army to Chu. Not long after that, after Han Zian purged the big families, he let Zhao Zhengan go and form a new army. No more then. After all, it takes time to form a new army, whether it was soldier recruitment or training, including the forging of weapons and armor. None of it could be accomplished in a short period of time. The reason for the lack of drastic reforms in the military field. The main reason, or is it because originally the military and political power of Chu was in the hands of the great families? As the emperor, Su Qingshao, there was no military power in her hands at all, and the only thing she could mobilize was probably only the imperial guards that were responsible for arching the palace. After Han Zian purged these great families in the back, Chu's overall military power, so to speak, was greatly weakened. At this stage, the new army isn't in a position to go into battle. The only thing I can count on, there were only the Black Lance Longchamps and the Golden Dragon Black Armor army. As an ace in the hand, Han Zian had absolute confidence that with these 20,000 men he could crush the so-called allied forces of the three kingdoms. It's all about precision, not quantity. Since ancient times, in a cold war of rendezvous, it is never the rabble that can determine victory or defeat. Instead, it was that small group of elite troops, in the posters and know-how. It always comes up whether a modernized special force of hundreds of people, traveling to the ancient times, can beat 500,000 ancient armies. The almost obvious answer. But by the way, there are always people who analyze it with various angles and end up thinking that the ancient hordes will win. In their thoughts, it seemed as if these 500,000 men, all of whom regarded death as their own, would not flinch, as if none of them would retreat on the way to the charge. Actually, the Sunset Empire has spoken the answer. Not to mention modernized special forces, and even flintlock rifles are not something a feudal dynasty of the Cold War era can defend itself against. The answer is simple. People will be afraid to die. How many of them could still have the courage to charge after being beaten and bloodied by the enemy by unfathomable means just a few hundred meters apart? And that's not even counting the logistical ineptitude of hundreds of thousands of troops and so on. Actually, it's the same with Cold Wars, battles in which hundreds of thousands of troops, by thousands or even hundreds of elites, were directly pierced through were not many, but they had happened many times in the thousands of years of history. The more classic ones, such as the Battle of Hujingwen Pass, 3,000 Xuanzhou army broke Dojianda's 100,000 troops. Li Shim and Tianzi sealed the god. At the Battle of Yecheng, Air Zhurong 7,000 Iron Horsemen defeated Gorong's claimed million-strong army and captured it alive. Battle of Hefei, Zhang Liao breaks 100,000, and so on. In the midst of history, there are so many examples of doing more with less. Not to mention, Han Zian has unlocked several character templates that have reached the ceiling in the field of war. In this template system, only 9 character templates can be unlocked in total. With the exception of the first one, which is sort of unlocked by the newbie pack. All the later ones need to be unlocked after completing the appropriate achievement quest. Now, just one more to round out the list. This last character template, which Han Zian didn't know who it was. However, having already combined, after these unlocked character abilities, whether in the area of livelihood, politics or the military, Han Zian was all confident that no one could compete with himself in this parallel world. On the afternoon of the day the message was received, Han Zian then led the Longchamps and the Black Armor army, take a boat ride along the river all the way east to Zhaoguan. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 miles north, in the land of Qi, Yili also led the army and met up with the Wei army. Give for Guanxi, Hikari, Yu Yan, please reward the little man for the love of power and 5-star praise it. Chapter 89, The Cruelty of the Battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of people in Shura, the western border of Qi, on the outskirts of Willow City, west bank of the Jeju River. The 200,000 strong Wei army is vast, covering the sky and the sky. The cold blade reflected a chilling aura that made the heavens reflect the cold. Wei Xia, the king of Chenlu, crossed his sword and spurred his horse to be located in front of the army formation, with a pair of eagle eyes gazing towards the southeast. The distant, hollow sound of a bugle sounded over the military formation. The end of the field of vision. A large crimson flag slowly emerges. Above the military flag, the word Qi was written in dragon and phoenix, tumbling in the wind. Immediately after that, a continuous black forest slowly emerged. The iron armor on the generals' bodies reflected an eerie cold light. The densely packed spears and halberds were pointing straight up to the heavens, like a solemn and murderous aura from hell. filling the air and almost lowering the temperature of the battlefield by a few points. 300,000 Qi troops. It's boundless, it covers the sky. It was like a wave on the seashore, turning into a black wave pouring down. At this point in time, in the face of a raging enemy, in the midst of the Wei army formation, the hearts of many generals were in their throats. They knew that this battle was about the fate of the entire state of Wei. If they win, Wei will realize the fruits of this victory, and from now on, there will be a change in the shape of attack and defense between Qi and Wei. However, if the war is lost, not only will they have to spit out all of the fruits of victory that they have appropriated, but it is likely that Wei will never have another chance to rise again, even as commander of the three armies. In Wei Xia's heart, a hint of nervousness also swept through, and he subconsciously tightened his armor, holding the hilt of the sword in his hand a little tighter. He thought about 10 years ago, again, facing the Qi army, and still with an absolute advantage in strength. Results, that white-robed god of slayers, almost by his own strength, had hardened his side's defense. A man who has fought 3,000 miles of battles, a sword that has served as 1,000,000 divisions. That battle, Han Xian captured 2 kings in one battle, and Tianzi was sealed as a god, and he himself was one of the 2 captured kings, now facing the Qi army again. While the opposing skipper is not the man who became his nightmare, that stayed in the depths of the heart of that scar, or let Wei Xia feel a hidden pain in the scripture, while God is thinking. On the opposite side, in the middle of the Qi army formation, battle drums like rushing thunder rumbled, and the distant sound of horns erupted with a thick murderous aura. Wei Xia knew that the Qi army was about to attack. Looking around, he noticed that many of the generals looked uneasy, with nervousness written all over their faces. After all, the opposite side is the famous Qi army, and the achievements of the Qi army in these 10 years have been as dazzling as the stars in the sky. What's more, the enemy still far outnumbered their own. Just, how can we fight a battle when the army is afraid before the battle? Wei Xia crossed his sword and stood on his horse, shouting, "Generals, 10 years ago, the Battle of Muling Pass, our army after the defeat to cede land and pay reparations, loss of power and humiliation of the country. This 10 years Wei Xia did not have a day. Do not want to revitalize the glory of Wei. Today, the opportunity to avenge our hatred is right in front of us. Although the enemy army is numerous, why would my Wei men hesitate to fight? In this battle, our army will win." In the midst of the stormy thunderous voice, mingled with a rolling murderous aura, the magnificent voice, nearly drowning out the sound of the trumpets of the Qi attack. The Wei soldiers behind him, who were originally uneasy, were dispersed by this roar. Confidence and fighting spirit coalesced on the faces of countless Wei soldiers. Must win, must win, must win. The high roar, like a volcanic eruption, spread out in all directions. For a moment, 200,000 Wei army's unanimous sound shook the 4 fields, so that the opposite side of the confident Yi Li cannot help but show a touch of surprise color. However, that wipe of surprise only existed for a moment, and was quickly covered by Yi Li's disdain. A mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to stop the attack of my Qi army by sound? How whimsical and ungrateful. In the middle of the Qi army formation, Yi Li was in military attire, holding a long spear. A disdainful condescension welled up on the cool face. The previous defeat was only because those generals, who didn't carry out my orders seriously, let Yi Qi find an opportunity to take advantage of it. This time, I'll put my life on the line. 300,000 Qi troops will fight with their backs to the water. Let's see how your Wei army can resist. After the last battle at Zizi River, Yi Li noticed it, too. The so-called half-dozen strikes are not much of a perfect tactic. For example, at the time, she was thinking of having the army fall back, leaving open space for the enemy to cross the river. Results, hundreds of thousands of troops. This retreat, the military formation was directly disorganized, gave the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. This time, Yi Li directly intended to fight with his back to the wall. After the army arrived at Jishui yesterday, they ordered the whole army to cross the river just after a night's rest. At first Wei Xia did want to attack halfway across the river, but when he arrived at the head of his army, most of the Qi army had already crossed the river and had assembled in formation on the riverbank. Seeing as there's no chance, Wei Xia then intended to carry out the originally planned program, that is to take the initiative to lure the Qi army to attack. After the Qi army has gained the upper hand, feigning defeat yourself, leading the retreat. If the Qi army continued to pursue, then they would fall into the encirclement that had been laid before. Of course, if the Qi army did not choose to pursue, he could also smoothly lead his army to withdraw to the camp and rely on the fortifications to block the Qi army's attack. Only, the plan is ready, though, but in the middle of the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly, and no one could guarantee what would happen after the fight. Seeing the Qi army getting closer and closer, Wei Xia didn't have much time to think anymore. Raising his long sword, he bellowed, "Bowman, release arrows!" In a split second, arrows are falling like rain. Countless sharp arrows rose up in the air, holding the sound of 1,000 birds vibrating their wings, whistling toward the enemy. Opposite, Yi Li snorted coldly and shouted without panic, "Raise your shield!" The elite of the Qi army, which rushed at the front of all of them stood in place and raised their shields in their hands to block out the sharp arrows. The sound of metal clinking and clanging, only a very few arrows, passing through the gaps in the shields, landed on the bodies of the Qi soldiers. It's just that in the face of fully armored armor, these bows and arrows don't play much of a role at all. A few rounds of flak, only a few hundred people were more unlucky and were hit by arrows. Seeing the Qi army getting closer and closer, the distance between the two armies was less than 50 paces, and on both sides of the military formation, the Qi army's 50,000 iron cavalrymen split into two, also from the flanks respectively, charging towards the Wei army formation. The 500,000 troops from both sides were like two waves crashing into each other. In a split second, people are falling over. Where the two armies met, blood splashed in midair like an inverted waterfall. Shouts, screams, wails, and roars were intertwined and resounded over the battlefield. In the midst of the chaos, the long sword in Wei Xia's hand danced wildly like the wind, constantly harvesting the lives of the Qi generals. Likewise, among the Qi army, there were also quite a few valiant generals, each leading their troops to charge left and right in the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of troops colliding together. Almost every moment, countless lives are lost. Those who fell were quickly trampled into a puddle of flesh. Blood fills the earth, almost drenching the ground in a swamp. The cruelty of the battlefield was reflected in this moment. Chapter 90, a rapid turn of events and the risk of being surrounded. The two sides fought furiously from early morning until the afternoon. Because of the inferiority of the troops, the Wei army was gradually somewhat outmatched. Seeing this, Wei Xia didn't love the battle, either. Immediately, in accordance with the original course of action, they began to gradually contract their defense line and slowly retreat backward. Opposite, Yi Li was also a bit surprised by the resilience shown by the Wei army. She would have thought that, with the valor of the Qi army, as well as the superiority in strength, not to say it was one-sided, at least the battle shouldn't have been so scorching, but the two sides have been at war for so long, the Qi army can also be said to have suffered heavy losses. However, over time, the Qi army was still slowly gaining the upper hand. Seeing this scene, Yi Li could no longer suppress her inner joy, and her entire body looked unusually excited. Great! The scales of victory have begun to tip. This battle will be the beginning of my fame. Aren't you Wei Xia, known as the god of Wei's army? But now you're still going to be my defeated general. 10 years ago you were able to lose to me. 10 years from now the result will be equally unchanged. Facts have proved that my talent in commanding and conquering is not inferior to those so-called famous generals. Wei Xia? But it's just a generation that sells its name and reputation. After this battle, I will not only let you spit out all of the territory you have encroached upon Qi, but I will also let you, Wei, become the dust of history from now on, and I will personally lead my army to trample down the city of Daliang. Just when Yi Li was excited and pleased to the extreme, she realized with a jolt that, after the formation of the Wei army, which had been hit by the Qi army with several gaps, the whole formation began to shrink continuously. And the army seems to be retreating slowly backward. Yi Li, who intends to accomplish all his work in one battle, directly overthrow the main force of the Wei army, and then drive straight into the Yellow Dragon. Where can he let the Wei army leave? Pass the order down. The whole army pursues. Make sure to completely encircle and annihilate the Wei army, not letting a single soldier escape. As the order was delivered, Yi Li, who was extremely excited, even began to let out a wild laugh, because in her opinion, the battle is won or lost. It's just a matter of how many Wei troops can be annihilated. It would be best if we could completely annihilate them. Even if they couldn't do it, they had to completely destroy the main force of the Wei army and not give the other side a chance to continue resisting. Seeing that the Wei army was being pursued by the Qi army, it began to appear to be routed. Yi Li, who was excited, did not forget to lead his army to continue the pursuit. Just such an order. It soon drew the opposition of a number of generals. Your Majesty, poor enemy should not be pursued. Since our army has already won a great victory, why don't we first count the results of the battle, and wait until we have finished repairing? Your Majesty, although the Wei army is retreating, the army is in good order and not routed. I'm afraid that our army may be ambushed if we rashly pursue them. Why don't I lead the army to continue the pursuit? Your Majesty's body of 10,000 gold. You must not easily commit danger. please think twice. In the face of these objections, Yili felt like her good mood was all ruined. And she seriously doubted that. These people don't want to let themselves be pursued. They just want to take sole credit for it. After all, the annihilation of 200,000 Wei Army's performance, looking at the 9 states, is also extremely dazzling. The follow-up is almost a one-off overthrow of Wei. This is what kind of merit. Back then, he himself was the one who delegated power to Han Xian. And only then did he make the world think that everything Qi had today was because of Han Xian, not because of himself. Now, seeing as he's about to make a name for himself, prove to the world that Qi is where it is today because of himself. As a result, this group of people dared to stop themselves? Yili, who was furious and unpardonable, screamed in a stern voice, unbridled. Are you guys trying to rebel? On the battlefield when the order is forbidden, you now actually dare to disobey the military order. Come on people, all to me dragged out to cut. At this point in time, Yili had been completely overwhelmed by the victory. All he could think of was how to completely annihilate the Wei army and enjoy the praise of the world. For the generals who counseled, no mercy at all, just cut them all down. That's it. After there's no more opposition, the Qi army pursued them all the way. Along the way, the Wei army was killed and threw away their armor. The exuberant Yili is not even the slightest bit tired. Personally led the army to chase. From noon until dusk, the Qi army chased out more than 20 miles. Just as the Qi army continued to expand its gains, a Wei army suddenly appeared in front of them, with a neat and tidy military formation. Seeing this scene, many Qi generals immediately felt bad, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. After all, just now the Wei army was showing a rout. As a result, now, there was a well-marshaled Wei army here. It made them wonder if this could be a trap. However, Yali, who had no such considerations at all, upon seeing the appearing Wei army, he directly ordered the whole army to charge, attempting to crush the Wei defense line in one fell swoop. Just these Qi troops, just after more than 20 miles of pursuit, where there is still physical strength to continue to charge, one has long been exhausted. In such a case, the limp charge did not cause any effect at all. Even more so, as the Qi army pressed on with at some point in the rear, a Wei army also appeared, directly cutting off the Qi army's retreat. Until someone reminds, Yili was noticing what was going on in the rear of the Yili, whose face changed slightly, worried about the army being surrounded, could only turn the army around and launch an attack backward. Although this Wei army was not very large, it managed to hold off the attack of the Qi army by relying on the terrain. This time, these 200,000 plus Qi troops were immediately caught in a dilemma. When was the retreat cut off? And didn't any of you notice? Yili, who was a little anxious, the first thing she thought about was not how to solve the problem, but to find someone to take the blame first. But in the army, there are still quite a few generals who immediately analyzed the current situation and opened their mouths to propose. Your Majesty, now that the Wei army's encirclement is not yet solid, our army should break through the defense line with a single blow. Otherwise, once the Wei army is allowed to completely solidify the encirclement, our army will never have another chance to escape. Just in the face of the offer, Yili turned a deaf ear and continued to curse. What a bunch of losers. I just asked you to charge, but as a result, you couldn't even break through the formation that Wei's army had hastily formed. Are all of you dry? Now it's good. All the retreats have been cut off, and none of them actually had any warning just now. So what use do I have for you? A quarter of an hour ago, the Qi army is still in good shape. Eyes are on the verge of completely annihilating the Wei army. Results. For just a quarter of an hour, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the Qi army was about to be surrounded. It was just that Yili, who was the commander-in-chief, seemed to be completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter, looking at the Qi army that was not attacking well, and constantly chattering and cursing there. Such a scene, it could make the generals anxious, immediately move on to the next stage and start regretting it. Readers, please give a 5-star review. The ratings are not moving. It would be nice to give another for love. The author appreciates it by here. Chapter 91 Hook 8 Waste of the Emperor. Pure brain dead. What a bunch of losers. You didn't even realize that your back road was cut off, and now you're actually yelling at me here. Simply lawless. Are you trying to rebel? At this time, Yili, it's like an argument between a man and a woman. The man has tried his best to restrain himself and try to go on about how things can be resolved, only to have the woman backhandedly say, "How dare you yell at me? Who are you to yell at me?" The question is, ordinary men and women have a fight. In the face of a woman spilling her guts, the man can still return the favor to Yili's side, but anyone who dares to question it, the next thing you know, your head is on the move. seeing the Wei army's encirclement gradually solidified. The opportunity to break out is getting slimmer and slimmer. As a result, Yili not only did not fight for time to launch a charge, trying to break out of the encirclement. Instead, he harped on the generals, cracking up every now and then. A scene like this, it made a number of generals look as if they were dead in the face. Some people, even more so, it has been seen that, the scene where the Qi army is completely destroyed. Meanwhile, opposite Wei Xie, at this time, he felt both thrilled and excited, and likewise felt that everything in front of him was so unreal. How could he not have thought that? The plan is going so well. It's going to go so well. It's so smooth that it's too good to dream about. The feigned retreat in front not only succeeded in getting the Qi army to pursue, but as a result, now that the Qi army was surrounded, it actually stopped moving. As a matter of common sense, at this time the Qi army should be aiming at a weak point in the defense and launching a frantic attack. After all, Wei's army was already at a disadvantage in terms of troop strength, and now it's time to complete the siege of the aligned forces. Theoretically, as long as the Qi army aimed at a point and attacked frantically, it was easy to kill their way out of the encirclement. Results, it was as if the Qi army had been petrified. Over 200,000 people, just standing there, dumbfounded, standing tall. Wei Xia was even able to see Yili's figure, only because of the distance. Very vague. It was just that Yili always stood still, and Wei Xia didn't know what she was doing. But anyway, the huddle is complete. If the Qi army can be completely annihilated here, Wei will not only be able to hold on to the fruits of its victory, but can even go one step further. And it is not impossible to overthrow Qi in this way. Come to think of it, Wei Xia, who had difficulty suppressing his inner excitement, immediately ordered a letter to be sent back to Daliang City, informing Emperor Wei of the situation here and requesting reinforcements. At least, the encirclement must be thoroughly solidified to prevent the Qi army from escaping. Soon, a messenger, at the speed of 800 miles, dashed furiously towards Daliang City. As for Yili, after chattering angrily for almost an hour, the anger in his heart finally subsided a bit, took a drink of water. After moistening his somewhat hoarse voice, Yili looked ahead, the Wei army's neat and tidy military formation, knowing that the hope of annihilating the Wei army today was lost. That's just it. Not being able to wipe out the whole thing is a lost cause, but this great victory is enough to show my ability. Now the whole army retreats. The order was given. The many generals present, one by one, were directly dumbfounded. Many people even looked at Yili in disbelief, and some of their gazes were more like looking at a retard. They've cut off all the ing options. Where are you evacuating from? Feel like you're just cursing after all we've just said, right? Some of the generals covered their foreheads and were filled with despair. They were even considering whether to write a suicide note now, or to go directly to the Wei army to surrender. Yili, who saw this picture, her brain still didn't turn the corner, and her voice was even more unpleasant. Are you all deaf? Or is it that all my orders have now fallen on deaf ears? I asked you to withdraw your troops. Did you hear me? Finally, someone couldn't help it and stood out and said bitterly, Your Majesty, the way of retreat has been cut off long ago. How can we still withdraw our troops? This time, Yili finally figured out what had happened. It's just the pride of the heart that, how could she be allowed to admit that it was her fault? Knowing that she was in the wrong, she screamed with a red face, What did you guys do long ago? Why didn't you lead the army to break out when the Wei army completed their siege? Well now, we're surrounded here, so tell me, what should we do now? The generals, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Are we the ones who don't want to retreat? When the Wei army surrounded us, there was already a proposal to immediately lead the army to break out. But you ended up chattering and cursing for an hour. Now that the siege is complete, you're blaming us for not breaking through? How the hell can we be blamed for that? What kind of brainwashed emperor? No wonder he can do things like brutalizing the loyal and unloading the donkey. If King Han were still here, could we have suffered this? It is estimated that the Wei army has long been wiped out, and the Wei commander is now kneeling in front of us to surrender. What a nasty SB thing to yell about when things go wrong. Day by day. No ability to do. Just think of the Imperial Army. Do you want to take a piss to see what you are a thing? Cannot weigh how many pounds in 2 It's important for people to know what they're getting into. Leave it to the professionals. If it wasn't for you, would we be in this situation? You have the nerve to call us losers. You're the best, aren't you? You're so good. Then you lead the army to break out. At this point in time, the other generals present, the resentment in his heart had reached its limit long ago. After all, since the start of the war, Yili had often given orders without eyes. And as a result, he had to blame others when things went wrong, especially in the face of some emergency. Yili never analyzes rationally or thinks about how things can be solved. Instead, they spoke first and complained. If you put it in the modern world, someone like Yili would definitely be labeled as XXN. Just a pity. There was no such word in their cognizance. Chapter 92, Yili, I will charge in person. After another half hour of chattering and cursing, feeling the pain in her throat, Yili stopped. After the relief, only then did Yili order, pass the order down. The rear army will turn into the front army. Break out with full force. Make sure to make a gap in the Wei army's encirclement. Humph. The Wei army is really whimsical. But a mere 200,000 troops dare to think of encircling our army? We only need to launch an onslaught at one point, and we will definitely succeed in breaking out. Yili spoke with conviction. But, that's true. Only at this stage. The Qi army fought from morning until now, and in between they ran wildly for more than 20 miles. After that, it's under the hot sun, exposed to the sun for an hour and a half. Now the Qi troops, one by one, have long been exhausted and physical strength has long since reached the limit. Qi army, where there is still any combat power. A general was also worried about this and spoke to Yili. Your Majesty, the three generals have already been through a day of combat and are now long exhausted. Why don't we set up camp where we are first, and after resting for a day, it won't be too late to attack tomorrow. A few of the other generals around him, when they saw him open his mouth, tried to go over and stop him. Just a pity. There's no time to lose. The man said it outright in one breath. As the words fell, he was greeted with Yili's iron gaze. Enough! What the hell do you guys mean? Disobeying my orders again and again? If I want you to go on the offensive, go on the offensive. What is one to do with so much nonsense? Are you mocking me for not knowing about soldiers? From just now until now, Yili's heart had already accumulated endless anger. I'm worried, now that I see someone jumping out at me. Yili, who couldn't bear it anymore, directly pulled out the sword on his waist and wiped the neck of that general with one sword. Although it's the first time I've killed someone with my own hands, but the intimidation brought to the bystanders still made Yili feel very excited. Look at that. This is what happens when you defy me. Looking at the other party, with one hand over his neck and a look of disbelief, he fell into a pool of blood. Yili waved his sword and pointed at the corpse, coldly saying, whoever dares to disobey my orders again, this is what happens. Now, immediately lead the army to break out. The other generals sighed helplessly and, in the heart, after a moment of silence, they came to the army and began to command the army to break out. However, and as the man just said, at this stage of the Qi army, each and every one of them has long been exhausted, not to mention fighting, even running cannot run. Several successive charges launched, all were easily beaten back by the Wei army. This time, Yili's face was growing more and more ironic. Asterisk. Wastes, really a bunch of wastes. 300,000 troops were 200,000 troops. As a result, now want to break out cannot do. This thing if it is spread out, I have a lifetime of fame are going to be destroyed in your hands. The entire Qi nation will also be nailed to the pillar of shame. Yili, who was in a rage, cracking the whip, directly to the forefront of the military formation. Looking at the group of generals, each one stood in place crookedly, and many of them even sat paralyzed on the ground, wiping off their sweat while gasping for air. Not at all what the elite of 100 battles should look like. Waste stuff. All stand up for me. A group of waste is simply unlike words. I have not yet felt tired. What qualification do you one and all have to say that you are tired? All of you stand up for me and launch a charge. Show the bloodiness of your Qi men. Yili waved the horsewhip in her hand and lashed at the Qi generals. Just, let her whip it all she wants. The exhausted Qi soldiers didn't want to stand up. Some people's gazes towards Yili were filled with resentment. How dare you say you're not tired? We've been fighting all day, and you've gone into battle and killed one enemy? And, having just pursued them for 20 miles, we're running on legs. You're riding a ing horse. Of course you're not tired. How about you come down here and put on some armor and charge? We're riding behind the whip? Originally, these Qi troops, because of Han Xian's matter, were a bit dissatisfied with Yili. Now it's even more so when Yili keeps whipping it. For a moment, the entire military formation was full of complaints, but the more so, Yili, who felt disgraced, became angrier and angrier. What do you mean? I can't control you now, can I? Each one of them wants to rebel? The more angry, the faster Yili swung the whip, the more her mouth was mixed with all kinds of abusive words. With this appearance, where was the prestige of being the 9-to-5, living like a pissed-off shrew, seeing that the army is about to mutiny? One of the generals just couldn't look away and stepped forward to kneel in front of Yili, shouting, Your Majesty, the generals of the three armies are already exhausted. Forcing an attack will only increase casualties. Please allow your Majesty to allow the army to rest. It's not too late to attack after your strength is restored. In words, that man, with the vigor of a man who is ready to die. The voice is even more powerful, a posture of death, but the more so, the more furious it made Yili feel. After all, in front of hundreds of thousands of people, you disobeyed me in public. Do you still see me as the emperor? Yili laughed back in anger. Well, you all one by one just have to disobey my orders, right? A group of disorganized officials. If you don't want to live, I will fulfill you. Having said that, Yili raised his longsword. He made a move to chop down the many generals present, all kneeling on the ground, opened their mouths to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, General Zhao is also thinking of the 3 armies and soldiers. Please calm your anger. Your Majesty, our generals have gone through a series of bitter battles, and now their physical strength has long been depleted, and they really don't have the strength to fight again. We are not trying to disobey your Majesty. It's just that now the generals of the 3 armies don't have the physical strength to fight anymore, and continuing to launch an attack would be a futile way to increase casualties. So I ask your Majesty to take back your order and allow the generals to set up camp. Seeing that the number of people pleading for mercy is increasing, Yili felt like her lungs were going to explode. If 1 or 2 of them had disobeyed me, it would have been alright. Now, all over the army, all the officers knelt before This makes Yili how to swallow this breath. Enough. All give me shut up. You guys have really grown capable. You actually dare to bully me in this way. Why don't you just revolt? What physical exhaustion is an excuse for your incompetence? Both our army and Wei's army have been fighting from early morning until now. Why does Wei's army still have the strength to fight? Are the bodies of the Qi generals so weak? One of the generals raised his head and replied stiffly. Your Majesty, after the pursuit our generals have been exposed to the scorching sun for another hour and a half, and this time has already given the Wei army a breather. Moreover, at this stage, the Wei army is taking a defensive position, and does not need to launch an attack, but only needs to wait for the enemy. In such a situation, even if our army has more soldiers, it will not be of any help. As a reminder, Yi Li's remaining shred of sanity, reacting, too. It's really not the right offense at this stage, just being disobeyed in public like that. Yi Li, who felt unable to hang on to his face, snapped. Enough, these are just your excuses. Even if the Wei army still has stamina, how much can it have? Since you are unwilling to charge, then I will personally lead the troops into battle and charge you. As the words fell, Yi Li turned around, looking at the entire Qi army behind him, raising the longsword in his hand, the blade pointing straight up to the sky. Generals, now that the Wei army has cut off our army's path of retreat, the 300,000 strong army is facing the danger of being capsized. I know that you are already exhausted, but we must not sit back and wait. This time, I personally lead the army to charge, bound to break through the Wei army's encirclement. If you see me fall from my horse, don't stop charging. Hold on to your spears, wield your swords, and swear to die. Accompanied by Yi Li's high drink, the morale of the generals of the 3 armies was obviously much higher, but none of the generals saw the charge. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. Now, let alone morale. The general's stamina is depleted, so what's the point of charging? If they had heard that Yi Li was going to charge in person before, they would have definitely gone to stop them. After all, as emperor, charging in person. If anything happens, what will happen then? Now, however, each of them just looked at Yi Li with cold eyes. None of them were going to stop. P.S. I am Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, who ate the immortality pill and did not die, and is now in the mausoleum, and needs your help. As long as you all give a 5-star review and generate power for love, you can help me get out of this mess. By then, those who helped were all rewarded with the title of General and Marquis. Chapter 93, Hard-Headed Bravado. In front of the army, looking ahead at the Wei army, which was standing in strict formation, Yi Li took a deep breath and, it's as graceful as a swimming dragon. The resolute eyes, with the air of being driven forward. So what if there's no general to back it up? Yi Li was trying to penetrate the Wei army's defense line with his own strength, for all the world to see. The rise of Qi, it's because of yourself, not leaning on the strength of others. She wanted to prove to the whole world that her eloquence was worthy of the title of Emperor of the 1,000 years. All troops charge, raising his longsword high, with the blade pointing straight up to the heavens. With Yi Li's stern cry, behind them, the Qi army roared and stormed towards the Wei army's defense line. Yi Li, who was dressed in military attire, was even the first to go. Waving the longsword in his hand, he looked like he was ready to die. Just, on her side, hundreds of his own soldiers surrounded him on the left and right, prevent Yi Li from being in danger. As for the rest of the Qi army, although it was loud and powerful at the beginning of the charge, densely packed and covering the sky, the army is like a monstrous wave rushing toward the Wei defense line. But their stamina, realistically, had long since dried up. It simply won't sustain them for long. With the first wave of the offensive, was successfully blocked by the Wei army. Follow-up offense. It instantly became limp and unthreatening. There were even a number of Qi generals who shouted charge, but their bodies sat paralyzed in the way of the charge. And, as for Yili, who personally charged, he's never had much experience on the battlefield. More than that, I've never been in the field myself. The bottom line is this: being a woman and untrained, Yili, who went into battle, could be said to be completely without the slightest bit of aggressiveness. The only reason why he was able to charge up was entirely due to the personal soldiers around him, even more so, because of Yili's charge. What's more, it attracted all the attention of the Wei army as well. Wei Xia even released a reward: whoever captures the Emperor of Qi alive will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and 1,000 marquis. Such a reward. Directly, the Wei army is playing chicken blood. One by one, they are striving to be the first. Soon, Yili was as if he was stuck in a quagmire, surrounded by Wei troops on all sides, and the surrounding personal soldiers fell in a pool of blood one by one. Some of the blood was even splashed directly on Yili's face. However, what made Yili feel some palpitations the most was the bloody scenes of those who died tragically under the butcher's knife, with blood, flesh and severed limbs flying all over the place. Although this isn't the first time that the royal family has been on the road, but Yili, when did he see such a scene that was like a Shura under such a close distance? Especially when one after another of his own soldiers, who had followed him, had fallen, at such close quarters, feeling the nearness of death. The feeling of fear from deep within caused Yili's resolute eyes to gradually disappear, turning into some panic. Your Majesty, our army attack strength. Why don't we retreat first? Continue to attack is just adding casualties in vain. A pro-army soldier, who was looking around and seeing more and more Wei troops, gradually became a bit unbeatable, shouted out loud, heard the retreat once. Yili wanted to directly agree, but hesitated for a moment, but then put on a face. Although our army is exhausted, the Wei army is also at the end of its strength. Not to mention the fact that our army has the advantage in terms of troop strength, so if we can't break through the encirclement with a single blow, we'll have even less of a chance behind us. In a fit of pride, Yili's tone still held up a few points of hardness. The surrounding soldiers, all of them could hear that Yili was stiffening her face. The question is, seeing the countless Wei troops charging, the people around us, one by one, are falling. It's that time of year. Yili was actually still there with a stiff upper lip to die for, and many people were cursing angrily in their hearts, complaining about Yili's behavior. It was just that in front of Yili, these words definitely didn't dare to be said. The surrounding soldiers could only anxiously call out, "Your Majesty, you must not act out of anger for the sake of bravado. We as Qi soldiers, even if we die in battle, the horse leather wrapped in corpses, it is still for the country. It is our honor. But your Majesty's body of 10,000 gold, if you have a short or long life, the entire Qi kingdom will be in danger of being overthrown. Now that the Wei army is pressing in force and scrambling to take His Majesty for a reward, if we don't retreat, it really will be too late." These words, obviously building a ladder for Yili. Yili also knew that if he continued to show off, he would most likely fold here. After a moment's feigned consideration, Yili Fong sighed regretfully. "Collect the troops over there. Let the 3 generals rest for the night before making a breakout tomorrow. Get the order to retreat." Countless Qi troops have breathed a sigh of relief and, although the retreat had been surrounded by the Wei army, it was obvious that Wei Xia could not take the initiative to launch an attack given the inferiority of his troops. What he wants to do now, it is to bring in reinforcements from within Wei as soon as possible to completely stabilize the encirclement. As for the Qi army, it's converging in the center of the enclosure. Trees were cut down on the spot and camp began to be set up. But a new problem soon arose. That's food. After all, when a large army goes to war, the provisions must all be placed in the rear, where the generals will carry food. Now get a break. Yili could only order people to go to the forest to collect wild fruits while hunting some wild beasts. Only in this narrow range of encirclement, even if they dug into the ground, the food they collected could not possibly supply the whole army. In the end, in desperation, Yili could only order the horses to be killed in order to solve the problem. In that case, it's enough to feed the Qi army for a couple of meals. As for the back, as long as we can break through the encirclement tomorrow, then there would be no need to worry about food. With the construction of the camp completed, the casualties of the army also counted. After a day of bloody fighting, she lost a total of 37,000 soldiers in battle and 41,000 were wounded, with 1/3 of them so seriously injured that they were incapacitated. Suffice it to say, at this stage, The Qi army's living force was only about 250,000 men. After reading the battle report, Yili estimated that Wei Jun's side wouldn't feel too good either. Maybe the casualties are even higher than the Qi army. Night. Sneaking up on us. The exhausted armies on both sides fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the messengers that had been sent out as early as the beginning of the siege of the Qi army, but even more so by both day and night, had arrived at the city of Dalian when the sky had just grayed out. After calling for the gates to be opened, without the slightest delay, the messenger, riding all the way, without the slightest deceleration, he galloped towards the imperial palace of Wei. Chapter 94. Even if I'm 99% at fault, don't you have a 1% problem? It was not yet fully light. In the sky, it's gray and overcast. Wei Pao, the emperor of Wei, was still asleep, with the heralds arriving at the palace. After explaining the matter briefly, the eunuch didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately came to the bedchamber where Wei Bao was sleeping and woke him up. Your Majesty, something big has happened. What is it? Having his sleep disturbed, Wei Bao was obviously a bit displeased. The eunuch knelt on the ground and presented the crier's 800-mile expedited document. In front of him, Wei Bao, the moment I saw the above, Wei Bao stood up in a moment. The face of the displeasure disappeared in an instant, and even held the hands of the instrument, but also excited to trembling. Feign defeat, lure the Qi army into pursuit, and then surround the 300,000 Qi army with a surprise attack to break their retreat? Emotions cannot calm down Wei Bao, eyes full of perseverance, looking at the eunuch kneeling on the ground with a wave of his hand. With the momentum of gas swallowing the world shouted, immediately conscript all the country's young people over the age of 16. Rush to the area of the Jishui, to completely stabilize the encirclement. I will also personally rush to Xueling City to sit in on the town and make sure that this Qi army is completely annihilated. The eunuch looked at Wei Bao with some shock. I didn't realize that. The other side is surprisingly willing to put down such blood money. All young people in the country over the age of 16, which is almost the equivalent of pouring out the country. Usually it is the country at the time of life and death. It is possible to put down this blood, but now, just to annihilate the main force of the Qi army, Wei Bao will go out of his way. In fact, it's no wonder Wei Bao is so impulsive. After all, these 300,000 Qi troops, if we can really wipe out all of them, for Qi, it will surely be a great loss of energy. In this way, not only will it buy Wei decades of development time, if possible, further encroachment and cannibalization of Qi might be possible. Even, Wei Bao had a feeling that if the Qi army lost the same battle in several other directions, it would not be hopeless to overthrow the Qi state in this way. With such verve, when it was light enough to, the entire war machine of Wei began to run at full speed. A large number of young men were drafted into the midst of the battlefield. Close to a third of them were directly arranged by Wei Bao to be thrown into the battlefield, while the rest were transporting grain and provisions towards the front line. Even Wei Bao himself was running to the front line and sitting in personally. This battle, the fate of Wei is at stake. Wei Bao chose to do his best to help Wei Xiego as far as possible to win this victory. Meanwhile, after a night's rest, the Qi army, also under Yi Li's command, launched a breakout against the Wei army. On top of the narrow battlefield with a circumference of several miles, more than 200,000 Qi troops took turns to start charging, and the opposite Wei troops resisted to the death. Both sides fought from dawn to dusk. Every time, Yi Li all felt that he was just one step away from succeeding in penetrating the Wei army's defense line, but he always lost the battle and was held by the Wei army. The generals of both sides fought together and, in the sky, arrows are falling like rain. The clash of weapons, the shouts, wails, and screams of the generals were linked together and echoed over the battlefield. Almost every moment, all had countless generals losing their lives and falling into pools of blood. The pungent odor of blood filled the air. The earth beneath his feet, long red with blood. In the middle of this battlefield that was several miles in circumference, blood had already flowed into a river, and the pillows of corpses had become mountains. Watching his comrades fall one by one around him, to the back, each one of them has already killed their eyes. When the knife cuts and curls, you pick up the weapon from the ground and continue to fight. When your right arm is injured, switch to holding the blade in your left arm. Even if both arms were cut off, they would fight with their last ounce of strength to pounce on the other and tear off a piece of flesh with their teeth. To that extent, on top of the battlefield, there's no longer any such thing as an order or a prohibition. The two sides, who were killing red ice, directly launched the most primitive physical combat. The sun's gone down like blood, as the sun sinks in the west. This battle, which was like a purgatorial shura, finally came to an end. When the crimson sun sets over the wilderness, light and blood against each other, a crimson red, above the vast expanse of earth, Above the battlefield, corpses are everywhere. Everywhere is cut down the broken limbs and wreckage. From afar, as if the 9 ghosts of purgatory general trembling. After this day of bloodshed. Nowadays. Yi Li. The eyes are numb. Even when he saw such a bloody scene, there was not the slightest fluctuation within his heart. The only thing there, is that deep inside, from a woman's sixth sense, seems to be telling her that without a successful breakout today, the Qi army has lost the possibility of a final breakout. The way things are going. It was also true that, as Yi Li had predicted, that night, the first reinforcements from the Wei army arrived, and from the next day on, one after another, the reinforcements arrived at the battlefield one after another, and under Wei Xie's command, they began to fortify the encirclement. By the 4th day, those teenagers who had just been drafted also arrived one after another. At this point, the total strength of the Wei army was close to 500,000 men. This is the entire force that Wei, at present, can enlist with the strength of the nation. On the contrary, Qi, though they claim to be carrying armor in the millions, in fact, the original did carry armor in the millions. Just after the defeat with the Xiongnu and the Battle of Z River, Qi's frontline troops were down to just over 600,000 men. This foreign expedition, Yi Li even directly took away half of the troops and horses. The remaining half, it was also a 3-pronged attack on other countries. Suffice it to say, although Qi has not yet carried out a national mobilization, it is still considered to be a national effort. Yet in a situation like this, tried it a couple times, Yi Li, who couldn't even break out, directly chose to hold on and wait for help. Inside the Qi army tent, Yi Li's figure sat in front of the desk in solitude. Fatigue was written all over the stunningly beautiful face with picturesque eyebrows at the moment, glancing at the meal just brought up by his own soldiers. Yi Li, who really didn't have an appetite, sighed quietly. How could she not have thought that? Simply trying to ride out the storm. As a result, in the end, I can't believe it hit like this. More than 200,000 Qi troops were unexpectedly wrapped up by the Wei army. Moreover, according to the intelligence from the scouts, during this period of time, Wei had a steady stream of reinforcements and was reinforcing the encirclement. This also means that, over time, Yi Li's chances of being able to break out were also getting smaller and smaller. But so much for being surrounded. For Yi Li, the biggest headache was still the issue of military food. The water supply can be solved by drilling a well. The food, however, is problematic. At first it was possible to kill horses for meat, but how long could horses alone last? Moreover, once the war horses were lost too much, the impact power of the Qi army would be greatly reduced. This was undoubtedly fatal to the Qi army, which desperately needed to break out. Damn it! How did the situation come to this? All because of that group of waste. By the way, army cut off the back road, still do not know. In the first place, if immediately choose to withdraw the army, which still have so many things. Moreover, at that time, I was in a state of anger. So why didn't you guys admonish me? I am certainly responsible for creating this situation, but in the final analysis, it is because you are too much of a waste. Although aware of the urgency of the matter, but Yi Li's inner thoughts still chose to put the blame on others first. It seemed as if the Qi army was facing such a situation all because of the problems of the generals under them. It's 200,000 words after this chapter. It's almost time to move on to the next stage as well. Readers, please, 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 please. Chapter 95, we are about to fight to the death. Why does your majesty coward first? Although Yi Li was still subconsciously, choosing to place the blame on other generals. But over time, the army is running out of food. At this time, Yi Li finally realized the seriousness of the matter. For several days in a row, there were quite a few generals who came over and advised Yi Li to break out as soon as possible. Keep waiting here. What's the difference between sitting around and waiting to die? How much longer can our army's military food be sustained? Inside the central army tent, Yi Li held the first seat high, and the rest of the generals were on either side, facing Yi Li's inquiry. A general with a sad face replied, "Back to your majesty. If you are cutting down on the amount of meals, you can still barely hold out for 3 days." Yi Li was in a trance for a moment, and this time she rarely lost her temper. "Is that all there is?" the general said sadly. "Your majesty, all the war horses in the army have been eaten up except for the mid-level generals who still have horses." As the words fell, other general stepped forward and said, "Your majesty, if we don't find a way to break out, I'm afraid we'll all starve to death here." Yi Li put her 5 fingers together, fists clenched. Clenching his teeth, he tried to order a breakout. but when he thought of that day, as if it were Ashura, the courage that had just gathered in his heart was instantly dispersed. Just as Yi Li was thinking about how to escape from this question. Right-hand side. One man side. It's too late now even if we want to break out. According to the report from the scouts, the size of the Wei army has now reached over 500,000 troops, which can be described as a national effort, vowing to trap us to death here. And now that our army is demoralized, do you think we can break out with just us? Going along with that, Yi Li immediately chose to walk down the steps. General Yan's analysis is the same as what I thought. 1 drum, 2 drums, 3 drums, 3 drums. When our army's morale was at its peak previously, we still couldn't successfully break out. Not to mention that our morale is now low, and Wei's army has even sent additional reinforcements to solidify the encirclement. Under these circumstances, continuing to break out is just adding to the casualties. According to my opinion, why don't we hold on and wait for help? Daki still has more than 300,000 battle-ready soldiers now, and after they hear that I'm under siege, they will definitely lead the army to rescue. In time, the siege will lift itself. After the last time, after being scared by that gruesome bloody scene, the current Yi Li had completely lost the courage to lead his troops into battle, or rather, until then, she had never imagined that war could be so brutal. After all, before this, the so-called battle reports and casualty figures, it was nothing more than a string of numbers when it was in front of her. What with tens of thousands of serious injuries and tens of thousands of deaths? What's so scary about a string of numbers? What's more, the population of Daki is in the tens of millions, so what's the big deal if a few tens of thousands of people die? At that time Yi Li, the reason why 3 times want to imperial expedition, but also want to prove to the world, the rise of Qi is because of their own. Yali, who has never experienced war, totally clueless, but, until she actually led the charge, in front of her eyes, after seeing that bloody, brutal scene, she realized how brutal war really was, after being stimulated by such. At this stage, Yi Li had completely lost the courage to fight, even if the army was already facing a desperate situation. Her first thought was to hold on and wait for help. However, such an order fell on the ears of the other generals, and their faces changed drastically. What's the situation in Qi now? Don't you have any idea in your heart, Yi Li? Realize that Qi is not just at war with Wei. The other 300,000 troops were likewise sent out by you, Yi Li, to go to war with other countries. Let's not talk about whether or not those armies can win. Even if we win, it'll take time to get here. The question is there enough food in the army to last until then? Furthermore, what if the other fronts are also losing, or in a stalemate, and you expect them to come to your rescue? For a moment, many generals raised objections. Your Majesty, you must not. The army is about to run out of food and provisions. It can't even last 3 days. Even if there are reinforcements, they won't be able to support us until then. Your Majesty, the other 3 armies are each caught in a stalemate. Where is there any Yuan army left? Your Majesty, if we don't fight to the death while there are still provisions left, if we really run out of provisions, we will have no hope of turning the tide by then. Your Majesty, why don't you let me lead the team in one last charge? I will ask for battle, but I also ask your Majesty to allow me to lead another charge. I would like to use my head as a guarantee to set up a military order. If I can't break through, I will thank you with my death. We are about to fight to the death. How can your Majesty be timid first? Even though many of the generals were contemptuous of Yi Li, but at this time of national crisis and survival, each one of them can be said to be at home in death, and they have asked for war. It's just that Yeli, who has run out of heart. Where is the courage to fight? Right now, she was preoccupied with preserving her strength and holding out for reinforcements. Okay, all shut up. After Yi Li gave a breathless chortle, he said in a funereal manner, it's not like you guys haven't rushed in front of you. When our army was superior in strength, we still didn't charge through. Now that Wei's reinforcements are in place, where is there a chance? Continuing the charge now will be nothing more than losing troops and sacrificing the lives of Daki's generals for nothing. Having said that, Yi Li sighed alas and waved his hand. Alright, all go down. The generals? At this point in time, many people looked at Yi Li in disbelief. You're the one who said to pursue in the first place, and you're the one who says not to fight now. Is there a mistake? You're the reason we're in this situation. Can't you listen to us for once? What good will it do you to keep dragging this out? Or do you really think reinforcements will come? Many generals almost spat out a mouthful of blood directly. Lungs were bursting with anger. Are you out of your ing mind? We were thinking of fighting to the death. And you ing wimped out first. Rubbish thing. You're still thinking of an imperial expedition like this? As quite a few generals walked out of the tent, some of them looked towards the distant Wei army camp and had already begun to make calculations in their hearts. It's a dead end to stay on anyway. Might as well just surrender. Chapter 96, Am I really wrong? After choosing to hold out for reinforcements. For the next few days, the two sides are at peace in the middle of the battlefield. Yili was anxiously looking in the direction of Chi every day, hoping in her heart for the arrival of reinforcements. However, a few days of waiting down until the rations run out. After all, more than 200,000 troops represented more than 200,000 mouths, and even if the amount of meals per ton was reduced again and again, the amount of grain and grass needed every day was still astronomical. It's okay if the logistics are smooth. Grain arrives every day. But now, all the war horses were eaten except the general. What will the three soldiers eat next? Digging up wild greens and eating roots? Or just eat dirt? Heart-exhausted Yili, face written with fatigue, looking in the direction of Lindsay is full of desire and expectation. She wondered now, all the time, where the reinforcements had gotten to. Will the next second, the sound of killing can be heard in your ears. Then a scout will report that Chi's reinforcements have arrived and are fighting the Wei army? In the midst of a rambling thought, suddenly a figure stepped hurriedly into the tent and Yili sat up violently. The uncontrollable excitement in her heart made her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Sure enough, his own hunch was not wrong. Ahead of me, I was wondering if a scout would come and report. Now this is not coming. I am indeed the chosen son, favored by heaven, and still able to fight back in this desperate situation. Come on, are the reinforcements here? The visitor stood dumbfounded, not knowing why Yili suddenly asked this. But when I think of the seriousness of the matter, he knelt on the ground, his voice somewhat alarmed. Your Majesty, something big has happened. General Zhao and others, a dozen generals in all, defected to the Wei army last night with hundreds of their own soldiers. Casting off to the Wei army? The brief sentence was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky that landed on top of Yili's head. Boom! Yili only felt her brain go blank. The eyes were filled with disbelief. Realize that, since quelling the rebellion of the king of Jiaodong, Yili then launched a new round of cleansing against the generals in the army. At this stage, no matter how big or small the generals in the army were, they were basically considered Yili's direct line. And now it's all gone to hell, with the battle at a disadvantage. All of these people actually defected to the enemy? After a short period of dismay, for a moment, endless anger spread out in his chest like a monstrous wave. How dare they dash? Yili's teeth gritted to the point of crunching. The monstrous hatred in her heart caused her to completely lose her mind. With a roar, the desk in front of him was directly overturned on the ground by Yili, everything on the table, clanking and scattering to the ground. Draw your sword. At Yili's mournful hiss, he fought to look toward the air. Traitor! A bunch of disorganized officials. All give me death dash. I treat you all well, but also promote you to serve in the army. Is this how you repay me? Just because of a slight disadvantage, you defected to the enemy. All of you messengers deserve to die. Deserve to die. Waving his long sword, Yili seemed to want to vent her anger in her heart. Constantly in the tent, swinging most at the air. And, with every swing, all accompanied by Yili's mournful, resentful roar of rage. Surname Zhao, and the others who defected to the Wei army. All of you group of disorganized officials wait for me. Your families can all be in Lindsay. When I return to Lindsay, I will definitely abuse your clan in the most brutal way possible, and you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future, or I will surely kill you by 1,000 cuts and bruise your bones, make you regret your behavior today. The repressed emotions that had been accumulating in the heart for days, would have been, today, and in the midst of the mutiny of the generals, leaving Yili with nowhere to vent her anger. In this moment, pour it all out. Even the maidservants who often served by Yili's side had never seen Yili so angry. The monstrous hatred mixed in the spiteful hissing sound made the surrounding soldiers unconsciously feel their bodies trembling, and even the temperature around the tent seemed to have dropped a few points. In itself, Yili's character is very conceited, and small-minded and intolerant of others. For someone like that, mutiny, it is the most intolerable thing. In the front, even if it was Yili who first forced Han Xian to leave Qi with the crime of treason. But even so, after hearing that Han Xian had traveled to Chu, he couldn't help but be furious. Not to mention now, in the face of an unfavorable war situation, more than a dozen generals whom he had promoted had mutinied and defected to the Wei army. Such behavior had touched Yili's most intolerable area. But no matter how angry Yili was and how he hissed, he couldn't change the current unfavorable situation. After an hour, Yili's emotions only calmed down a little, for having just hissed, the voice, now, is barely able to speak properly, but the depths of his eyes still hid a look of resentment but even so, and none dared to counsel. They were clear about Yili's temper now. And going to persuade Yi Li to calm down at a time like this was undoubtedly the same as going to send him to his death. Time is ticking away. The angry Yeli. A night of sleeplessness. By the time the next morning rolled around, his eyes were covered in blood. The whole thing looks extremely scary but come mealtime, the quartermaster still hardened his head and faced Yi Li, kneeling down and howling bitterly. Your Majesty, there is no more food in the army. Not even a single grain of rice left. Yi Li did not reply, just sitting there frozen in place. After a long time, with a sigh, Yi Li leisurely said, isn't there still horses in the general's hands? Slaughter them all together. If we can drag it out for a day, it's a day. Getting that kind of answer, the quartermaster could only helplessly lead the way out. Yi Li, whose heart was exhausted, also knew at this time that the army was in a desperate situation, but she has no solution at all. After yesterday's mutiny of the generals, and the present exhaustion of provisions, under the double blow of such Yi Li's heart had long since sunk to the bottom. Gazing dully in the direction of Linzi City, Yi Li knew in her heart that the so-called reinforcements might just be her own wishful thinking. From start to finish, one should never have hoped for that slim to unrealistic chance. Suddenly, Yi Li thought of a figure. Once upon a time, when has the Qi army ever been in such a desperate situation? Every foreign campaign, not to mention adversity, even if the battle is a bit of a stalemate, it might be considered a defeat. In the Battle of Muling Pass in October 1212, the Zhao and Wei armies were defeated by more than 200,000 men, and the commanders of the two armies were captured. In the Battle of Laishan, in March 1214 of the summer calendar, the Battle of Laishan was a complete annihilation of Lai's 80,000 strong army, destroying Lai in a single battle. In the Battle of Woyan, May 1215, summer calendar, the allied forces of Song and Lu were annihilated by 170,000 men, forcing the two countries to pay tribute and submit to the emperor from then on. In January of 1216, the Qi army raided 60 miles in the snowy night and captured 400,000 people from the coalition army of Qing, Jin and Liao, who were forced to cede their land and beg for peace, and from then on were even more likely to pay tribute and submit themselves as subjects. In the Battle of Baiwang Mountain, in the 6th month of the 1217th year of the Xia calendar, Wuhuan was broken and Stanton was beheaded, and the border of Qi was extended northward by 600 miles. In March 1218, summer calendar, the main force of the Xiongnu was defeated head-on and raced 2,000 kilometers to the north of the desert, where they held a ceremony of sacrificing to heaven at Wolf-Jushu Mountain. One after another of the Qi army's brilliant battles came to mind. The Qi army of that time could be said to attack and win. The soldiers are invincible. But these records, without exception, it's all connected to that guy. Looking at his present wretched appearance, Yi Li's inner depths, suddenly rose an idea. I am really wrong? Readers, please give a 5-star review and for the love of it, please. Chapter 97, The Wrongs of the Day. Recalling a scene from the past, the former glory, like a movie flashback, came to mind frame by frame. Yi Li, the self-proclaimed emperor of the ages, until then, always thought that all of Qi's splendor was built on its own foundation. But now, Qi was already in danger of collapse. How long has it been? Even a few months ago, Qi's national strength was as strong as the sun, and it served the 4 seas with authority. Looking out of the world, all the neighboring countries bowed down. The result was that in such a short period of time, he himself was already at risk of being besieged and annihilated, and the entire state of Qi was even more precarious. In such a desperate situation, Yi Li couldn't help but think of Han Xian. At least, while Han Xian remained in Qi, one does not need, at all, to think about any crisis facing Qi, because no matter what came up, it would be easily solved by Han Xian. The Qi army had moreover never experienced such a crisis, or rather, at that point in time, all up and down the Qi state, neither the soldiers nor the people knew at all how to write the word defeat. In their thoughts, it seemed that as long as the Qi army was on the march, victory was a matter of course. But now what? Shell teeth clenched on her red lips. A touch of remorse surfaced on Yi Li's cloudy, pretty face. Thinking about what I used to do. That query. Once again, it surfaced in the mind. Am I really wrong? Perhaps. If Han Xian is still here, how could the Qi army be in danger? If we go back further in time, does the king of Jiaodong still dare to rebel? How could it be so lousy to face the Huns? Or would the Huns dare to break away from vassalage? Will other countries in the neighborhood still grovel before themselves and pay their yearly coins, as they have done in the past? A series of questions, slowly emerging. Suddenly, remembering back to that night 10 years ago, the killing outside the palace shook the sky, and the city was on fire. Under the moonlight, the promise made by myself and Han Xian. Dropping his eyes, Before looking down at his current situation, Yili felt her eyes slightly moist, and a line of clear tears slowly flowed from her reddened eyes, along with a tear that dripped down and wet the paper. Yili, who noticed that she was in tears, the corner of her mouth raised slightly, emerging with a miserable smile, and only now did I say that I was wrong at that time. My heart was in a miserable state of mind, and my red tears were stealing down. My eyes were full of autumn winds and 100 things were not. The thought that I might perish here. Yali, who seemed to be somewhat relieved, raised his head to look at the direction where Chu was located. His expression fell silent and murmured, "I don't know if you've had a good time in Chu. Is there anything you're not accustomed to? After all, it is I who have wronged you. If I am fortunate enough to escape this calamity, I will definitely seek you back." Was murmuring. Outside the tent, suddenly a voice came. "My general, Ma Jun, seeks an audience with your majesty." Yili wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and cleared her throat before she spoke. "Come in." When people come in, Yili asked, "What's the point of seeing me at this late hour?" Ma Jun knelt down on one knee. His voice was impassioned, and his eyes were filled with the perseverance of being at home with death. "Your majesty, the army is running out of food and grass. If we continue to delay, not only will there be no more morale to speak of for the three armies, but more than 200,000 Qi troops will be buried here. We have no regrets in dying for our country. But your majesty's body of 10,000 gold, once it falls into the hands of the enemy, Qi will be in danger of being overthrown. The last general invites to fight tonight while the army has enough food and grass. When rewarding the three armies, the last general will fight to the death to escort his majesty to break through the siege. Even if there is only a ray of hope for survival, it is better than sitting here and waiting for death." The smile at the corner of Yili's mouth became more and more bitter. She can't imagine, in the midst of the mutiny of many generals, there are still such loyal and patriotic people in the army. Aren't you afraid to die? If you defect to Wei now, although you may not be able to get a high rank and salary, it's better than losing your life here. Yili seemed to be at the mercy of the heavens, and completely lost the spirit that he had before the start of the war. The voice was full of sadness. On the contrary, Ma Jun, hands clasped fists, without the slightest fear, "Your majesty, Ma Jun since childhood in Qi, as a soldier, should be a sword and a gun to serve on the battlefield. Even if the horse leather wrapped in the body is not in vain the 7-foot body of a man." An impassioned speech. It made Yili's hot blood, as if it had been resurrected from the dead. Once again, the desire to survive was kindled in her. Just thinking that if that person were here, the Qi army wouldn't be facing such a desperate situation at all. Yili, who has mixed feelings inside and is filled with heartache and regret, opened his mouth and asked, "The cunning rabbit dies and the traitor cooks. The flying bird exhausts the good bow and hides. Do you think that I have done wrong?" A sudden question. Jean made Ma Jun's brain go a little down for a moment. In particular, when he looked up, Ma Jun noticed Yili's reddened eyes, as well as the tear stains above her cheeks, so obvious signs of crying. When he was stumped on the spot, "Did your majesty just cry?" When such a thought surfaced in his mind, Ma Jun's already dangling head stopped functioning completely. Looking up at Yili's fallen expression, his throat involuntarily rolled a little and Ma Jun didn't understand why Yili coldly and suddenly asked this question. And, although the name of the man was not explicitly stated, but the words, "The rabbit is dead, the dog is dead, the bird is dead," it would already be clear who Yili was referring to. Although Ma Jun also boasted of loyalty to the emperor and love of the country, as a general for the horse leather wrapped body also have no fear, but he did not want to bury his life in vain, do not want to die in obscurity. Ever since that incident, in Qi, the three words Han Zian had become a taboo for Yili. It's like the scales of a dragon. If you touch it, you will die. Hesitating for a long time, only then did Ma Jun speak stiffly. "Your majesty, collaborating with the enemy in treason is a great offense that is unforgivable and will result in the punishment of 9 clans. So why should your majesty blame yourself?" This kind of scene stealing, making Yili couldn't help but smile to herself. "What the hell have you done? Let the generals under your command talk about it?" Yili spoke quietly. "There is no harm. I still understand the truth of loyal words. I want to hear you tell the truth. So feel free to speak from the heart and I won't blame you." Having said that, Ma Jun gritted his teeth and didn't hide anything. Speaking directly, "Your majesty, then I will speak directly. Whether it's civil or martial arts, King Han is irreplaceable for Qi, and moreover, he has saved Qi from fire many times, so it can be said that he is recreating great Qi. Although King Han is suspected of being a high achiever, there is indeed something wrong with his majesty's actions. If King Han was around today, the 500,000 Wei troops on the periphery would be nothing more than a bunch of grass." Having said that, Ma Jun raised his head and looked at Yili. It seemed to be a fear of the other's wrath. However, this time, Yi Li, contrary to the norm, instead of being annoyed, he smiled with relief. I didn't realize that even you thought so. Perhaps she wouldn't have fallen to this point if he was there. Standing up slowly, Yi Li began to put on his armor. While wearing it, he spoke. You go down and get ready now. We'll kill out together this night. P.S. Readers, I'm a little sick today, so I'll just work on this chapter first. I'm really sorry. Chapter 98. Why is your majesty laughing? The western border of Chu, Zhaoguan. Nearly 200,000 troops, led by Wu, were displayed outside the pass. The coalition camp stretches for miles. As far as the eye could see, the military flags covered the sky, and one large flag flew in the wind, like angry waves following one another, while the sound and fury of. But when Han Xian led his army to Zhaoguan, the two sides fought, and after the opposite side left a few thousand corpses, it was like impotence in the head of a dog, completely lost the offensive aggression like fire at the beginning, but instead hunkered down in the camp and did not dare to go out to war. In the face of such a situation, Han Xian was feeling speechless. No, what's your situation? So many people are here to see the scenery in front of Zhaoguan? I just brought 20,000 people here. Look at your reaction. Why do you feel as if I've brought an army of 2 million? Can't you have some backbone? Show some manly blood. I just won a battle, and the loss of a few thousand men doesn't hurt you, so why don't you dare to come out and fight with me? What's the point of staying in camp all day and being a shrinking violet? 4 days on end. No matter what Han Xian tries to do, the Union army just couldn't hold out. This kind of shrunken head battle method made Han Xian feel a bit headstrong. It's hard not to. Let yourself be strong-armed? If I had more troops on hand, I might have done that. And now, as a result, 20,000 against 200,000. And you're going to force an attack? That's not bull *********. Do you really think you're Chen Xingji? 7,000 men conquering 32 cities in a row? How much water is in this? It's almost as big as the ocean. This is really a real frontal strong attack down. Wu Temple Tenjia High and Low have to change people down. Feeling a bit of a headache, though, but Han Xian was in no hurry. War. The fight is about logistics. First, we must be invincible in order to wait for the enemy to be victorious. Anyway, on my side, with less than 30,000 people at full strength, logistics is not a problem at all. With close to 200,000 people on your side, let's see how long you can drag this out. Han Xian, who has thought it over. Fortunately, I'm prepared to spend the rest of the day. Even sent a letter to Shouchuan City. Tell Su Qingshang that he might not be able to return in a short time, but for Su Qingshan, whether or not she could win quickly was secondary. And in the letter, she instead urged Han Xian again and again to pay attention to safety and never take any risks. Have to say, looking at a reply like this, Han Xian also felt his heart warm. After all, it was a warmth that had never been felt in Qi. However, almost back and forth, the reply from Su Qingshang in the front had just arrived, followed closely by news from the Qi side. On the 10th day of the 9th month, Qi and Wei engaged in battle on the outskirts of Lucheng. When Wei went out of the battle unfavorably and led the army to retreat, Yi Li, the commander of the Qi army, ignored the objections of the generals and pursued the attack, and fell into the trap of the Wei army, and Wei Xie, the commander of the Wei army, personally led 30,000 elite troops to cut off the retreat of the Qi army. For several days in succession, the Qi army's attempts to break out failed, the army was dispersed, and more than a dozen generals led their own soldiers to defect to Wei. Last night, the Qi army tried desperately to break out. Yi Li managed to escape, and the main force of the Qi army was surrounded by the Wei army, and more than 200,000 people were pitted against each other. Ever since Yi Li led the army into battle, Han Xian then ordered the Black Ice Terrace to keep an eye on the Qi side's movements, and, not just on Yi Li's part, including the other 3 directions of the Qi army, the same constant attention should be paid. And now, as a result, the intelligence of the other 3 armies had not yet been sent, and Yi Li's path had already been divided. TSK, more than 200,000 people have been pitted. It seems that over the years, Wei has accumulated quite a bit of resentment in its heart. Unfortunately, I don't know how many of these people are generals who had accompanied me in the south and north, and now all of them are being buried by Yi Li in the hands of the Wei army. Despite Yi Li's defeat, in Han Xian's opinion, it was justified. Still, it's hard not to have some mixed feelings about such an outcome. The Battle of the Huns has brought the Huns to 800 to 100,000. Then came the Battle of Zizi River and the loss of Linzi. Now it's burying more than 200,000 troops. Yi Li, she is almost finished letting you lose. Now Qi is surrounded by enemies on all sides, and half of the main force is directly buried by you. She is really going to be hurt this time. I just don't know what kind of price I have to pay. The line of sight goes back to Qi. Yili, who had just crossed the Jishui, was wet all over. The long hair was still constantly dripping downwards. The wretched Yili, his body was covered in blood, and the warhorse on his hips was walking with a limp because of the injuries he had sustained. The thousands of Qi troops that followed behind them, one by one, were equally wretched. Thousands of people can't put together 2 suits of armor. Some of them are even empty-handed, with their blades thrown away somewhere, though woefully out of shape. But Yili, who had escaped from life, was still relieved, turning back, looking at the Wei army, which had already disappeared, looking down at the warhorse at his crotch again. Tears could not help but well up in his eyes. This battle, the Qi army could be completely destroyed. The 300,000 Qi troops that were there at the time of the expedition were now left with only a few thousand remnants. The vast majority of those left didn't escape at all. Even in the process of breaking out of the Yili's warhorse was hit by an arrow and died. Ma Jun even contributed his own warhorse and led his own infantry army to break the back desperately, which covered Yili's escape. Thinking about all this, Yili couldn't help but feel the tip of her nose a little sour, especially thinking of the words Ma Jun roared out towards himself when he chose to stay behind to break the back. To die for the country, the last general will die without regrets, and I only hope that the last general's name will leave a mark in the history books. Often, in times of desperation, to see that, who actually means it. In particular, under that desperate situation, Ma Jun and those generals who surrendered to the Wei army were in stark contrast. Just a shame. Feeling the pain coming from his heart, Yili smiled helplessly and bitterly. If I hadn't been bent on having my own way in the first place, or if Han Zian had been here, how could there have been such a fiasco? At this point in time, his mind drifted to Han Zian, who was thousands of miles away. Yili had already made her plans. When he returned to Linzi, he immediately sent a man to Chu to welcome back Han Zian, even if you have to apologize in person. With this in mind, Yili, with the remnants of his army, rushing in the direction of Linzi city. It's still light out. The cold moonlight enveloped the ground. The atmosphere of the march seemed particularly depressing, and after such a crushing defeat, no one could smile. Just as Yili led the team to a jungle, Yili suddenly laughed out loud without warning. A general next to him, who had hung up his colors, questioned, "Why is your majesty laughing?" Yili hummed disdainfully and laughed gleefully. "I don't laugh at others. I only laugh at that Wei Bao's lack of strategy and Wei Xie's lack of wisdom. If I use the army once again in advance to ambush an army to wait for labor, and so on when my army withdraws suddenly kill, even if not all the army, but also will certainly lose a lot. Had a hard time sleeping all night last night. It was almost dawn when I barely managed to fall asleep, only to have 2 nightmares in quick succession. The first nightmare, dreaming that I helped my grandfather to take the subway home. The result of my grandfather do not know how to turn into the Zhou dynasty people. Around the other people also one after another into 1,000 years of ancient corpses. Give me scared to death. The second nightmare, I dreamt that my wife divorced me. She was also a lawyer. She cheated me out of all my money. I was penniless, sitting in an internet cafe, thinking to myself that I didn't even have a girlfriend. So how did I suddenly become a second wife? Chapter 99, Falling Down the Well. Yi Li's laughter hadn't ended yet. On either side of the forest, Shasta, fires were raging and the sound of killing was deafening. A general at the head laughed loudly and coldly. Yi Li, by the general's order, Mr. Wu has been waiting here for a long time. Release the arrows. With a stern cry, all of a sudden, all the arrows are firing. Countless sharp arrows off the string cut through the night sky and shot towards the Qi army. If the two armies were engaged in a normal battle, with the Qi troops wearing armor, it was naturally impossible for a mere bow and arrow to cause much damage. But this ragtag army, a few thousand men couldn't put together 2 sets of armor. Earlier, in an attempt to escape, it can be a disgrace. Where is the protection against the bow and arrow now? With the rain of arrows falling, the screams started suddenly. Countless Qi troops were hit by arrows to the end. The already demoralized Qi army was like a headless fly, scurrying around in the darkness of the night. Thousands of people were just crammed into each other, being whisked away by the Wei army with abandon. Seeing this, Yi Li's personal soldiers in the periphery hurriedly shouted, "Protect His Majesty!" In a panic, Yi Li was also a bit overwhelmed for a while, and could only kill towards the east, surrounded by his own soldiers. After all, it was only an ambush laid here just in case. There are only 2 or 3,000 people. This is a small group of people. Obviously there's no way to achieve total annihilation of the Qi army. Yi Li, escorted by the surrounding Qi troops, finally escaped without any danger. but after what just happened, beside, the other generals, who were still a bit stunned, immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, let's not laugh, let's quickly run for our lives. Not to mention him, Yili was just trying to salvage the sagging morale just now. I just smiled a little bit on purpose. Who would have thought? The Wei army really did have an ambush. This time, Yili which still laughed to export, taking advantage of the color of the night hoofed towards Linzi City. Wei, Shuilingchang. This city, formerly belonging to the state of Wei, was occupied by the state of Qi 10 years ago. Today, after many years, once again, he returned to Wei's embrace. Early morning, the sunlight poured through the city walls and spilled onto the streets of Shuiling City. The early risers of the people had already begun their busy day with the stores on both sides of the street opened for business one after another, and the bazaar became lively, with vendors pulling out their voices and yelling and selling constantly. Whether it is a change of dynasty or a change of ownership of a city, in fact, for the people at the bottom, it is nothing more than a change of ruler, and there will not be too much change for life. At this point, in the city lord's mansion, Wei Bao, who was the emperor of Wei, was fidgety and anxious, pacing back and forth in the back hall. The eunuchs and maids of honor behind them followed in small steps, and he didn't dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing Wei Bao's mind. Inside the back hall of the city lord's mansion at this time, it seemed unusually quiet. Only the slight sound of Wei Di's footsteps as he paced echoed in the air. From last night, upon receiving the news of the Qi army's desperate breakout, Wei Bao could be said to have stayed up all night. After all, this is a battle that concerns the fate of Wei. Although the front has been successfully encircled, but the main force of the Qi army is still there. The final deer is not yet known, even though the Qi army is short of food, but it is also possible to kill the horse and fix the problem briefly. Moreover, according to the speculation of the generals in the army, this time the Qi army's breakout was definitely a desperate strike. Just when Wei Bao was so nervous that he was fidgeting, suddenly there's an intruder in the lobby. The other party's face, although showing fatigue, still showed excitement. Your Majesty, great victory at the front. The messenger had just rushed into the city lord's mansion, and upon seeing Wei Bao's figure, he couldn't wait to shout excitedly, Your Majesty, our army has won a great victory. Last night, the Qi army tried their best to break out of the siege. However, under the siege of our army, only a few thousands of Qi army broke out, and the rest of the more than 200,000 Qi army were captured. And now they have been ordered by the king of Chunlu to be pitted and killed. This battle wiped out the Qi army. Our army has won a great victory. Although from the excitement of the other side rushing in, Wei Bao had guessed the answer to that. But, when he heard with his own ears, the news of the great victory of the Wei army, the whole person is still excited to the point of roaring with excitement. Yes, truly worthy of being my royal brother. The disgrace of 10 years ago is finally returned today. From now on the offense and defense will be easy to type. After the excited roar of Wei Bao, who had calmed down a bit, immediately ordered, quickly, immediately send an order to the king of Chunlu, telling him to pursue the attack and continue to penetrate deeper into the hinterland of Qi. Even if we can't overthrow Qi, we must make Qi pay a sufficient price. I have said that all the humiliation Wei has suffered in these 10 years will be doubled by Qi. Zhao, Handan City, as the capital of Zhao, whether in terms of size, population, culture, or economy, the city of Handan is an undisputed metropolis even when looking at the 9 states. During this decade, although Zhao paid tribute to Qi and claimed vassalage, but it's undeniable, Zhao's military strength is definitely one of the ceilings. There are no more than 5 countries that dare to say that they are sure to win against Zhao. This is also a side reflection of what kind of height Qi at its peak had reached. But now, Qi suffered a succession of crushing defeats, the loss of a large part of the country, obviously not as glorious as it once was. Handan City, Palace Hall. Emperor Zhao was seated high above the dragon chair, with the civil and military officials on both sides. In the center of the great hall, a eunuch was recounting the news he had just received. As for the content, obviously it's about the news of Qi's fiasco. As the words fell, Emperor Zhao did not hide his contempt and sneered. It's really slippery. Just because of one less person, Qi fell from the peak to the trough. I originally thought that how it would take a decade or 8 years. I didn't think that it's only been a few months. Qi is facing the danger of destruction. First on the left, the Prime Minister of Zhao laughed coldly and agreed that Yili is narrow-minded, suspicious and headstrong, but also very mediocre ability. Qi can have today's situation. It can be said that not the slightest bit of surprise. At this point, standing across from him, Zhao's Wuan Jun side. It's a pity. I didn't expect the Qi army to be so weak after Han Xian left. Our army did not target Qi at that time, but chose to attack Zhongshan State. This time Wei is considered to be the first to take the lead. It is estimated that they want to take a layer of skin from Qi, ruthlessly. Talking about it, Emperor Zhao's complexion was a bit gloomy, fingers with a rhythm on the armrests, tapping lightly. Half a day later, Emperor Zhao's voice was grim. No harm done. Let Wei be complacent for a while first. Even if they encroach on Qi's territory, they have to have the ability to hold on to it. After destroying the Zhongshan state, after sending an army to Wei, how much he has eaten, I will make them obediently spit it out. Whether it's Wei, Zhao, or the neighboring states of Song, Lu, Zhu, Jin, Lia, etc., almost all of them, at the first time, received the news of the tragic defeat of the Qi army. Seeing the results of this, they were undoubtedly ecstatic. Realize that it's been a depressing decade for them. Not only do they need to grovel to please each other when facing Qi, but they also have to pay a large amount of taxes every year. It even ceded a large territory to Qi. Nowadays, Qi is in decline. For them, this is undoubtedly the best opportunity to fall into the trap. Likewise, the other three Qi armies also received news of Yi Li's crushing defeat one after another. The ratings down to 8.1. Readers, please give a favorable review. Author on his knees. Chapter 100, Swearing on Luo Shui. From the encirclement, the third day of escaping, Yi Li finally returned to Linzi City. Upon return, the first order of business was to order that the whole city be under martial law. Subsequently, Yi Li immediately wrote several edicts and ordered them to be sent in the direction of the three Qi armies respectively, ordering them to return to the capital immediately to serve the king. At the same time there was another letter, and the destination was in Chu. As for what's inside, it was nothing more than the hope that Han Xian would remember his old feelings and return to Qi. But the messenger had not been long out of the city, and Yi Li then received a piece of bad news that Wei's 200,000 strong army, with its long drive, had already conquered more than 20 cities in Qi. If it includes previously occupied territories, in Wei's hands alone, Qi has lost more than a fifth of its territory. It's almost 600 miles square or so. This can no longer be described as hurtful to a country. It's almost considered extinction. Realize that many small countries, probably the whole country is just a few dozen miles square. If it was a little bigger, there might be a couple hundred miles. Now that's not all. The appetite shown by Wei is obviously not yet full, especially according to the movements reported by the scouts. Wei's goal, most likely pointing to Linzi, plus the fact that the neighboring countries are also watching. In the wake of such a barrage of bad news, Yi Li felt that in her chest. It seemed like there were two large mountains pressing down on her, making her breath feel bad. Why? Why on earth? How did things come to this? Yi Li, who fled back to Linzi in distress, didn't even get a chance to wash up. What you're wearing? Still in blood-stained clothes, not washed for a long time and still mixed with stinky sweat hair, messy draped behind the head. If you look at it from a distance, live to be beggars. But now, Yi Li was no longer in the mood to care about her image. She was now like a gambler who had lost everything, constantly asking herself why she lost, repeatedly asking myself in my mind, what on earth did things turn out like this for? From the time Han Xian left until now, all in all, not even 5 months old. Results. It was in such a short period of time that Qi had gone from being the number one power in the 9 states that was as strong as the sun, to being so shaky that it seemed as if it would topple over at any moment. When I think of the changes that have taken place before and after, and the fiasco that resulted from his own rigidity and unwillingness to listen to his generals, who were always bent on having their own way, Yi Li's heart was filled with remorse. If Han Xian is still here, how could she, again, be in this state? A touch of bitterness flowed from the corner of his mouth as Yi Li continuously questioned himself in his mind. Question yourself why? In the first place, you made such a stupid decision. Suddenly, Yi Li's gaze froze and she looked dully down at the ground not far in front of her and, that night, it was Prime Minister Kai Kuan who stood there, telling himself about Han Xian's sins, including the other party's intention to plot against him, and the threat that his high position of power posed to him. Thinking back to that day, to the scene that made up his mind, Yi Li snapped out of it. Yes, if at first, it wasn't listening to Kai Kuan's slanderous words, how could one do something ungrateful? It's all because of Kai Kuan. Indeed, this thief did not have a good heart from the beginning. The weakness of my Daki is because he compelled me, divorced the relationship between me and my subjects, and used the trick of killing with a borrowed knife to confuse me into making a move, which forced Han Xian's departure. Later, when he faced the Xiongnu, it was also his recommendation of Gao Quan that led to Qi's defeat. And even more so, Qi has been nailed to the pillar of shame ever since. Damn it, why didn't I see clearly earlier? This guy's face. Come to think of it, Yili put the recent period of time that all the pent-up resentment in his heart was blamed on Kai Koen. Everything is because of you. Damn you. The resentment in his heart rises to the sky and Yili reddened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Kai Koen, don't think that I won't be able to move you on the basis of your own 4 generations and 3 dukes. I am the son of heaven of Dachi. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. All the blood shed by hundreds of thousands of Chi soldiers over these past few months will be repaid by you. Come on man. Mind made up. Yili didn't want to ink it either. After all, it's too late for this kind of thing. How much influence Kai Koen had in the dynasty? Yili was very clear in her heart. So, if it's going to come out, it must be done with thunder and lightning. Before Kai Koen and his party members could react, they were all exterminated. At this point, the eunuch outside the door slowly stepped in and knelt before him. Yili coldly said, "Summon the commander of the brocade guards, Shan Ren, to come and see me quickly." Yes, in a few moments, Shan Ren had already arrived in front of Yili, calling the commander of the brocade guards, Shan Ren, to pay his respects to his majesty. Yili's gaze carried a scrutinizing over Shan Ren's body, sweeping back and forth. Although the other party was considered Yili's absolute beloved, after experiencing so many things, including the shadow guards who were close to protecting him, all of them were Han Xian's people. Yili now no longer dared to trust others, except for the likes of Marjun, outside of the man who could lay down his life and lead an army to break his back in order to save himself. But no matter how much Yili was willing, he couldn't see through people with his eyes. Half a day later, Yili coldly asked, Shan Ren, I'm asking you, can you be loyal to me? Shan Ren was shocked in his heart. I don't know how Yili suddenly asked this when she was cold. Could it be that he had found out about his connection with the Black Ice platform? Though with some trepidation in mind. But on the surface, Shan Ren still put on a look of abject loyalty. I am absolutely loyal to your majesty and dare not have any second thoughts. You, sure. Yili obviously wouldn't gullibly trust the other party just because of a few words. In particular, a few months ago, the night before he decided to kill Han Xian. This matter Yili only told the genie Wei, except after discussing it with Kai Kuan. But Han Xian still received the news in advance and ran straight away. In other words, this matter was either revealed by Kai Kuan, either that, or there are Han Xian's people within the Jinui. Yili thought to himself that the latter was more likely. One of the suspects, after the incident of the Shadow Guard's assassination, also included Commander Shan Ren. Say it to my eyes. Although Yili's appearance was still in a sorry state, as far as the eye can see, like beggars. But anyway, it's been a long time coming. The intimidating pressure brought about by the Son of Heaven's anger still made Shan Ren feel his heart thumping. But as a brocade guard's prime, he looked up slowly and, with an expression that was still quite calm, he looked at Yili, then stretched out 3 fingers and said in a loud voice, I dare to point to heaven and earth and swear that my loyalty to your majesty is as great as the Lua water, and that if there is the slightest lie, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Being of this age, there is still reverence for heaven and earth, including ghosts and gods and even oaths. Only as Han Xian's man, Shan Ren had also heard that Sima Yi had sworn by pointing to the Lua water. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have dared to make such a poisonous oath. Seeing the other party's look of conviction, Yili's skeptical heart finally fell. Yes, satisfied nodded. Yili coldly said, then I will give you a task. This night, I want to lead the brocade guards, will Kai Koan and his party, including a family, all apprehended, shall not let a person escape. 100 chapters. Historic moment. Gentlemen readers, please reward me with a power for love. Please. Chapter 101, if you want to be greedy, be greedy. The night is low. The moon is like water. Stars dotted the silent night sky. The Imperial Garden. Yili was lying quietly in the pool. The skin exposed outside the water was like bright, delicate white jade, with a soft luster under the moonlight. Wet, 3,000 strands of green silk draped over the back of her head. It's still a little messy, though, but different from the previous beggar's general wretchedness. At this moment Yili, just like that fairy in the Yao Qi, just like a budding peony flower, beautiful but not demonic, colorful but not vulgar, 1,000 dainty, unparalleled. However, just outside the palace, just a wall away, the formerly tranquil city of Linzi is in the midst of a gruesome massacre. The rushing fire lit up the dark night sky. Countless panicked figures let out mournful screams in the firelight. The Jinshur guards are like ghosts, breaking into the mansions in droves. The owners of these mansions, they're all dignitaries of the court, but at the moment, facing the Jinui with the slightest resistance, one would have to face the merciless butcher's knife. The embroidered spring swords in the hands of the brocade guards were like scythes in a harvest field, wantonly harvesting the lives of these people. Countless people, hiding in their homes with frightened faces, fearful that this calamity will fall on their heads. but the goal of the brocade guards. As early as the moment Yili gave the order, it was already determined. Just at the same time that the brocade guards unleashed their massacre, the censorship was also launched against the mansions of these people. Then Shanren saw an extremely absurd scene, especially in the home of Prime Minister Kai Koen. The large mansion does not know how many valuable paintings and precious porcelain. A basement has also been constructed for this purpose. Inside, there are mountains of gold and silver jewelry. In the moonlight, the golden mountain exuded a glittering light that could almost blind a person. After all, the Kai family had 4 generations and 3 dukes, and had accumulated countless wealth in itself over the years, although a large portion of it was looted during the turmoil 10 years ago. After Han Zian left, Kai Koen reached directly into the treasury as a way to fill the family's losses. Looking at a scene like this, for a moment, Shanran was feeling a little out of breath. My lord, what are we going to do with all this gold, silver and jewelry? Questioned one of the 1,000 householders at his side. Don't look at the main responsibility of the Jinui, which is to inspect the 100 officials. Until then, the Kinkos did a really good job. 2. Any breeze in the city of Linzi cannot be hidden from the eyes of the brocade guards. But with Han Zian's departure, the brocade guards slacked off, and Shanren, as the highest person in charge, didn't bother. So the Jinui had no knowledge of Kai Koen's embezzlement. Take a deep breath. After calming himself down a bit, Shanren said in a deep voice, see Kai Koen, this guy is usually quite clean. I didn't expect the corruption to be so ruthless. You first bring people. Take an inventory of the gold and silver here. I'm going to look elsewhere. I don't think there's many clean people in those. Chito led the order. Yes, sir. Massacre from late at night. It lasted until dawn. By the next day, the air in Linzi City was filled with the smell of blood, enough to see just how much blood was spilled last night and night. The janitors have been busy all night, too. It was only then that the property in each of the raided mansions was counted. When he saw the final number, Shanran only felt his scalp tingle. Primarily, he really can't imagine that. The fact that these people can go to such extremes in this matter of embezzlement is simply outrageous. You should know that during the time Han Zian was still in Qi, these people, including Kai Koen, not a single one of them dared to make a move to embezzle. Almost all the time, they are under the surveillance of the Jinui. Results: this is only a few months' time. This family, assets less hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. More like Kai Koen family, seized out hundreds of millions of taels of silver. This is moving all of Qi's treasury, isn't it? Thinking of earlier, the appearance of the minister of the household crying to himself that the treasury was empty, Shanran felt like laughing. By your assholes, sucking the marrow out of your bones, the treasury is still full? At this point, a white household came to Shanren's face with an account book and respectfully said, my lord, all of the property that came out of the plagiarized house has been counted. There is a total of 274 million taels of silver, and 34,200,000 taels of gold, ivory, pearls, precious stones, paintings, and countless pieces of porcelain, the total value of which is roughly calculated to be around 130 million taels. After looking at the numbers, Shanren sighed helplessly. These people can really be greedy. Realize that, last year, Qi's tax revenue for the year was only 300 million taels. As a result, these people, in just a few months' time, had coveted a year's worth of taxes from Qi. It shows how hard these people really hit. It is simply unconscionable. And flipped through the ledger again. While Shanren had a sad face on the surface, he was also searching in his heart whether to give this money to Yili or not, or how much to give to Yeli. After all, it's impossible to give it all back. What about a large group of people under their own hands? And the other day, the drunken flower house in the western city also came to a flower girl. That look, one must redeem it at all costs. Just when Shanren was thinking nonsense, the next 1,000 households rubbed their hands. He smiled. Adults, Yui weekdays, for the court busy, but the salary is just so little. Now want to be. Not. Shanran looked at the other man and was kinda surprised. I didn't realize that. It's amazing how bold this guy is. Don't look like they're all chitos. In fact, not all of the 1,000 households within the Jinui are their own people. The own people here are not that these people are not loyal to Shanran, but they have nothing to do with Han Zian. All in all, among the 1,000 households of the Jinui, there were only 2 people who knew about Shanren and Han Zian's relationship. Obviously, this chitos in front of me is not one of them. Shanren coughed lightly and said unhappily, Qian-tu Lu, what do you mean by this? Lu Qianhu gave an expression that he understood everything and laughed. My lord, with so much gold, silver, and jewels, who wouldn't be tempted to look at it? As long as you nod your head, my lord, we can sneakily erase the zero. This 4 million taels of silver, my lord, you take 70%. and the remaining 30% we brothers will just share. After all, this is also the proceeds of our hard work. And the amount of money seized this time is so huge that I don't think His Majesty would notice if we secretly coveted a fraction of it. Shan Ren's brows furrowed and his face grimaced as he rebuked. Unbridled. As a Jinui, you know the law and break it. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Eat the king's salary. Share the king's worries. You as a Jinui do not think of serving the country as just, but also presumptuous attempts to corrupt and pervert the law. You do this to stand up to His Majesty? Shanran's rebuke and questioning. It's like the voice of the Great Way, making Lu Qianhu lower his head in shame. Your honor is right. My humble servant will never dare again. Humph. Shanren snorted coldly and said unhappily, it's good that you know you're wrong, and it's hard to achieve great things when you're greedy for small advantages. Lu Qianhu lowered his head even deeper. Your Excellency's lesson is correct. From now on, my humble servant will definitely clean up his act and never do such things that are shameful to His Majesty. Shan Ran nodded with satisfaction, picked up a pen and lightly scratched on the ledger, then threw it to the other party. So, if you want to be greedy, you have to be greedy for the big ones. Just give the change to His Majesty and we'll split the rest. Turn over the ledger. Finding the amount above that, they've all been wiped out by the first number. From the original 34.2 million taels of gold, 274 million taels of silver, directly into 4,200,000 taels of gold, 74 million taels of silver, and a fraction of the value of the jewels, pearls, paintings and calligraphy that followed. Lu Qiandu's eyes were glazed over. Is that how you play? My lord? My lords, please reward me with a power for love. All the proceeds of this embezzlement are honored to your lordships. The readers. Chapter 102 Shanren, I am loyal to His Majesty. When the dust settles, from the home of Kai Koan and his clique, the amount of family property that was confiscated and laid out in front of Yili. Yili felt like her lungs were going to explode. That monstrous hatred. It was dozens of times stronger than the feeling of resenting Han Zian earlier, pissed off to the point where Yili's body, unable to stop trembling all over. Looking at the boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, as well as the figures on the ledger, Yili hated to resurrect these assholes over, and lent them death by 1,000 cuts, because, in Yili's opinion, for these to die like this is simply the greatest mercy for them, because the sins they commit are simply unforgivable, just the sum total of the family fortune in the city of Linzi. Surprisingly, he possessed 4,200,000 taels of gold, 74 million taels of silver, and all kinds of precious paintings and calligraphy, porcelain, jewelry, ivory, and so on, accumulating more than 10 million taels, a series of numbers that, presented at the top of the ledger. It was shocking. Although behind these people, there was no lack of families that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Among them, the most illustrious, none more so than the Kai family of 4 generations. As a matter of common sense, the assets that these families had behind them, there was a tens of millions of taels of silver. Yili wouldn't be very surprised. But here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's the Kai family, or the Yi family that belongs to the royal family, or any other family. In the turmoil that took place 10 years ago, most of the family property was looted by the rebels. Even though Han Zian later succeeded in recapturing Linzi, a lot of treasures disappeared, and the property that was seized back would not be returned to those families. To put it simply, it's the wealth they've accumulated over generations. It went through a round of reshuffling a decade ago. So, now that the family fortune has been seized, it's all the wealth they've built up over the decade. Honestly, if it's a 10-year cumulative, perhaps Yili would not have been so enraged, because she knows in her heart that, these properties, it's clear that in recent months, they've embezzled Qi's treasury. Otherwise where would they have amassed so much family wealth? To think that when Han Zian had just left, those ministers talked about the flooding in the Gaotang area, complaining about the emptiness of the treasury with a snotty nose and a tear, completely treating themselves as little cuties. Look at the piles of gold and silver jewelry in front of you. Yili estimated that at that point in time, Kai Koan and the others had extended their hands to the treasury. Bloody hell. You assholes, even death by 1,000 cuts is not too much. Letting you die like this is really too cheap. I really didn't expect that you moralistic, self-proclaimed righteous people would have such heinous means of corruption behind your backs. It's only been a few months, but he has embezzled millions of taels of gold, as well as tens of millions of taels of silver. I'm afraid that such an amount is unprecedented, even if we look at the entire 9 states. Looking over the ledger in his hands, from whose house, how much gold, silver and jewels were seized, every single one of them is recorded in detail. Yili was feeling more and more alarmed the more she looked at him. Every time I turn the pages, my hand can't stop shaking and, as the overall person in charge of this operation, the commander of the brocade guards, Shan Ren, including the several thousand households who commanded the operation, stood in front of Yili with a respectful face. These people, some are filled with apprehension, some with nervousness, but without exception, it's all a ripple on the surface. After all, they were all senior members of the brocade guards, and things like controlling expressions were still at their fingertips. After Yili looked at the ledger, there was a long silence. Sighing quietly, he said, with so many assholes in the courtroom, it's no wonder that she has fallen into the state it's in today in just a few short months. After all the emotion, looking at the mountains of gold and silver in front of us, shining brightly under the sun, then the light seemed to ruffle Yeli's feathers or rather, there is no one in the world who can see such a scene and remain calm. After all, wealth, whether for princes and kings or commoners, has an absolute attraction. Suddenly, Yili thought of something. She looked at Shan Ren beside her and questioned, really, I ask you, all the copied out family assets, are these all? Here we go. The moment I heard the question, Shan Ren knew then that the real test would come next. If you can pass, you will enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of your life. If you don't pass, it's nothing more than a death. On one knee, Shan Ren's gaze was resolute, his face calm and collected, and he spoke calmly, back to your majesty. When the family was copied, the microminister was always watching from the side to make sure that he didn't let anyone hide 1 or 2 pieces of silver. With the earlier incident of pointing to the Lo Shui to show his loyalty, it made Yi Li's words to Shan Ren full of trust. Seeing the other party's affirmative tone, the worry in his heart also subsided for the most part. Yes, very good, truly worthy of being my stock in trade. Yi Li nodded with satisfaction, then continued to ask, to be able to regard money as dirt. I can't imagine that you still have this kind of vigor, but I'm very curious. In the face of all this gold, silver and jewels, you really won't be moved? Facing Yi Li's gaze, a flash of struggle flashed in the depths of Shan Ren's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a color of perseverance. Shan Ren threw himself on the ground and said forcefully, I am moved, but I am wearing the flying fish uniform of the brocade guards, so how can I know how to break the law? Unwavering loyalty is the duty of a subject, not to mention that His Majesty treats me with great kindness. If I don't think of serving my country and instead corrupt the law, how different is it from a beast? Look at Shan Ren's look of loyalty. Behind them were several other thousand households, each on the verge of vomiting. Your Honor, that's enough. Will you stop showing your loyalty? We've known each other for a long time. Behind your back, do you have any respect for Yi Li? Far from it. Just now, we are a few brothers, thinking of greedy a fraction. We all share together on the line. You're good, directly giving the 0 to Yi Li and coveting the big head himself. 30 million taels of gold and 200 million taels of silver. Some small countries don't even have that much in taxes for several years combined. You're so greedy. The point is, greed is greed. Whoever is an official these days must be greedy for some money. There is a saying that 3 years of clearing the governor, 100,000 snowflakes silver. But after you have coveted so much money, you can still righteously and without a red face show how loyal you are in front of Yi Li. Your face is simply comparable to the city wall. When you build the Great Wall in the future, you directly tear some of the face to put that the Han army of the knife-cut curled edge. It is estimated that they cannot fight over, and yet their inner thoughts that Yi Li can't hear you. After all, Yi Li can't read minds, either. On the contrary, she looked at this loyal look of Shan Ren, not only smiling with joy, but also to show his generosity, directly waved his hand. Come on people, this action Genie Wei outstanding performance. Reward silver 100,000 taels. Looking at the silver ingots served by the eunuchs, the corner of Shan Ren's mouth twitched with contempt, and dislike was written all over his eyes. Just 100,000? What the hell are you doing? I've just embezzled more than $100 million, and I've got more than 10 million taels of gold, so I'm not as bad as you are? Honestly, if it weren't for Yi Li being right in front of us, Shan Ren didn't even bother to touch those silver ingots. It's too much of a dirty hand to touch. Ugh, stick it to you. I stayed up all night and all night last night, and I'm still not getting over it. First I watched the Europa League final and slept for over 2 hours afterward, followed by the America's Cup final. It was after 12 noon after the fight, looking for a nap. As a result, after 1 o'clock, the downstairs frantically banging on the door, saying that there is a leak. Call someone to come and see that it is the water purifier is broken, and bared the water. It was a toss and turn until almost 5 o'clock and I was finally able to get some sleep. And then, it was already dark when I opened my eyes. Chapter 103, This Quantity. Why is it wrong? Walking out of the palace, up and down the Jinui. Whether it's Shan Ren, or other 1,000 households, 100 households, the general flag, or the hands of the ordinary Jinui, one by one can no longer stop the smile on their faces. some of the big-hearted ones, standing directly in the street, laughing uncontrollably. No way. They're all rich, can you not laugh? Mouths were agape with laughter. With so much money being coveted, Shanran naturally couldn't say he'd keep it all to himself. On the basis of taking 70% for himself, the remaining 30% was also enough for more than 9 million taels of gold, as well as 70 million taels of silver. The money was distributed. Enough for these brocade guards to soar and eat and drink for the rest of their lives. The money distributed to the likes of 1,100 households is more than enough for them to spend recklessly. As for the remaining 70%, Shanran himself certainly wouldn't have kept it all to himself. After all, with all that money, he couldn't have organized it all by himself. In case the matter was exposed and Yi Li knew about it, his gang would be finished. So, on that evening, Shanran then contacted Black Ice Terrace, quietly transported most of the gold, silver and jewelry, to Chu. On the other side, Yi Li smiled with the same joyful smile that one is to solve their own heart trouble, not only to remove Kai Kuan and his party, but also to solve their own heart hate. When Kai Kuan recommended Gao Quan for this matter, Yi Li, however, had been holding a grudge. Secondly, it was an accidental fortune. It's not really a crossroads. It's just a way to get back the money that was previously embezzled from the treasury. In this way, subsequently Qi would not need to maintain its operations by minting coins. While the market is stabilized, Yi Li could also use this money to recruit troops for the next crisis. A bit of reckoning. Yi Li felt more and more that his action this time was too wise. With this amount of money, I think it will be enough for Qi to get through this difficult time. Subsequently, when Han Zian returns, Qi will be able to turn defense into offense and take back all the territories that were lost before, though somewhat reluctant to admit it. But Yi Li now also realized that in the aspect of leading an army into battle, he definitely couldn't compare himself to Han Zian. After this fiasco, it was also a choice to put down his position and write to Han Zian. Hopefully the other person will come around. Come to think of it, in looking at the ledgers, the shocking numbers of, Yi Li felt a burst of anger again, igniting in his heart. It's all because of this Kai Kuan, corrupting the law and framing loyal people. If I hadn't been under his spell, how could I have taken action against Han Zian? Ridiculous. I not only believed his bull ********. In that period of time is all the blame on the body of Han Zian. Now that Qi is going through all of this, it's kind of like I'm getting what I deserve. Eyes with a saddened look, Yi Li turned his head to look in the direction of Chu, and read in his heart, Han Zian, everything I did in the beginning was not my intention, and I was under the compulsion of a villain, so I hope you can forgive me for what I did in the beginning. From the time the letters were sent out until now, it's been almost a day. 2. According to the distance between Qi and Chu, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to arrive under the 800-mile expediting. Yi Li was looking forward to that now. Han Zian was able to hoof it back after seeing the letter. It is best to return before the armies of the other nations descend upon the city. As for the matter of whether Han Zian would refuse, from his head to the end, Yi Li did not think in this regard. Or rather, she took it for granted that, I've already admitted that I'm wrong. Han Zian should just forgive himself. The next day, early morning, inside the palace hall of the Qi state, the civil and military officials knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" Just, compared to the original mountainous outcry, at this time in the great hall, cold and clear, the sound even carries a hollow echo, especially in the position of the civilian group. The number of people is less than half of the original. All the ministers rise, wearing a dragon robe, sitting high above the dragon chair. Yi Li's voice was cold and flat. "Thank you, Your Majesty." As the 100 officials stood up and came to their positions, a eunuch stepped out, his shrill voice resonating through the hall. "Rise for something, retire from the court for nothing." The words have not yet been spoken. A figure stood out in an aggressive manner and, unceremoniously, he chided, "Dare I ask Your Majesty? I don't know what crime Prime Minister Kai has committed. Your Majesty has gone so far as to do this poisonous act and brutalize a loyal man. Is Your Majesty not afraid of being branded as brutal by the world, and being criticized by 1,000 people?" Seeing each other's faces, Yi Li's face was instantly gloomy. The heart is more than a little annoyed that, how the hell does this Jinui work? On that day, he had requested that Kai Kuan and his clique be investigated and punished together. How is it that there are people now, who dare to chastise themselves in public? "So, you are here to question me?" Yi Li held back his anger and said with an icy expression. "Humph." The man hummed and explained, "I am not questioning. I just want Your Majesty to give an explanation." Minister Kai joined the court as an official for more than 20 years, can be said to be devoted to Daki, but His Majesty, without explanation, will be the Kai family up and down the brutal murder. At the same time, There is also the Seacombe Lord Chow, Minister Wang, Minister Zhao, etc. All receive the implicated. His Majesty's move is too brutal, is not it? Does it mean that we, who have spared our hearts and souls for the great cheese rivers and mountains, are all going to face the situation of a rabbit dying and a dog being cooked in the end? And please, Your Majesty, give a reasonable explanation. As the other man's words fell, the other civil officials also stood up, as many as they could. Together, they bowed to Yi Li and spoke in unison. I second the motion. It was a scene that bordered on a forced. It made Yi Li's lungs explode with anger. She naturally understands the reasoning of officials protecting each other. But I didn't expect that. He was only out to target Kai Koen and the others. But as a result, these civil officials even dared to all stand against him. Good. Very good. Yi Li laughed back in anger. You guys want an explanation, right? I will give it to you. Having said that, Yi Li let out a stern cry. Where are the brocade guards? Shanren immediately came to the center of the hall and fell to his knees. Commander of the Jinui, Shanren, pay respects to Your Majesty. Yi Li coldly said. They are now in charge of me to explain. You take out the evidence. I want to see if they can block their mouths. Yes, sir. Having said that, Shanren immediately ordered people. A series of incriminating evidence of Kai Koen and others, all of which were taken out, including party affiliation, embezzlement of the state treasury, corruption and abuse of the law, use of power for personal gain, and so on. A series of incriminating evidence, all laid out in front of the crowd. Seeing a scene like this, many of the people present sucked in a breath of cold air. The person who had just seconded the motion for Yi Li to explain, lowered his head even more sheepishly. Just when the amount of money that Kai Koen and the others had embezzled from the treasury was read out, many people's expressions became odd. This number, something's not right. How come it's only this much? The update for this one is pretty much coded. There's one more book. The Pain of a Double Opening, Crying, Chapter 104, Tyrant. You'll surely remain in infamy for years to come. These civil officials present, though the involvement with Kai Koen is not very deep, otherwise they would not, right now, have the life to stand here. The reason why they questioned Yi Li was simply to maintain the civil control system, and they still understood the reasoning of lips dying and teeth being cold. But, shallow is as shallow as it gets. They know about Kai Koen's handiwork. Han Zian had just left Qi. Kai Koen backhandedly emptied the treasury, and even used the name of the flood to let Yi Li mint coins and draw his own bones and marrow in the back. Results now, when the Jinui came up with evidence of Kai Koen's crimes, and they realized, isn't there something wrong with the numbers? Is that all? When this doubt came to mind, soon, then there were those who reacted quickly and looked at Shanren suspiciously. If you look closely, one could just notice that the corners of these people's mouths were twitching slightly. It's too obvious. Xi's annual taxes are hundreds of millions of dollars. The result is now seized out of this money. Obviously the brocade guards to enrich themselves and he even greed the big head himself and gave the zero to Yi Li. This horrible practice it gave some of the civil officials a direct scare. Good man. How dare you? The guts are bigger than even Kai Koen. People are at least powerful and have deep-rooted and intricate power in the dynasty, so they dare to do so. You brocade guards, who gave you the guts? Some of the younger officials, after thinking of this layer, immediately wanted to open their mouths, accusing the brocade guards of culpability. Yet whenever he opens his mouth, an older officer beside him immediately pulled him back and, at the same time, he turned to him and shook his head, signaling not to be impulsive. The young official said in disbelief, this Jinui is bold, corrupt, and his behavior is simply outrageous. So why is Your Excellency stopping me? The older official sighed softly and explained in a small voice, I asked you if you have any proof? Secondly, don't you have nasty things going on behind your back? Two simple rhetorical questions. Straight away the young officer shut his mouth. What's the Jinui? The imperial authority is directly under the emperor, and is His Majesty's absolute confidant. Who are you to impeach the Jinui for corruption? Even if you impeach, do you have any evidence? They also only know that Kai Koen hand into the treasury, but the specific embezzlement of how much, only Kai Koen and his few henchmen, cronies know, but all these people, they are now sent to hell by the Jinui. In other words, only they know in their own hearts how much the Jinui have coveted from it. And, if you do this, you'll surely face the wrath of the brocade guards. Do you dare to guarantee that you're all innocent and have done nothing wrong? No one is perfect. As long as there's something wrong with it, and it's been found out by the Jinui, by then, you will be shedding a layer of skin even if you don't die. After such a reminder, the young officer also broke out in a cold sweat, and was glad that the other had stopped him in time. After all, how many of those who are officials in the dynasty are clean behind the scenes? Who doesn't have a little nastiness in their family anymore? And even if you want to impeach the Jinui, you can't attack it from the aspect of corruption, but from the power of the Jinui, monitoring the 100 officials, and directly convicting them without examination in these things. At this point in time, with the Jinshur bringing in the evidence, all laid out before the crowd, those officials were dumbfounded, one by one. Yili's iron-green face, also stretching open. How? All the love ministers just are not able to talk the way? Now how a silent, Kai Koan extremely partisan. All the evidence of the crimes are here. I do not know what else you have to say. The official who first questioned Yili, already kneeling on the ground, his voice was filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, the humble servant was also in a momentary hurry just now. Please forgive me. Your Majesty? Anxious? Yili coldly hummed disdainfully. I see that you are a member of Kai Koan's party, aren't you? Why else would you be so anxious to defend him? Just now, you also questioned me in front of everyone. Do you still have me in your eyes as the emperor? Now you have the face to beg for my forgiveness. What did you do just now? Men, drag them out and chop them up. Upon hearing that Yili wanted to kill himself, the man instantly couldn't sit still and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Your Majesty, I know I'm wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me for my sins. To such pleas for mercy, Yili had a disdainful expression. It didn't even register in my ears. A man of no use is a scholar. For these people who read books all their lives and entered the civil service through the imperial examinations, Yili despised them from the bottom of her heart. Either you build a career or you strategize. You have to have some real skills, right? They're all full of in the courtroom, especially during this period of time in Qi, facing difficulties one after another, and as a result, none of this group of civil officials could help themselves to solve the problem. Yili had already felt dissatisfied. Soon, 2 guards from the Imperial Guard stepped into the temple and dragged the other man outside by the rack. Such a scene, making other officials sit up and take notice. Quite a few people, one after another, they stood out and urged, Your Majesty, yesterday Linzi City was already awash in blood. Such killings are already injurious to the peace of heaven. I ask Your Majesty to give Lord Wei a chance to reform himself. Your Majesty, even though Lord Wei has offended Your Majesty, his crime is not to death. So I ask Your Majesty to give Lord Wei the opportunity to make up for his mistakes. Yesterday's actions of the brocade guards have already aroused the discontent of the world's scholars. If Your Majesty continues to kill, I'm afraid that you'll be branded a tyrant. I hope that Your Majesty will take back your order and spare Lord Wei's life. A number of officials have come forward and, 7 words, one after another, they advised Yili not to continue causing killings, but the more they did, the more they annoyed Yili. As the emperor himself, the king of the 9 to 5, no matter what he does, there are always people jumping out and chirping. Why do you people like to bleep? Or are you teaching me how to do things? Well, the name of the tyrant, right? It hurts, doesn't it? A group of incompetent and mediocre people. Only officials protect each other. Standing in the height of the temple but do not think of serving the country. I would like to see what will happen if I kill you. Anyone within the boundaries of Daki who dares to chew on words in vain will be beheaded. This time, many people were dumbfounded on the spot. How could they not realize that they had just come out to advise? And how did the undeserved disaster come upon them? Deadly advice and all that. It's not like it can't be done. But really letting them die, that must be a real no-no. How did you put your life on the line for a little persuasion? For a moment, in the middle of the great hall, countless people cried out and begged for mercy on their knees. Just to such a scene, Yili just looked on with cold eyes. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this. Some people were directly infuriated, pointing at Yili and cursing, You cold-blooded tyrant, brutal by nature and murdering loyalists. You'll just wait for the verbal attacks of the world's scholars. Fainting kings, tyrant, you, a dim-witted and incompetent person, don't deserve to sit on top of the dragon chair. Although we die today, we are heavier than Nt Tai, and after our deaths, we will surely go down in history, and you will surely be left in infamy for years to come. Those who gain the way have much help. Those who lose the way have little help. Yili, you have killed and mutilated the loyal. Today's action will surely make you regret it in the future. Life has no deaths since the beginning of time, and we have left our hearts to shine in history. We died for the sake of Qi, and we will surely be immortalized in the history books in the future. With the crowd all dragged out, with a scream of misery, in the middle of the great hall, peace has finally been restored. The group of civil officials, which was already quite small, now remained in the temple, even less than 1/3 of the original. Many people, now, were in a cold sweat. How could they not expect that? Today's court meeting will actually turn out to be like this. Looking at the civil and military officials all quieting down, Yili coldly said, It's a lot quieter now. Now, it's time to discuss matters of state as well. If the neighboring countries, staging their borders, some of them are even invading Qi's territory in a big way. According to the line report, Wei, Song, Jin, Liao, a total of 4 road army is a long drive. The peak of the army directly pointed to Linzi. Although I have ordered all roads of the army back to the capital to work for the king, but now Qi has been comprehensively into a disadvantage. This matter you who can give me a solution. Chapter 105 A letter from a love rival. It's not possible that she's regretting it, is it? Don't look a couple months ago. She is still as powerful as ever, and is known as the #1 power in the 9 states. But now, Qi's situation is, to say the least, precarious. The nation's main frontline fighting force, from 1 million at the beginning, is down to a little over 300,000 men. Many of them are still remnants of the army, and the morale aspect is as low as it can get. In this case, she also had to face a siege from more than 10 countries. Although Yili believed that as long as Han Zian was able to return, all of these difficulties would be solved. It would take time to send the letter, and it would also take time for Han Zian to return. The question now is, can she hold out until then? And, in case the enemy surrounds the city of Linzi, when Han Zian comes back, he won't even be able to enter the city. So what will he do then? Based on such issues, Yili, after settling the matter of the civil officials' push, immediately and the other generals present, started a discussion. Finally, after a morning of deliberation, roughly, there are just 2 solutions. One is to take the initiative, though the enemy army is loud and numerous. But to put it bluntly, it is simply impossible for a dozen or so countries to be united as one. So as long as they are broken down one by one, things will naturally be resolved. Only the difficulty of doing so is also hellish. Moreover, if Qi were to continue to lose the war, the throne would really be lost by then. The second approach, too, is more conservative. Straight up the wall and clear the field. Well, all the grain and provisions, all moved into the city of Linzi, with the help of the protective capacity of the city wall. 300,000 troops can absolutely invincible. Then it's just a matter of waiting for the right moment. This time, whether Han Zian comes back or not, the armies of the nations have quarreled, or they have filled their appetites. In conclusion, it's just dragging. Anyway, as long as Linzi city is not breached, everything is fine. After discussing it all morning, Yili, who had returned to the bedchamber, only felt exhausted. After all, 10 years in office. When did she have to talk to her subjects about such matters? Previously, the issues discussed were all about which country the army should conquer, how much of their territory should be encroached upon, and how much of their population should be plundered. They wanted to cede land and pay for it. Should she agree to that, or should they just destroy the country? If you want to pay tribute to Qi as a vassal, how much gold, silver and jewelry should you pay in annual yearly coins? Previously, Yili had discussed all of these issues. It's all about access and distribution of benefits. Now that's a good thing. It has become what to do to preserve the kingdom, what to do to repel the enemy, what to do to hold Linzi. The huge transformation before and after made Yili unable to accept it at all. But the more tired I feel, the more she felt, the more she realized just how stupid she had been in the first place. At this time, Yili, too, understood that the transformation of the situation before and after the Qi. In the final analysis, it started right after Han Zian's departure. The root cause of everything is that with the locking of the demon tower of the prison, Ming Wang was his own hand on the charge of conspiracy, forced to leave Qi, which also makes the suppressed demons, all ran out. Now it's starting to backfire on Qi. Yili sighed with a powerless sigh. Her eyes looked at the direction of Chu with a grudge, and sighed powerlessly in her heart. Zian, I regret it. If you see the letter, I hope you can come back as soon as possible. What Chu, can give you, Qi, can do the same. Even if it means letting me marry you and make you an emperor. As long as you can come back, everything is fine. During this time, all kinds of negative news, as well as the inferior situation faced by Qi, the tremendous pressure almost made Yili gasp for breath. But it's only times like these that, it was only then that she was able to recall that once upon a time, it was not as if Qi had not faced the pressure of extinction, but at that time, there was a figure that stood in front of her and took it all on for her. Now, with that figure, by his own hand, it was only when the pressure came directly towards her front that Yili realized just how much Han Zian had endured. It was only when Yili, in his constant remorse for his faults, the armies of the neighboring countries don't want to give her a break. In particular, some countries with good logistical capabilities had ordered their armies to move forward at full speed to encroach on as much of Qi's territory as possible the first time they heard of Qi's defeat. Meanwhile, the messenger Yili sent out 2 days ago, after trekking through the mountains, he finally arrived at Shochuan. the capital of Chu, on the fourth day. Then, in the name of Qi, the letter was sent to the palace. Finally, the epistle was presented to Su Qingshao's face. A letter from Qi? Or is it written in the emperor's own handwriting, and the recipient of the letter is still the Sangha? See the words on the cover. Su Qingshao's expression appeared somewhat subtle and odd. If it's just a regular little couple, when you see the ex-girlfriend of your partner writing to him, you will probably wonder at the first moment if it's a rekindling of an old flame or a broken relationship. But Su Qingshan obviously wouldn't think in that direction. And she's aware of that. What exactly is Qi facing in these recent times? 300,000 troops were buried by Yili with a single move. It can't be. She want the Sangha to return to Qi? Su Qingshan, who was in the process of opening the letter, suddenly had a question pop up in her mind. Starting to get back on track today. Readers, please reward me with a For the Love of It and a 5-star review. I wish all the lords, all in the second half of the 24 years, can find a beautiful, gentle, virtuous girlfriend, is a student's exams all pass. The office workers all can be promoted to a higher salary, doing business with rolling wealth. The most if all the lords can be in good health. Chapter 106, I've been walking on thin ice all my life. This Yili is really shameless. Who was it that said that Mr. Sang intended to conspire against the state on trumped-up charges in the first place? And who threw Sangong out of Qi? And now you want Sangong to go back with a word of regret. That's really a fool's errand. After reading the contents of the letter, Su Qingshan was all disgusted by Yili's brazen appearance. We have a nationwide warrant out for Han Zian, and now you're trying to resolve a grudge with a misunderstanding by listening to slander and being compelled by a villain? It's simply whimsical. Su Qingshan really couldn't figure it out right now. Back then, what in the world was Han Zian thinking? Actually going to assist such an emperor? By definition, with Han Zian's knowledge of people, it was impossible to not see what kind of person Yili was. As the saying goes, you can't tell the difference between 3 years old and 3 years old. The character of many people that. You can actually tell some of this from when you're a kid. Even if Yili was no longer good at disguise, he didn't know that he had been following around for 10 years and couldn't find out at all. Actually, Han Zian also said he was wronged. The ability to read people. That's all unlocked later. In the beginning, the only quest template that is activated is the Horde. In those days, the aspect of recognizing and employing people was more and more based on military competence as well. Plus, Yili's character that she had shown at the beginning was not as obvious and extreme as it was now. Otherwise, Han Zian would not have chosen to stay in Qi either. Compared to Su Qingsha, Xiao Wanjun, who was beside him, reacted even more after reading it. As Han Zian's personal maid, she naturally followed Han Zian's side on weekdays, but now that Han Zian was leading the troops outside, Xiao Wanjun naturally couldn't follow him there. So during this period of time, it had been serving at Su Qingshan's side. This is not. While Su Qingshan was reading the letter, Xiao Wanjun, who was beside him, likewise took in the eyes. Seeing Yi Li's brazen appearance, Xiao Wanjun didn't hold back and directly yucked a mouthful, immediately opening her mouth to scold. This is really shameless. All those things she did to Gongzi, and now she wants to erase them with a word of misunderstanding? If you do the math like that, after those rebels rose up in rebellion, even if they failed, can't they be explained away with a line about a misunderstanding? Why didn't you see any mercy when she first snapped her hat? Now it's good. Without our Gongzi, when she is faltering, it remembers Gongzi instead. If you ask me, she should be left to her own devices, just so she can also see that she's nothing after she's lost her husband. Right. Suddenly something comes to mind. Xiao Wanjun opened her mouth and said, Madam, why don't you write a reply letter to that person? And how about humiliating her properly? Su Qingshan blankly glanced at her and let out a light laugh. Shu and Qi are also no longer in a state of war right now. So what am I doing humiliating her for no reason? Refold the letter. Put it in the envelope. Su Qingshan waved her hand towards the eunuch beside her. Command down. Send this letter to King Han's side. Xiao Wanjun was a bit surprised. Madam, this letter. It's not good to hand it over to Gongzi, right? That is what I want to ask the gentleman to go back to. In case, where did Su Qingshan not know what the other party was worried about? Just, as opposed to covering up. Why don't you show it to Han Zian in a big way? The corner of Su Qingshan's mouth raised slightly. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she smiled sweetly. I believe in him. On the 10th day of the 10th month of the 10th lunar month in the year 1221 of the summer calendar, Qi and Wei fought on the outskirts of Lucheng. The Wei army showed their weakness to the enemy and introduced the Qi army into the encirclement, cutting off their rear path. Late at night on October 14th, 1221 of the summer calendar, the Qi army desperately breaks out of the siege, and the Qi Empress Yili escapes with thousands of remnants of her army, while the rest of the 200 odd Qi troops are captured and pitched against the Wei army. On the 16th day of the 10th month of the 10th lunar month in the year 1221 of the summer calendar, the Wei army went all the way east, crossed the Jishuwei River and captured Lixia. October 19, 1221. Summer calendar, the Wei army captured the city of Pingling, less than 300 miles from Linzi. On the same day, the Jin army came south and captured the cities of Wupiang, Wunan and Pingshu. On the 20th day of the 10th month of the 12th lunar month of the year 1221 in the summer calendar, Liao soldiers arrived at Suicheng. October 21, 1221. Summer calendar, the Wei army captured the city of Yuling. The army did not stop to continue to run. The next day the soldiers to Muxia city. Muxia Taisho opened the door to surrender. 122110. 122110. From the moment we returned to Linzi city, almost every day, there are all sorts of bad news coming in. Either a city was captured today, or the governor of some place surrendered without a fight, or the armies of so-and-so's country advanced to wherever they were. This time, although Yeli followed the minister's advice, he chose to erect a wall to clear the field and defend the city of Linzi. But shrinking all the troops together also meant that everywhere else in Qi, there would be no defense. This desperate attempt too. It's certainly the safest thing to do. But, once the city of Linzi was breached, it also meant the end of Qi. At this point in time, Yili, who had already heard that the Wei army was approaching the city, was standing on top of the citadel. Climb up and look out. In view, more than 100,000 Wei troops were cutting down trees and building camps in the distance. Beyond that, there are still tens of thousands of Wei troops waiting in the wings, eyeing Linzi city intently, preventing the defenders in the city from suddenly killing. Looking at the other side's neatly organized military formation and the aura of solemnity emanating from the generals with swords in their hands, both are demonstrating that this army is an elite army of 100 battles. As for how it became the elite, naturally, it was thanks to the experience Yili gave away. Today, with Wei Xia battle to encircle 300,000 Qi troops, but also like a bamboo, drinking horse sai, which also makes Wei Xia's name became famous in the Kyushu. Originally, over a decade ago, the Wei Xia was already highly successful in battle and possessed the title of Wei's military god. Just the war record of that time. Most of them are swiped from some small country. Now this time, wiping out 300,000 Qi troops in one battle, Wei Xia could be said to have sealed the deal. The citadel. Looking at the formation of the Wei army, the Yili's face was full of sorrow. One Wei army is already so difficult to deal with, followed by the armies of other countries. What should she do? Is it possible to keep on keeping on like this, placing all hopes on Han Xian's body? The feeling of powerlessness that comes over the heart of Let the Yili at this moment, feeling deep despair, especially during this period of time. Apart from the song side of the battle line, almost every day, we received all kinds of bad news. These news were hitting Yili's nerves all the time, when she felt a splitting headache. However, it was only at moments like this that she missed, beyond measure, the feeling she had when Han Xian was still around. The sky was unconsciously darkening. Air, dark clouds. The wind in the air wasn't as hot as it had been a moment ago, yet it carried a gust of coolness. Your Majesty, it's going to rain, take a rest and go. Don't get cold from the rain. The eunuch behind him hastened to speak up and remind. Yili shook his head. Looking up, a scene of the city of Linzi being overrun by the rebels came to mind. When he himself had just assumed the throne, the scenes of devastation and ruin in Qi. There is also the image of having to face strong enemies on all sides in that time of weakness. One scene, as if it were a movie replay. Now, such a scene, yet it happened right in front of me. Yili's expression was dark and his voice was low. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. You say, I still have a chance to walk to the other side? Chapter 107, Is Yili sick in the head? I've been walking on thin ice all my life. You say, I still have a chance to walk to the other side? The eunuch silently lowered his head. Your Majesty, as long as King Han returns, all problems will be solved. The Wei army outside the city is nothing more than a bunch of dirt dogs in front of the King of Han, and can be annihilated by raising their hands and feet. Though words of comfort, but to the ear, Yili, however, felt incomparably harsh. Wasn't this a clear statement that he was inferior to Han Xian? But now, Yili, whose heart was filled with remorse, couldn't get up in anger either. If it had been placed some time ago, even half a month ago, if anyone dared to say such words to herself, Yili would not even hesitate to split him into 5 pieces. But now, I'm afraid that no one in the entirety of Kyushu is looking forward to Han Xian's return more than myself. Just, the one who made Yili think about it day and night, who haunted his soul, who thought about it day and night. who looked forward to coming back with all his heart and soul. At this moment, being in the governor's mansion in Jagwon, a dumbfounded look at the epistle in his hand. You said, this was sent to me by His Majesty? The messenger in charge of delivering the letter explained, this is a letter sent by the Emperor of Qi to the King of Han. Only it was sent to Shochuan so that His Majesty could see it first. Yeli sent that? Now, there were more question marks on Han Zian's face. Unbelieving, he lowered his head again and read the letter. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching and, she's sick, isn't she? Now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Listen to the slanderous words of a villain? He hadn't seen a hint of mercy in her at first, but he hadn't seen a hint of mercy in himself. Back, even more so, he sent assassins to assassinate himself 3 times. Thinking back to the night before I left, Han Zian, who got the news? The heart can be filled with despondency. At that time, Han Zian is torn. 2. It's a straight-up run, or stay home and then explain to Yeli. But after much consideration, Han Zian chose the former. As it turns out, it wasn't the wrong path to take. Yili had long since stopped being the Yili of 10 years ago, and at that time, she was definitely up for killing. Just, what Han Zian didn't expect was that, it's only been a few months. Yeli let herself go back? What? You regret it? It wasn't that Han Zian didn't know about the current situation in Qi, but he had originally thought that with Yili's pride, even if she died, even if Qi was going to die, she wouldn't be able to come to herself. After all, this kind of thing, totally punched himself in the face. In hindsight, one seems to have thought wrong. Yili, how good are you? If you had stuck to your original choice, perhaps I would still think highly of you, but do you realize that what you're doing now will only make me despise you even more? Throwing the epistle in his hand, he casually tossed it aside. Han Zian leaned back in his chair, pondering the solution to this matter. It's impossible to go back on your own. But Han Zian didn't want to see Qi perish either. This thing, or you have to do it yourself. Now in accordance with Qi's situation, Han Zian felt that he still had to intervene. Come on man. The words fell. Wu Hanli's figure came into view and the other party was none other than one of the 12 shadow guards who were originally responsible for Yi Li's safety. After the last assassination of Han Zian, it was placed in the Shochuan Palace, responsible for guarding the safety of Su Qingxiong as well as Han Zian. Han Zian instructed, you have the people from the Black Ice Terrace intervene in Wei's movements and tell them to stop in moderation. And the same goes for the Song side, the so-called intervention. It's not really that Han Zian has direct control over these two countries. Instead, the courtrooms of Wei and Song have been infiltrated by the Black Ice platform. In other words, Han Zian could, to a certain extent, sway the dynastic politics of these two countries. As for the Jin and Liao kingdoms to the north, Han Zian's control is not so great. After all these, both were states founded by nomads from the north. It is undoubtedly much more difficult for the Han Chinese to infiltrate. After Wu Hanli received the order, just about to go out, Han Zian opened his mouth again and asked, by the way, on Zhao Zheng'an's side, what's the progress now? Wu Hanli replied, back to your excellency, 2 days ago General Zhao had already managed to cut off the grain route of the Wu army, and now there seems to have been some disturbances within the Wu army. Han Zian nodded. I know, go down. Yes, for the next few days, Yi Li could be said to be looking forward to it. Every day, he would stand on the citadel and look out in the direction of Chu, looking forward. At the end of the line of sight, a white figure will appear to help yourself with those enemy troops. Just over time, Yi Li longing for the people did not come, but instead, the vanguard army of the Golden State first arrived under the city of Linzi. 30,000 abducted horses, 5,000 iron buccaneers, displayed outside the city of Linzi. As the biggest reliance of the Golden State in the 9 states, the iron pontoon and the abduction horse can also be said to be the 2 biggest trump cards of the Golden State. From the date of the founding of the Golden State, these 2 armies then followed the Golden State to fight in the north and south and made great achievements. The number of enemy soldiers who died under the iron hooves of the Golden Army is even more numerous. However, it is this invincible division that, in that engagement back then, but it was broken through head-on by Han Zian leading the Longchamps. Whether it was the Liao's Pilu army, the Qing's 8 Banners army or the Jin's Taifutu, they all lost everything in that meeting. The army then retreated in defeat. Han Zian raided on a snowy night and captured all 400,000 men of the allied army of the 3 countries. Today, Jin Army Vanguard General, see the magnificent Linzi city in front of you. The heart of the excitement is difficult to express. Who would have thought? The same Qi that trampled the Jin army underfoot back in the day. The country is now in danger of dying. The citadel, seeing the raging advancement that was like a black wave, the Qi defenders all changed color slightly, and their heavy intense breathing rose quietly. Even Yi Li, who was the emperor, felt a chill sweep through his heart and clenched his fists nervously. Is this the Jin army? The flags that covered the sky were fluttering in the wind. The dark armor reflected an eerie, cold light. The murderous aura that had almost condensed into substance made the temperature of Linzi City drop a few points. Yili clenched her teeth, and a question couldn't help but arise in her mind. In the face of such an elite army, back then, how did Han Zian defeat his opponent in a 1-against-3 state? Ask for a 5-star review. It's already dropped from 8.2 to an 8. If it continues to drop, it'll go straight to a 7. The author's heart is in agony. The last book, 2, topped out at over 8 and then went way down. Please, readers, give a favorable review. Chapter 108, The Wind and Water Turns. Another few days passed. The army that gathered under the city of Linzi, more and more. In addition to the first arriving Wei and Jin army vanguards, Liao, Cheng, Song, Zhu, Kai, and Lu, the various armies have come together too. The total number of troops exceeded 500,000. Qi, once the king of the world, has now lost more than 70% of its territory. The reason why the remaining 30% was not lost was mainly because these frontiers were located to the east of Linzi City and belonged to the hinterland of Qi. Just, the enemy outside the city, though outnumbered. The pressure to defend the city, however, was much less. It's like a monk picking up water. A monk picks water to drink. 2 monks carrying water to drink. 3 monks without water. In the case of the armies of various countries, each harboring their own evil intentions, no one is willing to take the lives of their own generals to gnaw on this piece of hard bone of Linzi City. In the face of this passive-aggressive attitude, in the beginning, Yili was still a little happy to see that. But over time, the letters sent to Chu seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, without a single reply. Gradually, Yili began to sit up. From the beginning, when he was thinking about it and looking at it, he gradually became more and more annoyed. Why hasn't he come back yet? Even give a reply. Between Qi and Chu, although they are far apart, so much time has passed, it's enough to write back. Han Zian, what the hell is he up to? Or is it that the messenger had an accident in the middle of the journey and the letter did not reach Chu? It was no wonder that Yili was now imagining things every day. Primarily, it never occurred to her that Han Zian would deny himself that option. From the beginning, Yili then subconsciously thought that, after seeing his explanation, Han Zian would hoof it back to Qi to help with his difficulties. But now, never waiting for a reply, not to mention a silhouette, not a single reply. And because the city of Linzi has been surrounded, now even if you want to send another person to send a letter, there is no way to do so. Just as Yili was rambling on, outside the city, in the camp of the Wei army, Wei Xia, the king of Chenlu, was also a bit annoyed, and with an irritated mind, he kept walking around inside the tent. From time to time, he looked towards Linzi City and let out a helpless sigh. For a general, building a career is undoubtedly their quest. Although the Battle of Lu Chang, Wei Xia was crowned a god in one battle, but he actually wanted to conquer Linzi and destroy Qi in one battle more than anything else. In this way, not only can you wash away the shame of Wei, but you can also make yourself famous in history. It was even possible that, with this merit, one might enter the martial temple directly. But, facing the towering city of Linzi, after trying to fight twice, Wei Xia knew that such a city wanted to be attacked from the outside. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, there was no chance at all. Last time, Jiaodong King's rebels, the reason why they can attack Linzi, but also all because Yili suffered a crushing defeat, fled into the city in panic, was followed by the rebels rushed in, counting further back, 10 years ago, that turmoil. Also in the turmoil and chaos of the Qi dynasty, the army was corrupt and without combat power before capturing Linzi. As for the moment, if the armies of the nations, working together, had a chance, but this idea, obviously, belongs in the realm of the fool's errand. Today, after such a long stalemate outside the city, Wei Xia already had plans to withdraw his troops. Continuing to stay here is just a waste of food and brass, so it's better to go back to the army first and stabilize the fought territory. But seeing that we are just one last step away from achieving success, it is a bit unwilling to withdraw the army just like that. Wei Xia, whose heart is full of nagging, while still thinking about it, outside the tent, suddenly there came a rush of hoofbeats that, the voices are getting closer and closer. In a few moments, a figure rushed into the tent and knelt in front of him. Enlightened General, there is an oracle from His Majesty. Bring it. Yes, receiving the oracle. After seeing the content on it, Wei Xia revealed a flash of surprise. You actually want to withdraw your own troops? But not for nothing. Need Qi to pay enough? Wei Xia, who was somewhat uncertain, opened his mouth and asked, why did His Majesty suddenly ask for the withdrawal of the army? Could it be that something has changed in the country? The person who sent the message shook his head. Back to the general. It's not that there's been a change of heart. Rather, the day before yesterday at the morning court, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue indicated that the general led the troops outside the grain and grass consumption is very large. The granary is about to run out. And now there is no hope of attacking Lindsay, so it would be better to let the army withdraw as soon as possible. This proposal was favored by a number of ministers, and finally, after some deliberation, His Majesty granted permission for the matter. Having been informed of the causes and consequences, Wei Xia waved his hand. All right, this general knows. You go out first. Yes, the little man excuses himself. After people leave, Wei Xia glanced at the text on the oracle and it was clear in his mind that these ministers proposed to withdraw their troops, definitely not only because of the problem of food and grass. There is definitely an element of fear of getting too much credit in it, but even if they don't, Wei Xie also has the intention of withdrawing his troops. However, wouldn't it be cheaper for Qi to just retreat in vain? Come to think of it, Wei Xie immediately wrote a letter and ordered it to be sent into the city. Qi, inside the bedchamber, the bored Yili, was sitting in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside the window in a daze. The breeze ruffled her hair. The sun is setting outside the window. Willow. Yili's eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness and desolation. At this point, a voice from outside the door broke Yili's thoughts. Your Majesty, there is a messenger from the Wei army outside the city, seeking to see your Majesty. A messenger from the Wei army? Yili was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised as to why the messenger was sent over. Could it be to persuade him to surrender? Frowning slightly, Yili said in a clear and cold voice, let him wait. I will go later. Yes. In a few moments, Yili straightened his clothes. Only then, surrounded by a crowd of eunuchs and palace maids, did he arrive at the front hall. The Wei envoy who had been waiting here for a long time, after seeing Yili take his seat, merely bending over symbolically, he opened his mouth in a tone of contempt. Wei envoy E.G. Park, pay respects to His Majesty of the state of Qi. Seeing this arrogant attitude of the other party, Yili's 5 fingers clenched the handrail. The anger in his heart was even more instantly ignited. In the original cool eyes, even more thick killing intent burst out. Once upon a time, during the 10 years of his own reign, which country's envoy dares to show such a haughty and impudent appearance in front of him? Don't talk about arrogance. But if there's even a hint of etiquette or deference, Yili dared to drag the man out and chop him up on the spot, even a few months ago. Which of the foreign ambassadors did not grovel and tremble at the sight of himself? Now that's a good thing. These guys are already daring to give themselves a face? At this point in time, looking at the other party standing in the center of the hall with a haughty face, Yili hated to immediately drag him out and split him into 5 horses. But what was left of reason in her mind was telling her not to be impulsive. Chapter 109, Ceding Land for Peace. Opposite. Looking at Yili's appearance of wanting to eat herself raw, but not daring to do so. Don't mention how cool E.G. Park is. It was not once or twice that he had traveled to Qi. Previously, to pay respect to Yili, all of them had to bow down to the ground and pay respect with the most respectful gesture. As it turns out, the tide is now turning. It's already his turn to give Yili the eyeball. His Majesty of Qi's face. It seems a bit ugly. Could it be that he is physically ill today? If the level of Qi's imperial doctors is not up to par, Mr. E can recommend a few famous Wei doctors for your Majesty, and guarantee that the medicine will cure the disease. Looking at Yili's iron face, E.G. Park, who was secretly happy in his heart, directly chose to stomp on his nose. It seemed like he wanted to return all the humiliation he had received in the past to Yili. I'm fine, so I won't bother your excellency. Yili held back her anger, clenched her teeth, and squeezed out a hard sentence. I don't know what Wei has sent an envoy for. E.G. Park smiled faintly, took out a map and walked forward, wanting to present it to Yili. Yet the scene that, making Yili instantly think of a classic story that, instant sweaty hairs. The whole person was like electrocuted, jumping up violently and taking a few steps backward. Daring, unbridled. Could it be that you want to assassinate? Men, take down this assassin. As Yili's shouts reached the outside of the hall, several guards from the Imperial Forestry Army immediately came in and surrounded E.G. Park. After a brief moment of confusion, E.G. Park, who guessed the answer, cried a little, raising his head to look at Yili. He did not hide his contempt. Cold mockery, what a joke. When Yen assassinated Qin, it was the imminent demise of the country wanting to make a dying struggle. Now that I, the state of Wei, have a large army pressing down on the city, and instead you, the state of Qi, are in a precarious position, is it possible that in such a situation, Wei will still send assassinations? Your Majesty of Qi should not think highly of yourself. This is just an ordinary map. Having said that, E.G. Park directly unfolded the map and, seeing as there's no dagger in there, it was only then that Yili breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to signal the Imperial Guards to retreat. But after the scene just now, E.G. Park's eyes looking at Yili could be described as full of contempt. There was not the slightest hint of the respect that should be shown when facing an emperor. Yili also knew that she had just lost some of her temper, and now she didn't even dare to face E.G. Park's gaze. Couldn't. Yili signaled. Present the map. A eunuch walked quickly to E.G. Park's side and took the map before presenting it to Yili. Yili's gaze turned to the top and, finding that it was mainly the boundaries of the states of Qi and Wei, and large swaths of territory in Qi close to Wei were marked by Wei with special symbols. What does this mean? Yili said in disbelief. E.G. Park lightly coughed his throat and proudly said, I'm sure I don't need to say much about the situation in Qi today, right? It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's in jeopardy and at stake. My Wei Iron Cavalry wiped out Qi's 300,000 troops in one battle, and now it is even closer to the city. And now, the Wei army's morale is in full swing, so as long as an order is given, it will be able to flatten the city of Linzi in an instant. But, my heavenly prince of Wei has compassion in his heart and is unwilling to see Qi's people suffer, so he specially sent Yi to come and make peace with Qi. As long as Qi is willing to cede the area marked in the map to Wei, Wei's army will immediately retreat. Yi-Chi Park here didn't finish his sentence. Yili, who was on the dragon chair, was in a rage. It only felt that the anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting majestically. The body can't stop trembling all over. Shame. It's just a strange shame. How dare you ask Qi to cede land and beg for peace? Since I ascended the throne, there have never been any neighboring countries that have ceded land to Qi to seek peace. When did Qi also need to beg for peace from all over Wei? What are you, Wei? Back then, if it wasn't for my compassionate heart, 9 years ago, the Qi army would have already flattened the city of Daliang. Have you, Wei, forgotten how you were stepped on by me back then? Or is it, do you really think that the current Wei state has the qualifications to take on Qi? Even if I bury 300,000 troops, so what? In terms of heritage, Qi, whether in terms of population, territory, economy, military and so on, which is not crushing your Wei. If there weren't other countries with large armies on display, how dare you, Wei, talk to me like that? Monstrous anger spread through Yili's body, and her eyes, which were originally like autumn water, were filled with blood, and her eyes were red. She wanted E.G. Park dead. She wanted to cut him up by 1,000 cuts and bruise his bones. Meanwhile, to make the city of Linzi a place to bury the bones of the Wei army outside the city, it's even more important to make the whole country of Wei a river of blood. Make them pay for what they did today. Yili opened his mouth, and a voice as cold and bone-chilling as the 9 hells of purgatory resounded in the hall. Good. Very good. I can't imagine that Wei, now that it has swelled to such an extent, is so presumptuous as to want me to cede land and seek peace? Come on man. Yili roared violently. Then tearing his voice, his face grimly issued a growl. Give me to take down this person. Escorted into the imperial prison. I want him to taste all the torture in the world. At the same time, gather the city's army. I will fight the Wei army to the death. It's not enough to kill the messenger to take out his anger. Having said that, when 2 armies are at war, they don't chop off their envoys. But this provision was not taken into account hundreds of years ago. In particular, some powerful countries will deliberately send their ambassadors to provoke the weaker countries. But whenever a weak country makes the slightest move, the army immediately soldiers down on the city, just to deliberately provoke a war. Nowadays, Qi and Wei, too, are in a state of war. Just kill an envoy to take the heat, but you're going out of town to fight? Isn't this going to get us killed? That's the word. The other generals present, their faces changed in fear, and they hastened to speak out to advise. Your Majesty, you must not. Outside the city, the enemy army is strong. Our troops rely on the advantage of geographical location. Holding the city still have the strength, but if we go out to meet the enemy, once the battle is lost, she will have the danger of being overturned. Please think twice. Your Majesty. Our army is now standing on the edge of a cliff and can no longer afford to be tossed around. Your Majesty, the enemy army outside the city is huge and consumes countless amounts of grain and grass every day. As long as our army holds on to the city, it won't be long before the enemy army retreats on its own, so we mustn't mess up first. Your Majesty, a little impatience can lead to a lot of trouble, so please think twice. The people present, you say one thing and I say another. In conclusion, not a single person was in favor of sending troops. Even E.G. Park, who was Wei's envoy, spoke up and said, why should His Majesty of Qi be annoyed? As an emperor, when the chest of the universe of the opportunity, have to swallow the will of heaven and earth, if just a few words will be annoyed, This chi I see from the death of the country is not far away. Moreover, this proposal of mine, the state of Wei, is not to ask the state of Qi to cede its land and beg for peace. The territory marked on the map has now been occupied by the Wei army, and belongs to the territory of the state of Wei, whether the state of Qi recognizes it or not. Ask for a 5-star review. It's already dropped from 8.2 to an 8. If it continues to drop, it'll go straight to a 7. The author's heart is in agony. The last book, too, topped out at 8+ and then went way down. Please, readers, give a favorable review. Chapter 110, Unwashable Shame. Cession of Land for Peace. The words of E.G. Park. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over Yi Li's head, instantly snapping her back to reality. Yi Li's entire body, frozen in place, filled with rage, the features remained in the same hideous, twisted form as they had been a moment before. She looked down at the map in front of her and, in association, the hundreds of thousands of enemy troops outside the city at this point in time. The cruel reality made Yi Li feel like she could barely breathe. Yeah, it is indeed a shame that the cession of the land for peace, but even if you don't agree, what can you do? Can it change the outcome? The area marked on the map has now long been appropriated by Wei, and whether one admits it or not, there is no way to change the fact that the country has fallen. Off stage, seeing Yi Li's stiff expression, the corner of E.G. Park's mouth flashed with a smug smile before he decided to add more fuel to the fire. I urge your majesty to think it over. These cities would have already changed hands by now. If His Majesty of Qi is willing to agree to peace, then my Wei army can retreat, and at that time it will also relieve Linzi of no small amount of pressure. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, although the city of Linzi is solid as gold, the other areas of Qi's defense now can be in vain. I'm afraid that by the time Qi loses more than this country, Yi Li, who had resumed his seat back on the dragon chair, though the mood, compared to a moment ago, has smoothed out a lot. But, when I think of the great Qi, to the point where we need to cut off our land and beg for peace, that feeling of humiliation was like a sharp dagger that constantly pierced through Yi Li's heart, especially seeing the Wei envoy, standing in front of him with a proud face and a smug smile between the corners of his mouth. Every time out of the corner of my eye, when he glanced at E.G. Park's body, Yi Li couldn't even wait, right now, to break the other party into pieces. But the only remaining reason in his heart was always cautioning Yi Li not to be impulsive. Unwilling to look at the other party's villainous appearance, Yi Li chose to lower her head, supporting her head with both hands, her heart filled with entanglement. On the one hand, it's the face of Daki that's at stake. Once he nodded his head, such a stain would definitely be recorded in the history books of various countries, and the shame of ceding his own land for peace would stay with him for the rest of his life. But if you don't agree, it also means that she still has to face the danger of being overthrown at any time. And, during this time of siege, the rest of Qi is at constant risk of enemy attack. For a moment, Yi Li fell into a deep tangle. Actually, there was one thing that Yi Li could never figure out. What the hell for? She would be reduced to this state in just a few months. Where exactly is the gap? Although, strategically, one has made a few mistakes, but with Qi's heritage, it shouldn't have declined so quickly, right? Throughout history, there are countless cases of fallen nations. Yi Li, who had read through history books, had also explored the reasons for the demise of these countries. Having said that, most of the fallen kings were either dimwits or tyrants, and some were simply imbeciles. But, if we go backward in history, it will be realized that the seeds of the destruction of the country may have been planted by some dim-witted ruler dozens or even more than 100 years ago. In other words, in the course of centuries of a country's fortunes, there may have been countless foolish rulers in between. Every time a fainting king comes along, all of which will accelerate the collapse of the dynasty, until finally, all sorts of plagues are concentrated at one point and erupt together. Ultimately, this country was reduced to the dustbin of history. But, Qi is different. The point that Yi Li didn't understand was that even though there might be some gap between himself and Han Xian, let's not get down to how much the gap is. At least, at the point in time when Han Xian left, Qi's national strength is definitely considered to be as good as it gets. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that one is mighty to obey the four seas and look out of the world. But it is such a strong country. Even if one is losing the country in any way, it is not so bad that in just a few months, one is in danger of losing the country, right? But not understanding is not understanding. At this moment, Qi is really in a stormy, ready to topple at any time node. Even if the country is not destroyed, it is also reduced to the point where it is necessary to cut the ground and make peace. I wonder how His Majesty of Qi has considered it. My time is precious and I may not have much time to wait here. If your Majesty doesn't give an answer soon, I will have to deal with it as a refusal, and I can't say what decision the Wei army will make at that time, but there is at least one thing that he can be sure of. and that is that the next time in wanting to make peace, Wei's appetite will not be for this. It's like the little man's got it all wrong. E.G. Park was high and mighty, directly opening his mouth to threaten in front of Yili as well as many Qi generals. Such a scene, it has caused many generals to look at each other in anger, but none of them dared to make a move. Qi, no longer the Qi of old. Wei, too, is not the original Wei. In the face of threats, Yili, who had no more heart, even let out a helpless sigh, and then looked at the other generals present with a help-like gaze, wanting to hear their opinions. Just the strength shown by Yili earlier, or rather, it's the dictatorial, headstrong side, so that none of these people in the courtroom now dared to offer an opinion. Just kidding, the wrong word is a dead giveaway. When the time comes, a sentence you are teaching me to do things? The hat is snapped off. The head above the neck or not? Seeing no one squealing, Yili let out a bitter smile. Looking at the empty hall, there were only scattered dozens of figures, and there was not a single person who could come forward to share their worries. For a moment, surprisingly, it felt like the heart, filled with loneliness, a long, quiet sigh. Yili once again looked at the map in his hand, and the areas that Wei had occupied were clearly labeled. And Wei didn't tear it apart. The area near Linzi is not labeled on it, but the territory west of the Jishui River had all been pocketed by Wei. Yili sighed again, her heart exhausted. She said breathlessly, "This peace negotiation with Wei, I allow it." Although only a few short words, but to utter the words, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Yili's entire body slumped helplessly in the chair, and her eyes even lost their luster. On the contrary, on the opposite side, E.G. Park, seeing the matter finalized, his face was overjoyed with joy. "Then I thank His Majesty of Qi. From now on, Wei and Qi, the two countries, rejoin the goodwill of Qin and Jin, and the grudges of the past are written off." Yili resisted the urge to kill the other party and spoke once again. "All this nonsense will be dispensed with. I hope you will withdraw your troops as soon as possible. If I dare to go back on my word, I will not let you Wei suffer even if I have to fight for the last drop of blood of the Qi army." E.G. Park smiled brightly and said, "The Wei army will withdraw tomorrow, so please rest assured. Your Majesty of Qi. P.S. Scrapped. I was exercising yesterday afternoon and flashed my back. After lying around all morning today, I had a master press it at noon. Nowadays, when you sit in a chair, you have to wear a girdle and the support of the back of the chair so that you can barely sit." Chapter 111, Yili, sorry, I'm not a big man. From the departure of the ambassadors of Wei, it's as if Yili has gone autistic, always sullen. No matter what you're facing, you're listless and uninterested. As for the outskirts of the city, Wei Jun did not go back on his word. After the matter of making peace between the two sides was settled, the next day the division returned to the court, but on the borders set by Wei Xia, with an army of 100,000 men, stayed behind, also to prevent a counterattack from Qi. However, the departure of the Wei army, although the Qi defenders in the city, greatly relieved a breath, but the crisis is still not lifted. At least, led by the Golden Army, there are still over 300,000 troops outside the city. However, they are obviously aware that the hope of attacking Linzi was already small, and now with the withdrawal of the Wei army, the hope has become even more remote. In that case, what's the point of staying here? Too much grain in the granary? On the third day of the Wei army's evacuation, a messenger from the Jin army entered the city to pay a visit to Yili. At the same time, he handed over the contract of peace between the two sides. The content is simple, same as Wei's request. 4 words, cession, but the appetite of the Golden State, apparently not as great as that of Wei, demanded only the cession of the 27 cities north of Lima. The reason for the generosity. It's not that the Golden State is kind-hearted. Rather, on the side, there are the Liao and Qing kingdoms watching. The appetite of these two countries is equally. Suffice it to say, the territorial claims made by these 3 foreign nations directly divided up all of Qi's land north of the Yellow River. When Yili looked at the state books of Jin, Liao, and Sheng that were placed in front of him, his body was trembling uncontrollably with rage. The back teeth are almost ready to be crushed right through. The eyes were bloodshot, and the flames of anger burned in them. These people, they are simply too deceitful. Yili had thought that after agreeing to make peace with Wei, other countries might make the same request. But Yili was never expecting that. These countries will just stomp their noses and directly demand the cession of all territories north of the Yellow River. Although the core territory of Qi, or inherited territory, located just south of the Yellow River, that is, the land of Qingsu, bordered on 3 sides by the sea, east of Luanjia, Jima of the Spare, south of Taishan Solid, west of the Turbid River limit, north of the Bohai Benefit, favorable geographical conditions, pleasant climate, fertile land. These are the fundamentals that once enabled Qi to rise to power. But that doesn't mean that Qi can cede other territories as it pleases. Every inch of territory north of the Yellow River was seized by Qi generals, sword by sword. Han Xian has spent the last 10 years of his life by constantly opening up new territories. It allowed Qi's territory to expand several times toward being extended. It was even able to border the Huns. The three kingdoms of Jin, Liao and Qing, which are now flaunting their power, can only even languish in the Liaodong area. And now, as a result, this group of people all of a sudden want to take a bite of the Qi kingdom all these years, all the fruits all devoured. This let Yili Haokan accept. It's downright deceptive. Yili, who couldn't bear it anymore, copied the 3 copies of the national book on the table and tore them all into pieces. It's not enough to be humiliated by Wei in the front. Now you barbarians, you dare to give yourselves the upper lip. Yili, who couldn't bear it anymore, roared at the top of his voice. Someone come, immediately straighten up the army and prepare for battle. I'm going out of the city to fight those thieves to the death. The eunuchs in the palace obviously didn't dare to disobey Yili's orders. Immediately the edict was communicated. But the generals of the army could not help but change their faces one by one when they received the order to, more even, running directly to the outside of the palace, trying to advise Yili not to be impulsive. After all, Yili didn't know how many large armies he had buried in the past few months. Now that these are the last of Qi's assets, if I give it away again, Qi really died. As for cession, a man can bend and stretch, when the Bing Xian can still bear the humiliation of the crotch, and now it is just a cession of land and compensation. And so on. Qi slowed down after the strength of the revenge is not too late. When a group of generals that, taking the reason of being able to bend and bend to persuade Yili to think twice when a word from Yili straight up gagged them all. Yili, sorry, I'm a small woman, not a big man. A rascal's word, leaving a group of generals dumbfounded on the spot. How could they not expect that? Yili was able to pop out such a sentence. The point is, people say it, and there's nothing wrong with it. Yili, I'm an empress. I'm not a manly man. Why should I be allowed to bend and bend? Excuse me, the aggravation can't stand a little bit. It's going to be a showdown now. Such a result can be a lot of generals worried. After all, at this stage of Qi, cannot afford to be subjected to the wind and waves. However, it's not just within Qi. Even the barbarian 3 outside the city were a bit confused. How could they not expect that Yili would still be so strong even after Qi had reached this point? It's going to be a fight to the death at the drop of a hat. Speaking of which, in fact, inside, they are not willing to fight for their lives, especially if, as Qi is now, it chooses to fight to the death. What if I had to wrestle my own family's money into it? Originally, according to their idea, it was for the 3 countries to unite and together pressurize Yili, forcing Yili to sign a jump and cede all the territories north of the Yellow River. But here's the thing, now after there's no more Wei's army, with these 3 countries alone, the pressure brought to the Qi army was nowhere near as great as it had been earlier. Again, all 300,000 troops, you're still a disaffected coalition. This was also Yili's base for calling for a duel to the death. In the end, there have been many discussions between the 2 sides. For one thing, Qing, Jin and Liao don't want to be used by Yili as a cushion spirit. On the other hand, it was also because Yili was unwilling to cede so much territory for nothing. After days of tug-of-war, the parties have finalized. Bounded by the Tuo Water, the 3 kingdoms returned the city south of Tuoshui, including Hutao, Lekung, Wuqiang, Zhangyi, and so on. As for the area north of Tuoshui, it will be divided among 3 families. As a result of this, in fact, it still ended with Qi's cession of land for peace, along with a large indemnity payment. But at least, a large part of Qi's territory is still considered to be preserved. When the contract is finalized, Yili sat paralyzed in her chair like a deflated ball of leather, and with a gaze full of despair and expectation, she looked in the direction of Chu and muttered, "If you were here, how could you have gotten into such a situation today? Make up for it." Updating the next chapters soon. Chapter 112, A True Letter of Regret. There are times when people are really cheap. Certain things are always lost before they tend to be regretted. This was the case with Yili right now. The enemy troops outside the city have retreated as far as they can. After all, they could also see that Linzi City was not so easy to break through. But, while they were withdrawing, along the way, you could say that we burned and looted all the way. The stocks of food in countless people's homes were looted, and many young girls of a wonderful age were taken captive by the enemy, taking Linzi City as a round point. All the villages and towns along the way in the other 3 directions, except the east. And, in addition to looting, they also forced Qi, to sign a contract that was humiliating to the country. Session. The 4 words filled with humiliation were now deeply imprinted in Yi Li's heart. At one time, the state of Qi was more than 2,000 miles across from north to south, and its borders could even be bordered by Xiongnu. To the west, it can even extend to the hinterland of the Central Plains. It was only tens of miles away from the capitals of Wei and Zhao. However now, Qi's territory, nearly shrunk by more than 2/3, Han Xian's 10 years of hard work had been overturned in one fell swoop. Suffice it to say, if it wasn't for Yi Li's reasoned argument, Qi's territory might have to regress 500 years back to when it was bordered by the sea on 3 sides. Even so, the decline of Qi is an indisputable fact. In this case, in Yi Li's heart, her longing for a certain person was even more extreme. Why? Hasn't Han Xian come back yet? Could it be that you didn't get my letter? Looking at it normally, even if something prevents you from coming back, you should at least have a reply, right? No, I'm going to rewrite a letter. Han Xian must be allowed to come back and reclaim all of Qi's lost territory, while returning to them all of the shame they have received during this time. I must redeem Han Xian, even if I have to apologize and admit my mistake. Think of the humiliation you've received in the meantime. Unwillingly, Yali, picking up pen and paper again, start writing letters. Letter. Not only did he repeatedly emphasize his feelings of longing, but also between the lines, he vaguely revealed his chagrin and remorse for what happened at that time. Just as Yi Li was racking her brain, thinking about how to impress Han Xian, the gates of the bedchamber. Suddenly there was a knock on the door before a eunuch shouted, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report coming from Chu." Chu? Emergency report? Hearing words like Yi Li's first reaction was the 3 words Han Xian. Tang stood up and said anxiously, "Quickly, what happened in Chu?" The eunuch pushed open the door. "Step into the temple." Kneeling down, he said, "Your Majesty, the details from the Chu side sent an urgent report. 5 days ago, traitor, Han Xian, led a night attack with 10,000 Longchamps and greatly defeated the Wu army. This is a detailed battle report from the detail." While saying that, the eunuch raised the war report above his head and Yi Li grabbed it and couldn't wait to check the contents on it. The war report was written without too much detail, and there's no mention of battle damage or anything else. Instead, he briefly talked about how Han Xian had cut off Wu's grain transportation routes, and while Wu's returning army was trying to recapture the grain routes, he led a night attack and successfully routed the Wu army. After reading this, Yi Li revealed a bitter smile. Sure enough, that's the gap. There are times when the gap between man and man is greater than the gap between man and dog. Other people lead armies in battle. They win 100 battles. Attacks will be made and battles will be won. When it comes down to it, it's just hard to get a win. It is even more humiliating to sign a contract of cession and reparation. Thinking of Qi's current stormy appearance, Yi Li had tears in the corners of her eyes and her heart was filled with bitterness. Regret, 2 words. More than anything else, it fills the mind. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I should not have listened to the slanderous words of a villain. If you were still in Qi, how would Qi have endured this humiliation? In the past, I was the one who was jealous of your talent, cynical of your achievements, but all of this was supposed to be you fighting your way through with a knife and a gun, and I was just sitting back and enjoying it. Ridiculous, the old me, sitting on the fence, always wanting to take all the credit, all by yourself, only to end up facing the danger of the country falling. Hanging his head low, the tears in the corners of my eyes couldn't stop flowing downward. The remorse and bitterness of the heart, so that she could no longer shut off the valve of her tears. She has turned into what it is now, and everything is my own fault for suffering. If God gives me another chance, I will surely grasp it. With tears, Yi Li looked at the letter paper that was wet with tears. Thinking about it, there is no option to rewrite. Instead, I picked up my pen and continued to write back. This time, it seems to be true that the words are touchingly written about remorse. Previously, because there was never a reply from Han Xian, Yi Li sometimes wondered if it was Han Xian's intention to have been read and not returned. But this time, upon receipt of the battle report, it took Yi Li a moment to react. Han Xian was leading his army out and leading the battle, so naturally there was no way he could have seen his letter. So, this time when the letter had been written, Yi Li specifically commanded that, whether the person is in Shouchuan or in Zhaoguan, all of them have to hand over the letter to Han Xian. As the letters were sent away, Yi Li breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. During these times, the immense pressure that she was carrying on her shoulders, almost taking her breath away. It is also at times like these that, it was only then that Yi Li missed, with immense urgency, the man who could help her carry the pressure. Now, when Yi Li wrote the letter of remorse with true feelings and from the bottom of his heart, I don't know if it was because she had said what was in her heart, or if she was confident that Han Zian would not hesitate to come back after seeing her true feelings, but Yi Li's entire body felt a lot more relaxed. In a rare moment of lightness, Yi Li wiped away her tears, with her eyes carrying a vision of the future. Zhang Yan smiled. This time, there shouldn't be any more accidents, and it's estimated that Zian will be able to come back after a while. The previous may be because I am not too mature and have done many irrational behaviors, but from now on, there will be no more. Moreover, when Han Zian returns, those countries that dare to stir up their noses and encroach on my Daki's territory, you'd better wash your necks and wait. I'll definitely make you pay the price you deserve for your behavior. Chapter 113, Crossing the River. Sword to Jinling. Rewind to 5 days ago. 2. Southeast of Zhaoguan. The banks of the Yangtze River. Countless corpses lay strewn along the banks, many in a mutilated state, with broken limbs and wreckage strewn all over the riverbanks. The already soft banks of the river. It's even been red with blood for a long time. The pungent odor of blood filled the air and the Han Zian, who was standing on a horse on a distant plateau, looked at the scene that was like a Shura purgatory, and his thoughts were a bit complicated. Half a day later, a general came behind him. General, the results of this battle have been tallied. Han Zian said faintly. Speak, the general replied. In this battle, our army lost 371 men killed in action and 615 wounded, 1/5 of whom, with more serious injuries, have all been sent back to Guan'an'ai to be healed by the grooms. On the part of the Wu army, our army has annihilated 20,000 enemies and captured 106,000. A moment of reflection. Han Zian commanded. Where are fallen soldiers? All thick burial. The riverbank monument memorial. In addition to the pension, also let the black ice platform as soon as possible to implement. In the middle of the not to be deducted half a point. As for the Wu prisoners, select the best and strongest from among them to be incorporated into our army, and the rest and others will be relegated to slavery and sent to various parts of Chu to participate in the construction of roads. General, yes, sir. After the order was given, Han Zian turned his horse around and returned to the barracks. Then while using pen and paper, he wrote down the battle report and ordered it to be sent back to Shochuan. At the same time, he did not forget to mobilize his troops and prepare to continue the pursuit. This time, Wu dares to take the initiative. Although it was incited by those powerful families, since they dared to send out troops, they had to pay for it. In fact, as early as the day after Han Zian arrived at Zhaoguan, it had been ordered, overnight, to build a warship, for the sake of riding the wave of victory, not giving Wu a chance to breathe. After a night of grooming, Han Zian relied on the thick fog on the river for cover and led his army across the river. In itself, Wu's national strength was inferior to Chu's, and this time, it could be said that it was a national effort to send out so many large armies. A number of them, though, were armies of other small nations, but the main force can be the Wu. After this fiasco, Wu's garrison located on the riverside, where there is still resistance. Seeing the Chu army crossing the river, without the slightest resistance, they directly opened the door and surrendered. Han Zian left a few people behind to take over the local river defense, and then led his army without stopping, heading straight east to Jinling City. Jinling City, located in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, near the Qinhuai River. The waterways are crisscrossed with waterways, and the economy and culture are exceptionally well developed. Although this is not where the capital of Wu is located, it is the most prosperous place in the southern part of the Yangtze River. In terms of the number of wealthy and literate scholars alone, if Jinling City dares to say first, no one dares to say second. These people, the reason why I'm willing to gather here, it's not just because of the easy access to transportation and a well-developed economy. More, it is still because of the racy reputation of the Qinhuai River, which attracts countless literati to visit the city. The beautiful land of Jiangnan, the imperial state of Jinling. As the fame of the Qinhuai River grew, it naturally made countless worldly families and powerful clans rush to the city, choosing to settle down in Jinling City. Among them, also includes a lot of the powerful families that fled from Chu have now chosen to take refuge here. Just for today, the city of Jinling, which used to be bustling with activity, but there is some trepidation, nothing else. The news of the disastrous defeat of the Wu army came back 2 days ago, although he had not yet heard of the Chu army's crossing of the river. Anyone who knew a little bit about Han Zian knew that the crossing of the river would happen sooner or later. The point is, the city of Jinling is only a river away from the Chu army. As soon as the Chu army crosses the river, the first target will be Jinling. Jinling City. City West. Inside a mansion that covered an extremely large area and was lavishly decorated, a beautiful woman was counting down to the sad-looking man in front of her. You say that you Just to be greedy for that small amount of money, the court asked you to pay taxes. You honestly pay taxes is not good. Have to follow your second uncle together armed resistance to taxes. Now it's good. Right. Most of the family's wealth all left in Chu. Now all the way to Wu cannot live in peace. Chu army will soon cross the river. Our only remaining family property are in Jinling. Now where else can we run? The beautiful woman rambling in front of her was named Song Jing, coming from the Song family in Chu. She is also considered a scholarly family. Not only has a virtuous character and manages the house well, but has also helped her husband expand his business quite a bit over the years. And the man with the sad face in front of her, his last name is Xiong. His first name is Yi. Bear's name. You could say it's a big family in Chu. Let's not talk about the fourth estate. Counting from the beginning of the founding of the state of Chu, there have been countless princes and generals. Xiong Yi is a branch of one of these lines. Xiong Yi, whose family business is in Songyang City, also has a good prestige in the area, and his family's industry is thriving under his and Song Jing's management. On another trip to Wu, the travelers of the, having seen the prosperity of Jinling, he chose to acquire a number of properties in Jinling. Later, Han Zian carried out a change of law in Chu, requiring the gentry to pay grain as one. The content of such a reform is tantamount to a knife stabbed in Xiong Yi's aorta. After all, hard work to record several lifetimes of family business. And now you lightly a sentence. You want us to pay taxes? There is no such thing in heaven. The disgruntled Xiong Yi. Immediately, he contacted his family, including the neighboring families, and organized the people to cry at the temple while recruiting a large number of his family's men in an attempt to resist the tax in an armed manner. It didn't work out that way. How could these clans not expect that? Han Zian dared to do such a desperate thing, directly mobilizing his army, and in the name of quelling the rebellion, massacred all those armed tax-resistant families and clans. Seeing things go wrong, Xiong Yi chose to take his family and run away to Jinling before the arrival of the Chu army. Later, as more and more of the world's most powerful families gathered in Jinling, these people have joined together. Pressure on Wu. It was hoped that through Wu's large army, they would be helped to destroy Han Zian. But things often turn out a little differently than expected. Seeing that the situation was progressing in the worst direction, Xiong Yi's face was now full of sorrow, while fleeing from Chu, also took away a lot of gold, silver and jewelry, but many industries can be left in Chu. As for now, if we continue to run away, then won't this bit of property in Jinling be given away? By then, with this amount of money in hand, how can you live a life of luxury night after night? The more Xiong Yi thought about it, the more he had a headache, and in his heart there was even some remorse. I should have known this would happen. In the beginning, it would have been better to pay taxes honestly. At least the industry is still there. The roots are still there. Nothing more than making less money each year thereafter. But it's all over now to say anything. All right. Thinking for half a day, Xiong Yi stood up and said sternly, now hurry up and go pack up your things. The Chu army may cross the river at some point. Before that we must hurry up and leave here. Hearing that her husband was going to continue to run away, Song Jing was going crazy. More to go? Aren't you tired? These properties in the city are your last foundation. Do you not want them all? Looking at his rambling wife, Xiong Yi impatiently said, if we don't run, do we still have to pay taxes to Chu in the future? Or do you think the city of Jinling can be defended? Song Jing cried out, her voice filled with pleading. Master, can we not run away? Your home is in Chu. Big deal. Can't we just pay our taxes later? Would you rather give up all your estates than pay taxes? What's more, even if you could run, where would you run to? Looking at his wife, who was repeatedly blocking him, Xiong Yi, who had lost his patience, angrily shouted, enough, you're a woman, so hurry up and do what I tell you to do. What's the point of grinding here? Let me tell you, Xiong Yi, even if I die, even if I lose my family's fortune, even if I'm cut into pieces by the Chu army, even if I'm cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, I won't pay a single copper coin in taxes. You'll hurry up and pack now, and take your valuable finery with you, and we'll go out through the north gate and make our way north. I still have some properties in the Zhengli kingdom, and I've known the Zhengli kingdom's great general Tianzhu for many years, so he'll take care of me when we go there. It's already a 7.9 out of 10. The author's heart is in agony. Please, readers, give a favorable review. Really begged on my knees. Chapter 114, Taking Down Jinling City. Seeing her husband insist on leaving, Song Jing was not in a position to continue blocking the way. I can only instruct my subordinates. Hurry up and pack your things and get ready to flee Jinling. At this point, there were not a few people in the city like Xiong Yi's family who were ready to pack up their belongings and wanted to escape. Of course, most of these people had fled from Chu, or were themselves members of local families. After all, they don't want to pay taxes to Chu. Because of this, At this time, the entire city of Jinling could be said to be in a state of panic. A large number of stores have not been opened since yesterday. The city gates. There were even a large number of wagons crammed together, trying to escape. Just, the gates of the city, already not very spacious. So many carriages jammed in here at once. There are people out there who want to go into the city, and there are people in the city who want to go out. The 4 gates of Jinling City were all blocked. Originally, the specifications of the carriages of various countries, the size of the wheels are different, plus these families in order to take refuge, each dragging their families. The carriages are also loaded with a large number of gold, silver and jewelry, making the carriages even heavier. And in this day and age, it's not like there's a traffic bill, much less a rule about driving on the right, which also makes the carriages of the various families were blocked together horizontally and vertically, and it was extremely strenuous to try to turn the carriages around. Inside the city, looking at the congested appearance of the city gates, Xiongyi's heart was burning with anxiety. Damn it, these people don't rush out of the city. What the hell are they doing blocking here one by one? If we keep dawdling like this, the Chu army will come. Song Jing, who was sitting beside him, had a face full of sorrow. Looking at this appearance, I think that when they heard the news that the Chu army was coming, the great families in the city, all wanted to leave the city to take refuge. The impatient Xiongyi, cursing, said, "Refuge is refuge. Why do we have to choose a time with us? Look at it now. This city gate is blocked like this. The carriages can't get out at all." Beside Song Jing, lift the curtains of the car. Poking out half of his body, he beckoned an underling from his home. Wang En, go to the east side of the city and poke around. What's going on over at the east gate? In a few moments, that subordinate quickly returned and reported with a bitter smile. "Ma'am, I just went to probe. Now, not to mention the east gate. Now the 4 gates of Jinling City are all blocked. In a short period of time, I'm afraid we can't get out." Hearing such news, Xiongyi jumped straight to his feet in a hurry. Chu's army is only a river away from Jinling. To put it bluntly, if the Chu army crosses the river now, they could be at the city tonight. If you don't hurry out of the city now, when the Chu army comes, won't all your family business be appropriated by Chu? Just in the city of Jinling, the families of the world, while thinking of fleeing with their families, Han Zian had already led his army and arrived at a high ground less than 500 meters from Jinling. Raise your eyes and look out. Han Zian noticed that there were quite a few Wu troops on the city floor, patrolling back and forth, but the gates of the city were cluttered. There seemed to be a number of wagons, congested with. Yesterday, Han Zian, who had already received the information, knew clearly in his heart that these congested carriages were all from the city's great families. Looking at the gates of the city, which were wide open, the corners of Han Zian's mouth rose slightly. Isn't this tantamount to surrendering? Lance in hand, pointing forward, Han Zian snapped. "Generals, the city of Jinling is right in front of us. After capturing the city, I will feast on you all above the Qinhuai River. Kill dash." A long whistle. Han Zian clipped his horse's belly and transformed into a white stream of light, killing out first. Behind them, the Black Lance Longchamps followed closely, with the help of a dive, sprinting towards the eastern gate of the cavernous Jinling city. For a moment, the earth trembles. The heavens and the earth are changing color. The 10,000 iron horsemen behind them were like black waves, sweeping towards Jinling city. Han Zian, who was rushing at the front, was dressed in white armor and was extremely conspicuous among the military formation. It would have been only a few hundred paces from the city of Jinling, nearly in the blink of an eye. The city of Jinling is close at hand. At this point, the eastern gate of the city of Jinling, the carriages of some of the great families of the world were still crowded together. Some of the wagons that had already come out were still parked by the gates, waiting for the wagons behind them. After all, these lineages, dragging their families along, must have dozens or hundreds of people in their clansmen alone, plus countless gold and silver jewels. Where would a wagon fit? This relocation of the family, at least 7 or 8 more families have to dozens of cars, otherwise how could the city gates be easily blocked? But now, when Han Zian led the army to start charging, noticing that something was wrong, these people instantly changed their faces in fear and, especially those who were waiting at the city gates, fled towards the gates in a swarm without even thinking about it. The city gates are already jammed. Results: the people who had just gone out were now crowding into the city like mad. This time, not to mention the wagon. Even the people were squashed together like meatloaf. The defenders on the citadel, after seeing the dust that filled the sky in the distance, had ordered the gates to be closed at the first opportunity. Nay, at this time the city gates have long been blocked by those great families of the world. The men pushed their way in, with faces of horror. The people inside the city who still wanted to leave the city were dumbfounded and had no idea what was happening outside. And one by one, they still wanted to go outside. Faced with a completely blocked city gate, the guards on the city tower, seeing that they were unable to close the city gates, could only send someone to the Taisho Fu to report the situation at the first opportunity. Yet in this very delay, Han Zian had already led a large, raging army, rolling iron, like a torrent of steel. The carriages blocking the entrance to the city were easily torn apart. Countless sons and daughters of the great clans who wanted to escape were mercilessly knocked over by the Iron Horsemen, and were crushed into mush in a matter of moments. For a moment, miserable screams resounded above the citadel. The long spear in Han Zian's hand danced wildly like the wind, and blood flowed everywhere it passed. There is no mercy for these sons of the gentry. In almost a moment's effort, the passageway of the city gate, which had just been waterlogged, was cleared out. Behind them the rolling iron horsemen rushed into the city. At first, the city gate guards tried to organize a defensive line to stop Han Zian's charge. The problem is, with these stinkers, in front of the battle-hardened Longchamps, the so-called defense line is like paper mache, just lifted, crushed in an instant. It's only half a cup of tea before and after. 10,000 Longchamps have already killed as many as they can in the city, successfully controlling the east gate of Jinling City. As for Han Zian, he even led his army straight to the Taisho mansion. Chapter 115 Blood-Spilling Celebration Banquet. On the other side, I can't get out of the city for a while. Xiong Yi, who was thinking of going home first to rest and wait until tomorrow to leave the city, was returning with a caravan that, suddenly, he saw ahead of him. A commotion. Many people came running with frightened faces. Somewhat puzzled, Xiong Yi pulled a person and asked, "What happened in front? Why this panic?" On that person, there were also brocade clothes and ribbons, obviously not ordinary people. After a strenuous run, at this moment, he could not come up for air and gasped, Chu army killed into the city. Run quickly." Having said that, without looking back, he ran in the opposite direction. On the contrary, it was Xiong Yi, who froze in place with a stunned face, with horror in his eyes. The Chu army has entered the city? How is that possible? Are the guards at the city gates all for nothing? Otherwise how could we let the Chu army kill in so easily? Seeing that time was running out, and could even feel that the ground was trembling under his feet, Song Jing, inside the carriage, anxiously shouted, "Don't stand still. The Chu army has killed its way into the city, so why don't you hurry and go home to take refuge?" As a reminder, only then did Xiong Yi come back to his senses and shouted in panic, "Quickly, quickly, the governor's residence." Yuan Xiaoyu, who was the imperial guard of Jinling City, was taking a lazy pace to the main hall under the service of a group of women. Yuan Xiaoyu, from the Yuan family in Jiandong, born with a golden spoon, so to speak, from childhood to adulthood, has been living an extravagant life in fine clothes. As the most economically prosperous city in Wu, as well as the city of Jinling, which is also known for its Qin Huayan, it has always been the object of Yuan Xiaoyu's patronage. Later, to facilitate the enjoyment of life here, Yuan Xiaoyu even used the power of his family. He was appointed governor of the city of Jinling. Since then, Yuan Xiaoyu spends every day and night. The girls on the Qinhuai River take turns lining up to serve him every day. Not only that, as Yuan Xiaoyu's behavior became more and more reckless, in addition to the freshness of the girl who accompanies you every day, the gameplay has to be varied. Like right now, in the face of a large case of sumptuous food, Yuan Xiaoyu hadn't eaten more than a few bites before he waved his hand with a disgusted face and said, "Withdraw, withdraw. What did I say yesterday? How many times have I told you to serve dishes with the bodies of young girls? And do you have ears?" The underlings around you, hurriedly bringing down the wine and food. In a few moments, when the wine and food were brought back up, they were not on a plate. Instead, it was placed on a young maiden's body. The young girl's eyes were tightly closed and, red in the face, lying on the case table, too nervous to move a muscle. Looking at this appearance, Yuan Xiaoyu was quite satisfied. It's only fun to eat like this. Having said that, even dropped the chopsticks, pounced right on it and started licking it. However, without waiting for Yuan Xiaoyu to take a few bites, a general slammed open the main hall's door and stumbled in, panicking, "Sir, it's bad. Something's wrong." Yuan Xiaoyu, who was just about to enjoy the food, seeing that his good deed was interrupted, he instantly became angry. "What a big dog dare! Who let you in? Men, drag me out and chop me up." Upon hearing that the other party is going to cut himself, the general cried out in tears, "My lord, even if you want to cut me, you have to wait for me to finish my words. In the past few days, the city's great families have dragged their families and scrambled to flee for their lives, and as a result, The city gates have been blocked. Just now, the Chu army suddenly appeared. The city gate guards were unable to close the gates at all. And now the Chu army has already killed their way into the city, heading straight for the Taisho mansion. Just about to bend down, Yuan Xiaoyu, who wanted to continue eating, hearing the news that the Chu army had killed its way into the city, he raised his head violently, and his voice even shouted through the sound, "What did you say?" The other side is helpless. One can only recapitulate what happened, all over again. This time, Yuan Xiaoyu no longer had the mood to continue eating, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and not caring much about it, he left behind the group of women in the hall, put on his armor, and then rushed towards the other side of the city gate in a panic. From start to finish, Yuan Xiaoyu just didn't have a single thought of trying to salvage the defeat. At this point in time, the city has been in chaos for a long time. Countless routed Wu troops, as if they were headless flies scurrying everywhere. Only the streets of the East Gate, cold light is flowing, heads are swarming. The mournful screams were heard through the city, and in the distance, it is even more vaguely able to see the raging appearance of the Chu army coming. Seeing such a scene, Yuan Xiaoyu had long been scared out of his wits and ran wildly towards the West Gate without looking back. However, when Yuan Xiaoyu bumped off quite a few people who were in his way and finally arrived at the West Gate, the scene before him bordered on despair. The heart that hangs in the air is finally dead. Originally, before the arrival of the Chu army, the city gates of Jinling City were blocked by the worldly families that wanted to escape. Just now, after hearing that the Chu army had entered the city, these people have even less humility in their thoughts. They have broken their heads and are trying to push their way out of the city as well. This squeeze, the already small space became even more congested. Looking at the congested appearance inside, Yuan Xiaoyu furiously shouted, "You people, hurry up and get out of my way. Damn dogs, who told you to block this place? All of you get out of my young master's way. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." The pursuers behind us were getting closer and closer. The sound of war horses galloping, too, grew clearer and clearer, and Yuan Xiaoyu, who was getting more and more impatient, couldn't care about anything else right now, and drew out the sword at his waist and slashed towards the nearest person in front of him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Yuan Xiaoyu didn't stop at all and chopped over several people one after another. Such a move, however, did little at all. It was even making an already chaotic situation even more chaotic. A few moments from the governor's house, I've detected the direction of Yuan Xiaoyu's escape. Han Zian led his elite troops and had chased them to the city gates. Looking at the congested city gates, Han Zian even felt like laughing a little. These powerful families are really interesting, preferring to give up countless properties and even flee with their families in tow rather than pay a little bit of tax money. Men, take all these people down. Seeing that he had no more chance of escape, the long sword in his hand falling to the ground in response, Yuan Xiaoyu knelt to the ground spinelessly, constantly kowtowing and begging, "Please, don't kill me. I can give you money, just don't kill me." Seeing this scene, Han Zian didn't hold back and laughed outright. At least Jinling City is the most prosperous city in Jiangnan. Results: I can't believe I made such a loser the governor. What the hell is this Emperor of Wu thinking? Apart from these two gates, two others, Han Zian likewise sent his men to capture all those great families that tried to escape. But for these people, they didn't just come up and destroy the family. Han Zian still chose to give them a chance. As long as the books are honestly handed over and the tax money is made up, and at the same time the tax can be honestly paid in the future, then naturally they will not try to make things difficult for each other. On the contrary, if anyone dares to resist, all for treason. From the beginning of the siege until everything calmed down, it's only 2 hours before and after, with the battlefield cleared away, Jinling City seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Just when night falls, many of the literati, thinking of going to the Qinhuai River to comfort the beautiful people who were frightened when, just realized, countless Chu generals have already gathered here. A blood-curdling celebration is taking place here. I'm telling you guys, the rating is down to 7.9 now, and if I don't get 5 stars out of it, I'll get down on my knees and beg you all, please reward me with a favorable review. Chapter 116, Wu's reaction. A blood-soaked celebration of it's going on atop a painted boat on the Qinhuai River. Weekdays, as a place for literati to recite poems and make couples, it is now occupied by Chu's army, and one by one, they are enjoying the happiness of all the people in it. Such a scene. I don't know how many literati have been brought to tears. Mud. What a bunch of animals. We used to have to rack our brains and show off our talents if we wanted to meet up with a girl. You guys are great. Come up here and hog all the girls in town. In fact, a celebration like this one, sort of a common tactic used by generals to boost morale. The more classic ones, It is to break into the city and then to indulge in looting and plundering. In this regard, however, Han Zian would certainly exercise restraint and strictly order the army to harass the people, but not without the necessary rewards. This part, it would have to draw blood from the world's great families. The day after the celebration was held, the Gubai then moved the laws of Chu to the city of Jinling and began to cleanse the local families and clans. If you are willing to pay taxes, then be honest and don't play games. Paid up, the army won't give you a hard time. But if you dare to be sneaky, or resist taxes, then we'll just have to see if your neck is hard, or if the Chu army's swords are sharp. But with the previous experience of Chu, the people in this part of the Golden Age are apparently quite honest. On the other side, after the information about the fall of Jinling was sent to Wucheng, Emperor Ji Buchang of Wu was furious. The Wu army itself had just experienced a great defeat, with the loss of 200,000 troops, to prevent Chu from crossing the river. In the last 2 days, Ji Buchang issued a dozen edicts in a row, asking the Jinling side to be more vigilant and make sure to stop the Chu army. Water imaging. The Taisho of Jinling city is, in the end, a foppish second generation. Can't do anything but eat, drink and be merry. Unable to get angry, Ji Buchang directly called the Yuan family head, splitting his head and giving a bad scolding. But cursing is cursing. Things still need to be worked out. Ji Buchang naturally wouldn't be like Healy, who didn't care about anything when he was angry, rambling on about all sorts of things just to vent the anger in his heart. The next day, at the meeting of the Wu dynasty, Ji Buchang for the loss of Jinling, and the Chu army step by step, took out the confer with the civil and military officials. Basically, this kind of thing, deliberations come and go with no more than 2 results, war or end. The question now before Wu is, if he chose to fight. Wu had less than 50,000 battle-ready soldiers, and excluding the imperial guards who were responsible for guarding the palace, many of the rest were still remnants of the army. And who will lead the troops? Realize that the man who is now in front of the kingdom of Wu has destroyed an unknown number of countries, and the blood on his hands can be counted in the millions. As long as they faced Han Zian, most of the generals, basically, were cowed before the battle. No way. Most people, all are self-aware. Don't you know how much you weigh? Seeing that the path of war is not feasible, then there is no choice but to negotiate peace. But the result of doing so has been answered by Qi Session, paying tribute and claiming the title. Nothing more than these 2 conditions, although it is not yet the end of the country. But if you choose this path, it is almost unlikely that you want to develop in the future, unless one waits for a change of heart in Chu. It's like Qi now. The question is, if the king of prison suppression had always sat in the demon locking tower, would those demons and devils have dared to have any dissenting thoughts? Seeing that the court was in session from early morning until noon, the civil and military officials present, one by one, argued with red faces and ears. Some even shouted their voices mute. As a great general of the state of Wu, Wu Works was still somewhat bloodthirsty and had the highest reputation among the main warring factions. At this moment, Worksop wants to make one last push. Loudly, he persuaded, Your Majesty, although the Chu army is coming in strong, and Han Zian is even full of honor, the Chu army is only 20,000 men at full strength. Our army still has 50,000 men, and though demoralized, we ultimately have the advantage in numbers. 50,000 against 20,000. The advantage is in the Wu. If Your Majesty believes in my general, I am willing to lead my army to fight to the death, and by virtue of the superiority of numbers, not to say that we can defeat the Chu army, but at least we can do it first for the unwinnable. When the old Chu warlord is under the city, he will retreat himself, said to be the main war party. In fact, Wu Works knew in his own heart that it was almost a fool's errand to try to defeat the Chu army. But if you can't win, you can't win. With Wu's superiority in strength and geography, we'll have no problem holding the city, right? By then, no matter how brave the Chu army is, facing a brick wall, can you still turn over the sky? However, as soon as the words were finished here, Jiang Su, the prime minister of the peace-loving faction, sneered, What a joke! With you also presume to be the first to be unwinnable? Don't you know how much you weigh? Still guarding the city, but if you have the ability, how can I, Wu, stay here in the middle of nowhere? Tell me, how many times has Wu's northern expedition been conducted over the years, and has it succeeded in any of them? How can the light of a firefly be the same as the white moon Zhenghui? I hope you can recognize yourself. Subsequently, Prime Minister Jiang Su came to the center of the hall, facing Emperor Ji Buchang of Wu. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I am not an alarmist, nor am I trying to raise the morale of others to destroy my own. In these 10 years, there have been countless countries that have been destroyed at the hands of Han Zian. All of these countries also tried to resist before they were overthrown, but I think everyone here saw how it ended up. Han Zian can be said to attack and win when it comes to his ability to lead an army into battle. In can be alone, in 10,000 troops in the middle of no one's territory, charging into battle to take the head of the enemy as if a bag to pick up. Retreat can strategize. People in the tent decided to win thousands of miles away. This kind of ability is rare in ancient times. When the troops were first sent out, I opposed them again and again. And even though there were 200,000 Wu troops, didn't they fail miserably? Now with this measly 50,000 remnants, how can General Wu talk about holding it? In my opinion, why don't we send an envoy to Chu to request peace talks? Even though Wu will pay a certain price, it's better than destroying the country. Jiang Su said at the end. A look of pain and sorrow can be described as tears. After all, in the opinion of the peacemakers, Wu simply didn't have any capital to resist Chu's attack. Instead of that, how about being smart about it? Straight up cut and run. Otherwise, if you continue to resist, there can be no second option but to exterminate the country. At this moment, Ji Buchang, who was sitting on the dragon chair, was also in agony. Dilemma. It gave him a splitting headache. But more. Or do you regret how you were influenced by those worldly families and chose to send out troops in the first place? Chapter 117, Wu Kingdom cuts land for peace. Yi Li's letter arrives. In fact, Wu, like Chu before him, the political formations are all pretty much the same. Most of the soldiers and horses are in the hands of the big families. And these people, with the great families of Chu, they are still particularly close. Between the two sides, there was business. So, when the great families and clans of Chu all migrated to Wu, they soon reached an agreement to join together in an army crusade against Chu, seeking to abolish Han Zian's reforms. Because of this, even if the emperor of Wu doesn't agree at all, there's not much that can be done about it. As for now, the power of those powerful families is considered to be completely wasted. As a matter of common sense, the emperor of the kingdom of Wu should be very happy. After all, this also gave him the opportunity to gather power. But only if Wu has to survive this crisis. Now, two paths are before us. Ji Bochang is caught in a dilemma. The first path, which seems to be very bloodthirsty, shows the spirit of the men of Wu who are not afraid to die. But once that path is blocked, what awaits Wu will be the destruction of the country. Hundreds of years of inheritance will also be cut off from this point on. Obviously, Ji Bochang didn't want to take that risk. The second way, however, is the disempowering cession of land. Basically, as long as one chooses this path, they will also pay tribute to Chu from now on. Every year, a large sum of money and grain had to be taken out of the taxes and paid as annual tribute to the state of Chu. Xi, back then, had given the perfect answer. In this way, there is simply no room for development behind Wu. Most of the money and food, after all, has to be paid in. Whether or not Wu can survive depends on the nose of Chu. Two ways. It all seems to be full of thorns to Jiberchang. There was nothing but a path with a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. And while the chances were slim, the results of failure were something he couldn't afford. The other one is not in doubt. But again, it will cost Wu dearly. Looking down, the civil and military officials are arguing more and more fiercely. Some of them were so noisy that some of them even took off their shoes and smashed them towards the opposite side of the room. Seeing this scene, Ji Bochang let out a helpless sigh. All right, all shut up. Some fallen eyes, sweeping his eyes over the red-faced 100 officials. Ji Bochang said breathlessly. Send ambassadors and go to Chu to make peace. Although by doing so, the kingdom of Wu will never be the same again. It's better than being destroyed outright. And everything is not absolute. Last year's Qi is so beautiful. The might of the four seas. 10,000 countries to the dynasty. The result is not now the sunset. In case Chu does the same thing as Qi, won't we be able to turn around? That being said, but Ji Bochang himself knows that. It's a dream come true. A lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. And with what happened in Qi as a lesson, how could Chu repeat the same mistakes? The words have just been spoken. It ushered in the collective opposition of the group of military generals. Your Majesty. No. This move is almost tantamount to ceding land and making reparations. How can His Majesty do something so degrading to the country? Your Majesty, my people of Wu are all men of generosity and sadness. I ask Your Majesty to allow my general to lead the troops into battle. And even if we fight to the death, we will never let the Chu army take a step forward. If Wu really does something like this that dishonors the country, how will His Majesty still have the face to face the ancestors in the future? The kingdom of Wu was founded more than 600 years ago. How has it ever done anything to cede land and beg for peace? I hope Your Majesty will think twice. We are about to fight to the death. How can Your Majesty be cowed first? The many military generals, led by Worksop, both apparently opposed to peace talks. After all, being a martial artist, or full of blood, for them, even if the whole army died in battle and their horses were wrapped in corpses, they were not willing to bow down to the enemy. But it's relatively sane for the civil servants. What's the point of having blood? Can blood be eaten for food? If we lose the war, the kingdom of Wu will be destroyed. And then what's the point of talking about bloodshed? Will you have the face to face your ancestors after destroying your country? Seeing that the civil and military officials are about to quarrel again, Ji Bochang impatiently scolded. Enough! I know that you are all loyal to the king and the country, but at times like this, you mustn't get carried away. Works up. I ask you, if I give you the whole country's troops, how many % are you sure you can repel the Chu army? Bottom line, I'm going to ask Worksop to death. Don't look the loudest when you yell in front, but when it comes to how sure he is, Worksop himself has no idea. After all, Han Zian's battle record is solidly there. Over the past 10 years, countless times with fewer than many, the formation of the enemy generals, thousands of miles to run, a single battle from it, singled out at random and placed on others, would be enough to go down in history and be immortalized. All of this, however, is now focused on one person, and the person who created these achievements is now not more than 28 years old, is not the kind of dying state, it is the time of the rich and powerful. At the age of 18, people quelled the rebellion within Qi, recaptured Linzi, and championed Ji Li's claim to the throne. At the age of 19, 2 kings were captured in a battle at Muling Pass, and Tianzi was crowned god. With a record like that, what do you compare yourself to these people? It can't be compared. There's no comparison at all. Facing Ji Bochang's questioning, Wu Work stammered for half a day before answering. 50%. Ji Bochang laughed outright. 50%? It's about the national fortune of Wu, and you're giving me such an answer. How do you expect me to believe you? My mind is made up. Send an envoy to Chu, and let's not discuss this matter any further. With the Emperor of Wu clapping his hands, that afternoon, then a messenger went to where Han Zian was, and made known the request for peace talks. Over here, Han Zian was still cleaning up the mess in Jinling City, but he didn't realize that Wu already wanted to make peace. This knowledge of the times, it makes Han Zian too embarrassed to continue his attack. After a short deliberation, Han Zian did not ask for a lot, but merely asked Wu to cede half of its territory, while paying 1/3 of the annual taxes to Chu. A few days later, the ambassador cried out. He returned to Wu City and met with Ji Bochang. After seeing Chu's request, Ji Bochang's first reaction was to mobilize his army and fight Chu to the death. It's downright deceptive. Up here is half the country and 1/3 of the annual taxes. Why don't you just destroy Wu? Why didn't I see you have such a big appetite when I was in Qi? Gibberish had thought that. Wu casually ceded a few cities, plus some amount of money on the line, which thought Han Zian's appetite is so big, but the reasoning in his heart made him hold back. No way. Wu at this stage. There is no ability to counteract Chu at all. After all, this time, Han Zian went on the expedition, leading just 20,000 men. Chu's main force hasn't even moved. Ji Bochang had no doubt that if he did not agree to this contract, the Chu army would have to start preparing their army for war the next day and prepare to overthrow Wu. Looking at Han Zian's reply, Ji Bochang was silent for a long time, but finally sighed. Just do what they want. 3 days later, Wu's envoys came to the Chu camp. Convey back the meaning of Wu. Han Zian also proceeded to send people and began to take over the territories ceded by Wu, including the personnel arrangements of the various counties and so on. Meanwhile, Yi Li's letter was also delivered to Han Zian. Now the ratings. Tired. Destroy. Oh, my god. Chapter 118, Early Start of a Unified Layout. Seeing the contents of the letter, while the corners of Han Zian's mouth twitched, his eyes were flashing with an unbelievable expression. There's nothing wrong with that. Yi Li, are you out of your mind? You were the one who said that I had made a great achievement, and you even labeled yourself as a rebel and tried to kill yourself. Now, a flippant apology. I just want to get it over with. Under the sun. How can that be good? Looking at the somewhat crumpled letter paper, and the moving words on it, for a moment, Han Zian didn't know if he should say Yi Li was stupid or that she was out of her mind. How can you write a letter and still move yourself? Think about it. Han Zian took out a pen and paper, planning to write back to Yi Li. As for the content, it didn't say anything about disliking Yi Li with any fierce words or mocking Yi Li's whimsicality, just a simple statement that the bond between the two is over. If we see each other again in the future, it will only be on the frontier. When the time comes, he or she will not be soft on how and what. It's not a lot of words. The main reason was that Han Zian also didn't want to be involved in anything with Yi Li, either. Earlier, when he tried to kill himself on a trumped-up charge, he had already doomed the relationship between the two, which was broken. Arrange for someone to take the letter and send it back to Qi. Han Zian is also getting busy with his work, this time, forcing Wu to cede large tracts of land. There are more than 30 counties of all sizes. All of these needed to be taken over by people sent by Han Zian, and at the same time, Chu's reforms had to be gradually introduced to these newly occupied areas. Beyond that, including writing, language, weights and measures, promotion is also needed. You can't get fat in one bite. If these things, after the unification of the world, are thought to be solved, the workload is indeed too great. Instead of that, it would be better to start the cultural unification of these newly occupied areas at the very beginning. In this world, although there has not yet been a united nation, but in the history of the former, the Qin dynasty, the Han dynasty, and even the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Ming and Qing dynasties, and other great unified dynasties, are all templates that Han Zian can learn from. Since these old ancestors have given an answer with their own personal experience, just copy directly from it and be done with it. Just like the many policies implemented by Qin Shi Huang after he had completed the unification of the world. Qin Shi Huang's greatest achievement was not in the unification of the world, after all. This was the legacy left to Qin Shi Huang by the Qin state, which had fought for the remaining strength of the 6th dynasty. The greatest achievement was the unification of writing, currency, weights and measures. The cars are on the same track, and the books are in the same language. As the first country in history to be united under one roof, the Qin dynasty had no template from which to draw, nor any experience left behind by its predecessors, and had to go through its own groping to accomplish its rule over an unprecedentedly large empire. But now, although Chu is far from being unified, it's 100,000 miles away. There's still a long way to go to even unify Jiangnan, but that didn't stop Han Zian from starting right now to prepare for unification, or rather, by virtue of their abilities, as long as there are no problems with longevity. Reunification is also a matter of time. After all, in history, if there was any dynasty that had at the same time the 8 men by Qi, Han Xin, Wei Cheng, Hua Zhaodi, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, Xiao He and Zhuge Liang, if reunification has not been completed, apart from the fact that the emperors were the likes of Sima Zi and Wan Yengong, Han Zian really couldn't imagine who else could stop the unification of the world. Not necessarily. If there's a Guokai beside the emperor, I'm afraid I can kill super gods. However, according to common sense, but where the emperor can be a little normal, even if it is Lu Zhen kind of people, every day is to enjoy what do not care about. The world is only a matter of time. Sooner or later, the unification of the issue is just, at this point, putting the perspective on Gangnam, Han Zian, who is sitting in Jinling, beyond the very basics of writing, weights and measures, etc. Gradually, too, the various policies of Chu have been promoted in the newly occupied areas. The specifics are all based on, among other things, the changes that took place in Chu. Educationally, Han Zian established the imperial examinations while promoting scientific education, adding engineering and science to the original liberal arts and martial arts. Arrangements were also made to build schools in the newly occupied areas, on a county and district basis. In conclusion, Han Zian is trying to establish a modern education system in this ancient land. Financially, exempt the original Wu from all kinds of exorbitant taxes, adopting the policy of apportioning ding to mu. The gentry and the scholars paid grain as a whole. At the same time, they added commercial taxes and tariffs, and industries such as iron ore, salt, and so on, were directly managed by the government, and merchants were prohibited from selling them privately. It's still mainly for salt traders along the coast. Beyond that, in commerce and industry, Han Zian no longer single-handedly promoted farming, but vigorously promoted the development of manufacturing and trade, abolishing the original hierarchical division of scholar-peasant, farmer industry, and businessman. In fact, in this aspect of the change of law, Han Zian more operation, are borrowed from the ancient dynasties, the practice of, but with every change of law, it all means that, to touch the cake of the old vested interests, therefore, every change of law is built on blood. Chu is no exception, and neither are these newly occupied lands now. Among the greatest opposition were two forces that, the first strand, is from the salt traders. After all, taking salt and iron into the government's hands was almost like cutting off these people's access to wealth. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. One could only imagine what kind of hatred these people would have for Han Zian. Only, Wu's salt merchants, most of them are in the coastal areas, and at the moment, Chu hasn't extended to those places yet. Only a small number of salt merchants were cut off with Han Zian's decree. The second force, naturally, it's still the same families, as a vested interest in this era. Whether in the control of knowledge, the selection of officials, or the privilege of not having to pay taxes, this group can be said to take advantage. Although the advent of paper has greatly reduced the cost of learning, but wanting to learn is still not something an average family can afford. Not to mention, these powerful people control the selection of officials, like Chi and Chu, currently adopting a system of imperial examinations. Although it still has little to do with the common people, but at least it gives the Chile kids a chance to make a name for themselves. As for the selection of officials in other countries, it is still the Chajiao system and the 9 principles medium regime system. Under such a system, it can be said that the children of the humble family have no chance at all to make a name for themselves. How else would the saying, "It's hard to get a son from a cold family," come about? And, it's still cold. It's a family of down-and-out noblemen. At least there's a door. As for the civilian population, they have even less chance. Now, Han Zian is trying to give these people a chance. Instead of a complete lockout, the door to the upper levels. But in doing so, which will undoubtedly draw a backlash from those with vested interests, it also includes the contribution of the gentry as a whole. Make the world's great families pay taxes? Let them spend their days, their nights, their money, and they may not even blink an eye. But, trying to get them to pay a tax of 1 copper, it's harder than killing them. Han Zian didn't understand what these people were thinking anyway, but there's no need to understand, as long as the knife in your hand remains sharp. Next time, after giving a report to Su Qingshang in Shoshuan, Han Zian always sits in Jinling, just to see. There's no one who dares to jump out. Meanwhile, Yili, who was far away from Linzi City, finally waited for Han Zian's reply in the waiting with eager anticipation and longing. Just, when she saw the contents of the letter, the anger in his heart instantly rose up. Exasperated, she tore the letter to shreds on the spot. Chapter 119, Yili issues the order of seeking virtue. Outrageous! You bold dog lackey, I have apologized to you. What more do you want? In the face of my apology, how dare you say that the fate is over? Han Zian, have you forgotten who lifted you to your current position? Who gave you everything you have today? Almost immediately after reading the contents of the letter, all of Yi Li's guilt towards Han Zian dissipated in an instant. Or rather, for what was done earlier, the regret in Yi Li's heart was not a true realization of her own faults, but simply because Han Zian's departure had caused Qi to become devastated and not return to its former glory. In this case, it was Yi Li who desperately hoped that Han Zian would return. To this end, Yi Li even lowered her stance and thought she used a very sincere tone to apologize to Han Zian, hoping that he would forget everything that happened before and come back to Qi. The question is, from start to finish, everything Yi Li thought was her own wishful thinking, or, she subconsciously thought that Han Zian would come back without a second thought after seeing her letter of repentance. Until now, seeing Han Zian in his mind, bone-chillingly cold words, between those strange words, which completely severed all that was in Qi. How could Yi Li, who had been eagerly waiting for this, stand it? What regret? What remorse? It's just a moment of smoke and mirrors. The anger in his heart turned into a monstrous flame of rage that, Yi Li went nearly insane, tearing her voice out in a roar. Han Zian, you ungrateful traitor, I have already given you a step down, and even more so, I have already apologized to you, but you are actually still cynical about my faults. What kind of a thing are you? Who are you to dare tell me that the fate is over? From the beginning to the end, if I hadn't given you a platform and full trust, would you still have a chance to excel? But now, you even reneged on your word, but also said that you want to meet with me on the frontier above the sword? Really against you dog thing, you unkind and unrighteous traitor, forgetting the gift of me to you, even chose to be loyal to Chu that. Yali, who kept growling. At this point, his eyes are filled with blood. The whole man, as if he were a wild beast. She looked at her sword hanging on the wall, and as she drew the long sword out, slashing at everything in sight, the sharp blades keep waving in the air, with the sound of breaking wind. With each swing, Yili would let out a roar under his breath. The traitor, rebel, evil thief, Han Zian, I've already given you a chance, but you still don't know what's good for you. You ungrateful dog, I swear once again that I will break you into pieces, without resolving this hatred. I, Yili, swear not to be a human being. With a long whistle, Yili exerted all his strength and slashed towards the wall. This time, the long sword, which was already bruised and battered, snapped with a sound that, the tremendous force of the recoil of causing the lower half of the longsword to directly come out of his hand. Looking at the ground, the broken longsword, Yili also seemed to release all the anger in his heart. All of it, having calmed his mind a little. Yili also knew that she had been a bit overzealous just now. Take a deep breath. Back in the dragon's chair again. Yili stared blankly at her feet, the letter paper that had been torn into shreds. Clenching his teeth, Yili said with an ironclad face of indignation, Han Zian, don't think that Chi will die without you. I know that I am not as talented as you, but the world is so big that capable people come and go. Do you think I have to use you? I really don't believe that I can't find anyone in the whole world who is far more talented than you. Thinking about it, Yili was no longer annoyed, but instead picked up a pen and paper and decided to write an order to seek wisdom and release it to the countries of the 9 states. The Order of the Wise Men. Since the founding of the country by Gaozu, Daki has been inspiring and cultivating virtue and martial arts. In the east, he pacified the 9 barbarians. In the west, he dominated the Taihang Mountains. In the north, he conquered the Jiannu. And in the south, he conquered the Wu Wei. 1,000 miles of land and a lot of light and beauty for the future generations. In the past, the 4 emperors, Yang, Li, Huan, and Ling, were incompetent, brutal, and unkind, resulting in the country's internal and external troubles, and the people's livelihoods were withered. 10 years ago, the people rose up, and Qi was in turmoil. I took office at a time of national crisis, to save the tide from falling, to help the building will be tilted, to pacify the internal strife, the restoration of leniency. In the years to come, I will cultivate my internal government and rule my military, so that Qi will regain its former glory. But I only rely on the meager power of one person. Cannot do everything? Recently Qi suffered a defeat. The country fell. I think of this every night, often pain in the heart. For this reason, I have issued an order to seek talent and to recruit the best and brightest, whether it is a vassal of his own country or a guest from a foreign country. If there is a person who can come up with a strange plan to strengthen Qi, I will honor the official and share the land with him. As the pen turns, a sprawling plea for a good man. Then it was written by Yili. Although in terms of leading troops and ruling the country, Yili was in no way comparable to Han Zian, but at least, beautiful handwriting. The strokes are light and free, and the characters are elegant and beautiful. The graceful and smooth strokes are as mesmerizing as the silk that flutters in the wind. Re-examining his masterpiece, Yili revealed a satisfied smile. As soon as the order to seek talents is issued, by virtue of Qi's prestige, all countries will be attracted to the talented and famous people, and the restoration of Qi's former glory will be realized in a matter of days. Han Zian, do you really think that I can't live without you? Don't think too highly of yourself. The world is so vast, and you're not the only capable and famous general. I will use the 1,000 gold for horse bones as a model to recruit the world's talents, and then I would like to see how you will react. Ha 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 ha. Fantasizing about the future, the picture of the rise of Qi, Yili let out a loud laugh freely. Subsequently, calling the eunuch waiting outside the door, hand over the warrant, requesting immediate release to the public. As the order was conveyed, Yili's handwritten order to seek talent was transported to various counties through printing and posted on the most prominent position of each city, including neighboring countries. Also carry out a certain amount of publicity. Not for a few days, all the counties of Qi, including the neighboring countries, had seen Yili's handwritten order to seek talent. Chapter 120, Don't you see Han Zian? The issuance of the warrant. It soon drew the attention of countless people within Qi. Even the people of Qi were attracted by the contents of the above and stopped to watch and engage in a lively discussion. If it were in another country, the order to seek employment is not a new thing. Starting from the state of Qin hundreds of years ago, there have been a number of wise kings, one after another, who have recruited talents through the order of seeking sages. But here's the thing, Qi is a imperial examination system. Shouldn't you recruit talents and select them through the imperial examinations? What's the deal with issuing a warrant now? Could it be? Aren't you afraid of arousing the opposition of the literati and scholars in the country? Not to mention, almost on the very next day after the order to seek talents was issued, there were already countless literati and scholars who gathered in front of the local county offices and the governor's mansion to protest against the court's behavior. We've been studying so hard for so many years, memorized the 4 books and the 5 classics. Isn't it so that one day, you can win the gold medal? Although there is only one scholar each year, but at least, passing the test will also be fair and impartial. What's the matter with you issuing an order to seek talents now? Can it be that other people can directly transgress the imperial examinations and enjoy high positions and salaries directly? That's not a promise we can make. And, in addition to the opposition of the country's schoolchildren, the other countries, obviously, wouldn't stand by and watch Qi recruit talent, and they all stepped in to spread rumors in an attempt to sabotage Qi's actions. For example, a rumor and gossip that could no longer be traced to its source gradually spread through the city of Linzi. Bottom line, don't you see Han Zian? In a few simple words, it can be extinguished in an instant. Those who move. After all, the lesson of the former is the lesson of the latter. Han Xian's example was right in front of them. What a load of iron honor the officials and share the land with them. Don't even look at what happened to Han Xian. Did he get enough credit? Recover Linzi, help Qi to restore the country, support Yili to ascend to the throne, and it is not too much to say that a word to recreate Daqi, the latter decade. That's not to mention that, internally, it established the imperial examinations, recruited talented people, built water conservancies, encouraged agriculture and mulberry farming, built roads, and promoted trade between Qi and neighboring countries. Qi has made a great leap forward in economy, culture and livelihood. Militarily, the war record is unprecedented, reaching the heights that countless generals could not reach even after a lifetime of struggle. In the past 10 years, there have been dozens of battles, large and small, without a single defeat. 50 countries have been destroyed, millions of enemies have been killed. Zhao, Wei, Cheng, Liao, Jin, Song, Lu, and so on, all of which were hegemonic states that were strong for a while, but he wanted to cede land to Qi and beg for peace and pay tribute to it. Wei's Wei Wu pawns, Zhao's Zhao Bian riders, Jin's iron floaters, and so on, all of them are the world's elite who once roamed the world. As a result, when facing Han Xian, without exception, all of them gained the fate of being overthrown. The bottom line is this: even though Han Xian's accomplishments have been considered the first of the ancient courtiers of the past, and status-wise, he's even more powerful in Qi. One for all. But it is the person who has such a status and countless honors that only has a few dozen servants at home. There is no wastefulness, there's no brocade, no night and day. Still less did they form parties and open houses and build teeth. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are almost indistinguishable from those of normal people. Inside the large Han Wangfu, not even a single piece of precious and ornate calligraphy, painting or porcelain could be found. Or rather, the most precious item in the royal household. It should be Han Xian's weapons, armor, and warhorse. In terms of being a human servant, Han Xian did an impeccable job. Almost, in the minds of all emperors, the most ideal model of a subject. If I had to say yes, probably no downside to that. Too perfect. Perfect to the point of not being able to see what it is that this man is after. It's like when Wang Jian asked the king of Qin for gold, silver, jewelry, and houses before he left for war. Even more so, the location of the field house was also specifically emphasized to be closer to the royal palace. He did this because he wanted to reassure the king of Qin and let him know that his goal, his pursuit, was glory and wealth. As for Han Xian's previous behavior in Qi, if the emperor is more suspicious, it's natural to worry that the reason why you are acting like you have no desire is because you really have no desire. Or are you thinking about my throne? Now, whether or not Han Xian possesses other thoughts, things have happened. Being labeled by Yili with the charge of plotting rebellion, Han Xian fled Qi as if he were a lost dog. Now, though, Han Xian is doing well in Chu, but this has already shown what will be the end of you if you make a great achievement in Qi. Linzi City, the busy streets were bustling with people. Tea houses, wine shops, inns, and stores lined the streets. The ground underfoot, with its masonry paving, is neat and clean. The market is dazzling with a wide array of goods, silk, jewelry, antiques, paintings and calligraphy, and other precious items. People are well dressed, smiling, stopping to look or bargaining, and there is a great deal of activity. Although the state power of Qi has been declining and is no longer as strong as it used to be, but this does not affect the prosperity of the city of Linzi, especially before the last decade. Han Xian used Linzi City as the center of the circle and built a straight road in all four directions leading directly to the border. It's actually a latter-day highway. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads. With the completion of the construction of the strait, first of all, it will facilitate the march of the army, can quickly mobilize troops, the subsequent delivery of supplies, but also much easier. Secondly, it's what attracts a large number of merchants to come and do business. Basically, every day, a large number of caravans travel to and from the city of Linzi, and in order to recoup the cost of construction and maintenance, Han Xian also set up, on the straightaway, toll booths. Trying to go over the top, just have to pay. The road, after all, was really built by Qi. This tree was planted by me. This road was opened by me. If you want to pass this way, leave the money to buy the road. Just this sentence. The toll booths shouted that righteously. The point is, one merchant caravan after another, and paid willingly. After all, if you go from up here, not only is it much easier to transport goods, but the wagons are also less likely to be damaged, and the round trip is shortened quite a bit. It can be said that as long as this road is still there, the prosperity of Linzi City will not decline. The only shame is that, since Qi ceded a lot of territory this time around. A large portion of the original direct route to the border also fell into the pockets of the enemy. It's a disguised form of enemy financing. At this point in time, inside a third-floor box of a tea house in Lindsay City, two young men in long shirts, want to sit at the table and talk over drinks. I can't imagine that Lindsay City is this prosperous after not having come over for many years. Holding the teacup in his hand, he took a sip, and the man in the white tunic, gazing at the bustling scenery outside the window, let out an exclamation. In words, it's even more filled with thoughts of home. Opposite, the youth in the green shirt smiled. In these last 10 years, Lindsay City has indeed changed a lot. It can be said that it is changing rapidly. The white-shirt man sighed. It's ridiculous that I've traveled around the world all these years, and have been to Zhao, Wei, Xin, Qing, Qian, and other countries, but I didn't want to think that the most prosperous place would still be my hometown. The youth in the green shirt opened his mouth and asked. In fact, the current Lindsay City, compared to previous years, has already fallen a lot. Unfortunately, I'm afraid Brother Liang won't have the chance to see you again. The white-shirt man known as Brother Liang smiled bitterly. Who would have thought it would be like this? When I left Qi to avoid the war, I didn't want to miss the most prosperous light of Qi as well. The green-shirt youth continued to ask. By the way, I wonder what Brother Liang came back for this time. You said this. Brother Liang replied. It's not that I saw that His Majesty issued an order to seek a virtuous man, so I also wanted to put myself forward to see if I could join the court and seek a position. Chapter 121. I'll see who dares to serve Qi in the future. Hearing the others reply, the green-shirt man's face changed drastically. Brother Liang, you mustn't. Brother Liang was surprised and said, why did Zizhong say that? Don't you and I study and pursue our education in order to join the government, to settle the country, and to serve the court? Lu Zizhong smiled bitterly with his head bowed and let out a long sigh. I wonder if Brother Liang, can he know about the King of Han? Liang Yanqing thought for a moment and replied, the King of Han in Zizhong's words, could it be Han Zian? Nice. Lu Zizhong nodded and said in a deep voice, although Brother Liang has not been in Qi all these years, I suppose he has heard of the King of Han's accomplishments, right? The King of Han can be said to be responsible for Qi's prosperity today. The civil and military achievements are enough to be called unprecedented. And the King of Han is humble, courteous, and lives a simple life. Not to mention that he has not formed a party. But it is such a person who is wanted nationwide by the emperor on trumped-up charges, and is now even more compelled to travel to Chu. Speaking of which, Lu Zizhong quietly came to the door, opened the door and looked out. Only after confirming that no one was eavesdropping did he return to his seat and said in a low voice, Brother Liang, you and I have known each other for 20 years, and this is how I advised you. His Majesty today is suspicious, cynical, and brutal in nature. In these few months, I don't know how many loyal officials and good generals have been mutilated. Otherwise, even if the King of Han left Qi, why would Qi be reduced to the point of ceding land and making reparations in just a few months? If Brother Liang joins the dynasty as an official, if he has no accomplishments, he will lose his official position and may be chastised by His Majesty. If Brother Liang makes a merit, then it is very likely that he will get the credit and be labeled as a rebel. Brother Liang mustn't believe what's written on the order of seeking virtue. What with the power to save the day? Those were King Han's accomplishments, and now His Majesty has the chutzpah to take all the credit. Is what happened to King Han not enough to alert Brother Liang? In the face of an old friend I've known for nearly 20 years, Lu Zizhong could be said to be bitterly persuasive. After all, he doesn't want to, his own old friend, falling into the fire. Opposite, Liang Yanqing also did not expect that the Emperor of Qi would have this face. Believing him, he asked rhetorically, what Zizhong said, is it true? Lu Zizhong responded righteously, 1,000 times true, not half false. There was a pause. Lu Zizhong continued to advise, my humble brother doesn't know what Brother Liang has experienced outside these years, but if Brother Liang is ambitious and wants to build a career, he might as well head to Chu. Now that the King of Han is in a high position in the state of Chu, with the King of Han's ability to recognize people, Brother Liang will definitely have the opportunity to fulfill his ambitions in the state of Chu. Liang Yanqing lowered his head. The mind is caught in a tangle of, if he's forced to choose, definitely more in favor of their home state. After all, Liang Yanqing had grown up in Qi since childhood. Being from Qi, it's only right to serve Qi, too. But now, the Emperor of Qi is dim-witted and incompetent, brutalizing loyalists. Choosing to stay in Qi at a time like this is tantamount to jumping into a fire pit. A man is born in a chaotic world, when holding a 3-foot sword to establish the world's achievements, or living in the court, to set the country safe. Liang Yanqing has been studying hard for more than 10 years, and even more so, traveling around the world, learning from the ways in which nations have been governed. A lifetime of learning. How could he be willing to rot in his head? After a long period of contemplation, Liang Yanqing let out a long sigh. Looking a bit forlorn, Zizhong, do you know that when I was a teenager, I entered a private school to study. The teacher once asked us why we studied. And do you know how I answered? Lu Zizhong shook his head. My humble brother does not know. Liang Yanqing raised his head, his eyes gazing at the Qi imperial palace in the distance, with determination in his eyes. The voice was forceful and loud. Study for the rise of Daqi. Bottom line. Instantly made Lu Zizhong freeze in place, eyes staring blankly across the room. He didn't realize that the teenage Liang Yanqing, surprisingly, already possessed such grand ambitions. Liang Yanqing said to himself, since Emperor Yang started, Qi has been under the reign of Emperor Li, Emperor Huan, and Emperor Ling, and over the past 60 years, the succeeding emperors have all been mediocre and incompetent people. The country is poor and weak, and the people are suffering, so I swore in my heart when I was a teenager that I wanted to revive the past glory of Daqi. Suddenly, Liang Yanqing smiled bitterly, but I didn't expect that just as I left Qi with my front foot in order to avoid the war, the king of Han came out of nowhere and fulfilled my long-cherished wish when I was a teenager. Over the years, I've been in a foreign country, and every time I hear something about Qi, I have mixed feelings inside, but I didn't realize how long it had taken for Qi to sunset. Lu Zizhong, on the other side of the table, taking a drink from his teacup, only then did he open his mouth and sighed. Things are unpredictable. There is nothing in heaven and earth that is fixed forever. In this world, there can't be an eternal dynasty either. In the old days, when Wei was running the world, Wei Wu pawns were hard to beat. Zhao border riders swept across the desert north, and even Qin had to look up to their noses. The same goes for Qi. And, for a country to prosper, the ruler and ministers need to complement each other. If the king is a fainting or tyrannical ruler, I'm afraid that even if Brother Liang has the talent to navigate the heavens and the earth, he won't stand a chance. After the sigh, Lu Zizhong continued to speak. If Brother Liang is bent on revitalizing Qi, it would not be good for my humble brother to say anything more. But if, however, Brother Liang wants to use what he has learned in his life to fulfill his ambitions and build a career, he might as well go to Chu. Obviously, being from Qi. During this time, Lu Zizhong, who had witnessed the change from prosperity to decline of Qi, still don't want each other to stay in Qi. After all, the emperor's mediocrity and incompetence. Even if you had more talent, you wouldn't have a chance to show it. It's not a good idea. When the time comes to take credit, a hatchet job for plotting against the government will be snapped off. Unless we're talking about Qi getting a new, wise emperor. But it's not their place to intervene in such matters. Opposite. After such a long conversation, Liang Yanqing is in a dilemma. Have also made a choice. Placing the empty teacup on the table, Liang Yanqing said in a calm tone, although over the years, I've heard quite a few rumors about the king of Han, I'm not in a good position to make a judgment without seeing him. I've decided to make a trip to Chu first, and if the king of Han is truly as rumored, then I will stay in Chu. Instead, I will return to Qi. Seeing Liang Yanqing make a decision, Lu Zizhong did not continue to persuade. Call the waiter for more tea. The two also shifted the conversation in other directions. At this point in time, the southern gate of the city of Linzi, a head, which had been completely weathered, was hanging from the top. Passers-by, and every now and then, I look up at those who know the inside story will still explain to the people next to them that this head is the former Sikong Xinjiangnan, for being implicated in Han Xian's plot to revolt. It's a full house by the Empress Yili. It was also Xinjiangnan himself who, before he died, asked for his head to be hung over here, saying that he wanted to see the day when she fell. Meanwhile, what Xin Yongnam said before he was executed, now in Qi, it is also beginning to be fulfilled. The king is narrow-minded and envious of the virtuous and cynical, and just because of the hard work of his ministers, he slaps on the charge of plotting against him and kills them. With such an approach, I see that in the future, who will still dare to work for the state of Qi? On my knees, my lords, reward the little man with for the love of power. It's also dropping every day I'm reading it, and the draft is less than a quarter of what it was in the debut. Have mercy on the author. Chapter 122, The order to seek virtue becomes a joke. For the next few days, as the order for the courting of the people was communicated, more and more widely, even thousands of miles away in other countries, there are people who have learned about this incident thing, and, in order to cope with the influx of wise men and women, Yili specially ordered, in the city of Linzi, a Weixian pavilion was specially placed to facilitate the reception. Moral, bringing together the world's best and brightest. Somewhat embarrassingly, Yili made a big fanfare after all kinds of battle, the last to come to the recruitment. but very few. Right off the bat. 2. There came also some who boasted of possessing the talents of a man of warlike character. To the back. Probably for days on end. The entrance to Huisien Pavilion was not even visible. A dozen or so people lived in the large building, which was clear and cold. As expected, the spectacle of the wise men and women of all nations coming together is quite different. The bottom line is this. According to the information from the Jinui, after the sages from all over the world saw the order for seeking sages, one by one, they would, in private, make all sorts of mockery. Also we'll take the example of what happened with Han Xian and Xin Youngnam. One is the king of Han, who has made great achievements for Qi and established not meritorious deeds, but ended up with a charge of plotting against Qi and fled from Qi in a sorry state. The other, who was also implicated in Han Xian's case, even predicted before his death that Yi Li's approach would chill the world's talent. When these kinds of sounds, after reaching Yi Li's ears, predictably, how gloomy could Yi Li's face be? The original delicate and flawless, hesitant white jade general warm face, directly swollen city pig liver color. It's like eating a dead fly. The monstrous flames of anger that erupted from his heart even caused Yi Li's features to twist together. Extremely hideous and ghastly. Originally, in Yi Li's imagination, through the issuance of a call for applications, sage men and women from all countries will come in droves, bringing back the splendor of Qi, but in the end, only to realize that what he was doing was as ridiculous as a clown. How could Yi Li endure this? Damn it! A group of guys with no eyes. I have opened the way for you to enter the civil service, but you one and all even my good intentions, as a laughingstock? And actually dare to take the matter of Han Xian and sneer at me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Yi Li clenched his teeth, and his knuckles were gripped crunching. Not to be used by the king is a crime. There is no one who is not the king of the land. The scholar in Huanzhong who was not used by the king is the one who was outside his teaching, and it is not a fault to execute his body and lose his family. With a hiss, Yi Li shouted immediately afterward, "Come on, summon the commander of the brocade guards, Shan Ren, to come and see me quickly." In a few moments, Shan Ren knelt in front of Yi Li, although, as before, it was all on one knee. But at this moment, Shan Ren's legs were like they had no strength, and he couldn't stop trembling slightly, especially the face, even more fraught with haggardness. No way. After all, hundreds of millions of taels of silver were embezzled from the homes of Kai Koan and others, as well as all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, and eventually handed over to Yeli. It's a fraction. The big head was coveted by Shan Ren, and in addition to dividing it with the brothers of the brocade guards, he sent people to transport a large part of it to Chu. The rest, naturally it all went into his pocket. During this time, Shan Ren can be a nightly favorite, linger in the land of smoke and wine every day. And, that girl a little is 10. Every day is either a hookah or a son. Even more so, Shan Ren also secretly placed a mansion in the east of the city. Realize that, the city of Linzi, as the capital of Qi, housing prices can be inching up. Ordinary people who wanted to buy a house in Linzi city, even the most remote and shabby house, would have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking to afford it. Predictably, how generous is Shan Ren's outburst? That's not all. After you buy a mansion, you still have to have servants in the mansion, right? What with the maids? What with the houseboys? What with the guards? Hundreds of people were bought outright, and especially with a big hand, directly ransom 7 or 8 flower girls. If other officials dared to play like this, it is estimated that all kinds of consumption records has long been recorded by the Jinwei, and then door to door please drink tea. The question is, Shan Ren is the commander of the Jinui. It is responsible for checking the affairs of the 100 officials. He can't possibly say, check yourself, can he? Besides, the Jinui, thousands of people in the capital, which one of them didn't receive any favors? They're all the same. Who would prosecute themselves? Taking a step back, even if someone were to report it, Shan Ren would be able to intercept it halfway and prevent it from appearing in front of Yi Li. At this point in time, the view is back inside the palace. On Shan Ren this kind of emaciated face, if let experienced people see, a glance can see, obviously is a short-term overindulgence look. But here's the thing, Yi Li doesn't have any experience in this area. After 26 years of living, the closest male to me is still Han Xian. How could she see what was going on with Shan Ren? Even more so, Yi Li also asked with slight concern, why does your face look so haggard? Hard to believe. Haven't been resting well lately? Or are you too busy with your official duties? Shan Ren awkwardly coughed his throat, hastily put on a look, loyal to the king and patriotism, righteously said, Your Majesty, I am deeply trusted by your Majesty, and I can't return the favor. I can only do my best and exhaust my efforts in my position, to share your Majesty's worries. Bottom line, listening to Yili was almost moved to tears. Look at that. That's the loyal minister of Daki. It's amazing that you've worn yourself out so much to help share your worries. If all the officials of Daki could be like Shan Rin and serve themselves dutifully, why would Daki worry about the unification of the world? Yili was moved. The loyalty of the Secretary of Love really is touching the sky and earth. Let me be moved by it, but still need to take care of the body first. Don't overwork. Shanran hurriedly feigned gratitude and knelt on the ground. Thank you for your majesty's concern. I am grateful. Okay. Yili continued. I am looking for you to come here this time because I have something important to entrust to you. Shanran clasped his hands and his voice was firm. Please also command your majesty. Yili didn't assign tasks directly. Primarily, after all this time, Yili also clearly recognized himself. The fault of being headstrong. On a lot of things. Neither is willing to listen to others and are bent on having their own way. So, this time Yili asked tentatively. I ask you, within the boundaries of this Daki, if there is a wise and capable person who is not willing to contribute to the court, what do you think should be done about this matter? Shanran froze slightly, not understanding what Yili suddenly asked this for. However, on second thought, since Yili had asked, obviously not happy with these people, the recent incident of the order to seek virtue was clearly understood by Shanran. Even many people, who privately mocked Yili, were probed by the brocade guards. Come to think of it, Shanran spoke up. Your Majesty, during the later Han Dynasty, there was once a man named Yin Guang, who was from the same hometown as Emperor Guangwu. After Emperor Guangwu ascended the throne, he heard that Yin Guang was incognito and unwilling to come out of the mountain, and had no choice but to let him dashingly fish in the Fuchin River for pleasure. But, assuming that the Red Eyebrows, Wang Lang, Lu Benshur, and other generations are in chaos and unsettled, how will Yin Guang be able to fish? He could live in seclusion in the mountains and fish at ease all because Emperor Guangwu pacified the world. Since he is favored by the emperor, he should come out to serve. The new book flopped, but as expected, the writing was tasteless. I'm killing myself to stay away from the post-apocalyptic afterward and continue the history in the next book. Chapter 123, Crusading Against the Collections of the State of Wu. Though the Han Dynasty has fallen, forgotten in the hands of Wei's founding Emperor Wu, but at the moment, Shan Ren, however, cited what had happened in Han and explained his opinion to Yili. Yili understood almost in a second. These wise men and women, since they lived in the territory of Qi and were favored by Qi, should serve the country. But these people now, in the face of an order for a job, if you don't want to help yourself, that's it. One even sneered in private. How could Yili endure this? After listening to Shan Ren's explanation, Yili laughed excitedly. The intention of the secretary is very much in line with my heart. I will immediately order you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Wherever there is one within the territory of Daki, any person who possesses virtuous talent but has never taken the imperial examination and is not willing to join the civil service will be punished for treason. All copied and exterminated. Shan Ren clasped his fist with a resolute look and said, I will not dishonor my mission. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Having said that, Shanran then left the palace. It was just that on his face. He didn't hide his contempt for Yili in the slightest. Just kidding. Once this kind of thing is put in place, if you don't do it right, you will cause the world's scholars to denounce you. Originally, Qi started the imperial examination system. For the world's humble students, it opens the way to the upper echelons. Over the past decade, there were countless scholars who, in other countries, did not have a chance to make a name for themselves, and they came to Qi to seek opportunities. Suffice it to say, Qi's talent pool, before this decade, the crown of the 9 states, the court is even more talented. It can be said that the strategists are like rain and the fierce generals are like clouds. Just, after Yili, 3 times after the cleaning, now the courtroom, the talent withered. Every time I go to court, when someone talks, there were even echoes in the great hall. You can see how empty the temple really is. As for the folk schoolboys, originally, Han Xian's departure didn't have much to do with them. The imperial examinations are held as usual at the beginning of spring each year. Everybody should be reading the exam. But, with a series of Yi Li's behaviors in the back, it has already begun to worry a number of schoolchildren that this is not moving to copy the family and destroy the family. The officials above the court, this is cleaning a few rounds. Such a court, do you still have to go into the service yourself? This time, Yili issued an order to seek a good man. It's actually kind of a shortcut. As long as it could enter Yili's eyes, it would be a direct step to heaven. But in the end, very few people chose to respond to the recruitment. That's all. There's a whole other half of it in there, and it's full of abusive people. He has not read many books and is full of literary phrases. And when he is asked to say what he should do to govern the country, he is full of nonsense. Suffice it to say, now that the literati and scholars within Qi are already questioning Yili, as a result of favoring this situation, Yili came with a sentence: "It's a sin if you don't use it for the king." Shan Ren could already foresee that such behavior would definitely cause protests from the literati and scholars of the world, but no matter how big a deal it gets, Shan Ren said, that's none of his business. Anyway, the one who wreaked havoc was Yili. How much did it have to do with himself? And, even if we let the Jinyui take the blame, what can we do? It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. It's time to eat and play every day. You can live like heaven and earth every day with your fine clothes and your nightly entertainment. Even more so, if it wasn't for Han Xian's request that he stay in Qi. As long as Shan Ren went to Chu, not to mention how big of an official he was, he would definitely have a place in the school ambassador's office. Or fetch into the Black Ice Terrace isn't out of the question. Speaking as if, who cares about your position as commander of the Brocade Guards? Just as Shan Ren, under the grant of Yelis, to be in Qi, while flashing the butcher's knife at the literati and scholars who don't want to join the civil service. South, after sitting in the city of Jinling for close to 2 months, December 1221 AD, as the year draws to a close, the entire newly occupied area was completed with the replacement of writing, weights and measures, laws and regulations, and so on, the replacement of various systems, and after suppressing 3 armed tax protests and uprisings, Han Xian returned to the court. Only, on the way out, Han Xian left 10,000 Golden Dragon Black Armor Army. In Jinling, the army returned to Shochuan carrying countless gold, silver and jewels, antique paintings and calligraphy, as well as a large number of books and cannons. On the day the army arrived, Su Qingsheng, along with the civil and military officials, went out of the city to greet them. Han Xian is leading the army in white armor. The generals held their heads high and their military formations were neatly organized. Mansions, flags, gold, silver and jewelry, paintings and antiques, and so on, the spoils of war, following behind. When the army enters the city, prepare the grand chariot, lay out the 6 armies, and play the triumphal music. Countless people cheered in the lanes to welcome the king's division. If it were any other emperor, to greet the triumphantly returning general with such specification treatment, it would not be far away from the general being high on merit. Just sitting on top of the frame, looking at Su Qingshang's reproachful appearance because she was frightened, Han Xian was content to enjoy this. The following day, at the court, showed to the civil and military officials all the harvests of this expedition against Wu. After this battle, Chu gained 11 counties, 32 prefectures, and 272,500 households, based on an average household of approximately 5 persons. Chu's population, directly an extra 1,360,000 people. Wu, Kai, and Tang bowed down to Chu. Starting next year, 1/3 of the annual tax revenue is required. Offer it to Chu as a yearly coin, when it matters most. With this battle, Chu managed to reach out to the eastern Wu region and also occupied Jinling, the most prosperous city in Jiangnan. Realize that. This time though, the 3 countries were allowed to cede a lot of land, but most of the counties are actually quite barren, with some even having a population of less than 50,000 people. But, the city of Jinling alone boasted a population of close to 500,000 people. This, coupled with the prosperity of the city of Jinling, provides a very large amount of tax revenue every year. But in Han Xian's opinion, after occupying Jinling, the biggest role for himself, or the difficulty of the subsequent attack on the Wuwei region, much simpler. Basically, the army goes over and just pans out. At this stage, however, still have to take it one step at a time. You can't get fat in one bite. Chu's domestic problems have not yet been completely resolved, and the areas it has just occupied need time to be digested. According to Han Xian's current plan, there shouldn't be much action in Chu next year. It's mostly just recuperation. Meanwhile, take advantage of the year to form a new army. Prepare for the subsequent attack on Wu and Yu. At the very least, he should also make sure that he can have no worries when he goes north to attack Qi. But in the land of Qilu, Yili, who was the empress of Qi, obviously still wanted to continue tossing around. This is not. With the brocade guards flashing their butcher knives, countless literati and scholars have begun their counterattacks. Chapter 124, The Biggest Tumor, The Worldly Families and Gates. It is a sin not to be used by the king? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Did we read the sacred books diligently, all for your sake? I've lived for more than 60 years, but I've never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Surname Yi, I just don't like you. I don't want to join the government. If you have the ability, you can kill us all. I was really blind to think that you were a bright ruler in the beginning, but I didn't realize that everything was a disguise. and that in the end, you are a complete and utter comatose and tyrannical ruler. In all the world, in all the countries of the 9 states, there has never been a move like yours, Chi, to force a scholar to join the civil service. Such tyrants are not worthy of our allegiance. In almost every county of Chi, numerous schoolchildren, all gathered in front of the courthouse, protest against Yeli's atrocities. There were even people who kept clamoring to kill us all if they could. In their opinion, in this move, for one thing, it's ridiculous as hell. Secondly, he just didn't believe that Yili had that kind of guts and really dared to raise the butcher's knife. After all, in Chi, the adoption of the imperial examination system, all appointments and selections of officials are executed through the imperial examinations. Once Chi offends all the literati scholars, when all these people go on strike, Chi's talent selection will be directly paralyzed. Not to mention, at this stage of Chi's life, after a few rounds of cleansing by Yili, there was an urgent need for a large number of replacements. This was also why Yili issued the order to seek wisdom. Yili never expected that this thing is going to turn into this. He himself started out with nothing more than the idea of recruiting some virtuous men to help him share his worries. In the end, not only is the order to get a good man a joke, these literary scholars, one by one, actually engaged in mobbing. This thing, it had already offended Yili's bottom line. It's simply lawless. As citizens of Chi, you should do your part for the Chi court. But now, you all dare to gather a crowd and cause trouble. Do you really think that my sword is just for show? Come on man, pass the order to the brocade guards. But anyone who gathers a crowd to cause trouble, all of them will be executed to the 9 clans. Yili has a lot of problems, though, but nothing else. At least when it comes to doing things, it's absolute thunder. Highlight a quick and dirty. How dare you make trouble? Okay, I'll just kill you all. Let's see if you still dare to make trouble. If back there are still people who dare to continue to make trouble, then continue to kill. Kill a Rangoon. Have to say, this idea of Yili's was very similar to a certain founding king. When the news reached Chu, the Han Zian even joked, people are bold to start, and eventually hit the whole world. The civil and military achievements of all the emperors of ancient and modern times can also be ranked on the number. What makes people criticize is only the brutal character. Plus the clan system laid the root of Ming's demise. Yili's current approach is really a bit similar to that one. The question is, how can you, Yili, compare to the Hangwu emperor? He does it, you do it? In a nutshell. That's right. Do you deserve it? In the dispatches from the Black Ice Terrace, in detail, during this recent period, what Yili did, from the order to seek the wise man to the explosion of the mind, the decree warns all readers that it is a sin not to be used by the king, and at the same time have the Jinui raise their butcher knives. There's quite a bit of information here. It was actually conveyed by Shanren, before and after the process. Nature is recorded in great detail. Having seen it, Han Zian sighed helplessly. Yili's kind of approach almost offended all the readers up and down Chi. Not everyone reads a book because they want to fulfill their ambitions, especially the children of the world's families. I don't care if they take the imperial examinations or not. In the end, definitely need to read too. And you've got it all wrong. How can these people accept it when they are directly forced to join the civil service without being told to do so? Not to mention, Yili's previous massacre of Kaikoan and the others had already offended the powerful families within Chi. And now he was offending the readers along with them. Han Zian wondered how many people in Chi would be looking forward to Yili's death right now, though on his own side of Chu, and the butcher's knife, too, but the ones who were offended were none other than those of the great families of the world. Han Zian's removal of all these lineages could be said to be beneficial to the country without any harm. It is said that running water dynasties, iron families, for these people, the only thing in his eyes is the family's interests. It doesn't matter at all who is the emperor and whether the country's name is Chu or not. How many people can be truly loyal to their country? If you are truly loyal to your country, then pay your taxes honestly and don't end up in armed resistance. Just take a look at the practices of those great families of the world at the time of the country's survival. A national tragedy. Weapons and food of all kinds, sold to the enemy as usual. The country's finest resources are in their possession, yet they can evade taxes with impunity. If necessary, it can even replace the emperor. There is a virtual monopoly on senior positions in the upper echelons, with family sons and daughters passed down from generation to generation. Uninterrupted annexation of land, party affiliation. In a time of national tragedy, the country was unceremoniously betrayed. In the eyes of these people, there is only the interest of their own family and they never consider the country. Over the centuries, regardless of the change of dynasties, the turbulent times, and even the chaos of war, the great families of the high families and surnames were able to maintain prosperity and wealth from generation to generation. and continued to occupy the highest political position in the country. As the saying goes, 3 generations become a family, 5 generations become a valve, and 10 generations become a family. The family has fallen from grace to become a humble family. Countless clans, thousands of years of ups and downs, storm clouds and, or for the family, the scholarly family, the power family, the huge family, or for the humble family, for the common people, or the fame is booming in the history of the country, or hibernation far away from the deep mountains and wilderness, but can continue to flourish. Reproduction to the present day. In the final analysis, it's because, in fact, these powerful families, with their intertwined and complex forces, add to that the fact that for generations, they have continually drawn the bone on the country and control most of the power in the country. No matter how many dynasties change, they can still be in a new dynasty and make a good living. This can be seen in the system of electing officials in various countries. The countries of the Kyushu. At present, with the exception of Chi and Chu, there are only 2 systems for the selection of officials, the probationary system and the system of the 9th rank. Even more so, the imperial examination system in Chi and Chu was also set up because of Han Zian, and both encountered a lot of resistance at the beginning of the change. Chapter 125 Assassination from a Worldly Family. Read Name Country's Military God Seeks to Meet Yili. As the world today, 2 systems for the selection of officials in various countries. In fact, to put it mildly, it's also extremely ridiculous. For example, in the case of the probationary system, the most important way is to raise filial piety and honesty. To put it bluntly, it is the selection of those who are filial to their parents and behave in a clean and upright manner. The question is, who knows if you are really filial and upright? And do such people really have the ability to serve as officials to govern the people? Because the right to select people under the probationary system was in the hands of local governors, these people would often recommend their disciples, friends and relatives out of selfishness. Suffice it to say, this is a rather sloppy way of selecting talent. It was easy for locals to become officials if they bribed selective officials or forged a reputation for filial piety. To put it bluntly, this way of selecting officials can all be done against the grain. The 9-pin system is actually similar. The essence remains the hereditary Chaju system. The officials in charge of the selection can effectively enlist their own people into the court, while the Chile children who are not related to the prosecutors have no chance to become officials. In order to further secure their own interests, the big families of the world gather together all those who are related to their own interests, creating a situation where officials collude with each other and harbor each other. With the power of these lineages, it's getting bigger and bigger. The power in their hands, likewise, grew. These clansmen can enjoy a great deal of economic power, political power, own a lot of land and pay no taxes. Along with that, relatives related to the clans of the scholars did not have to pay land tax or serve in the corvée, and all the interests of the world were brought under the clans of the scholars. Even more so, the emperor wanted to implement reforms but also had to look at the face of the big families, and all policies could only be implemented with the consent of the scholars. The development and introduction of laws, completely under the control of these families. Moreover, the scholarly clans and the scholarly families are all vested interests, and they protect each other's officials. Even if the emperor knew they were harboring them, there was no way to discipline them. If anything, the emperor is a wise and powerful man, possessing a certain level of competence. That's okay. You can gather power and suppress the clergy. Once 1 or 2 fainting kings appeared in the middle, the imperial power would be directly hollowed out. This, in the previous Chu, especially noticeable. Only at this stage, with Han Zian's massacre, the power of the scholarly clans throughout Chu has been greatly weakened, and it is unlikely that they can't afford to make any waves in the military and political power, too, were all in Su Qingsha's hands. Only, Su Qingshan was not at all concerned about rights. All matters are left to Han Zian's discretion. This kind of operation would be unthinkable in other countries, and because of this, nowadays, in private, Chu's officials no longer addressed Han Zian as King Han, but rather as emperor. No way. Since ancient times, even the one-character side-by-side king didn't have the power of Han Zian. At most, it is some vassal kings, in their own acres of land, overstepping the adoption of heavenly ceremonies, and a whole lot worse. It would have been charged with conspiracy to commit treason, which is like Han Zian, with all kinds of power added to his body, and all the specifications are the same as the emperor, but Han Zian didn't go out every time, with great fanfare, making it look as if the emperor had appeared. This is not. On the second day of his return to the army, then he took Su Qingshan and rode out of the city to play. 2 men sharing a horse. Su Qingshan, dressed in a long pink dress, snuggled in Han Zian's arms as she galloped her horse through the wilderness. If it were any other emperor, I want to ride out with my concubines. I don't know how many guards I'll have to follow. When they reached Han Xian's side, no one up and down the palace dared to stop them, and only a few shadow guards followed behind. Furthermore, Han Xian was also more confident. Needless to say, a single Xian Yu template in the body. In terms of martial arts, it would have been the first person in the ancient world, and that's not even counting the templates of Hua Xiaodong, Wei Cheng, and others. The matter of taking the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 troops was a common occurrence on Han Xian's side. But, a lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. How did Sun Tzu die? Han Xian had a clear idea in his heart. Coupled with their own massacres of the world's great families and clans in Chu, these people must be itching for their own deaths. So just in case, both of them, Han Xian and Su Qingshang, wore clothes fitting gold and silkworm treasure armor, weapons, long bows and swords. Wear all of them on your body. Han Xian put his arm around Su Qingshang, and the two of them rushed along the Huaihe River all the way toward Fuling Lake. The two were like a couple in love, snuggle up to each other like glue, on the banks of the Huaihe River, with a gentle breeze, along the way. Enjoy the magnificent natural scenery with picturesque mountains and landscapes. The water on Lake Fuling is sparkling and the lake is like a mirror. Han Xian dismounted his horse and strolled by the lake, holding Su Qingshang's hand. The serenity and beauty of it made Han Xian, who had experienced countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood and had come out of the white bone corpses, even give birth to a touch of the idea of returning to the mountains and forests. But in a flash, this thought was then thrown out of Han Xian's head. Compared to Su Qingshang returning to the mountains and enjoying a peaceful life, it was more in line with Han Xian's character to unify the world and establish unparalleled feats. At this point, inside a village not far from Lake Fuling, dilapidated and cluttered houses. It means that the place has not been inhabited for many years. No one in the village knows if the family of this house is still alive. Just know this, about 5 or 6 years ago, the youngest son of this family chose to leave. The house has been in disrepair ever since. However, the house, which had not been occupied for many years, received a group of uninvited guests today. Confirmed? 1,000 times true. I saw with my own eyes that the emperor traveled to Lake Fuling with that one surnamed Han. The emperor is traveling without a single guard by his side. This can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although it's a chance, yes, we mustn't take it lightly. I'm afraid that Han Xian's martial arts alone are far superior to ours. What are you afraid of? The enemy is clear and we are in the dark. Let's take advantage of their unpreparedness to suddenly attack. Forgive him for having all kinds of martial arts can only be imprinted on the Yellow Springs. That's right, unless he's able to cut his way through. Today, next year, will be the anniversary of his death. Alright, then we'll act tonight. But you all be careful with your hands. Our target is Han Xian, and we mustn't hurt the emperor. I'm also convinced that if you're going to kill the emperor's face, why can't you even kill the emperor together? Why do you have so many questions? What did the employer order? Can't we just do as we're told? The commission won't be less for you anyway. Okay, got it. But seriously, the employer this time is really generous. Han Xian's head alone was offered 1,000 gold. That's enough money for us to splurge for 3 lifetimes. A group of men in black, finalizing the plan very quickly. For the night's assassination, the men make their final preparatory checks. The man at the head of the group. The upcoming action was also reported to the person who issued the mission via flying pigeon. At the other end, in the city of Shochuan, inside an opulent and luxurious mansion, in the middle of the main hall, the Chu clan patriarch who received the reply letter had murderous intent running through his eyes. Han Xian, all of this was forced upon you. Since you don't want to make things easy for us, there's no need for you to survive in this world. Even if you have unrivaled bravery, what can you do? It's easy to dodge the spears in the open and hard to prevent the arrows in the dark. I'll see if you die this time. Meanwhile, Yili, who was far away in Qi, it's also ordering the Jinyui to unleash a massacre on the literati and scholars who don't want to join the civil service. Just when the people are on edge, a man who was known as the military god of the Reed-Name Kingdom came to Linzi City and begged to see Yili. Chapter 126, Dwarf, Victor Nation's military gods? Hearing the name of the country. In the first place, Yili also frowned, pondered in his mind, and froze in his mind. And, where is this country? Finally, or was it a reminder that, it says that the Reed-Name Kingdom is from the east and is across the sea from the Qi Kingdom. Put it this way, Yili just remembered that, there is, indeed, such a country, only, the so-called Terra Nova. In the eyes of the people of the central plains of the Kyushu, they were a group of completely uncivilized barbarians. Even if these barbarians learn the culture of the Central Plains and establish a state modeled on the systems of the Central Plains, so what? It's still not a bulletproof country. Basically. Not to mention old powers like Qi, Zhao and Wei, even Zhu, Lai, Kai, and other small countries that had a hard time trying to survive in the Central Plains would not look at the countries of the East with open eyes. At this point, Yi Li heard that someone from the Reed name state has asked to see him, not without some irritation. What do you mean? I've issued an order to seek a good man, if it's the best of the best. What's with all the cats and dogs? No, tell him to off and leave me alone. Yi Li coldly rebuffed without hesitation. The eunuch bent down and bowed. Your Majesty, that man said that he has been through 100 battles and has led his troops into battle more than dozens of times, never losing a battle. I hate the fact that the domestic traitors are in power, leading to the destruction of the Reed name kingdom. He hopes that your Majesty will give a chance to serve, and is willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty, only asking that later your Majesty will help him restore his country. Snicker. Yi Li had wanted to tell the other party to just get lost, but on second thought, what if this person is really capable? Although Yi Li herself couldn't see that the so-called battle-hardened, Eastern, but, I'm undefeated, the average person, I'm afraid, can't do it. If you can't, let's meet first. If the other guy is really capable, give him a chance. Originally, because of the matter of the order to seek, it just made Yi Li very irritated. Now, it's good to have someone decent here, though a barbarian from the East. It's just as well to bring it in and make a case for 1,000 horsebones. Mindful of this, Yi Li faintly said, let him come in over there. Yes, in a few moments. Shingen Vikimana, with permission, with a confident, unhurried stride, coming in front of Yi Li, on both knees, in the broken Chi language, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, the kingdom of Vikimana of the East, Vikimana Shingen attends you. However, after the voice fell, Yi Li didn't give a half-hearted indication that, primarily, seeing before his eyes, this man who was called the military god of the country of Victoria, he's a midget, as far as the eye can see, like an immature child, while there's no close comparison. But Yi Li felt that she was even taller than him by half a head out. That's all there is to it. How dare you call yourself a military god? Is it possible that all the people in the East are such midgets? In the center of the Great Hall, Vikrama Shingen saw that Yi Li didn't respond. Helplessly, one can only shout once again, the kingdom of Vikina in the East, Shingen Vikina attends your Majesty. Level off. This time, Yi Li gave a response. Thank you, your Majesty. Shingen Vikrama rose slowly to his feet. This time, Yi Li saw it clearly, for the eunuch who had led Vikrama Shingen in was standing beside him at that moment. Contrast the two. Vikrama Shingen was a full head shorter. For a moment, Yi Li was all a bit regretful that, people like that, what's the point of seeing him when you're wasting your time? The Japanese are a small country. Can't some great character emerge again? Feeling Yi Li's contemptuous gaze, Shingen Vikrama was not free from shame and indignation in his heart, but he evidently did not dare to show it, but raised his voice and, the voice is sad. Your Majesty, I was born in the Reed name kingdom of the East, and since my childhood I have familiarized myself with the books of war and know the art of war well. At the age of 13, he joined his father in the army and fought on the battlefield. It has been 19 long years from now, and over these years, the last general has fought more than 70 battles of all sizes without a single defeat. It's only hateful that there are treacherous villains in the country. The emperor is mediocre and incompetent. Corrupt officials are rampant, and even the military pay is being embezzled by all those corrupt officials. The soldiers in the army, for 3 consecutive years, were not paid, and the army could not secure weapons, armor, or even provisions. The generals under my command, they did not die on the battlefield or under the swords of the enemy, but at the hands of the treacherous sycophants in the dynasty. After the fall of the country, the last general was displaced and came all the way to Qi to see the order to seek the virtuous. Your Majesty, I've heard that Qi is the #1 power in the 9 states, so I'd like to ask your Majesty to give me a chance to serve, even if I have to go through fire and water. I only hope that in the future, your Majesty will give the last general a chance to restore his country and help him to restore the Reed name kingdom. The kingdom of Reed name will also be loyal to Daki for generations to come. Shingen Vikrama's voice was sad. Having said that, he hit his head even harder on the ground. That after the death of the country, the sadness and desolation of the emotions, but also to make Yi Li for it. I was already thinking of wording, how to get the other guy out of Yi Li. After listening to Shingen Vikrama's account, some hesitation. For one thing, the other's experience is truly moving, including this desire to restore the country. It also couldn't help but make Yi Li wonder, if ever, she is dead, will there be such a loyalist and patriot who will fight tooth and nail to try to restore the country? Secondly, it's about listening to the experience. Yi Li was curious to know just how strong the other party's ability was. Thinking about it, Yi Li spoke faintly. In that case, I will give you a chance. Some time ago, She just experienced a defeat, and is now in the process of forming a new army. I will give you a troop for you to drill. When next spring begins, it will be time to test your results, in a few short months. And then Qi, with its millions of armor, tossed to the point of near extinction. Now, Qi's entire national army is only 400,000 men. It was still barely scraped together after collecting a large number of defeated troops. A force of this size, whether it's on any of the 9 states, all are a force to be reckoned with. But, how could Ji Li, again, be willing to be partial? She'd rather do that. It's the recovery of the homeland, reclaiming the glory of Daki, to put Daki back on top of the mountain in Kyushu. Let the nations around bend their knees again, and kneel before Qi. But to do all that, with 400,000 troops, it was clearly stretched to the limit. This is not. Originally, when Han Zian left, the scale of 100,000 set by Yi Li's attempt to form a new army was expanded to 300,000 all of a sudden. Now, from which 100,000 troops were taken, it was given to Vikrama Shinjin to drill. Meanwhile, in the meantime, Yi Li also ordered the nation's artisans to forge weapons and armor day and night. It is to recover the lost homeland of Qi after the beginning of spring. As for the target, the first to bear the brunt was Wei, which encroached on the most territory. I guess Han Zian could never have imagined it. After Yi Li issued the order to seek the wise man, in the end, will be forced to get an Easterling to the top. At this point, Yi Li was enjoying a two-person world with Su Qingsha. As the sky grows darker, a group of figures dressed in nightclothes that, it was quietly approaching, where Han Zian was. Chapter 127, Choosing to Believe. Envoys from the U State. Say, who sent you? Han Zian's gaze was cold. The voice is cold. The sharp blade in his hand was placed across the neck of one of the men in black. Beside ground, there were already a dozen corpses lying around. Some of the deaths were extremely gruesome, covered with hideous wounds all over his body. What's more, the head was hardened by Han Zian's kick. The chest is sunken in. Just kidding. Is it a joke to you that the force can carry you? Although Su Qingshan was a bit shocked, she was still calm overall. One person, sitting quietly off to the side. Watch Han Zian's interrogation session, even though the other guy is a killer, too, but it's just asking for a bite to eat. Han Zian had just opened his mouth to inquire, and the other party immediately shook out everything that had happened. Although the killer didn't know exactly who the other guy was, but Han Zian had actually guessed roughly. In today's Chu, dare to send an assassin, assassinate your own, or groups more appropriately. I'm afraid there's only one, a certain family of the clerical class. After all, everything Han Zian did in Chu, they're the only ones who are offended. Because of them, it just turns out to be a vested interest. All of Han Zian's changes were toward breaking their roots. How did Sun Ce die in history? It's not just killing too hard. Was it killed by an assassin? Actually, he's kind of like removing a wrong direction for Sun Quan. Suffice it to say, Sun Quan's life. All of them are fighting with the Jiangdong clan people. Why? Jiangdong's people, not good at northern expedition, but great at defense? In the final analysis, it's because the land fought in the northern expedition has nothing to do with the Jiangdong clans. But when foreign enemies invaded, they were guarding their own base, so of course they sold out. Getting the answers you want. The corners of Han Zian's mouth lifted in a wry smile. This time, but you guys started it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Actually, this outing, in itself, it was a test run by Han Zian. Su Qingshang said that she was rather bored in this palace and wanted to go out to play. Han Zian went with the flow and agreed directly. Otherwise, who's got nothing better to do? You came all the way over here just to have a little fun for two? This time, having gained a reason to flash a butcher's knife for nothing, Han Zian had no reason that he would let those people go for nothing. And Han Zian has already planned it. To do it all at one time. This time, it is necessary to completely eliminate all obstacles in the way. Will all the powers, big and small, of the state of Chu, all focused on Su Qingshan's hands. Han Zian, after all, did not choose that step. Now him. It's not a lack of ability to hold the sky hostage. He was complete. He could put Su Qingshan under house arrest in the palace and take over the power by himself. But for all intents and purposes, Han Zian wasn't willing to be that backstabber. Since Su Qingshan chose to believe in herself and gave herself all the glory and authority. And what reason would one have to betray Su Qingshan? Actually, there are times when Han Zian was thinking the same thing. Do you want to seek power for yourself? Not to mention now, during his time in Qi, as a one-word parallel king, he was honored by 10,000 people under one person. The point is, all the armies of Daki at that time, it's basically under Han Zian's control. It's come to this. Basically, as long as Han Zian shows a little bit of thought, the next day there will be people that, draping the yellow robe over Han Zian's shoulders, or even, there was no need for Han Zian to take the initiative to mention it at all. They were already clamoring for Han Zian to ascend to the throne and become emperor. Actually, throughout history, a lot of times, a lot of things, it's all in your head. It's like being the crown prince of a country, surrounded by countless ministers and generals. They, as princelings, has invested his entire political cost in the crown prince, and it turns out that one day, the old emperor suddenly had the idea of replacing the crown prince. It's for the princelings to say, it's like the end of the line. If, at this time, these ministers and generals, taking advantage of the emperor's excursion, all gathered at the entrance of the Eastern Palace to request the crown prince to usurp the throne, the prince was no longer in a position to refuse, because this time of year, he could only go hard, one way or the other. Not that he doesn't want to, and it's over. Because what these ministers and generals did was the most intolerable thing the emperor could do, and was almost tantamount to plotting against the emperor. As soon as this reaches the ears of the emperor, the prince himself can't get away with it either. At this time, the prince could only rebel because there was no second way to go. It's all or nothing. Here in Han Zian, the thing is also a reason that, in Qi, it's not that no one has ever advised Han Zian, let him seek power and usurp it. Anyway, the vast majority of Qi's kingdom was fought by Han Zian, and even when Qi was able to recover, it was Han Zian who saved the day. Whether by merit, prestige, or otherwise, Han Zian just has to think. Yili couldn't stop it at all. That's why so many emperors were afraid to give credit where credit is due. Typical. It's Song Taizu, because that's how he got to the top. When he came to power, he simply blocked the path he had traveled. Prevents someone from following suit. Even in Chu, it's not that no one advised Han Zian. Actually, there are, and a lot of it, including the commanders of the Longchamps and the Black Armor Army, and those who followed Han Zian from Qi to Chu. Every now and then, I'll come and talk to you, and they're still making a good case for it. Have you forgotten what happened to you in Qi? It's true what they say. Han Zian hesitated, torn, especially at night, while lying in bed tossing and turning, always thinking, will what happened to himself in Qi be repeated in Chu? However, in the final analysis, Han Zian still chose to believe. The next day, Han Zian and Su Qingshan returned to Shochuan City. Immediately afterward, searches of various powerful families were carried out. The members of the school's administration. It's a constant flow of people to and from the mansions, looking for evidence of this. Meanwhile, Yu's envoys carried gold, silver, and jewels, as well as a large number of beautiful women. Come to the front of King Han's mansion, seeking an audience with Han Zian. P.S. It's over. This is completely ruined. Today's daily close has fallen to its lowest since its debut. Yesterday in reading a straight cut of 20%. It's continuing to lower again today. The new volume in the bookstore, at 9,000, is only 1/10 of what it was in its debut. That's an outrageous drop. Don't look at the reading in the details right now. There's still over 400,000, but that's the sum of 14 days. It's dropping every day now. As of today, only 30,000 are being read. Fellow hikers, it's really cool. Now, new books flop, old books cool. Please do me a favor and reward me with a power for love. Please. I would like to thank you all for your reward. Chapter 128, Offering the Princess. Inviting Chu to send troops. Shochuan City, near where the palace is located. Here, as the busiest street in the city, was situated an expansive royal residence. The royal residence is rich and magnificent, showing all the luxury. The building is majestic, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams and picturesque buildings, and is breathtakingly beautiful. Entering the house, you can see that the courtyard is deep. The pavilions are staggered. Inside the garden, exotic flowers and grasses compete with each other. Beautiful trees are lush and green, and rockeries and lakes are dotted among them. The center hall of the royal mansion was brilliant with a wide array of antiques and treasures. The hall is decorated with paintings and calligraphy by famous artists, and the tables and chairs are made of the finest wood. But, it is this luxurious mansion that, weekdays, there are but a handful of people who live in them. Even the owner of the royal residence would rarely stay here, but even so, and no one dared to covet the royal residence, because they know that, to whom this royal residence belongs. Actually, Han Zian's original intention was not to want this royal residence very much either. After all, on their own weekdays, all live in the palace. I don't come back here very often. Moreover, this mansion was also constructed in an exceptionally luxurious manner, with all sorts of precious antiques and paintings placed inside. In many places, it was even more luxurious than the palaces in the imperial palace. But there's no way around it. Su Qingxiong is hard on Han Zian. And for good reason. 2. Xiao Wanjun, as a personal maid, could accompany Han Zian to reside in the palace, but the houseboys, the grooms, the cooks, and a dozen others, they all followed me all the way from Qi. It's not like we're going to let them stray, is it? Today, outside the royal residence, a delegation was welcomed, from the country of Vietnam. Please inform the King of Han that the envoy of you is seeking an audience. Household servants, looking at them in amazement. A puzzled look. Ambassadors? Shouldn't you go and ask for an audience with the emperor? What do you want from my lord? Still, they sent someone to the palace to inform Han Zian. Upon learning the news, in the first place, Han Zian felt that he had guessed their intentions, but still, head to the royal palace. Wu Lingfu, envoy of the Yu Kingdom, pays his respects to the King of Han. Wu Lingfu bent over and bowed in an extremely respectful manner. Han Zian frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes as he asked in disbelief, "Since you're an envoy, why don't you go into the palace to pay your respects to His Majesty, but instead choose to seek an audience with this king? Who in the world doesn't know that in today's Chu, His Highness, King Han, is single-handedly overshadowed and powerful? And Mr. Wu deserves to pay his respects to King Han." Wu Lingfu's voice is not loud, but with a touch of flattery and ingratiation. Han Zian's face was slightly cold. There was a cold glint in his eyes and, "So, you are thinking that this king is that chaotic son who seeks power and usurps the throne? Just the words you just uttered are enough to kill your head." Han Zian was cold and majestic, sending shivers down one's spine. Wu Lingfu's heart was startled, and he hastily knelt down and kowtowed, his voice filled with trepidation. "Rest in peace, King Han. Wu was just being tongue-tied and never meant anything else." Han Zian didn't mean to directly condemn him. At least they're ambassadors of a country. If you really go out and kill them, it is almost like provoking a dispute between two countries, though Han Zian didn't feel threatened by you either. But at this stage, it's better for Chu to keep the peace as much as possible. Grab as much time as you can. Development of production, recuperation, and Han Zian could also see that the other party didn't mean to do this. If it's intentional, it's basically a stomping ground, a try-cutting-me look. In cases like this, it's all about big countries that want to invade small countries but have little excuse to do so. Often enough, an envoy is sent over, and then deliberately screw up. In the courtroom, provoking each other in all sorts of ways. If we can give the other king a hard time and cut down the envoy in a fit of rage, then the great powers, naturally, have a reason to go to war. Of course, many sober monarchs choose to hold back at times like these, trying not to give the big powers an excuse to send out their troops. At times like these, often, when it comes down to it, instead, the king of the great kingdom was anxious. "I've sent people to and piss on your head. Why don't you dare to fight him?" At this point, looking to the Vietnamese envoy, Han Zian snorted coldly and leaned back. "Tell me, what is the reason for begging to see this king?" Wu Lingfu said in a trembling voice. "The state of Yu, a small and weak state, has been forced to submit to the state of Wu for hundreds of years, and this matter has always haunted the heart of our Majesty, and every time he thinks of this matter it is difficult to sleep all night. Some time ago, Wu was ungrateful and messed with Chu, and although it finally lost the battle and ceded its land to seek peace, it was all Wu's own fault. Your Majesty sent me on a mission to Chu in the hope that the King of Han would send troops to help you annex Wu. The state of Yu is willing, for generations, to submit to the state of Chu. This is a meet-and-greet gift that the ruler instructed me to bring, so please accept it with a smile, Your Highness King Han." Having said that, Wu Lingfu immediately looked behind him and beckoned, bearing in mind dozens of strong-bodied guards, carrying one large box. He came in. "The case is open." In a split second, golden light flashes, boxes of gold and silver jewelry, in the sun, reflecting a mesmerizing flare of light. Just, from the beginning to the end, Han Zian sat expressionless without any indication. Seeing that the other guy is not impressed, Wu Lingfu gritted his teeth and directly stated his final bottom line. "As long as His Highness the King of Han can send troops to help, you can double the amount of these gold and silver on top of that. At the same time, the monarch is willing to offer his daughter, Princess Mingyue, to the King of Han. I also ask that the King of Han can help me." "You." The words fell. Wu Lingfu clearly saw that. A flash of movement flashed in the depths of Han Zian's eyes. For a moment, seeming to see the other's heartbeat. Wu Lingfu was delighted in his heart. Just, all this performance. It's not that Han Zian was moved. Instead, they're thinking about it, weighing the pros and cons, helping you to destroy Wu. Is this thing worth it or not? At this time in the Wuwei region, The development is similar to that of the spring and autumn period. Wu was located in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, east of Poyan Lake, but now, all the territory west of the Qinhuai River has been ceded to Chu and Vietnam. It's in the south of Wu. It is located in the Huiji area south of the Qiantang River. Nowadays, in the south of the river, although it seems very prosperous, but only in the Yangtze River and its surrounding watersheds. To the south, it's basically an uncivilized area, sparsely populated and surrounded by mountains. There is little to no one to clear the land for farming. There are only a few people in the deep forests, mostly hunting and picking for a living. In fact, the southern part of Chu, it's pretty much the same kind of situation, while there are also a smattering of smaller countries, but none of the countries are very strong. As for the current Wuwei region, according to Han Xian's plan, it was intended to recuperate for a period of time, and afterwards send out troops to destroy it, completely clear the back of the northern expedition. Suffice it to say, from start to finish, never thought about the difficulty aspect. No way. At this time, Wu and Yu, in Han Xian's eyes, it wasn't much different from a full-leveled big brother hitting a novice village. But right now, since Yu is willing to choke with Wu first, it's like you're making it easier on yourself. But this is after all a matter of national importance. Han Xian pondered for a moment and spoke. This is a matter of great importance. And this is a matter that this king needs to report to His Majesty and discuss with his ministers before he can still give you an answer. Go back and wait for news. Chapter 129, The Yellow Robe, or The Emperor's Hand on It. Back at the palace, Han Xian's pace was brisk all the way. He came straight to Su Qingshan's bedchamber, the courtesan at the door. After seeing Han Xian, without a hint of trying to stop it, the direct party gives way. Han Xian pushed his way in. The door creaked. Inside the bedchamber, sitting on the edge of the bed, Su Qingshan, who was busying herself with her head down. When you hear the door open, lift your head. Seeing a familiar figure, Su Qingshan smiled faintly. Sunday, you came at the right time. I happen to have a gift for you. Han Xian didn't bother with the whole gift thing. With a somewhat serious look, he said, just now, the envoys from the Yu Kingdom came, and they still went directly to my royal residence to ask for an audience. It says that it hopes Chu will send troops to help you to crusade against Wu together. Hearing it's about diplomacy and war, Su Qingshan returned. These things, it's not enough for Sangong to decide on his own. Han Xian, the helpless Han Xian, with a mental sigh of relief. You're the emperor. Emperor, 9 to 5. I'm talking to you right now about the State of the Union. You're good. A straightforward you decide. Honestly, Han Xian is very skeptical. If now, the person standing here is not himself. Rather, he is a man of ambition. And I fear that the Emperor of Chu will already have to change his last name. Grow a pair, Asako. Even if you don't like being an emperor anymore, well, have to put on an act. You're like this. It really makes it hard for me. Look at the ambassadors from you. They've openly gone to pay their respects on my residence. If this were in any other country, one step away from scheming for power and usurpation really. How comfortable are you with me? Find a chair and sit down. Some headache for Han Xian, rubbing his temples, holding his forehead, just about to say something. I only saw a flash before my eyes. Su Qingshan picked up a robe and draped it over her body. On the yellow robe, on it is embroidered in gold thread a five-clawed golden dragon. Vividly, it's as if they're going to take to the air at any moment. Han Xian glanced down and almost didn't stare out of his eyes. As the originator of the Su Qingshan seemed to be very satisfied with her masterpiece. She smiled with an arched brow and, admiring the designs on the yellow robes that, Sunga, look at the pattern on it. It took me almost a month to embroider it. Han Xian is dumbfounded. It just felt like a brain buzz. This is since Han Xian crossed over. That's more than a decade. For the first time, showing a horrified look, even in the middle of the battlefield, facing the enemy's million-strong army, Han Xian could manage to keep his face unchanged. But, now Han Xian breaks defense. Is there a mistake? I've been draped in a yellow robe? Or did the emperor himself drape it on? Even the five-clawed golden dragon on top of the yellow robe is still embroidered by the emperor himself. Isn't this too ridiculous? After a brief moment of horror, Han Xian immediately came back to his senses. Pulling the yellow robe off his body, with a solemn expression, he said towards Su Qingsha, Qingsha, this kind of joke is not allowed. You're the emperor of Chu. If outsiders see this yellow robe, who in the whole of Chu will still respect you? I know you don't like being the emperor, but no matter what, you're sitting in this position right now, and in the future, if our child inherits the throne, you don't want to see him being belittled by the subjects of Chu, right? Honestly, Han Xian couldn't really understand Su Qingshan. Others, for the fight for the throne, each one of them can beat the hell out of the other. What with brothers turning against each other and swords between fathers and sons, in order to be able to sit on the throne, each one of them does everything, so to speak, by any means necessary. What brotherly love, fatherly love, get lost in front of the throne. After all, as long as I can sit on it, it means, to have the greatest power in the whole country. It can control the life and death of countless people. When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses are ambushed and blood is shed for thousands of miles. Any feelings are so fragile in the face of the lust that comes with power. That includes women as well. Throughout history, how many empress dowagers and queens who are reluctant to delegate power? Far from it. Let's say it's Cixi. Even if they are left to die, they are not willing to devolve their power. Before he died, he had to take Guangxu with him. If we go forward in time, that's more. If it is the case that the emperor is young and as the empress dowager, she needs to listen to the government through the curtain, then why does the emperor not hand over the power in his hands when he becomes an adult? It has to get to the end. The whole court is in turmoil. What's more, even when the emperor was alive, he clung to power. For example, Dekuro Gala, to put it nicely, is known as the two saints along with Yang Jian, but to put it bluntly, even Yang Jian himself couldn't stand Dekuro Gara's almost perverted desire to control. But, how did it get to Su Qingsha? One tries to give her the rights and she tells you with a disgusted look on her face, decide for yourself. Look at it now. The yellow robes have all been put on themselves. Under the sun, could anything be more ridiculous? At this point in time, it was almost the first time Han Zian, for the first time, was angry with Su Qingshan. There was a touch of harshness in the words. Su Qingshan obviously didn't expect it either. Han Zian can react like this. Some aggrieved. This matter is my negligence. And I didn't think of those. And what I originally thought was that the court now addresses you as emperor. So even if you wear a yellow robe, it doesn't matter. Han Zian smiled helplessly and bitterly. Are you trying to two saints proceeding as well? Su Qingshang looked like she was taking it for granted. Replied, it's really all the same. You as my husband, you and I going to court together. Isn't that the two saints in court? Han Zian shook his head. There's a difference. If it were in Qi, with my merits, this would naturally be no problem. But not yet in Chu. As the saying goes, you don't get rewarded without merit. What you gave me earlier is already a lot. This matter, it's not too late to mention it after I've established enough merit. When the time comes, perhaps I can use the 9 states of the world as a bride price to take you as my wife. The Sky Kyushu. For simple words. Among them, it contains the lifelong wishes of countless emperors and kings from the countries of the 9 states, over the past 1,000 years, including the successive emperors of Chu. But where there is a quest, which doesn't want to accomplish such grandeur. And now, looking at the man in front of him, but in a light tone of voice, uttering these 4 heavy words that, Su Qingshang asked back incredulously, can it be done? The corners of Han Zian's mouth rose slightly. Confidently, he said, of course I can. By the way, there's something I almost forgot to mention. P.S. The draft fee is up a little bit. From yesterday, it's mostly just more bounty money. But reading gains, still down. Thank you for all the readers of the Lord's Bounty. Your support, but also the author of the word The Greatest Power. Chapter 130 Military Reform. What is it? It's still about the Viet Cong. And I think it's a matter that you should still be consulted on. Su Qingshang shook her head and smiled bitterly. Actually, I feel that I am still self-aware. There are a lot of things I don't know how to handle when it comes to military matters. There is an order of hearing, and there is an order of skill. Instead of that, it would be better to let someone who is well versed in these matters take care of the problem. And right now the only one I trust is you, Sunga. Now, Han Zian followed suit with a helpless, bitter smile. Even if you don't like it in any way, you can't act like you don't care, can you? Do you know what people are saying? According to the information that the Black Ice Terrace had sent to Han Zian, there were already some people in the folklore who were there saying that Han Zian had taken over the dynasty, monopolized the power, and had also hollowed out the emperor. Isn't that an obvious slander? Of course, this kind of thing, it's okay to let them talk. But, it's the same 4 words, you can't help it. From being in Qi until now, I don't know how many of my men have advised Han Zian to ascend the throne and become emperor. Results, having just been draped in a yellow robe. And it was the emperor, himself, who draped it. You said this. Han Zian looked at Su Qingliang, mind clenched. No way. It can't go on like this. The damage to your reputation is small, but the ambition of the ministry is growing. Come to think of it, Han Zian said forcefully, no, even if you don't get involved, you should at least make a show of it in front of your subjects. From tomorrow onwards, whether it's the morning court or reviewing the Zhangshi, you will do it, and I will be there to assist. You're also there to make decisions when problems arise. and I'll help you correct them if they're not handled properly. Seriously, Han Zian really wanted to have a go at Su Qingsha. You're too young to be thinking about unifying the world. I've been in the palace all day, making maids' dresses, under the sun. Is there such an emperor? However, in the face of Han Zian's forceful demands, Su Qingshang blinked her eyes and silently came up with, is this considered coercion on your part? Han Zian, huh? Su Qingxiong, the disorganized officials have forced themselves on me. Han Zian? Time passes day by day, in the blink of an eye, coming into the new year, the first day of the first month of the year 1222 of the lunar calendar. On this day, the countries of the Kyushu, almost without exception, every home is decorated with lights to celebrate the new year. In the middle of Shochuan City, every family hung bright red lanterns and put up festive spring couplets and lucky charms to welcome the new year in the most enthusiastic way. Some big families even killed cows and sheep to celebrate this special day. Going forward in time, it's still incredibly cold, in order to take care of the minister's routine. Furthermore, I just can't get up. Therefore, Han Zian changed the time of the morning court, directly to the morning, and the rule that they all have to go to court has been abolished. It was directly changed to if no major events occur, and the court was attended once a week. If there's something important, then call an urgent court meeting. Otherwise, I don't care if I have to get up early every day. Those ministers, one by one, had to get up in the dark in the middle of the night and wait outside the palace. Isn't this pure torture? It's like going to high school and having early morning classes at 5:40 a.m. Get on a hammer. Spoken as if a few people could read it. One by one, they're all sleeping with their heads down there. Also, except for the matter concerning the morning court, Han Zian also proceeded. For the change of law carried out by Chu, some adjustments were made. Business, taxes haven't been adjusted much. Instead, businessmen were encouraged to set up industrial and commercial enterprises. Meanwhile, the General Customs Administration has also been established, vigorously develop foreign trade and commerce, exporting tea, silk, porcelain and other commodities to the world. The people were also encouraged to invent and create their own so-called wondrous arts and crafts, and the invented objects, once recognized by the imperial court, were given 20 years of property rights protection. Social aspects, re-establishment of the household registration system, introduction of a universal identity card system. On the identity card, the individual's name, place of origin, sex, date of birth, place of residence, and identity card number are recorded. All persons over the age of 12 years, all need to go to the local government office to apply for the process. It also eliminates the elimination of the street guide and the night ban. And also throughout the country, the construction of government-run medical centers to ensure that every village has at least one medical center to provide basic medical care, and a universal health insurance system was set up, with those who paid for it receiving a certain amount of subsidy for visits to government-run medical clinics. Policing. Han Zian expanded Department 6 to fight crime and maintain law and order. Specialized police schools have also been established in order to train relevant professionals. Culture. As a Han Zian with a modern soul, he was naturally more open-minded comparatively speaking, so directly removing the shackles on all kinds of entertainment culture, encouragement and promotion of entertainment such as novels, plays, music and so on. Beyond that, it also promotes sports for all and physical fitness, and it was declared by imperial decree that, every 4 years, it would be nationwide, with the games, the first contest, which will be held in June of this year. Among the competitive events, including track and field, swimming, horseback riding, archery, etc. As for other modern sports, Han Zian is also trying to experiment to see if it can be replicated. All of the above, just building on the original change of law, having added a number of matters. Overall, the changes aren't that great. But, military. This time Han Zian made drastic reforms. Originally, in the last year, at that time, the military and political power of Chu was held in the hands of the big families. Even if Han Zian removes the great families of the world, Chu's army, too, can be said to exist in name only. Today, after a few months of formation, Chu's new army is already quite large. In this case, Han Zian has also put military reform on the agenda. The 16th day of the first month of the year 1222 of the lunar calendar, just after the Lantern Festival. For the military content of the change, it was also released. First, in the system of promotion of officers, there are 2 ways. Article 1 graduated from the school for military officers, but since, for the moment, Han Zian's first imperial examination after the change of law has not yet been launched. Add to that the fact that education reform is not, as yet, very long in coming, so those who meet this condition can now be said to be none. The second way is to be promoted by military service. Secondly, it's in the education of the officers. The first and foremost is the education of loyalty, patriotism and love for the people. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Basically, generals of any country, both would require the army to be in order. There is no exception in Chu. The next step was the establishment of the War Department and the Navy Department within the original Ministry of War. At the same time under the jurisdiction of the Department of Ordnance, the Department of Military Justice, the Department of Recruitment, the Department of Arsenal, the Department of Military Medicine, and the Department of Horse Administration. The establishment of the new army, also in accordance with modern times, was changed to squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, division, and army, based on the current economy and population of Chu. Tentatively, set up a standing army, 20 divisions, each with a full complement of 12,000 men. Elimination of second-line garrisons everywhere. Local maintenance of law and order is the unified responsibility of Department 6. The Black Lance Longchamps and the Golden Dragon Black Armor Army are special soldiers, independent of the standing army. In fact, back in the days of Qi, Han Zian then wanted to based on the modern establishment, reform of Qi's army, but that time, Qi is stormy and there is no room for error. Han Zian doesn't want to take any chances, either. So in terms of the military, not too drastic reforms were made, but not anymore. For one thing, he himself was in Chu, had absolute power, and had Su Qingshang's unconditional trust. Furthermore, it is that Chu, unlike Qi in the beginning, is not surrounded by enemies. With plenty of time for myself, go ahead and complete the reforms. In addition to all of the above, Han Zian had specially found many skilled craftsmen and arranged for a huge test site. Proceed to get them started on the steam engine. In this regard, specific constructions, Han Zian must have known nothing about it. The only thing I know is how it works. Han Zian's request was for these skilled craftsmen to build the steam engine on this point. R&D funding, no cap. There are no time requirements. And also gave a promise. As long as you can build it, you can guarantee that all the artisans involved, generations of glory and wealth, as long as Chu doesn't die, it will ensure that their descendants, in future generations, will enjoy glory and prosperity. Such a promise, it cannot be unheavy. Chapter 131 Qi and Chu, Successive Surges, for the development of the steam engine. In fact, Han Zian didn't hold out much hope at all. After all, I only know how it works, I don't know anything else. To expect craftsmen of this era to make it with that information is a fool's errand, but Han Zian was in no hurry. This thing, it certainly didn't happen overnight. Even if they don't make it in their lifetimes, they can at least show the way for future generations to follow, laying the foundation for the Industrial Revolution to begin in Chu. This includes ocean trade as well. Han Zian doesn't want that. The state of Chu, like the Qing dynasty, closed its doors and finally lost its power and humiliated the country when its doors were opened by strong ships and sharp cannons. Even if we have to dishonor our country, also of Chu going to someone's doorstep, let someone else cede land and pay for it. This thing, Han Zian said he was old and familiar. Over the years, I don't know how many countries I've made, but I've made them sign contracts of cession and reparation. They say there are no years in cultivation, even if you don't cultivate the truth. The time passed quickly too. In the blink of an eye, the bone-chilling cold winds of winter have, without realizing it, turned into a vibrant spring breeze. It's still a little chilly, though, but at least there's no need to wear heavy winter clothing. At the beginning of the year, after making the final adjustments to the change of law, Han Zian enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation. Every day, instead of frolicking around the palace with Su Qingshang, just stay with her, listening to music and watching theater in the city. There are times when, also go to the river and fish quietly. Of course, as a valet, Xiao Jun is fine as a light bulb when the lights are off, but as long as she's around, she's shiny, so to speak. I just had to come over here anyway, disturbing Han Zian's two-person world. As for Vietnam, last time, Han Zian then gave his answer. After the beginning of spring, Chu will send troops to help you. This is not. During this time, the rations promised by you also arrived one after another, including the daughter of the current emperor of you. Princess Mingyue was also sent to Chu. In the beginning, Han Zian is not wanted, though I'm not a wifey myself, but the wife is the empress of Chu. So you're not giving yourself an eyeful by sending me a princess. I didn't think so. In this regard, Su Qingshang is still generous, or rather, since ancient times, there would be no such thing as polygamy. The system of multiple wives and concubines is practiced in all countries. The so-called wife, it's the rightful wife, the one who is explicitly married. It's similar to Yang Jian and Du Gojara. Those born to the first wife are called first sons, and those born to concubines are called common sons. In this day and age, the so-called commoner's son. There's not much of a place in the family at all. Don't talk about the mother and the son. Actually, for the most part, it's all about the son by the mother. The one who gave birth to you must be the rightful wife and give birth to a son who will have the right to inherit. Either that or he's a commoner's son with no status to speak of. If you put it in the palace, as queen, there has to be power behind it. 2. Also known as a foreign relative. Either that or he's a little yakuza who might get wasted at some point. As for Yuan Shao, don't look like a concubine. But because his uncle had no children, so Yuan Shao was passed over. Shake it straight. Became the first son. So, in the eyes of Su Qing Xiong, this so-called princess of you is nothing more than a concubine. In this day and age, it is also true that it is common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Actually, on the Vietnamese side, it's a headache on this one too. Primarily, though in the matter of a woman's succession to the throne. It's also happened quite a few times in the Kyushu countries, but for the most part, it was still men who were emperors in greater numbers. Then this is great. Sending beauty. Say give it away. But if the emperor is a woman, I'm sure it's not a good idea to send a beauty, so it can only be sent to the head of the face instead. But here's the thing. Han Xian's relationship with Su Qingsha is now known to the world. In this case, if you send a face head to Su Qingsha, isn't that the same as putting a green hat on Han Xian? This is purely and simply a death wish. But for a beautiful woman, can't give it to Su Qingshan yet. In the end, it can only be sent to Han Xian. But then, what would Su Qingsha think? So please, Su Qingsha did not have the same controlling nature as de Kirogara. As the weather warms up, on the Vietnamese side, also sending ambassadors. Discussions were held about going out to the army. April 7th. You sent 70,000 troops to the north to conquer Wu. Before going to war, the Emperor of Yu launched a vowed assembly and counted more than 100 sins of Wu. 5 days later, Chu followed suit. By the Jinjuan general, Wu Anhwa, at the head of a new army of 36,000 men, or 3 divisions, marching eastward. However, when Wu and Yu, after the 2 armies began their confrontation, Wu Anhwa then led his troops into the city of Jinling and then didn't leave. To the outside world, it is even declared that the general is sick. On the other side, Qi, 300,000 new troops, after a full winter of rigorous training. Vikrama Shingen, who had already been appointed as the general of Jinan, reported to Yili, the new army already has the power to fight. And so it was. Yili rushed to the schoolyard, having inspected the results of Vikrama Shingen's practice. Seeing that neat and tidy military formation, Yili was overjoyed. And then he gave the order for Vikrama Shingen to lead an army of 200,000 men to conquer the Song kingdom, to spit out all the territory that Song has appropriated. Organized the outline. Chu's northern expedition should be soon. Expect August or September, realistically. Pick up the pace a bit in the back. Chapter 132 Song Emperor Zhao Lianghe. Pingrong Wanquan Formation. Song, Shangqiu City. Towering over the city. The soldiers in armor, walking back and forth on it, patrolling the surrounding area. In the city, the streets are bustling with activity. There's a steady stream of caravans going back and forth. Some of the richly dressed sons of families even gathered in the greenhouses, throwing away money for their favorite women. In the middle of the palace, Zhao Lianghe, Emperor of Song, was sitting with his head bowed before the dragon case, with brush in hand, constantly deleting and rewriting on paper. And every now and then there's a thought. Zhao Lianghe gazed intently at the magnificent formation on the paper and muttered, cavalry in the front, swords and shields and lances in the middle, bows and crossbows using the car formation as a cover for archery, and then finally a cavalry troop at the rear. In that case, it seems that this formation can be considered flawless both offensively and defensively. But a square of this center army is only at 30,000 men. The number of people is slightly less. How about increasing the center square formation to 3, and at the same time, on the left and right sides, respectively, in adding a cavalry army? Hiss. In that case, this formation is absolutely flawless. In the midst of murmuring, Zhao Lianghe was obviously quite satisfied with the formation he had just designed. At this point in time, Zhao Lianghe's mind, it could be described as choppy and evocative, had begun to fantasize that, the scene of himself being invincible in the middle of the battlefield with this formation. Realize that, this formation, Zhao Lianghe had studied it for more than 3 years before and after. It was only one after another that the formations were patched up. And, he has also scoured the tomes of all the military schools of the ages, drawing on the experience and examples of various famous generals in military formations throughout the ages, and integrating the best of 100 schools of thought. That's how the formation was researched. As for the name, Zhao Lianghe thought for half a day. Lift the brush. On the side of the formation, the dragon flew and wrote down 5 big words, Pingrong Wanquan formation. On the name Glory, one could see what kind of expectations Zhao Lianghe carried for this formation. Just as Zhao Lianghe, admiring his masterpiece, a eunuch came in hurriedly and handed up an urgent report from the border. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the border, that Qi has sent out an army of 300,000 men, led by the new general of Jinnan, Vikrama Shinjen, and that they are coming towards our country. What? Zhao Lianghe's eyes were startled, hurriedly reaching for the emergency paper. The face turned blue when he saw what was on it. Zhao Lianghe said in a cold voice, this Qi kingdom actually dares to attack my great Song kingdom? Have you already forgotten how Qi disgraced the scene last year? Or does Yili that treat Song as a soft persimmon? The words fell. Zhao Lianghe suddenly felt something was wrong. Another look at the emergency report. Eyes on the words Vikrama Shinjen, stopped halfway through the day. A bewildered Zhao Lianghe inquired, what's the deal with this Vikrama Shinjen? Why look at the name? It is not at all like the blade of the Middle Kingdom. Is it possible that Qi still has the compound name of reed name? The eunuch hastened to explain that. Back to your Majesty. I have heard that this Vikrama Shinjen is from the Vikrama kingdom of the East, called the military god of the kingdom of reed name. It was only because the kingdom of reed name was overthrown that he wandered over and over to the kingdom of Qi, and because he saw the order to seek a virtuous man, he made a gross introduction to the emperor of Qi. I heard that this man was quite injured by the emperor of Qi. After hearing the eunuch's description, Zhao Lianghe let out a wild laugh with reckless abandon. What a joke! It's simply a slip of the tongue. I can't imagine. The great state of Qi. Last year it was the number 1 power in Kyushu. Nowadays, already reduced to use an Easterner? Could it be that Qi has run out of talent? Ha 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 ha. It's really a laugh. To actually allow an Eastern barbarian to lead the army. It's really laughing at me. In the midst of unbridled laughter, Zhao Lianghe did not hide his sneer and snicker. In his opinion, little Eastern barbarian, what experience can you have in leading an army into battle? Leading battles on the scale of a few thousand men could be considered unprecedented, and now he was suddenly asked to command hundreds of thousands of men. Did he have the ability to do so? Furthermore, I have heard that the Eastern barbarians are short in stature. It's like a midget. That armor over there is like something a toddler would wear. Zhao Lianghe really can't imagine that. How could Qi let this kind of person lead the army? This Yili, I'm afraid he's not brain dead. If there's no one available in Qi, she might as well be a shrinking violet, and with Qi's heritage, it would be difficult for her to become the king of a fallen country, and as a result had to come out and embarrass myself. Is it possible that the disgrace of last year is now forgotten by her? I am now skeptical as to how capable Han Xian is to actually develop Qi to that size despite having such an incompetent and dim ruler. Throwing that urgent report aside, Zhao Lianghe glanced at the formation that he had just supplemented and completed. The mind has already begun to leap to the eyes. It's more of a glint of confidence. Just in time. This time I'll be the royal guest. First, I'll take you Qi to practice with your troops, and incidentally experiment with the power of this new formation. On the other side, inside Qi, the river of Jeju, the 300,000 Qi troops were so vast that they covered the sky. Boats carrying troops, front and back, including the ships responsible for transporting provisions. Add it all together, it stretches for dozens of miles. From the city of Linzi, the Qi army made its way downstream southwestward along the Jishui River, then disembarked in Dongxian. The troops were directed at the city of Shangqiu and Song. Meanwhile, Song is led by Emperor Zhao Lianghe. He personally led an army of 150,000 men and set up camp in Jiancheng. The reason why I chose to snipe here. In fact, Zhao Lianghe had his own considerations, because the Pingrong Wanquan formation that was drawn before, if it was to be perfectly set up, the troops would need to be over 140,000 in strength, and it's more than 10 miles across to the left and right. Only the zones of the Great Plains can be cast. As it happens, the Tsing-Su Strip, that qualifies. The surrounding area can be described as flat, without any mountains or rivers, perfectly in line with the conditions for performing the Pingrong Wanquan formation. At this point in time, Zhao Lianghe can be described as spirited, if it had been done before, to let him lead the army and engage the Qi army, not to mention commanding a battlefield, hiding in the palace. Zhao Lianghe had to consider whether he should seize the time to move the capital. After all, the Qi army, as of last year before May, it's still an unrivaled presence in the world. But now, what was that performance by Qi last year? Ugly as hell. Especially with Yi Li's various oddball maneuvers. It gave Zhao Lianghe a laugh. Otherwise, he did not dare to send troops to Qi behind him. not only recovered the previously lost territory, but also ruthlessly from Qi, bit off a piece of meat. As for the moment, Zhao Lianghe can be said to be full of confidence. It was a spirited one. Even more so, he's already made plans. When this time the Qi army is defeated, it will ride all the way to catch up with them. Even if we can't destroy Qi, we have to make Qi hemorrhage. P.S. A little out of shape today. No way. Dragged it out until now. I'll see if I want to fix a time to update in the future. For example, it's time to be like 12 p.m. Chapter 133, The God of Cars of the Gaoliang River. Compared to Zhao Lianghe's confidence and vigor. On the other side, Vikrama Shingen, as commander of the Qi army. In fact, inside, still a little apprehensive. Don't look at before in front of Yi Li gross introduction. Vikrama Shingen proudly do not shy away from the stage. An impassioned look, but at that time, how could he have known? The country on this side of the Middle Kingdom, to conquer each other. It's an army of hundreds of thousands if you move. Realize that. In the East, when two countries are at war, it's usually just a few hundred people, thousands of troops at a time. That's all tilting the country. As a result, after seeing the power of Qi, Vikrama Shingen realizes how small he once was. A frog at the bottom of a well doesn't know the sky. The most he's ever commanded was 10,000 men at a time. Never in my wildest dreams. Now, you're actually going to command 300,000 men at once? Isn't that ing bull? Honestly, for a moment, Vikrama Shingen, who was afraid of messing up, really wanted to just run away. I'm all alone anyway. There's no holding back, said to run away, fleeing to other countries. What else could the Emperor of Qi do with himself? But, again, Vikrama Shingen was unwilling to give up his own glory and wealth in the Qi state, especially now, as the general of Jinnan. It could be said to be deeply trusted by Yi Li. That kind of power, the power of one man over all, had long obsessed Shingen Vikrama. Now let him just give it all up. How could Vikrama Shingen agree? But, he actually knows that. Want to continue to enjoy these rights. It's just a battle that has to be won. Coming from a family of generals, he actually knew in his heart the difficulty of commanding 300,000 men, or else it would be impossible to fight now to promote this battle, however, was not one in which he was entirely without confidence, because according to intelligence, the Song army on the other side is only 150,000 men, with exactly double the number of their own troops. 300,000 against 150,000. Advantage on me. Vikrama Shingen forced himself to cheer himself up, and after disembarking in Donggun, he reorganized his troops and horses and made his way towards the Song border. 2 days later, the two sides met outside of Janus, Cho Ryung-hee, who waited for the enemy to get away. Long ago, according to the formation diagrams that he had drawn up, the formation was set up in an orderly fashion. Let's not talk about practicality for a moment. At least, from the outside, this Ping-Ron Wanquan formation was indeed magnificent to the extreme. A certain car god's Ping-Ron Wanquan formation. As the Emperor of Song, Zhao Liang has collected works. The entire Ping-Ron Wanquan formation consists of 5 parts. Front and back, left, center and right. There are chariots every 500 paces in a square formation. 22 persons per vehicle. The number of chariots per square, allotted, was a whopping 440. So the strength of just one square was 31,680 men. And, Zhao Lianghe was also worried that these forces may be insufficient. So another 5,000 men were added to the reserves used for curtilage. Squares like this one, Zhao Lianghe set up a full 3. So, the center square alone was equipped with 320 chariots and 110,040 troops. Beyond that, and the cavalry, the left and the stone armies each set up 2 martyrs in front of and behind them. The front ranks consisted of 125 teams of 50 riders each, totaling 250 riders. In the rear column were 125 squads of 30 riders each, totaling 750 riders. Added all together, the cavalry on the right and left, just under 10,000. The front and rear armies are similar, and each was divided into 2 columns, and each column was divided into dozens of squads of 30 or 50 horsemen each. Together, it's still just under 10,000 people. This inside and out. To set up a complete set of Ping-Ron Wanquan formation, a full 140,000 people were needed. This time, Zhao Lianghe went to war. Also set up their formations according to the formation charts. The remaining 10,000 men are responsible for defending the city of Jiancheng. Just this formation, while seemingly grand and magnificent, but the side length of each square alone was stretched to 5 miles. Each square has to be separated by another mile. This brought the width of the center army's front alone to a childlike 17 miles. 140,000 men and horses, setting out in a 17-mile formation. Let's not talk about whether or not the head and the tail can look at each other. It's just a little fight. How are you going to direct it? Take a step back. Do these 100,000 or so people under your hand have any fighting ability while putting up such a complicated formation? Throughout history, the so-called military formation, not the more complex, the better. Just look at the military training for college students, a class of 50 or so. It's just a simple march in unison and the formation is all messed up. Can't even do it in an organized way without training for a while. Not to mention the kind of complex terrain in the middle of a battlefield, and under the pressure of an enemy attack. How should a general command a formation of tens or even hundreds of thousands of people moving? And that's why it says, Han Xin counted his troops, and more is better, because they are Han Xin, the soldier immortal, like Liu Bang, who was certified by Han Xin himself to lead 100,000 soldiers, because when there are more soldiers, you can't command them. When Shinjan Vikrama led the army, meeting with the Song army, look at the first glimpse of multiple opposing formations. Vikrama Shinjan almost glared. It's even more mind-boggling. At this point in time, there was only one question on his mind. That's, do the Central Plains people fight with such formations? What the hell is that thing laying out in front of you? It's pretty spectacular, to say the least. Over 100,000 people. It stretches for more than a dozen miles. It's such a neat formation. But, there's a war going on right now. Soldiers, the major events of the country, the place of life and death, and your ing parading around here? It's not just him. Even an adjutant general beside him was full of questions and even said with an uncertain tone, the Song army has set up this kind of formation. Could it be that there is some kind of ambush, trying to lure our army to attack? Honestly, Shinjan Vikrama's first reaction. Also this. But right, look around at the terrain. A horse. There's no cover-up whatsoever. There was no ambush, so to speak. How do you look at it? It doesn't look like there's an ambush, does it? Mulling it over, unable to think of a reason, Vikrama Shinjan awakens to try charging with his troops first. And so it was, with 50,000 Iron Horsemen as the front army, turned into a spear, without any fancy formations. Straight away, the simplest, most unpretentious conical formation crushed towards the Song army. Meanwhile, the infantry behind us, also quickly followed, as the two armies clashed together. 1 second ago, Zhao Lianghe still had a confident look on his face. Next, he then saw that his proud Pingron Wan Quan formation was like papier-mâché in front of the Qi army, and was pierced through in no time. And between the military formations, because of the distance and the dispersal of forces, there's no way to put up an effective resistance. Suffice it to say, normal battle, the moment the two armies collided, and it's already split. Seeing the defeat of the army, Zhao Lianghe had long ago thrown aside the spirit before the start of the war, and ran towards Jiancheng without looking back. The question is, how could the Qi army let the other side off the hook so easily? Realize that, as the king of a country, Zhao Lianghe, if they were captured, or if they were killed in battle, that's a lifetime of glory. And so it was, with a host of cavalry in pursuit. Zhao Lianghe didn't dare to go to Jiancheng at all. After all, as long as the city gates are open, the Qi army will be able to follow and kill their way in. In desperation, it could only take the road towards Shangqiu and run away. However, the Qi army behind us, but they are in hot pursuit. Along the way, they even kept firing arrows. One of the arrows, moreover, directly hit Zhao Lianghe's warhorse. Zhao Lianghe, who had fallen to the ground in a sorry state. I'm about to die here. Critical. His vision of the saw a donkey cart. P.S. It's just a happy decision. In the future, we will update every day at a fixed time of 12 p.m. If there is an emergency and you need to take time off, you will be notified in advance. For example, a little early this month, take the 20th off. Ahem. Know it all. Chapter 134, Escaping in a Donkey Cart. Yi Li's spiritedness. Sitting on a humble donkey cart, feeling the bumps, coming from my ass. As the emperor of the great Song dynasty, Zhao Lianghe, if placed in the past, for a donkey cart, may not even bother to look at. But now, this raggedy donkey cart, but it brought him an endless sense of security, even more so, whether or not you can survive and escape with your life. And we can only rely on this donkey cart now. Just now, the warhorse was hit by an arrow. Zhao Lianghe, who was dropped on his ass, thought he was going to be finished. Even more so, the walkers are all starting to surface. Zhao Lianghe was even fantasizing in his head if he was unfortunate enough to be captured or die in battle. whether the great Song state would be reduced to history. Good thing the sky's the limit. In the midst of the crisis, found a donkey cart. However, behind them, the Qi army, still in hot pursuit. Zhao Lianghe could only keep waving his horsewhip to whip the donkey to run faster. If we're talking about civil and military power, this emperor of Song, who probably couldn't even rank in the taillights of a car, but, in the area of donkey carts, seems to have a gift that goes beyond the ordinary. The donkey cart ran fast on the bumpy dirt road. That's it. Zhao Lianghe fled all the way back to Shangqiu in a sorry state. With that, he immediately ordered that the vertical wall clearing cut down all the trees around Shangqiu city to prevent the Qi army from cutting down trees on the spot to build siege equipment. Meanwhile, it also relocated all the surrounding people, as well, to the city. The city of Shangqiu is even on a state of first-degree alert, and also by imperial decree. Let the troops in other areas quickly return to the capital to send reinforcements. On the other side, after his victory, Shenzhen Vikrama, leaving only a small number of men to clear the battlefield. As for myself, then, in person, with a large army, attacking Janus. The defenders in the city were already in a state of panic because of the defeat of the army, and faced with the Qi army that covered the sky, they simply did not have any resistance in mind. After a symbolic struggle, the Janusian guardian, then he opened the door and surrendered. The Qi army took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack. The troops were directed at Shangqiu, the capital of Song. Meanwhile, the war report about the Qi army's great victory, also under the 800-mile expedited, the next day, and then they will report the victory. It was sent to Yi Li's face. Winning? Or was it a big win? At first, still incredulous, Yi Li, after reading what came after the battle report, an unstoppable smile immediately surged on his face. Sure enough, truly worthy of being the one I see, Yi Li murmured excitedly. All along, the Song army has been known for its defense, especially in the middle of the plains, and the infantry armies of the rest of the countries, facing the cavalry, would be cowed 3 times before the battle even started. Only the Song's infantry, even in the face of masked iron horsemen, can do not change color. I really didn't expect. This Eastern Englishman seems to be short in stature, but he actually has this kind of ability when it comes to leading troops into battle, and he was able to penetrate the Song army's defenses in a matter of moments. It's just a pity that the Song emperor escaped in a donkey cart. Otherwise it would have been perfectly possible to do it all in one go and directly annex the Song state. But, with this battle, it's enough to prove that I didn't look at the wrong person. Within Yi Li's slightly narrowed eyes, the is uncontrollably smug. In particular, as soon as Yi Li thought of it, the commanding general of this campaign, I'm the one who brought him up, and a man from the east, who was promoted by the people. The complacency in his heart flourished a few more points. It seems that I am indeed a bull, with eyes like a torch, being able to easily tell who is the horse of 1,000 miles. Which one of them, Han Zian in the front or Vikrama Shingen now, was not promoted by me? It's only hateful that Han Zian is wolfish and ungrateful, forgetting the cultivation I've done for him, and now in the face of my demands he dares to blurt out that the fates are over? I was really blind in the beginning, actually choosing to let you, an unfaithful and unrighteous person, lead the army. But you should not be complacent for too long. The world is as talented as a river. Daki is even more talented. Without you can still dominate the 9 states. This time, I am going to let the world see clearly that without you, Han Zian, the iron cavalry of Daki is just as capable of stepping on the capital of Song. Yi Li laughed coldly in his heart. In one's eyes, it's more full of intent. In her opinion, this battle of Janus with Song, it had already proved the strength of Vikrama Shingen, as well as his own ability to read people. Back. It's just about brushing and leading Daki's iron cavalry and recovering the lost territory. Recreate the glory of Daki at its peak. On this point, Yi Li was now full of confidence. Just when Yi Li was full of longing for the future, another crier, riding a stagecoach fast horse, he rushed into the palace in a windy manner. A war report was sent. The Chu army stood on the wall and watched. Wu and Yu fought in Kasazawa. Wu lost 3 times in 3 battles, and the remnants of the Wu army retreated to Wu city. And Yu won but suffered heavy losses as well. And now the siege has besieged Wu city, and the state of Wu is in danger. Seeing the battle report on the Yi Li's pupils shrunk. Of the fighting between Wu and Yu, Yi Li naturally knew that, even more so, including the Yu country some time ago, sent ambassadors to the Chu country to offer a large amount of gold, silver and jewelry, and even the emperor of the Yu country will be his own daughter, dedicated to Han Zian things. Yi Li equally clear. Just, what she didn't realize was that, after receiving so many benefits, Chu surprisingly chose to stay on the sidelines while the 2 countries were at war, showing a stance of trying to catch a fish. That's a bit cheeky. However, what surprised Yeli even more was that, without the help of Chu, surprisingly, you crushed Wu with his own strength. Yili, who guessed Han Zian's thoughts at a glance, snorted disdainfully. A man cannot stand without faith. Since he has promised to send troops, yet he stands by and does nothing. This Han Zian is truly a treacherous villain. However, judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Wu and you are annexed by Chu. With Han Zian's character, sooner or later he will make a move against Qi. Come to think of it, Yili condensed her face and a gust of coldness emanated from the eyes of. The two of them have been together for 10 whole years. Yeli believed that no one in the world knew Han Zian better than she did. From all the things he had done in Qi before, it was obvious that he belonged to the character of a Jir, especially in the early years of his own ascension to the throne. The neighboring countries, often attacking the state of Qi. Later, Han Zian was calling almost from house to house. Those who can exterminate the country do so directly. Those who can't be exterminated at once, force the other side to cede their land and pay for it. Anyway, there is a grudge that must be avenged. As for the current situation, Yili knew in her heart that it was definitely a matter of time before Han Zian led his army in a northern expedition against Qi. Chapter 135, Yili, I'm waiting for your northern expedition. Come to think of it, Han Zian's horrible ability to command a battle. Tell the truth. In Yili's heart, a sense of crisis still arose, but it's only an instant before and after. That sense of crisis was then thrown out of Yili's mind. Joke, he's gotten to where he is today, is built entirely on the platform of Qi. Besides, if it weren't for his trust, would he be here today? What he could do, someone else could do just as well. For example, now Shinjen Vikrama, though short in stature and of barbarian origin, but I don't give credit where credit is due, gave him the stage to show his talents. This is not, with his own army, easily routed the 150,000 strong Song army. Now it's even longer. Great attitude of annexing Song at one go. Nothing else. Yeli just couldn't believe it. The other dynasties in the 9 states, who would reuse a midget from the eastern barbarians? But by the way, use it yourself. Is that the kind of vigor that anyone else could have? As far as Chu is concerned, day by day, only female red can she have this kind of vigor? The spirited Yeli, condescending, gazing down at the letter at his feet, the war report from the Battle of Wuiwei. The corners of his mouth tilted slightly. Yili snorted coldly and said proudly, Han Zian, I know exactly what's on your mind. I also know that one day you will definitely send troops to the north. But I will use my strength to show you that a dog will always be a dog. And how you groveled at my feet back then. You will surely kneel in front of me when the time comes. And the ending will not change. Everything you have today was originally given to you by me. And later it was nothing more than taking it back. If you have the ability, you can raise an army to invade the north. I would like to see if you have that ability to enter the territory of Qi. In the confident tone of his demeanor. Even more, it exuded the arrogance of defying the world. In particular, now Qi already have a replacement for Han Zian. Even more so, Yili was filled with confidence. Last year Qi experienced a series of fiasco, although humiliating occasion, but also disgraced the face of Daki. But, in the final analysis, in the eyes of Yeli it seemed that the culprit of all this was because Kai Kuan had recommended that Punk Gao Quan to himself. Plus, the assholes led by Choi Kuan. Embezzlement of property from the state treasury. It's more about corruption and the use of power for personal gain. With so many assholes entrenched in the court, how can she not be defeated? While there have been a number of battles that, it was all under Yili's own command that led to the defeat. But, it seemed to Yeli that, is it possible that you are to blame for the defeat of the army? Even if you are 90% responsible, are the others not at all problematic? Not to mention, if, at the outset, that is, after Han Zian left, facing the Huns in their first battle, not having appointed himself to a high power, it's only if it was any other general, maybe everything that followed, would have been different. And, at that time, if Han Zian had not transferred the 2 most powerful elites of Qi, all of them, how could the Xiongnu people kill under the city of Linzi? In the final analysis, it's all because of Choi Gon and Han Zian. Today, one of these 2 men died and the other traveled to Chu. The court is full of their own people. The army even has a famous general like Vikrama Shinjen, who defeated the Song army yesterday. Everything. It all seems to be going in the right direction. Yeli also firmly believed that under his own command, Qi will surely surpass the past. Get back on top of the mountains and return to your former glory. The sight came to Gangnam, the capital city of the kingdom of Wu, the outskirts of Wu City. 50,000 Viet Cong are constantly cutting down the surrounding trees, building siege equipment in situ. The Viet Cong generals, one by one, are even more demoralized. It was a stark contrast to the sagging Wu army. Just, in the midst of all of this greatness, Ling Gufu, who was the commander-in-chief of the Yu. At this point it was a sad face. On the Chu side, is there any movement? Looking at the map in front of him, Ling Gufu opened his mouth to inquire. The adjutant general at the side replied, according to the news returned by the scouts, the Chu army had already entered Jinza by boat all the way east along Tong Bend a few days ago. I'm afraid it won't take long to reach Wu City. Hear this. Ling Gufu's face turned blue. He's pissed off. A slap on the table. Asterisk. These Chu troops are really brazen. After receiving so many favors from you before, even Princess Mingyue was forced to be sacrificed to that Han Zian, and as a result, we turned out to be a spectator when we fought against the Wu army. The deputy general spoke up with worry. General, the Chu army is now sending out troops as if they are sitting on the sidelines and reaping the benefits. Ling Gufu replied without a trace of humor. Am I blind? Or can't I even see this? By the way, who is the general in command of the Chu army this time? Ling Gufu continued to ask. The adjutant general returned. Chu's great general of Xinjuan. Wu Onghua. Ling Gufu snorted coldly. I can't believe it's actually him. But as long as it's not Han Zian leading the troops, just by that surname Wu, this general hasn't put it in his eyes. The vice general was worried. But general, once the Chu army arrived at Wu City, if our army forcefully attacked the city, it is likely that we will be attacked from the back. But if we don't attack the city, we can't just waste time with the other side here, right? For a moment, Ling Gufu was silent. After all, Chu's army showed up at this point in time. It's obvious that they want to take advantage of the situation. But for this kind of young plot, Ling Gufu didn't know how to crack it at all. It's hard to first solve the Chu army, but then, doesn't that give Chu a reason to send troops to attack you in times of trouble? Suddenly, a rush of hoofbeats that, from outside the tent. Next, a scout rushed into the tent. General, the Chu army has landed on the east shore of Taihu Lake and is heading towards Wu City. The Chu army gave the word to assist our army in attacking Wu City. Ling Gufu grimaced and, in his mind, he cursed, these guys, they really know how to pick their moments. After the scolding, Ling Gufu stood up. Go, follow this general to meet the Chu army. Soon, the two armies meet. Wu Onghua was like seeing an old friend who had been separated for many years. Facing Ling Gufu, it was a passionate one. Come up here and give me a big hug. Then pulling the other man, he tried to go to the tent to drink together. Drinks, and even more so, he patted himself on the back. It will help you with all its might and attack the city of Wu. This enthusiastic appearance directly confused Ling Gufu Zhang. However, what Ling Gufu doesn't know is that, at this point, an iron army of 10,000 men. It's being led by Han Zian, all the way south, straight to the Yu capital city of Huiji. Ladies and gentlemen of the Robin Hood, I'll be updating it this time from now on. Also, the villain has a thick skin. I'm begging for a power for love. Hikikomori, do me a favor and reward me with some? Chapter 136, Attacking Huiji, Celebration Banquet at Yu's Palace. Along the way, Han Zian led the army and annexed it day and night, toward the Yu capital city of Huiji. However, Han Zian didn't rush to attack the city. Instead, they stopped about 30 miles or so from Huiji, while commanding the army to rest in the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, hundreds of selected elites, dressed as a businessman, traveling to the city of Ikikai. Han Zian's plan was simple. While Yu was off guard, he sent someone dressed as a merchant to blend into the city and secretly let go of the city gates at night. The way things are going, it can be very smooth. The Viet Cong had just won a great victory some time ago. Yu's army surrounded the capital of Wu. It's just like that. The posture of annexing Wu at any time. In such a situation of great advantage. The whole city of Huiji, all in an undefended state. The soldiers responsible for patrolling on top of the citadel, all of them were lazy, and some of them even squatted and sat on the city wall and huffed and puffed. The others also looked drained. The city gates, the sergeant in charge of the inspection, also turned a blind eye. When faced with a passing caravan, there would only be a token inventory. Of course, the symbolic premise was that the caravan had to know what it was doing. Otherwise the inspections would be much stricter, and they would even be given a hard time by the gatekeepers, on the premise that a caravan of merchants, disguised by the Chu army, on entering the city, very sensible to hand over a sum of silver. The whole time, he was not stopped in any way, and just swaggered into the city. As for that, why did Han Zian choose this ploy? The reason is simple. Before going to war, The members of the Black Ice Terrace who were lurking in the city of Huiji had already sent the information about the laxity of the defenders to Han Zian. When the Chu army entered the city, immediately send the message back by flying pigeon. An agreed. Tonight, at 3 o'clock, raise a fire as a signal to cue the army to enter the city. Night. The moon is like water. Silence reigned in the city of Huiji. What is usually referred to as the third shift is the time period between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. If we were in modern times. The point. I'm guessing many of you are still nestled under the covers, holding the phone, constantly swiping through videos, or reading a novel with great interest. As for entertainment in bars, concert halls, and the like, it's also just the beginning of the nightlife. But, in times of scarcity of entertainment, a lot of people, after dark, it was time to go to bed. The only sound in the large city of Huiji was the sound of the night watchman, which rang out from time to time. Outside the city, the night is deep and the moon is dark. Not far from the city of Huiji, in the middle of a dense forest, Han Zian looked at the citadel in front of him with a sharp gaze. The citadel. Vaguely visible were the soldiers holding torches and patrolling back and forth. It's just that these soldiers, one was listless and yawning. Some of them were simply napping against the wall. After seeing images like this, Han Zian knew it. The city of Huiji. It's going to change hands soon. In a few moments, as the hour came to the third hour of the, in the distance, it can be clearly seen that there was some commotion in the citadel. But soon, these riots then came to an abrupt end. Immediately after that there were countless torches lit up that, the gates of the city, which were tightly closed, also slowly opened. Han Zian raised the long lance in his hand and shook his finger toward Huiji city, his voice full of confidence and arrogance. Generals, the city gates have been opened. Follow the king to level Huiji, and before dawn, the king will drink a celebratory wine with all of you. In the palace, the words fell. Han Zian clipped his horse's belly. The warhorse whistled out. The 10,000 Black Lance Longchamps behind us, turning into a bow and arrow off the string, they surged towards Huiji city. In a split second, in the city of Huiji, fires were raging and the sound of killing was deafening. 10,000 iron horsemen were like a black tide, all the way along the streets of Huiji city, heading straight for the imperial palace of Yu, the elite of the Viet Cong itself, all within the territory of Wu. Domestic. One could say that the strength is empty. Plus, the defense of the city of Huiji is slack. Even now that the entire army had entered the city, they hadn't even encountered decent resistance. The journey was incredibly easy and kept going deeper and deeper into the interior. At this point in time, in the middle of the palace of the state of Yu, candle flickers. Emperor Wujian of Yu is embracing left and right, with their arms around several concubines, sleeping in a beautiful dream. I was asleep. Boundless was awakened by the clamor that came faintly to his ears. Dazed and confused and still with his eyes open, the gates of the chambers, suddenly and roughly slammed open. The commander of the Forbidden Army rushed in hurriedly and, "How dare you? Who gave you the guts to directly break into my chambers? Do you want to rebel?" The half-awake, half-sleeping Boundless cursed in exasperation. The commander of the Forbidden Army didn't have the time to pay attention to Wu Jian's rebuke, and hurriedly spoke. "The matter is urgent. The last general can't wait for the briefing anymore. Just now, I don't know if it was that wayward person, but he suddenly killed his way into the city, and our army was powerless to stop him without any defense. Now that the enemy army is coming straight for the palace, the situation is all too urgent. Please also ask your majesty to leave the palace immediately, and I will definitely protect your majesty's safety." The enemy? Kill the city? Straight to the palace? In a flash, the emperor of the state of Yu that unfinished sleep, all of a sudden will give this amazing news. Shocked is dissipated. The consort at his side, not yet awake, turned over in his sleep, seemingly sensing that there was some emptiness around him. His body involuntarily moved in the direction of Boundless, and a white arm funneled through in the process. Just, at a time like this, how could Boundless have the heart to enjoy beauty? Off. A backhanded slap slapped the consort aside. The awakened consort panicked and covered her cheeks and looked pitifully at Wu Jiang, not understanding how she could have angered the other party even in her sleep. Boundless doesn't have any free time. Going for a ride on the consort's feelings, Boundless hurriedly got off the field, put on his armor, and followed the commander of the Forbidden Army out of the palace gates. Right now, already visible, the look of the city in flames, vaguely audible in his ears, the earth-shattering shouts and screams. Looking at the look, Emperor Wujian of Yu angrily cursed. What has happened? Why did you let the enemy army attack the city of Huiji? Also, to which country does this enemy army really belong? The commander of the Forbidden Army responded. I don't know how to enter the city, but judging from the armor worn by the enemy, It seems to look like the Longchamp army under Han Xian's command. What did you say? An army under Han Xian? In a split second, Boundless only felt the anger in his chest, like a volcano erupting, turning over. Damn dog thieves, received so many benefits from me. I even offer my daughter to you. But the reversal does not send troops to help then just, but also in turn attack the you. Shameless thief. I vow to break you into pieces. In shame and anger, Boundless gritted his teeth. The hatred that wells up in the heart of. He couldn't wait to thwart Han Xian. A little calming down, Boundless rolled onto his horse and tried to command his soldiers to fight hard to the death. Chapter 137 Woman, Girl, Greenhouse, Moisture. Boundless rolled onto his horse and tried to command his soldiers to fight hard to the death. Just then, directly west of the palace, the sound of killing rose like thunder, as if a rolling mountain torrent was crashing down. Countless Vietnamese troops, like ants in a routed nest, collapsed and returned. In a moment, Han Xian has led the army, killed in the palace, the so-called elite of the Forbidden Army in the face of the Longchamps. There's no resistance at all. The so-called line of defense, as thin as paper. Just a little poke and it was crushed right into the ground. Looking at the general at the head in white armor. The Emperor Wu Jiang of you. His gaze tumbled with monstrous hatred. You faithless and unrighteous scumbag. In vain you, gave you so many benefits. Is this how you help you? Standing on a horse, Han Xian is standing tall. The face was expressionless, and the voice was flat and incomparable. Soldiers are also tricky. Haven't you ever heard of such a simple truth as becoming a king and losing a bandit? What's more, even if I help you to overthrow Wu, the end result will be the same as being annexed by Chu. There doesn't seem to be any difference between before and after, right? Wu Jian raised his hand and pointed at Han Xian. Don't you dare try to argue your way out of this, you faithless and unrighteous villain. I, the state of Yu, have already declared my subjugation to the state of Chu, and yet I still chose to fight with swords. I'll see who will still ally with you. The state of Chu. In the future, Han Xian smiled disdainfully. Ha, don't worry. In the future, in the entire world, there will be only one country of Chu, and only one voice of Chu. What has it got to do with what other people think in their hearts? Having said that, Han Xian snapped. Men, take it down. At the same time, immediately look for the families of the Viet Cong generals and ask them to write letters home and send them to the Viet Cong barracks. Understood. Soon, the order was passed on. With the fall of the capital city of Vietnam, it also means that supplies to the Viet Cong army were cut off. Meanwhile, the families of all the generals up and down the Yu army, including Ling Gufu, likewise fell into the hands of the Chu army. In this case, follow up. There is no longer any need to send in troops. All it took was a few simple letters home to demoralize the Viet Cong in front of them. As for the princes and generals of Yu, including Wu Jiang, Han Xian didn't choose to make things difficult for them. Instead, it was ordered that, send as many as you can to Shochuan. The reason why we didn't kill them all. The reason is simple. Han Xian didn't want to meet sworn resistance from enemy troops when he attacked other countries in the future. Rather, I wanted to set a precedent for them to follow. Sort of tell them that, even if we surrender, it is also possible to live in peace, while settling other things in the city. Han Suan also sent men, who traveled to occupy other parts of the Yu. As for the front line, over the past few days, the commander of the Vietnamese army, Ling Gufu, felt that the mood is more and more impetuous. No way. Wu Cheng could not be attacked for a long time. Chu's army is right there on the sidelines. And, the generals of the Chu army. It is also Ng On Kwok, who has to find Ling Gufu for a drink every 3 days. Ling Gufu was too embarrassed to refuse. It annoyed him to no end. The point is, the other guy came for a drink, and never discusses the war. He's been talking all day. Either they talk about which country's queen is beautiful or which country's dancers are famous. Either they were talking about which country's dance was more tantalizing, or which greenhouse's girl in Jinling City was more seductive. All day long. Anyway, either women or beauty. Ling Gufu felt like his head was going to explode. This is not. On this day, having just failed in an attempt to attack the city, Ling Gufu was sitting in his tent, pondering the plan to break the city. As a result, a personal soldier has reported, Wu Anhwa had another double loop. And come on, and holding 2 wine jars. Behind him were several of his own soldiers with a roasted whole lamb. The rich flavor came out, causing the surrounding soldiers to drool one by one. But Ling Gufu felt like his head was going to explode. Aha! I just heard that the Viet Cong lost the attack on the city and guessed that you guys were in a depressed mood. No, I came over with 2 jars of good wine and a whole roasted lamb. Having said that, Wu Anhwa sat down unceremoniously in the tent and ordered his men to pour wine for Ling Gufu. Ling Gufu clenched her teeth and held back her anger. I wonder when your army will be willing to send troops to attack the city. From the very beginning it was said that there was a lack of siege equipment. It's been almost half a month now. How come the siege equipment hasn't been built yet? If the Chu army is really lacking, our army can be generous and lend some of our siege equipment to the Chu army. On Kok's big hand waved. How's that for fun? This is all constructed by the hard work of your generals and soldiers in cutting down trees. I can't have it. Ling Gufu held back the urge to explode and said word for word. Then you should give a clear answer. When exactly will the Chu army attack the city? It can't be soon again, can it? Soon. Soon. Those two words are growing on my ears. Harm. Wu Nguo is not angry. After taking a drink to himself, it was only then that he laughed and said, why is CND in such a hurry? Attacking a city is not something that can be done overnight. There have been countless battles throughout the ages where sieges have been fought for a year and a half. Not to mention the fact that Wu City, as the capital of the Wu Kingdom, is high and deep, easy to defend and difficult to attack, which can be conquered in a moment. Having said that, Ngango poured himself another bowl of wine and pulled up the bowl toward the other side. He saluted. Come, let's talk about private matters today, not war. After one drink, Wu Nguo continued. I'm telling you, you must go to Jinling City when you have the chance. It's called a prosperous city, especially the painting boat. That Yanming can be said to be famous all over the world. Those girls in there, each one of them is so moist. TSK. It still makes you linger when you think about it now. Seriously, brother, after you go to Jinling, you must tell my brother. My brother invites you. Eyeing another digression from the other side. With a mouth full of words like woman, girl, greenhouse, moist and so on, the intolerable Ling Kufu, slapping his palm on the table, he angrily shouted, that's enough. You're done. Did your Chu army come to Wu City to swim in the mountains? These days, our army has been losing men and women in order to attack the city, but you guys are doing fine. You're here swimming in the mountains. As a general of the three armies, you are even more blatantly drinking and having fun every day. Is this the military discipline of your Chu army? In the face of hectoring, Wu Nguo is not angry. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a grizzled messenger rushed in with a lopsided face. General, it's a big deal. Han Zian led an army to sneak into Huiji, taking advantage of our army's unpreparedness, and has already conquered Huiji. The princes, nobles, civil and military officials, including His Majesty, have all been captured. Chapter 138, Annexation of the land of Wu and Yu. Border extended eastward to the East Sea. Bang! Lingaful clapped his hands. With a dab, he drew the sword at his waist and glared angrily at Wu Nguo. Shameless thief. It turns out that you have been interfering with my sight here all these days. Come on man, take this thief down quickly. With a bellowing cry from Ling Gufu, the soldiers outside the tent immediately rushed in and surrounded On Kok. In the face of such a scene, Wu Nguo did not change his color and laughed openly. You're just having an afterthought now? This reaction speed of yours is also a little too slow, isn't it? I admit that there was indeed an intention to delay you, but I advise you not to be impulsive. The city of Huiji has already been taken by our army, and I'm sure your wife and children are also in the city, right? If you make any rash moves over here, I can't guarantee the safety of your wife and children. Taking a step back, even if you are heartless and don't care about the deaths of your family members, I'm afraid the generals and soldiers under your command can't do that, right? I guess it's just a matter of days. I think their letter from home will arrive. I think you know what that means. At the playful laughter of Wu Nguo, the soldiers who surrounded him, already the color of faltering had appeared. After all, their parents, wives, and children are all in the city of Huiji. This is also the means by which the dynasties of various countries prevented their generals from having dissenting views while leading their troops outside the country. So, whether it's leading out, or perhaps serving in another state or county, all family members must remain in the capital. This includes the families of the generals in the army as well. That's kind of a means of restricting the general. Meanwhile, it also means that, once the rear is occupied by the enemy, with the families under the control of the enemy, there will be no more morale for the frontline army. History. It happens all the time. 2. More typical. It's LV Meng crossing the river in white. After occupying Jiangling, the soldiers under Guan Yu's command in front of him were immediately demoralized. Also a man named Louis. After stealing the attack on Shapi, Liu Bei led his troops back to the rescue. As a result, Lu Bu brought the families of the generals in Liu Bei's army to the city tower, and those generals likewise lost their fighting spirit. Nowadays, Lingdafu has encountered the same situation. And this is a situation that can be unresolved. After all, the families and children of the three generals were under the control of the enemy. So what morale was there to talk about? Lingafu was trembling with anger, especially in the face of Wu Ngu's teasing gaze. The eyes were even more filled with anger, itching to break the other party into pieces. Clenching his teeth, Lingufu said word for word, "The way to use an army is to attack the heart." What a good tactic. Wu Ngua laughed. Brother's fallacy. These are the emperor's schemes. But it's good now. You and I have no worries. We can attack the city with all our might. Don't worry, brother. Starting tomorrow, our army will help you attack the city with all our strength. Lingufu laughed coldly. It's really shameless. I wonder if after the city is taken, will it be surnamed Chu or you? Wu Ngua's face was not red and his heart was not beating. With an air of entitlement. That goes without saying. Of course it's surnamed Chu. And besides, now that all of you are going to be surnamed Chu, you shouldn't care about these details. You dash. Lingafu can't wait to get up there now. One sword to kill the other. But the thought of the consequences of doing so was that a family in the city would be buried with them. The only sanity left in his mind. Still restraining the urge. The exasperated Lingufu, violently slamming his sword on the ground. The blade of the sword plunged deep into the earth and, Lingufu said unwillingly, when His Majesty wanted to unite with the Chu army. I had already warned that it was seeking skin with a tiger, and it proved to be true. Wu Ngua advised, why should a brother be hung up on this? Besides, how can a small country like you support your ambition? A man is born in a chaotic world. When holding a 3-foot sword to establish the world's achievements, is your brother willing to spend his whole life in the U country? Doing nothing in life? Lingufu coldly grunted. I was born and raised in Yu. My ancestors have enjoyed Yu's favor for generations. Even if I can't fulfill my ambition, someone, don't care to serve another country. Wu Ngua gave a long, languid sigh. Disappointed. Smaller. The pattern is small. Of all the countries in the 9 states, which one is not a descendant of Yan Huang? Although you and I were born in different countries, we ultimately flow the same bloodline. Besides, don't you want to see the day when this 9 states Earth is united? At this point in time, Wu Ngua's voice was impassioned and full of ambition. The emperor is a heavenly genius. His civil and military achievements are ancient and modern, and it is not as if you have not seen his achievements in Qi. One day, there will be only one country in this world, only one voice in Chu. Is it? Wouldn't you like to be a part of it yourself, to create this grand endeavor together? Bottom line, directly causing Lingu to float frozen in place. The anger in his heart was even more rapidly dissipating like an ebbing tide. Have to say, that's a lot of talk down there. Lingu Fu really moved. Which general has not had a long-cherished wish to establish an unparalleled feat? Not to mention, like Lingufu, who possessed in themselves a certain capacity. How is it possible to have no desire to build a career? Just, as opposed to helping the Vietcong grow, the temptation to unite the world is too great. The bottom line is this. Now before you, there are only 2 ways to go. One is to surrender rather than die, but doing so ends with the family being implicated. The other way is to choose to submit to Chu. A long, quiet sigh. Ling Kufu chose to follow his heart. A choice was made. The city of Huiji has already been lost, and even if I have a heavenly talent there is nothing I can do. Starting tomorrow, our army will do our best to cooperate with the Chu army and attack the city with all our might. Seeing himself, he succeeded in persuading his opponent to surrender. Wu Ngua cannot help but laugh openly. CND and compare outside. Divided into what our army Chu army? Is it that you are now under the command of? Is not the Chu army? Ling Gufu smiled helplessly and bitterly. It does seem to be a good thing to say. Yu was annexed. It's already a done deal. These soldiers, I guess I'll be a Chu soon. With the armies of both countries, there were no guards, and the city was attacked with full force. Wu Chang, who was already under a lot of pressure, in 2 days, successfully captured by the Chu army. Up to this point, it may also be declared that the state of Wu, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, fell. On the same day, afternoon, letters from home from the city of Huiji also reached the Vietcong army camp, but by this time, Lingafu doesn't care about morale anymore. Next time, he then began to cooperate with the Chu army and proceeded to occupy other parts of Wu. On the other side of the border, the country of Yu was also annexed by Han Xian during this period of time. It also means that the official demise of Wu and Yu, Chu also expanded its borders eastward to the East China Sea, while occupying these areas. Correspondingly, a range of things including writing, weights and measures, tax collection systems, household registration, and a whole host of other things, including writing, weights and measures, the tax system, the civil registry, and so on, The content of the law reforms introduced in Chu was also implemented in these newly occupied areas under the arrangement of Han Xian. Chapter 139, The Dying Struggle of the Song Dynasty. People surrendering as if they were passing through the river. At the same time as the two countries, Wu and Yu, fell one after the other, passed down for millennia, the once powerful state of Song has also been in jeopardy, facing the crisis of the fall of the country. Outside Shangqiu, 300,000 Qi troops surrounded the entire city, and by virtue of the superiority of the troops, the Qi army attacked around the clock. The defenders in the city had suffered heavy casualties and were exhausted, and had come to the brink of collapse, both physically and mentally. In the interim, Song has also repeatedly asked its neighbors for help, helplessly, facing the peak of Qi's soldiers. The surrounding countries are simply too afraid to get into this mess. As for the slightly more powerful countries, states such as Wei, now at war with Zhao, with more than 500,000 troops gathered on both sides, bounded by the Yellow River. In the area of Puyang and Liang, there was a fierce battle. Among them, as the world's elite, the Zhao border riders of the state of Zhao were invincible on the battlefield. But again, the Wei Wu pawns, led by King Wei Xie of Chenlu, were equally unbeaten. If it had been before this, nationally, there may be some gaps between the two countries, but after taking a hard bite out of Qi last year, the Wei's national strength gained a great boost. In particular, logistics and logistical aspects. From the land appropriated by Qi, not only did they gain a large amount of population and tax revenue, but most crucially, the Qi road built by Han Xian back then helped way too much in terms of logistics. And that's why, the reason why Wei can now be equal to Zhao. At this point in time, Song, above the court, it can be a sad story. Everyone seemed to smell, in the air, the imminent demise of the country. The crowd didn't say a word. One silently bowed his head and, pictures like this, let Zhao Lianghe, who was the emperor of Song, was furious and gritted his teeth. Could it be that this entire court is mute? I'm asking you guys, what the hell should we do now? Or do you all want to be dead? In the face of scolding, a bunch of guys with their heads down. Some people's hearts are even more filled with disdain. Talking? Let's say what? Complimenting your majesty on your great driving skills? Relying on a donkey cart can get rid of the pursuit of the Qi army? This striding technology throughout the ancient and modern, all the emperor inside, is also deservedly the first. I'm afraid, only Xiaohong of the Han dynasty back then was able to compete with you. And, you have the nerve to accuse us now? When you wanted to go on an imperial expedition, we called it a bitter persuasion, but the result was that we did not listen. I don't want to talk about it, but I want to talk about it. And what's with the broken formation charts? Said he'd show the Qi army some color. It's okay now. Shame on you. 150,000 men were buried in a single battle. The country is dying. Being human. Spitting is spitting. There are obviously still people in the court who are loyal to the king and love the country. An old minister with gray hair stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, why don't we just agree to loose conditions, and then the crisis will naturally be lifted. Although the other party's conditions are indeed excessive, we can only choose the lesser of two evils compared to the loss of our country. Lu, hearing those two words, Zhao Lianghe just can't help but want to cut someone. It's downright deceptive. Lu, do you want Song to pay tribute to Lu from now on? Taking advantage of a person's danger is not so leonizing, and actually presuming to make Song submit, Lu, is simply delusional. That old minister let out a long sigh and, Your Majesty, the old minister has no choice in the matter. Looking around, none of the other kingdoms, except Lu, are willing to send troops to help. Although Lu's conditions are indeed excessive, it's better than losing the country. If Song is really destroyed, what face will Your Majesty have to face the previous emperors of Song? Zhao Lianghe snorted coldly, as if to show off his backbone, and that he'd rather die than give in. With a firm voice, he said, Even if I were to be the king of a dead country, I would never let that Lu country get the advantage. Seeing that the emperor would not take his advice, the old minister can only return obediently. At this point, Qin Huizhi, who was the prime minister, stepped forward. Your Majesty, since we can't get help from the outside, we might as well solve the problem at the root. Zhao Lianghe said in a deep voice. I wonder if the prime minister has any brilliant ideas? Qin Huizhi replied. Now that it has become an aggressive Qi army, why doesn't our army send ambassadors and go to Qi to make peace? And no matter what the content of the peace talks is, our side can first pretend to agree, and when Qi's army retreats, our army will be able to get a chance to catch its breath and take advantage of this opportunity to reorganize its armament. At the same time our army has time to continue to contact the neighboring countries for reinforcements. Zhao Lianghe froze for a moment. Soon, reacting, With a look of dawning realization, Zhao Liangha rejoiced. The Prime Minister is truly worthy of being a loyal official of my Song dynasty, and he can actually think of such a brilliant plan. Quickly, send someone to the Qi army camp immediately according to the plan the Prime Minister mentioned. Both can make Qi retreat, and to buy Song some breathing room. The methodology proposed by Qin Huizhi, with hardly any hesitation, it was adopted and implemented by Zhao Liangha. Just when the court meeting was over, Qin Huizhi returned to his residence and immediately sent someone to bring paper and pen, and wrote a secret letter, ordering it to be sent to the Qi army camp. The contents of the letter, and quite bluntly, too, it was nothing more than telling Qi about the operation that Song was going to carry out next. Meanwhile, Qin Huizhi agreed. When the Qi army has retreated, taking advantage of the relaxed vigilance of the city's defenders, he himself would secretly send someone to open the city gates and help Qi capture the city of Shangqiu from the inside. As a weight of defection, Qin Huizhi hoped that in the future, he would be able to be reused in the court of Qi. Soon, when the secret letter was delivered to the Qi army camp, Shenzhen Vikrama doesn't dare make a decision on his own. We can only send them back to Linzi. Let Yili decide for herself. Between Qi and Song, which are neighboring countries, and the middle can take a boat. The delivery of letters can arrive almost every other day. 2 days later, Yeli's reply. Then it was delivered to Vikrama Shenzhen. The results are obvious. Promised Qin Huizhi's defection. In fact, it wasn't just Qin Huizhi himself. At this point, the entire Song dynasty was already on edge. The number of people who choose to defect is as great as the number of people in the river. Even rows can be rowed from Shangqiu City to Linzi City. After all, it's times like these that, but anyone with some discernment can see that. It's long past sunset in Song. It's not that far from the end of the country. The court, many civil and military officials. He had secretly contacted the Qi army long ago, in order to ensure that after the destruction of Song, he would still be able to maintain his original official position. Chapter 140, The Fall of the Song Dynasty. What a laugh. Loyalty? When it comes to the time of the death of the country, this entire dynasty is really defecting one faster than the other. Inside the Qi army tent, Shenzhen Vikrama looked in front of him, almost a mountain of letters. The heart laughed coldly. It's only been a few days. The letters sent by those who want to defect from Song have piled up into a mountain. It's 20 or 30 people just to say they're going to be inside and outside. That's all. It's simply heavenly that Song doesn't die. Soon, Vikrama Shenzhen, in accordance with the terms offered by the Song, retreat 10 miles, and right back to Yili. An envoy was sent by Qi to discuss the peace talks with Song. Only, in the interim, Vikrama Shenzhen was also in the thick of the preparations for the final assault on the city, the Song army on the other side. It is also true that, as Qin Huizhi said, when the Qi army retreated, the taut strings of the city's defenders were loosened in an instant. After all, for such a long time in a row, facing the high-pressure attack state of the Qi army, the spirit of countless defenders has long come to the edge of collapse. Now that it's hard to get a break, where they're still on their guard, the defense of the entire Shangqiu city instantly slackened. In this case, taking advantage of the night, Vikrama Shenzhen personally led 5,000 elite soldiers and stole the city of Shangqiu, with the help of the city's defecting power brokers, inside and out. Shangqiu, the capital of Song, declare a takedown. With the capture of Zhao Liangha and others, the Song state, which was once also one of the 5 hegemons, fell. With countries like Wu, Yu, Song, and so on, the news of their successive demise spread throughout the land. Many of the people looked a little bewildered and at a loss for words. Even some powerful people, the children of a family that's been passed down for centuries. There is also a sense that the storm is coming. After all, compared to before, although the countries, also from time to time each other conquest, but also did not say like now. The huge country said destroyed. 2. Shachuan City. In the luxurious restaurant opened by Han Zian, 2 figures dressed as scholars, sitting in the box, while sipping the refreshing tea in his hand, he looked out along the window at the scenery of the city. One of them, it's from Qi, Liang Yanqing, who had traveled a long way to Chu. Looking out the window at the busy street scene, Liang Yanqing's thoughts turned over, his eyes revealing a complicated look. Opposite, a young man in a long white shirt. Pick up the teapot. Fill both men's teacups with tea. Then he laughed softly. I had thought that Brother Liang would choose to stay in Qi. After all, the Emperor of Qi has issued the so-called Seeking Virtue Order. If Brother Yan is able to enter the eyes of the Emperor of Qi, perhaps he will be able to transcend the imperial examinations and reach heaven in one step. Liang Yanqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking down, steaming clear tea, he said with a complex expression, my original intention, and indeed, My intention was to serve Qi. Just can't accept it, the way the current emperor of Qi is, I guess. Without waiting for Liang Yanqing to finish, the youth across the street had spoken first. Both are considered well-read. For history, it's also quite erudite and informed. So to the bottom of my heart, it's all clear. Trying to neutralize a country, the wise ruler and the wise minister. You can't have one without the other. Even if we take a step back, even though a king can be less than wise, there must be at least one element of being able to use people and trusting them. Obviously, the current emperor of Qi does not have such elements. Being told directly why, Liang Yanqing smiled helplessly. Actually, this time, after I returned to Qi, compared to 10 years ago, Qi has changed a lot. It's just that many of His Majesty's initiatives are indeed somewhat contrary to reason. The young man across the street, pointing out the window, chuckled and, Brother Liang, Qi and Chu, the current laws and regulations are all from one person. Brother Liang thinks that there is a difference between the current Qi and Chu. Liang Yanqing didn't answer directly, turning his head to look out the window, eyes froze out, brain, still pondering over the light I saw in Qi, thinking long and hard. It was only then that Liang Yanqing spoke. If we are talking about the current overall, in terms of prosperity, Chu is still significantly lacking compared to Qi. This way, many of the people are yellow and thin. Some counties, but also can be clearly seen, just experienced the traces of war, can be described as devastated, especially in terms of roads. In Qi, the Qi road traveled is smooth and wide, the carriage walking on it, there is hardly any bumpy feeling, and the traveling caravans are even more incessant. But, Qi is the result of having changed the law for 10 years, and Chu's change of law, but just started. I think 10 years later will definitely not be inferior to the current Qi. The youth across the table smiled without saying a word and, Liang Yanqing continued. However, this is also just something that floats on the surface. If we are talking about the development of the entire country in terms of synthesis, Mr. Liang believes that in 10 years Chu will far surpass the current Qi. The youth was slightly taken aback by the puzzled. He said, why does Brother Liang have such a judgment? Liang Yanqing held up a finger. With a grave expression on his face, there was still a touch of admiration in his voice. The first point is education. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. King Han's creation of the imperial examinations has been an unprecedented feat for thousands of years. A move that not only broke the monopoly of power by the clans, but also realized the learning and excellence that countless students had dreamed of. This act alone is enough to immortalize King Han. But after coming to Chu, Liang only realized that the King of Han even went so far as to build schools all over Chu, wanting the children of the country to study. I really don't dare to imagine how many capable ministers and famous generals there will be up and down the entire Chu kingdom 10 or 20 years from now. At this point, Liang Yanqing held up a second finger. The second point is that the gentry pay their grain is one but there is more at stake in this point than I need say. I can only say that this move is considered to have completely removed this tumor from the domestic scholarly community, and I have to admire the King of Han's tactics. Having said that, Liang Yanqing looked out the window, eyes froze out, looking toward the palace in the distance. After a long sigh, Liang Yanqing sighed, perhaps it won't even take 10 years. Mr. Liang can already see, in the future, the picture of Chu running across the world. After listening to the analysis, the youth across the street also sighed a bit. And, yes, King Han is indeed a heavenly genius. And, I won't hide it from Brother Liang. In fact, I have had fantasies that in this life you and I might be fortunate enough to be able to see the grand spectacle of Chu's unification of the world. Liang Yanqing drank the teacup in his hand. The teacup pressed heavily against the table and there was a crisp crash. I had also planned that I would meet the King of Han first, and if it's true as the rumors say, Mr. Liang will stay in Chu. Now, only after coming to Chu did I realize that what Liang has learned in his life, I am afraid that it is not as good as King Han's 100%. I am ashamed. What a shame. Thanks to me, I still think that I am learned and erudite, and I have traveled around the world to observe and learn the ways of governance of various countries. Yet now I realize that all this is so insignificant. The youth across the table smiled and, stand up, patting Liang Yanqing's shoulder, he said in relief, why should Brother Liang be ashamed of himself? If we throw out the King of Han, with Brother Liang's knowledge and ability, he is one of the best in the world. As for that, if Brother Liang wants to fulfill the ambitions in his heart, when King Han returns to the capital with his army, I will recommend Brother Liang to King Han, and I'm sure that with Brother Liang's ability, he will be reused. Chapter 141 Building a New Palace, and at the same time highlighting my achievements. East of Shangqiu, hundreds of miles away, situated in the city of Ciufu, the capital of the state of Lu. At this point, the Grand Secretary of the state of Lu, with a grave look on his face, reported, "Your Majesty, the state of Song is dead." The emperor of the state of Lu nodded. "I am already aware of this. I can't imagine that this Song kingdom is such a wimp, having had its capital city breached in only such a short period of time," the Grand Secretary said in a deep voice. According to the report from the detail, the reason for the fall of Shangqiu City was because many people in the dynasty chose to defect to Qi. With the cooperation of the inside and the outside, this was captured by the Qi army. The emperor of the state of Lu snorted disdainfully. Snorting, he said, "The name of weak Song is really a reputation to live up to. The civil and military personnel of the whole dynasty are also all of the same virtue. In the face of the disaster of the fallen country, do not think of serving the imperial court, but even one by one, collaborate with the enemy and treason. Deserve the downfall of his Song country. My Lu is full of good ministers, and such a thing would never happen to Lu Wei, as a neighbor of Qi." For this time Qi's troop dispatch, Wei Pao, the emperor of Wei, was obviously always concerned as well. Almost the day after the fall of Song, and already the news is coming back. Looking at the battle report, Wei Bao couldn't help but sigh. It's really true that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and Qi, which is already sunsetting, is still capable of annexing Song. This Han Zian has given Qi, in the end, how thick a base he has left behind. Just one winter can make Qi gasp for air. It is a pity that such great talent is not destined to be with Wei after all. Zhao, Handan City. Emperor Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. The light in his eyes was filled with an arrogance of total disdain. It's just destroying a mere Song, and still appointing a Dong Yi as commander. That's all Qi is capable of. When Wei is settled first this time, the next target will be Qi. Over the past 10 years, I have been motivated and lying in wait to avenge myself on Qi. When I think about all these years, every day and night, as long as one closes one's eyes, the humiliating scene of Zhao's cession of land for peace comes to one's mind. In the mind of the emperor of Zhao, and then a great anger rises up. "Turn your head away." Looking to her side thought, the pretty-faced courtesan. The emperor of Zhao said in a cold voice, "Come over here. I'm on fire right now." The news of Song's destruction soon reached the ears of the neighboring countries. As for the news of Chu's annexation of the land of Wu and Yu, after all, because of the distance, there will be a delay of a few days. However, compared to the responses of other countries, at this point in time, Yi Li's face had already blossomed with joy. While being proud of himself, Yi Li could be described as spirited. "Look at that. Take a look. This is the great talent I'm looking for. What's wrong with the Eastern barbarians? What's wrong with midgets? It's not enough to be capable and talented. Look at it now. Song has been annexed. It's a part of my credit book. Such a feat. Is it too much to call yourself an emperor for the ages? It's not excessive in the slightest. If anything, for the first 10 years, if anyone can say that it was Han Zian who made it happen. And what are these now? Repel the siege of the surrounding countries and annex the great Song. Who dares to question my ability and merit now?" At this point in time, Yi Li couldn't even be described as complacent anymore. After all, she's been repressed for too long. From last year, after Han Zian left, all sorts of bad things have happened in quick succession. There's not a single piece of good news for Qi. But, now with the annexation of Song, Yi Li stated, "What about those who question my ability? Come forward now. Let's see what else you have to say." Last year? That's because of Qin Kai. Besides, victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. What does one win or loss determine? Why shouldn't I be allowed to lose the war? With such joy. The next day, early morning, along with the civil and military officials, they all bowed down to Yi Li and shouted, "Long live the emperor." After the cry of level off, Yi Li cocked the corner of his mouth and said in a tone filled with complacency, "Dear ministers, I'm sure that you already know about the news that Song has been annexed, right?" The words fell. Immediately, someone else stepped up to the plate. With a flattering tone, he said, "The reason why the Daki Heavenly Army was able to conquer Shangqiu and overthrow the Song Kingdom is all thanks to your majesty's brilliance and martial arts, or else there would have never been this great victory." With someone starting, immediately, a number of people stood up and, one after another, they began to kiss Yi Li's ass. In conclusion, that's what the wise and the wise are all about. Your Majesty is wise and anticipates things like a god. He also insisted on appointing the Eastern barbarians as marshals in spite of the opposition of all the people, which led to the great victory, and so on. Anyway, it's just a different kind of ass-kissing. Have to say, Yi Li is really eating this. In the midst of complacency, unconsciously it had drifted a bit. Yi Li pretended to be dissatisfied. "Alright, it's the credit of the 3 generals that our army was able to achieve this great victory, so don't you guys skulk around here. But, I have recently discovered that the palaces in the city have fallen into disrepair, and whenever it rains, many of the beams begin to leak. Therefore, I have decided to west of Lindsay City, to rebuild a palace. At the same time, in order to highlight my achievements, the size and scale of the palace must be beyond the countries. For the most of the 9 states, which of the beloved ministers is willing to take charge of this matter? The words, Qin Huizhi, who had just been the first to step forward to kiss ass, spoke up. Your Majesty, I am willing to coordinate this matter. There are some things on my mind that I would like to share with you, my readers, on the matter of water. Actually, it still has to do with the subject matter. There are some subjects that just aren't meant to be written for long, and if you want to write for long, you have to water it down. Tomatoes are different from stoves. After all, Furnace can write 300,000 words, make a wave of money and cut the next book, but Tomato can't do that. The book wanted to go to 1,000,000 words, and now it looks like it's definitely all water behind it. So, think about it. Still decided to pick up the pace and not drag it out later. Doing so, though, means there's no way to write a long one, almost 500,000 words or so, and it'll be near the end. As for how much more can be written later, look at the results after the book test depending. The author is also currently trying to switch genres, but the new book seems to have failed. The style of the stove that, it's kind of ingrained in the DNA. It will take time to make the shift. Chapter 142, Building Up the Earth to the Detriment of the People and the Environment. Qin Huizhi's head hung low, bend over. The voice was full of flattery. Who was once the Prime Minister of Song, and at the same time was the first to recognize the time and defect. With the capture of Shangqiu, unsurprisingly, straight away, he shifted to become a minister of Qi. Today, this was his first participation in the morning court of Qi in the city of Lindsay, hearing Yi Li say, to build a palace, and at the same time to recognize the time of merit. Qin Huizhi didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly stepped forward, that positive attitude, making Yi Li raise his eyebrows slightly. He curiously said, I wonder, what are the AI Qin's plans for this palace? Qin Huizhi thought a little. HOF then gave the program. Your Majesty, since the palace is to be built west of the city of Lindsay, it may therefore be named the Western Court. There is no need to say much about the floor space. It should be at least several times more than Qin's Afan Palace, while the 5 lakes and the 4 seas can be constructed in the middle of the backyard is a sign of Qi's ambition to unify the world in the future. At the same time build in the sea the sacred mountains of Panglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou, each more than 100 feet above the water, and the construction of platforms and temples and pavilions, starry distribution on it, so that it is like a fairyland. In the north of the court to build the dragon-scale drainage zigzagging and winding into the sea, build all kinds of magnificent halls and buildings along the canal, and in the center of the west garden, build a sculpture 100 feet high, as a way to highlight His Majesty's unparalleled feats, and at the same time to allow future generations to look up to it. With the ocean of Qin Huizhi, after spelling out his plan, have to say, Yi Li moved, all along. Don't look at the city of Lindsay. Every day, there are countless merchants from various countries, traveling among them. But, when Han Zian was around, there were many times that Yi Li's request to renovate the palace was rejected. The reason is simple. The renovation of the palace is a costly endeavor. It's going to take countless manpower and resources, and she had just recovered from its peril. It's not ready for a big buildup. Now, the person who stood in his way was no longer there. Yi Li had wanted to rebuild a palace for a long time. After all, I'm a man of 9 or 5. As the Emperor of Qi, every day you have to live in this dilapidated palace that is in disrepair and needs buildings. Who can stand that? Furthermore, she is not the Qi of 10 years ago. Taxes, hundreds of millions of dollars a year. How much can it cost to build a palace in the district? Qi has nothing else but money. After hearing Qin Huizhi's plan, Yi Li was even more excited. What she wanted was this. A huge garden that was both luxurious and could highlight her achievements, particularly the program for the construction of the statue. Yi Li didn't hesitate to open his mouth. The words of Qin Aiqing are just what I want. Then I will leave this matter in your hands. And I hope. However, without waiting for Yi Li to finish, immediately, there was an old minister, who stepped forward. Your Majesty, never, interrupted abruptly. Yi Li was a bit displeased. Prime Minister Shui, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't agree with my decision anymore? Eyes looking coldly at each other. In words, it's more full of caveats. Yi Li thought to himself that he had already hinted at something very obvious. This palace must be built. If you know what's good for you, don't come out to disturb my pleasure. Just, in this courtroom, after all, there are people who are loyal to their country. I'll have to be Shui Jingmu. After the death of Choi Kuan, he took up the post of Prime Minister. Coming from a humble background, he had no chance to enter the court in his early years. Later, Han Xian opened the imperial examinations. In the first imperial examination organized by Qi, at the age of 57, Shui Jingmu managed to win the golden title and became the first scholar of Qi. As the years have gone by, between Shui Jingmu and Han Xian, there wasn't much of a crossroads, which was the reason why it was possible to obtain Yi Li's promotion. But in the final analysis, Shui Jingmu was able to enter the civil service thanks to Han Xian's reforms. So, for what happened to Han Xian later, Shui Jingmu fought in his heart and was also filled with regret. But that didn't shake his loyalty to the king and his country. Later, when Yi Li took power, Qi experienced a series of turmoil, and Shui Jingmu also relied on his own excellent performance, and successfully gained Yi Li's appreciation, serving as the prime minister's position. After this, Shui Jingmu can be said to be doing his job, regardless of the size of the matter, all as best as possible. From the bottom of my heart, Shui Jingmu also hoped that Qi would be able to regain its splendor in its own hands and write a beautiful story with Yi Li about a ruler and a minister. So, when Yi Li wanted to build a palace, and after Qin Huizhi, who also told an extremely exaggerated plan, Shui Jingmu did not hesitate to step forward and chose to admonish. If Yi Li merely wanted to refurbish the palace, Shui Jingmu could actually understand. But, if it's true what Qin Huizhi said, the scale of the palace that was to be built was just too big. This amount of work, at a minimum, more than $1 million of manpower will have to be utilized. The amount of money required is even greater. This is definitely a huge burden for Qi. Your Majesty, please think twice. In the face of Yi Li's dissatisfaction, Shui Jingmu chose to ignore it, and instead continued to advise. Does your Majesty know how much labor and material resources would have to be expended if you really wanted to build a palace, as Squire Qin said? Now that the city of Linzi has been attacked by successive wars, the trees around it have long been cut down in order to erect walls and clear the field earlier. If you want to build a palace west of Linzi city, all the trees will have to be transported from far away. And how much labor will be wasted in that? According to ancient records, when Sui wanted to build a palace, the trees were also transported from afar, but just one tree used as a load-bearing tree. It took 2,000 people to pull it, and at first they used wood to make the wheels, but it didn't take long for the wooden wheels to start catching on fire, and then they used iron wheels to pull it. But even then the iron wheels were damaged when they were pulled for a mile or two. So not only did 2,000 men have to be used to pull the trees, but another large number of men had to be sent to forge the iron wheels, and hundreds of men were used to carry them, so that they could be easily changed at any time. But even so, they could only travel 20 or 30 miles a day, and hundreds of thousands of laborers had to be used to carry just one pillar to its destination. As for the other expenses, they are unquantifiable. Shui Jingmu was in pain and pounded his chest. In words, it's even more full of pleading, the constant recounting of cases in history that have been built to satisfy vanity, and thus a series of tragedies as a result of a great deal of construction. Your Majesty, although Qi is stronger than ever nowadays, it absolutely cannot withstand this kind of massive construction. I hope that your Majesty will think twice. Chapter 143, Yi Li, suffering a bitter people. Yi Li in the end is not one of those, depending on the people as figures of the dim king. Upon hearing Shui Jingmu's account of those tragic events in history, Yi Li shuddered violently and, pupils shrinking slightly. For a moment, surprisingly, I was a little overwhelmed. What she originally wanted was to build a palace. It's naturally best when you can highlight your own accomplishments. But how could she not expect that? Just building a palace. It just takes so much manpower and resources. Realize that. What Shui Jingmu just said, for the cost of just one log. If a palace of that scale was really to be built as Qin Huizhi had said, the amount of manpower and material resources that would be spent would be absolutely astronomical. However, seemingly seeing Yi Li's faltering, Qin Huizhi snorted, hands in fists, toward Yi Li. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, it's not true. As the Prime Minister said, building a palace certainly takes a lot of labor and resources. But, building a palace doesn't happen overnight either. The time can easily be years, if not decades. What's more, why can't adult men build palaces when they themselves are involved in corvée labor every year? Taking a step back, His Majesty is the ninth five, the son of heaven of Daki, so why can't he live in a gilded palace? Not to mention the fact that your Majesty's achievements have shaken the ancient world. Nowadays, the national strength of Daki is even far beyond that of previous generations of emperors. Looking out of the world, virtue is as high as the 3 emperors, and merit is as high as the 5 emperors. With your Majesty's accomplishments, which are enough to be called an emperor for the ages, doesn't he deserve to build a palace? And since the people within the borders of Daki enjoy the favor from His Majesty, and it's all His Majesty's doing that they are able to live and work in peace and contentment today, Why can't we work them hard if that's the case? Don't worry, Your Majesty. Please entrust this matter to me with full authority, and I will definitely satisfy Your Majesty. And at the same time, I will not let the people have any complaints. Have to say, Qin Huizhi directly grabbed Yi Li's soft underbelly. It especially captured Yi Li's vanity. Yeah. For what? I am the emperor of the ages. And yet you have to live in this leaky, broken down temple? Those who are dim and tyrannical, on the other hand, are able to enjoy all kinds of beauty in the world night after night. On what grounds? Doesn't I deserve it, given my accomplishments? What's a little manpower and resources? It's just a matter of suffering the people. Besides, as long as the construction of the, not so rushed as those countries, to ensure, as far as possible, the food and rest of the people involved in the corvée, as far as possible, the impact of large-scale construction on people's livelihoods will be minimized. Yi Li was finally spoken for. Or rather, she subconsciously, trying to choose just that. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Li took a deep breath and slowly said, I know that this matter will be a labor of love, but as Qin Aiqing said, the people of Daqi are able to live and work in peace and contentment today, all thanks to my favor. In that case, what's the point of working the people hard? Shui Zhengmu's face was shocked. Hurriedly, he cried out, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Now that Qi has managed to slow down and its national power is flourishing, once the construction of the palace begins, won't it be a lost cause? What's more, last year, Qi suffered successive defeats, and its national strength has long been off its peak. So how can Your Majesty satisfy your own selfish desires, and thus allow the people of Daqi to bear the burden of this labor? Yi Li frowned, with a grimace on his face. The voice was even more filled with impatience. Enough! What do you want to do by refuting me again and again? Do you still have me as the emperor in your eyes? This matter has been decided by me. Don't mention it again. In words, Yi Li had already shown his threatening intent. It's so close to just saying something like, try bleeping one out. But here's the thing. A lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. Have there been fewer countries that have perished because of major construction throughout the ages? The most typical is Sui. Although very old, when Sui Gaozu successively overthrew the northern Zhou and northern Qi, established the Sui state, and opened a series of civil affairs, creating the rule of the Kai Huang. One of them, northern Qi, was the predecessor of the present-day state of Qi. The result, just because of Sui Tu's extravagance, and at the same time, in order to satisfy his own vanity, he kept on building a great deal of land. It led to the death of Sui in the 2nd century, and it was at that time that the ancestor of the Qi state, Emperor Wu of Qi, rose up to overthrow the tyranny of the Sui state, set his capital at Linzi, and established the state of Qi. That's a bloody lesson. Shui Zhengmu, who was afraid that Yi Li would make the same mistake as before, straight to his knees, while continuously kowtowing, he also prayed there, Your Majesty, this matter must not be allowed. Doesn't Your Majesty know why Sui fell? In the history books, how many countries have died because of great construction and labor? Your Majesty's move is tantamount to repeating the same mistake. I didn't wait for Shui Zhengmu to finish. Qin Huizhi directly interrupted with a word, enough. The Prime Minister has contradicted His Majesty 3 times. Could it be that he wants to rebel? If His Majesty has already decided, why do you speak out again and again to thwart it? Is there any majesty left in your eyes? And repeat the same mistakes? Daqi is now in the ascendant, and is powerful in all corners of the world, and His Majesty is even more brilliant and powerful as Yao and Shun among women, so how can he be compared to that kind of dead king? At this point in time, Yi Li was similarly disgusted with Shui Zhengmu, to the extreme, though knowing that the advice of the wise, but, you've got to have some sense, don't you? I've said I've made up my mind, but you have to go against me? Do you still see me as the emperor? Yi Li, who couldn't bear it anymore, snapped, all shut up for me. With the Great Hall, to return to peace and quiet, Yi Li coldly said, Prime Minister Shui, if I remember correctly, you are already in your ancient age, right? Over the years, Prime Minister Shui has labored and worked hard, and I have seen all your contributions to the court in my eyes. Now, I see that you are also old, so why don't you retire to your hometown and spend your days on this? Having said that, Yi Li didn't even give Shui Zhengmu a chance to retort, directly turning his head to look at Qin Huizhi. Qin Aiqing, I heard that you in the Song dynasty is to serve as prime minister? Qin Huizhi was overjoyed and hurriedly lowered his head. Yes, Yi Li said indifferently. In that case, you will take over the vacancy of the prime minister. This series of operations that, looking directly foolish at the people in the courtroom. How could they not expect that? Yi Li dismissed him when he said so, not even giving Shui Zhengmu a chance to retort. And, straight away, it makes a man who has just surrendered, took over as prime minister. It's not just them. Even Shui Jingmu himself was a bit confused right now. This, and it's been deposed? He wanted to keep talking, but directly met Yi Li's icy gaze. Shui Jingmu's body trembled violently. A chill blasted from the tailbone. He had a premonition that if he really continued to open his mouth to retort, he might not even be able to walk out of the palace. Come to think of it, Shui Jingmu sighed helplessly. Eyes. It's even dimmer. Turning his head, he glanced at the villainous Qin Huizhi. Shui Jingmu didn't know if it was an illusion or not. At this point, deep down, suddenly there was the illusion that Qi would be destroyed as a result. Chapter 144. I will not repeat the mistakes of the fallen countries. Qi's palace construction project. At the end of the morning court, with the issuance of the edict, the Ministry of Public Works immediately began to function, and began the preliminary preparations while enlisting the people's labor. As for Yi Li himself, actually understand that such a project is bound to be laborious and costly. But the vanity of the heart, it made her simply unwilling to continue living in this old palace. Not to mention, Qi's strength is real, even after some setbacks last year. But a thin camel is bigger than a horse, and the national strength is in the first class when you look at the 9 states. Qi has now just annexed Song. The border expands southward by more than 700 miles, in possession of such an aura of merit. The Yi Li, who fancied himself an emperor for the ages, thought he was fully deserving and went on to build a lavish palace and sculpture as a way of highlighting his achievements. Back to the chambers. Thinking of Shui Jingmu's behavior just now, Yi Li still felt a little indignant. However, Yi Li, who knew the other party's motives, but I didn't curse anything. Instead, he revealed a regretful expression and sighed quietly. You should not blame me. I know that the words of loyalty will not fall on deaf ears, but your behavior in the midst of the morning court has already violated my scales. Great construction, laboring and hurting the people. How do I not know the harm of these behaviors? But I have been leading by example over the years, being thrifty and loving the people, never spending money, and even reducing taxes many times. It's been so many years of suffering. Can't I just enjoy it and fulfill my own selfish desires for once? And saying 1,000 words, but it's just building a palace, but even shouting the way of the dead country right there. If that's the case, then how did all the palaces of the countries nowadays get built? Why haven't they perished? To bring the grievances of the discontented in their hearts. Spit it out. Yi Li felt her mood calming down quite a bit. At this point, the breeze is blowing. A strand of hair slipped into view, and Yi Li gently flicked it to the back of her head, turning his head to look out the window, looking at the delicate blooms in the imperial garden. Trance. Yi Li seemed to see, once upon a time, himself and Han Xian, strolling in the back garden. There's no separation between monarchs and ministers. There's no hooking up. The two seemed like a couple. Stroll through the imperial gardens and enjoy the beauty of it. Shake your head, throwing all the refuted memories out of my mind. Yi Li clenched her fists tightly. Inside this palace, Han Xian left so many traces. It's on almost every corner. Thinking of this, Yi Li gritted his teeth and said, this palace, it must be changed. I can't bear it for a moment. Retract your gaze. Yi Li came to a desk and sat down, and commanded the eunuch, fetch some of the old historical books. It was also specifically instructed that it was the history books that were already dead that were wanted. In a few moments, thick stacks of books that, visiting in front of Yi Li, quite a few books. From the exterior alone, you can tell that it's been around for some years. The cover is tattered and torn. Some of the handwriting on the face is a little fuzzy. The key is still words. Some of the history books that are too old are very different from the scripts that are now used in various countries, and there are quite a few of them. All are recorded in bamboo slips. Concerning these matters, once Han Xian made a proposal to invite some literary figures to compile the history books of various countries and revise and reprint them. But this is something that, for various reasons, it was delayed. Books that are too old. Yi Li couldn't read it. So, you can only start reading from slightly closer. Han, Sui, Ming, Xia, Shang, Zhou. Countries that can be recorded in the history books and passed down to this day. Once upon a time. None of them is a party hegemony that has crossed the world and inquired about the 9 states. If it is just a small, tiny country that is languishing, it is difficult to pass down history books, even if there are any. These history books, Yi Li did not watch it from the beginning. Instead, look directly at the last part. Namely, go look at these countries and the reasons why they died. With every second that passes, Yi Li flipped through one book at a time, from the inside. Instead, they have discovered the reasons for the demise of many countries. In the final analysis, nothing more than the words natural and man-made disasters. First of all, the natural disasters. It's as if there is chi luck, or national luck present in the underworld. Toward the end of a dynasty, there are always outbreaks of various natural disasters. Things like floods, earthquakes, plagues, pestilence, etc. With the successive occurrence of natural disasters, countless people are suffering from a lack of livelihood. History books. In a few short words. For example, years of famine and people eating each other may represent the deaths of hundreds or even tens of millions of people. The gruesome scenes therein are not at all something that can be imagined by people in a peaceful world. In addition to natural disasters, one more thing. It is a man-made disaster. The rebelliousness of the imperial court, the prevalence of corrupt officials, the annexation of land by the big families and gentry. The imperial army had not experienced wartime for many years, and its military preparations were deserted and weak. Or rather, the generals of the three armies can't even see their paychecks, weapons and ordnance of all kinds, and even less maintenance. In this case, whether faced with an uprising of the people or an invasion by an enemy country, the whole country can fall over. And with all the natural and man-made disasters that, the emperor at the end of the dynasty, usually it's also dim-witted, incompetent, or brutalized. This, on sway, the embodiment of the best. Obviously, the last emperor was still motivated to create a generation of prosperity. Results, the newly crowned emperor. Various works were started right away. Build palaces, dig canals, and mobilize millions of troops to conquer the enemy. Among them, every action. All of them have to draft millions of folk, if not more. And still, in just 7 years, almost mobilizing the people of the country to satisfy their own selfish desires. At this time, Yi Li, looking at the shocking numbers in the history books, couldn't help but breathe a little harder and, at least, she understands now that. Why did Shui Jingmu have to dissuade himself again and again? Close the book. Yi Li had a complicated look on her face. After a long silence, he muttered in a firm tone, I will not repeat my mistakes. I'm just building a palace. I'll never call on the people's labor too much. Just as the words fell, a eunuch knocked at the door of the chamber of the bedchamber. What is it? Yi Li asked with a clear and cold voice. Next, the eunuch outside the door opened his mouth to respond. Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from Chu. Come in. Yes. As the doors to the chambers opened, the eunuch sent the urgent report to Yi Li's face. Chu's urgent message. Yi Li was in no hurry to unwrap it. Primarily, seeing the sons of Chu above. Vaguely, Yi Li felt that she had guessed the answer. During this time period, it doesn't seem like it could be any other way. Chapter 145, Vikina Shinjan's Ryuzong pair. Sure enough, Chu has annexed Wu and Yu. So much for. Yi Li raised her head and, eyes on the map on the wall. In the map, the countries of the 9 states are clearly marked on it, along with the geography of the mountains and rivers of each place, and so on. The site is locked on the south of the river. The 3 largest countries. Undoubtedly the only 3 countries are Chu, Wu and Yu. Nowadays, with the demise of Wu and Yu, Yi Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu has already expanded to the East Sea, and to the south there is even more unlimited development potential. Although at this stage, those areas are inhabited by barbarians and are not yet enlightened. But as time goes on, I'm afraid that sooner or later, it will be incorporated into Chu. Come to think of it, Chu's development potential. Add to that the threat that Han Xian's ability brings to Qi. Yi Li couldn't help but snort coldly. Han Xian, you picked a good place. By the looks of it, when you left Qi in the first place, you already planned everything behind it, didn't you? Humph. Ungrateful dog slave. Even if you escape Chu. So what? Is it possible that you really think that you can hold back the great Qi heavenly army? My biggest long-cherished wish is to unify the world. And sooner or later, Chu will also become the target of Daki's attack. And this day won't be too far away. Yi Li's eyes burned, full of warlike intent, and the ambition to unify the world. God's color is locked on the area between Qi and Chu. This area, distributed in many countries, such as Lu, Zhongli, Kai, Tang and so on. These, all are now obstacles to Qi's southward attack on Chu. At this point, Yi Li coldly voiced out, summoned Vikrama Shinjen to come into the palace to see me. The eunuch hurriedly responded, yes, the other day. Leading an army to capture Shangqiu, the biggest contributor to the destruction of the Song dynasty. Vikrama Shinjen had already returned to the city of Linzi the day before yesterday, taking the spoils of war with him. Otherwise, Qin Huizhi, who was a captive, how is it possible to participate in the pilgrimage? In a few moments, having taken off his armor, Vikrama Shinjen, who was dressed in his regular clothes, had arrived in front of Yi Li. My lord Vikrama Shinjen, greetings to your majesty. Seeing each other again. Yi Li was, in fact, still a bit diabolical in her heart. Nothing else. It's mostly the height of the other guy. It's just too short. A big man with the height of a weak woman's shoulder? The key is that this man is also Chi's general of Jinan. Is this like that? Going to war. You're gonna make people laugh? Especially some of the taller generals, always starting at 8 or 9 feet. If you're on a horse. If you don't bow your head. I'm afraid I can't even see Vikrama Shinjen. But, despite being short, but talent, Yi Li was still quite trusting. You can't judge a book by its cover. The helpless Yeli. One can only mentally persuade oneself over and over again to let go of prejudice. Get up. When Shinjen Vikrama gets up, Yi Li pointed to the map of the 9 states behind him. His voice carried the ambition to unify the world, and he said in a bold tone, "You say, if I want to unify the world, what should I do?" Hearing that, Vikrama Shinjinjin was outright dumbfounded, eyes dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Li. The mind was even more blank. Is there a mistake? Unify the world? Are you sure you're asking me? Shinjen Vikrama, who was once full of confidence, also boasted that he was the best general in the world. In the country of Victoria, it is even known as the god of war. But until it comes to Kyushu, Vikrama Shinjen realized that he was once a frog in a well, and had no idea how vast the outside world was. Just look at the war in the east. It's like an armed fight between villages. With the battlegrounds of Kyushu, there is absolutely no comparison. Even in the previous duel with the Song army, Vikrama Shinjen was on edge. Results. Now you're actually asking me, how should I unify the world? Vikrama Shinjen felt a cold sweat break out. But, feeling Yi Li's burning gaze, it's not like he's afraid to go right back to it. The brain is whirling. After racking his brain for half a day, Vikrama Shinjen could only harden his heart and give his own proposal based on his shallow knowledge of Kyushu. Your Majesty, please look. Vikrama Shinjen pointed to the north of Chi and said, Your Majesty, the northern part of Chi, a country founded by the northern foreigners, can be described as a tough people, and everyone is skillful with the bow and horse. So if we want to pacify the north, I'm afraid we'll have to pay a big price. With this so, it is better to pick weak opponents first, step by step to nibble and annex, and keep expanding. Just like, I don't know what's going on between Yi Li and Han Xian. What happened to Shinjen Vikrama? Subconsciously put your fingers. It pointed to the southern part of Chi, the area of the bullet-ridden country. Vikrama Shinjen spoke up. Therefore, in my opinion, it would be better to develop to the south first. With the danger of the Yellow River in the north, it would be enough to stop the foreigners in the north from moving southward. And then we can attack the southern countries with all our strength. Sending one of our great generals to guard Taishan and Yangwon will be enough to cope with Zhao and Wei. And we'll take this opportunity to conquer Chu with all our might. And when we've occupied half of the eastern part of the Kyushu, there won't be any other country under the sun that can stand up to Chi. Shinjen Vikrama, in his own broken Chi language, telling his Longzhong pair, stumbling over it. Having said that, more than that, with a heartfelt gaze, sneaking a look at Yi Li, wanted to know how the other side would react. I didn't think so. At this time, Yi Li's eyes bloomed with golden light, a look of having met a soulmate, and his emotions were unusually excited. Right, too right. This strategic conception of the unification of the world is exactly the same as what I had in mind. Especially the point of conquering the south first and annexing Chu is just what I want. Yi Li's voice trembled and excitement blossomed in his eyes. Looking at Vikrama Shinjen said, Love, I was really not wrong about you. I can get the help of the Secretary of Love. This world is not worried about uncertainty. Honestly, Nabokado Vikrama is baffled. How could he not have thought that? He's just making up strategies on the fly. It was actually able to make Yi Li so satisfied. It's hard not to. Is he really that amazing? Vikrama Shinjen is doubtful. Of himself. Think back. Himself in the land of Victoria. It was also the first time on the battlefield that he stunned everyone. Personally leading 500 iron horsemen and head-only crushing an enemy army of 2,000 men. It can be a hit. Follow up. I've commanded dozens of battles, without a single defeat. The aura of the Vikrama nation's military god, being caged in the beginning, coming to Kyushu, equally confident, until Vikrama Shinjen saw the hundreds of thousands of troops that covered the sky and couldn't be seen at a glance, and that's when he began to falter. But now, after Yi Li's affirmation, in Vikrama Shinjen's heart, his confidence was also rekindled. It seems that this general is indeed a military wizard. Reviving the kingdom of Reed name? This general is now going to accomplish a glorious achievement that no one has ever done before, to unify the world. Chapter 146, Pacifying and Drawing in Bayue. Shinjen Vikrama's ambition. It is also growing with power and thus expanding. Or rather, the so-called family affair. It's really important to Shinjen Vikrama, but compared to the great cause of unifying the world, it is now so insignificant. after leaving the palace, Shinjen Vikrama returned to his residence. Looking back, the strategic concept that he had just told Yili about, he felt that there are many parts of it that could be improved. As for what had happened in Qi over the years, Vikrama Shinjen had learned a great deal in that time. Now he also knows that Qi is no longer the strong Qi it was before, but the underpinnings are still there. Looking at the 9 states, it is still a first-class powerhouse, with the platform of Qi, even if it could not accomplish the great cause of unification of the world. At least there is absolutely no problem to dominate a party. By then, his own name, too, will go down in history for all time. On the other side, Yili, who was in the bedchamber, equally fantastical. The scene of receiving the praises of the people of the world after accomplishing the great deed of unification of the world by himself. In particular, the name of his own emperor of 1,000 years. It was inscribed in the history books, and has been immortalized and famous for hundreds of years. What could be more exciting for a generation of emperors? Yili raised the corner of her mouth, eyes sharp. The face was full of confidence and intent. I will surely lead Qi to accomplish the grand cause of unifying the country like no one before or since. My name, too, will be immortalized in the annals of history, worshipped by the descendants of future generations as an emperor of the ages, a holy emperor of the ages. Qi, in the last year, did encounter many unfavorable situations, but I still overcame the difficulties and brought Qi back to glory. Han Xian, Han Xian, even without you, I have already given you a step down, but you even rejected me without knowing what to do. Could it be that you really think that without you, great Qi will topple? As it turns out, you're no more than a 1,000-mile horse that I've picked out. I can admit that I am indeed inferior to you in terms of marching and fighting, but as an emperor, it is enough for me to know how to recognize and use people's abilities. The overthrow of Song is a fact. Don't think that you can shake my daki by relying on Chu. Delusional. The last 4 words of delusion. Yili's eyes blossomed with essence. The voice was neutral and full of confidence. Especially that sense of oppression emanating from being an emperor. It gave people a feeling of looking out of the corner of one's eye. Yili was as if he was the king of the world, his eyes scrutinizing the map in front of him. This world will be the world of Qi. There is no one who can change Han Xian this time. I don't know. Yili, in order to so-called up vanity, including the reputation of the latter, the whole person has appeared to be a little crazy. Especially with the annexation of the Song, that skyrocketing ambition. It made Yili already begin to fantasize about the scene of unification of the world. At this point, Han Xian is leading his own troops, deep in the jungles of the south, met with a number of tribal chiefs of the Baiwe. The purpose of coming to see them is also simple: pacify and draw in. Pacification is to have no worries when the army goes north. The purpose of pulling the strings is that each of these foreigners is capable of fighting, and they are all very good soldiers. So, after taking Wu and Yu, Han Xian then proceeded. Send men to the Baiwe region in the south to contact the major tribes and ask for a meeting to discuss the matter. Once the southernmost tip of Vietnam, in a modestly sized earthen city, as the place where you traded with South Vietnam, Han Xian has arrived with his troops. However, in order to prevent making people wary, so on this visit, he brought 300 Longchamps with him. 2 days later, the elders and patriarchs of the many tribes that, arriving one after another, they were all dressed in strange clothes. Some of them even wrapped right in animal skins. And, in the eyes of the Central Plains people, it is a group of unenlightened barbarians. But that's exactly why Han Xian is here. Help them to be enlightened. Inside an improvised log cabin, Han Ming was sitting in the center of the long table. The rest of the elders and patriarchs were divided into 2 sides. After Han Xian's gaze surveyed the crowd, his voice was calm as he said, "Everyone's here, right? A brief self-introduction. I am King Han of Chu. Not long ago, he just led his troops to annex Wu and Yu, and can currently be considered to dominate Jiangnan, a well-built and strong men wrapped in animal skins, the first to speak out. I wonder what King Han has summoned us for." The words, another, slightly older, the man wearing the costume of the Yu state followed up with an inquiry. Previously, the Yu state had made an agreement with my tribe that it would give our tribe 100,000 ducats of grain and grass every year. And I would like to know if this grain and grass should be continued to be supplied by the Chu state now that the Yu state has been exterminated? While the 2 were talking, the others are talking, too. And these people, not only are the accents different, some people spoke in a way that Han Xian couldn't understand at all. For a moment, throughout the cabin, it can be a mess. Silence. A member of the Longchamps standing beside Han Xian, with a stern cry of, the room fell silent and, Han Xian, on the other hand, revealed a kind smile and spoke. I'm probably aware of your situation. and I've actually summoned all of you here to meet with me in order to resolve these matters. Han Zian has his arm on the table. Cross your fingers. The voice is calm and light. Spoke out his plans and ideas, in detail. Actually, in the end, essentially it's similar to Zhuge Liang's pacification of the southern barbarians. Nothing more than a few lines of content. First, Article 1. Education. Chu would contribute money and men to build schools within each tribe, as well as educate the children of the tribe in their studies. That's not to say that Han Zian wanted to help them become literate, simply trying to accelerate cultural integration. From time immemorial, the so-called Han Chinese nation has in fact long ceased to be pure-blooded Han Chinese, because during the millennia of change in history, the Han Chinese went through several rounds of great integration with the neighboring Hu people, and these hoi polloi. Over time, it has also long been integrated into the culture of the Han people and has become a Han Chinese. Or rather, the definition of Han Chinese is not pedigree. Rather, it's culture. There is the greatness of ceremonies, hence the name Xia. There is the beauty of clothing, which is called Hua. The first thing Han Zian said was about education, with the aim of accelerating the completion of the integration, and integrating the various tribes of Baiyu into the state of Chu. Article 2. That is, the rate of its drains is used. In a nutshell, it is to use local reputable and influential figures and let them handle their own affairs under the premise of obeying the Chu court. This was sort of a common method for ancient dynasties, to appease foreigners. The implementation of this policy is not only the need to stabilize the Baiyu region, but also to enlist the local big surname, Yi Shui, tribal leaders. Article 3. Interconnectedness. In business, Han Zian has also shown that Chu would build some cities in places that were easily accessible for trading. Chapter 147, Harmony? On the basis of the individual regulations therein, Han Zian added that, wishing for peaceful coexistence among the tribes, if the tribe was in trouble, Chu would do its best to help, and the obligation they have to provide, simply providing soldiers, that's all. When all is said and done, a brief silence entered the scene, and, quite a few people, they're all thinking. In a few moments, a man who appeared to be a little older, with a wrinkled face, spoke up. King Han's conditions must not be unmovable, but, in the final analysis, it's still a matter of wanting my many tribes to submit to Chu. I'm sorry, forgive me if I can't oblige. Having said that, the old man tried to get up and leave straight away. Han Zian leaned back slightly and snorted, his tone frivolous but full of threatening intent. You have to think about the consequences of walking out of this door. The old man snorted coldly. The voice also encompassed confidence in his own strength and its disdain. Is it hard to believe that if old man walks out like this, Chu will still want to pour out the power of the country to crush our clan? You could have tried. Han Zian shook his head. No. Why is it necessary for Chu to do it himself? Don't you forget that in intercommunication, Chu, can trade iron, armor, and warhorses, to various other tribes. By that time, the other tribes, each heavily armed, while you are still wearing animal skins, I don't think I need to say more about what you will face, right? After the threat, Han Zian looked at the rest of the crowd and laughed lightly. In addition to the items mentioned above, including all daily necessities, grain, salt, and so on, we can bring them in for trade. However, the prerequisite for the above is to become a part of Chu. The people present, obviously none of them are cuties. Just by listening to Han Zian's description, one could think of what kind of benefits the tribe possessed after starting a trade with Chu. At least, the tribe has since. Basically, you don't have to face famine. Beyond that, Han Zian recounted some more other benefits. Overall, or was it the ancient dynasty's policy of favoritism towards foreigners? However, when Han Zian had finished speaking, left-hand side, a middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and Han Zian turned his head and looked. The middle-aged man, tattooed everywhere on his body are Jiaolong tigers and leopards. There's some weird conformity, too. It can be seen that this man's identity, it's not ordinary, especially since the seat taken was just to the left of Han Zian. In other words, this man's tribe was definitely among the strongest group in Baiyu as well. The middle-aged man said in a gruff tone, actually, we have indeed seen King Han's sincerity, but for so many years, we've been in a well with you and also Chu. The only time the two sides have some interaction is in business, too. But just now, after hearing King Han's many conditions, I do have some heart. But, speaking of which, there was a deliberate pause on the other side of Han Zian said faintly, but what? The other grinned, but we are the ones who can't trust you guys a bit. Look at that face. Han Zian knew there had to be a post-condition. Solely and directly, he asked, tell me, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man directly stated his conditions. A reconciliation? Han Zian was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that. These barbarians from the south actually want to play the same peace game as the Huns. In a daze, the middle-aged man shouted towards the door. It didn't take long. With a crunch, when the door opened, a woman dressed in the costume of a Bayue foreigner slowly walked in. The moment Han Zian saw the other person's face clearly, the whole thing froze. There was even a flash of incredulity in his eyes. Flame. Like, it's too similar, except for the clothes on his body, and a slightly different temperament. The rest, it's almost identical to a female character in an anime. Come to think of it, even the identity is actually the same. All from Bayue. Hiss. In such an otherworldly world, suddenly seeing someone who looked so much like the female character in the anime of his previous life, Han Zian couldn't help but freeze. However, such a performance, in other people's eyes, it's as if you're mesmerized by beauty. I only saw the middle-aged man laugh and, heroes are hard to find. With my daughter's posture, even if she is placed in the 9 states, she is one of the best, right? King Han, how is it? By virtue of my daughter's good looks, is this peace marriage settled? As long as the king of Han can marry my clan will certainly fully support all of Chu's affairs in Bayue. Han Zian took a deep breath. For peacemaking, he refused, at first, but now, the longing buried deep within his heart, however, made Han Zian hesitate. Looking up and back at the woman, the skin is white and delicate, her features are exquisite, 3,000 green silks casually drape down from the fragrant shoulders, perpendicularly between the slender willow waist. The bottom line is that it's still cool to look like an anime character. Take a deep breath, calm yourself down. After Han Zian hesitated for a long time, he said in a deep voice, fine, I'll agree to this condition. With Han Zian's nod, the middle-aged man laughed pleasantly. Then this matter is settled. So about the bride price and... Han Zian also wanted to say something about the bride price and marriage and various other things. I didn't think so. Halfway through the sentence, it was just straight up interrupted. This kind of mess. We don't need it. In our tribe there are lads who like which family's girl. Bring the bride price and just marry away. No need to be as troublesome as you Central Plains people. Since King Han has nodded his head, then this matter is settled. My daughter will just stay by King Han's side from now on. And as for us, it's time to go back. Witness the departure of the crowd. Turn your head. Looking over at the cool woman who looks like she's from some anime, Han Zian laughed bitterly in his heart. Who knows? He himself then wanted to use a policy of wistfulness to incorporate Bayue into his territory. How's the whole thing going? Still have to make peace. But, waiting for the follow-up, the cooperation between the two parties officially began. As integration accelerates, for the future northern expedition, Chu not only does not have any worries, but also has a huge base of soldiers. The various tribes of the 100 the youth of the clan can be added to the army in a steady stream. Although these people, unlike the nomads of the north, living on horseback, he grew up skillful with a bow and crossbow. But, living in the mountains, they, equally warlike by nature. The only downside is just not being able to ride a horse. But it's enough. And, up to this point, for the preparations for the northern expedition, at least on the frontier, were completed. The rest, it's all about taking those areas first and slowly digesting them. Meanwhile at home, while hoarding grain and grass, the army was prepared for war and the soldiers were drilled, waiting for the northern expedition, and the next target. No doubt about it, Han Zian targeted Qi. As for the bunch of little countries in the middle, from start to finish, Han Zian just didn't bother to think about it. P.S. My fellow readers, please reward the little man with a power for love. And if you don't blame me. Get down on your knees and beg. Chapter 148, The Green and Oily Zhao Emperor. On the 6th day of the 4th month, the state of Zhao and the state of Wei, both sides fought in Puyang, and both sides suffered casualties. On the 21st day of the 4th lunar month, Jin annexed the state of Gua, and the army was ambushed by Jin on its way back to the capital and was completely destroyed. On the 30th day of the 4th month, the Qin kingdom sent out 60,000 troops to violate Liang's northern border. On the 1st day of May, the empress of the kingdom of Chen was abrogated, and the emperor of the kingdom of Chen installed a flower girl from a greenhouse as his queen. On the 3rd day of the 5th month, King Gu of Jin, Wan Yenhauser, was discovered to be in illicit intercourse with the empress, and the Jin emperor was so furious that he beheaded King Gu, Wan Yenhauser, and the empress on the spot. On May 11th, there were rumors that the crown prince of Zhao was born to a palace eunuch and the empress, and that the eunuch has now been put to death by the emperor of Zhao, for reasons unknown. On the 15th of May, the second prince of Zhang plotted to rebel and kill the crown prince, and the apostle forced the emperor of Zheng unsuccessfully, and is currently being held in a prison cell. On May 16th, the empress of Zhao killed herself in the palace. On May 17th, the crown prince of Zhao was relegated to the status of a commoner, and the emperor of Zhao named the fourth prince as the crown prince. On May 20th, the Wei army crossed the river and made a sneak attack, and the Zhao army suffered heavy losses. On the 25th of May, the Wei army captured Yecheng, and Zhao sent envoys to beg for peace, and there were rumors of a scandal in the harem of Zhao, rumors that were deliberately spread by Wei. Early June, when Han Zian had taken care of all the food, after returning to Shochuan from the land of Baiyue, flipping through the pages, news that I haven't had a chance to check in on in a while. With the Black Ice Terrace's ability to listen to news, almost every day, there was a steady stream of information from various countries. After a general rummage through the, Han Zian also understands the basic situation of each country during this period. However, when Han Zian saw that, after what happened in the harem of Zhao, there was also some crying and laughing. The empress committed suicide and the crown prince was relegated to the status of a commoner. However, what made Han Zian cry and laugh the most was that, on the surface, rumor has it that Wei is the one spreading the rumors, but if it's really a rumor, then how could the crown prince be deposed? Based on the clues that the Black Ice Terrace had probed, everything indicated that the eunuch was not a eunuch, and, Black Ice Station in the back, with an accompanying message, based on intelligence. The emperor of Zhao is said to be barren. When he was still a prince, he had already married the prime minister's daughter under the arrangement of the previous emperor. As a result, not a single heir was born for the entire 11 years that followed. The point is, the emperor of Zhao had more than one proper wife at that time. There are also many concubines in the mansion. It would be fine if the main wife alone could not have children, but with so many people not having children, the answer is obvious. Later, the emperor of Zhao ascended the throne. Not 2 years later, the prime minister's daughter died of illness. The emperor of Zhao made a favorite consort his queen, who was of humble origin, a mere dancer. That is, after a year, this favorite concubine gave birth to the crown prince. In the latter years, Zhao's harem sprang up and the Zhao emperor gave birth to 3 sons and 4 daughters in quick succession. These are the intelligence that the Black Ice platform has recently pried into. Suffice it to say, from the first 11 years of infertility, suddenly, it becomes children and grandchildren. I'm afraid no one will believe it when they say there's nothing fishy going on here. And paper can't hold fire after all. When a thing gets out in the open, other things, apparently it can't be hidden either. Come to think of it, after all these years, Emperor Zhao topped the Hulenbuyer step, raising a bunch of so-called royals and princesses. In the end, I can't believe they are all sons of eunuchs. Han Zian cried and laughed. Mind, all of them couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for the Emperor of Zhao. Gentlemen readers lord, today a little thing, can only first half a chapter? Tomorrow we'll give to make up for it. Chapter 149 Idea of Northern Expedition. Lace tabloid of Song Dynasty. After reading the recent intelligence, apart from a few trivialities of life and laughs about the friction between countries, nothing of importance happened. One of the key targets of care, Qi, according to information from the Black Ice Station, Yili worshipped an Eastern Japanese as the Grand Secretary in charge of the country's military, and within Qi, it seems that the army is being reorganized and prepared for war. Large quantities of grain and grass are being transported to the southern border in a steady stream. That kind of move couldn't help but remind Han Zian of the fact that the Qi is about to move again. With regard to Vikrama Shinjan's Longzhong pair, Han Zian naturally did not know the contents, but Qi can't hide its movements from anyone, especially with this massive troop transfer. It's obvious that the army is being reorganized and prepared for war. It's a bit militaristic. It was only last year that we experienced so many crushing defeats. And this year there has not been a moment's respite, and we actually have to continue to move our troops. And there are plans to build palaces and courts and forests west of the city of Linzi? After summarizing Qi's recent movements, from this, Han Zian smelled the smell of a country about to fall, militarism, mass construction, and the mutilation of loyalists. When these words describing a fainting ruler and a tyrant surfaced in his mind, Han Zian seemed to sense something and murmured in a low voice, Qi's national fortune seems to have run out. National luck. To modern eyes, this may be classified as a feudal superstition, but there are times when, only to find that, the term national luck is not an empty one. Throughout the rise and fall of various dynasties in history, many coincidences can always be found. A dynasty, for example, toward the end of there will always be all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. The establishment of some dynasties, again, seems to have taken advantage of the right time and place. For example, when Liu Bang established the Han dynasty, he was always able to escape from Xiongyu in a narrow escape. When Han Xian went on his northern expedition, he was also able to transport grain and grass by water. However, with an earthquake in Wudu, which caused the waterways to change and the disappearance of the Tianqidas, causing a nightmare for the transportation of grain when the Prime Minister wanted to go on a northern expedition. Underworld. The fall of the Han Dynasty. It seems like the country's luck has come to an end. Whenever it gives hope, something always goes wrong. If you look at the country's fortunes, perhaps Qi should have perished 11 years ago. The reason for the delay, it was also all Han Xian's own power to save the day. But as things stand, the breath is renewed. It had already been consumed by Yili. Looking at the map, Han Xian pondered for a long time. The route of the northern expedition had been evolved in his mind more than once, as early as last year. Whichever route the offense takes, Han Xian is all bound and determined. What is lacking now? Nothing more than the time Chu needed to develop. In war, the fight is about national power. Amateurs talk tactics. Insiders talk logistics. In the two sides of the general's ability, the quality of soldiers is not too big a gap between the two sides. The competition is the two sides of the comprehensive national strength. This was the key to Qin's victory over Zhao Chongping and Wang Jian's ability to set foot in Chu with an army of 600,000 men. Nothing else. Qin is much stronger in general. The same hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides. Qin's logistics, however, were always replenished in a steady stream. In the large database established by Shang Yang, it enabled Qin's top brass to know exactly how much resources they could mobilize and from where. The later Han Dynasty. It was also in the hands of Shah that it was inherited. So Liu Bang can lose to Xiangyu many times, but Xiangyu can't lose even once. Actually, with the current troop strength of Chu, if it really poured out the country, it would be enough to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops. The rations will also be able to cope for more than a year. With Han Xian's ability, if he went north to attack Qi, his chances of winning would definitely not be low. But, do this. There is no tolerance for error. Once you lose, all will be lost. Han Xian didn't want to take that risk. What's needed is a steady hand to ensure an absolute chance of winning. As Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, first for the unwinnable, in order to wait for the enemy's winnable. A good general is one who makes sure he doesn't fail first, before going for opportunities where he can defeat the enemy. Han Xian naturally wanted to make sure of that as well. Otherwise, last year, Han Xian swung straight north. Although on the surface, Han Xian never showed it. But whether it was Han Xian himself, or Su Qingshang and Xiao Wanjun beside him, it was actually clear that, for everything that happened in Qi last year, Han Xian always had a nagging feeling. After all, after paying so much for Qi, in the end, it turned out to be such a situation. This kind of thing, put it on anyone. I'm afraid it's not going to be pretty. But Han Xian wasn't in a hurry to get his revenge, much less pulling the whole of Chu down for the sake of his own revenge. From start to finish, Han Xian all maintained absolute sanity. After all, the underpinnings of Qi, Han Xian knew better than anyone. With the power of the nation, there is no nation in the 9 states today that can stand alone against it. Of course, there's a caveat to all this. That is, the generals on the Qi side can't be too incompetent. Otherwise, if you let a person who only talks about military affairs on paper to lead 1 million troops, it is estimated that the troops will be disorganized even before they arrive at the battlefield. The view is back to the map. This map, for the boundaries of Chu, they have been redrawn, stretching eastward to the East China Sea. To the south, it's even connected to the South China Sea. The entire southeastern portion of the 9 kingdoms has been occupied by the Chu kingdom. But don't look at the territory. But in the southeastern part of the coast, it was basically uninhabited and barren land, or it was all tribes that survived the Baiwe, not to mention the sparseness of the land. And it's not enlightened. The real economic development is only along the river. Half a day's staring, Han Xian murmured. The southeastern portion of the country has been taken up as much as it can be, so perhaps the next step will be a northern expedition. But, she seems to be a bit foolish right now. I just don't know if I'm guessing correctly. If I'm right, then Chu is perfectly capable of waiting out the storm. If the guess is wrong, then take the initiative. But all this will take time, at least, also until, after the newly occupied areas are fully digested. And there are a couple of neighbors to the west that deserve proper attention as well. From the headquarters of Black Ice Terrace, returning to the palace, having just stepped through the gates of the chambers, Xiao Wanjuan's unimaginative laughter could be heard from inside. What are you looking at? Laughing so hard. Upon approaching, only to see Xiao Wanjuan's hand, holding a tabloid newspaper, the whole person was smiling from ear to ear. Seeing Han Xian, Xiao Wanjun laughed while explaining. Ha 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 ha, this Zhao Emperor is too miserable. Being cuckolded by so many concubines in the harem. Don't you know if you can have a son yourself? Raising someone else's child for so many years for nothing. And, still, raised for a bunch of eunuchs. What a laugh. The tabloid said that more than half of the eunuchs inside the Zhao Palace are not purified, and these eunuchs will have children with their respective concubines every night. Ha 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 ha. Hearing that it's about Zhao's harem, Han Zian couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. From the hands of Xiao Wanjun, take the tabloid. After briefly flipping through it, I found that it used extremely exaggerated techniques to tell the story of the Zhao Emperor and the grasslands. At this point, Xiao Yuanjun stopped laughing. He came over and asked, "My lord, do you think what is written above this tabloid is true?" Han Zian nodded. "Let's just say it's half true. The cuckold thing is true, but it's not so exaggerated. A palace with hundreds of eunuchs. How can half of them not be purified? And with such blatant fornication, I'm guessing it would have been discovered a long time ago." Xiao Wanjun grunted twice and, "I told you so. The stories on here, they're all made up." Han Zian didn't rush to answer. Instead, he flipped through the tabloids again and found this thing. It's about as giddy as the so-called marketing numbers of the latter days. Anyway, it's just a story with some half-truths to catch the reader's eye. Suddenly, Han Zian remembered something. Turning and striding out of the chambers. Looking at Xiao Wanjun, she was confused. What happened? Just came back and ran out again in a flurry? Touching his head, Xiao Wanjun, who was not sure why, continued to read the tabloid with great interest. On the other side, after walking out of the chambers, Han Zian immediately called for someone, asked the question that was on his mind. Sure enough, one thing, it has been ignored by myself. That is, some of the more economically and recreationally developed countries have what are called tabloids. In particular, Song, which was destroyed by Qi, was unrivaled in this regard. In addition to the tabloids, Song also has a dynasty newspaper, a residence newspaper, a border newspaper, a newspaper certificate, etc. Categorized newspapers. All of these newspapers, though, have one drawback: they're boring. Among them, most acceptable to the people, undoubtedly the tabloids, the so-called tabloids, which are in fact entertainment news written by folk. The paper is very small. All sorts of frills are written on it as a selling point to attract the people's attention. For example, the lascivious news of the officials, which official has adopted a new concubine, the fights between wives and concubines in the family, or in the palace, which concubine has been sent to the cold palace, which concubine has a sudden punch in the stomach, and so on. In conclusion, these stories, very popular with the people, often become the people's after-dinner talk of the joke. Having learned about the Han Zian just realized that one thing, it has been ignored by myself. That's the newspaper. Although nowadays, in some countries, there are various kinds of dynasty newspapers, residence newspapers and so on, but these are circulated among officials. It is written about the promotion, transfer, appointment and dismissal of officials, as well as their deliberations. It has little to do with the common people. Not much, but one could well have issued a newspaper in this age as well, based on the latter. As for the content, it can be said that promotions and transfers related to officials. It can also be an initiative of the court concerning the change of law. Alternatively, it's the people's favorite variety of lace. Of course, on top of that, there is definitely some gatekeeping that needs to be done, especially the lace. It's better to write about other countries. The reason why Han Zian suddenly thought of this, the main reason, or control of public opinion. The importance of this aspect cannot be overstated. Both propaganda and indoctrination and military mobilization are crucial points. Chapter 150: Development of Entertainment and Cultural Industries. For the promotion of newspapers, Han Zian didn't bother much. Until then, Chu has a similar diary. Now, but it is just a matter of taking a newspaper that, before, was only spread among officials and promoting it to the entire population. It takes a lot of work, nothing more than content changes. After some discussion with the Minister of Rights, the final order for the Ministry of Rights, the Department of the Morning Post has been established, and the name of the newspaper, positioned Dichu Daily. The content includes about the dynamics of the court, policy, military and the rest of the country's miscellaneous interesting things and so on. As far as vetting of content, including the printing of newspapers, all of them are also under the responsibility of the Dynasty Newspaper Division. Among them, Han Zian also emphasized that, in terms of content, be as double standard as possible. On people's livelihoods, it is important to emphasize how the people of Chu are all so happy, and the people of the rest of the countries are living in dire straits. Militarily, it is even more important to emphasize that the army of Chu is invincible and the armies of the rest of the countries are garbage. For the emperor, on the basis of the truthfulness of the matter, it's also important to embellish as much as possible. As for that, could it be that later on, there will be a dim-witted ruler, who himself is a night and day, deserting his dynasty, and then also mandating newspapers to glorify him for this sort of thing. Han Zian could only say that history books can be embellished, not to mention the newspaper. Which newspaper would dare to disagree if the emperor forced his hand? So, even the history books all have to be corroborated between countries as well. Otherwise, it's all like the Book of Jin. How can you call that a history book? However, the reason Han Zian must get the newspaper, the most central feature of it's about guiding the minds of the people correctly. Let them not have enough to do and rebel and revolt when they have nothing to do. Don't look in history. There don't seem to be many large-scale uprisings, but in reality, no matter what dynasty, basically, in 3 days, there was an uprising. It's just that most of them are small enough to be suppressed. As for that, funding for newspapers? That's easy. 2. One is naturally the money from the sale of newspapers. Another is that it allows businessmen to spend money on advertising. Han Zian specially instructed the Ministry of Ceremonies to leave a portion of the page when printing the newspaper to be dedicated to advertisements. In addition to newspapers, Han Suan also, based on the experience of later generations, got a few extra copies, magazines related to entertainment and culture. They are world, martial arts, and comics. Among them, about what's inside. In the world, there are anecdotes about the history of each country, or the glorious history of some famous generals and ministers, or the chaotic life of dim-witted kings and tyrants, and so on. According to Han Zian, it's similar to an inventory. Magazines can start by commenting on the top 10 famous generals in history, top 10 famous ministers in history, top 10 emperors in history, top 10 beautiful women in history, history's top 10 famed kings, etc. Doing an issue of various inventories. For example, taking stock of the top 10 generals in history. Then for each famous general, there could be a separate issue of the magazine that tells in detail about the life of that famous general. In addition to the famous generals, famous ministers, treacherous sycophants, eunuchs, fainting kings, fallen kings, and even flower girls and so on. As long as it's amongst folk, relatively high visibility, both can produce an issue of the magazine. In martial arts, the collection is a collection of novels that can be of various types. If it is seen by the Ministry of Rights, the author of the novel can have it serialized in a magazine, and if it is loved by the readers, it can even be released as a single volume book later on. Comics, as the name suggests, collects comics, naturally. Of course, in this day and age, there's no such thing called comics yet, although Lu Sun had also cited a few examples. None of them were too old. But what about? It's all about the entertainment and cultural industries. There are also many skilled painters in the private sector. Han Zian argues that, with a little promotion by the court, naturally, a lot of great work will come out of it. The same is true of fiction, which means there's no time right now. Otherwise, Han Zian high and low had to be a copyist and publish Jin Yang's work on it. But to put it bluntly, the reason for all this, and only incidentally with the newspaper. Anyway, there's 100 advantages and no disadvantages. What's not to like about promoting entertainment and culture while also increasing revenue for the court? At least, compared to the ancient feudal dynasties, the draconian control of the people. The curfew alone was not enough, and there were many restrictions on various recreational activities, which was undoubtedly unacceptable to Han Zian, who possessed a modern soul. At least, the people deserve to be entertained. 2. In fatigue with it can be relaxing. Instead, it's simply a number that lies in the big database of the household register, pays taxes every year, and dies as just one of the 6 out of 10 of the dead. Water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. He who wins the hearts and minds of the people. Such reasoning. In fact, to put it bluntly, anyone knows that, but how many can actually do it? Even if a person who once endured many trials and tribulations and was motivated to benefit the people, but as a result, after becoming an official, he lost his heart, forgot his original experiment, and intensified his exploitation of the people. Those who slay dragons become evil dragons in the end. Such examples abound. Having been busy for about half a month or so, for the change of law in Chu, today, it has included politics, military, culture, people's livelihood, selection of officials, education, and so on. With the retreat of the world's great families, there's no more resistance. The dust has now settled on all the changes in the law. It just takes time. Take your time and wait for the blossoms to bloom. This time, perhaps having had enough time to sink his teeth into it, or having absolute power and not needing to argue with the emperor in the content and coverage of the change of law were much more comprehensive than when it was in Qi. At least, Han Zian's kind of like that, combining the modern experience of later generations, including the wisdom of Zhuge Liang and Zhang Liang, The program was finally integrated. With everything starting to fall into place, Han Zian had a rare, free time. On this day, an uncharacteristic nap. I waited until the sun came up. It was only then that he rose lazily under the courtesan's ministrations. After a brief breakfast, looking at the date, finding out that today is the release of the new issue of Martial Arts magazine, recruiting a eunuch. Let him go over to the Ministry of Rights. Let's go ahead and drop off a magazine. It didn't take long. It has been delivered to the eye, fresh from the oven. It hasn't been released yet. However, after briefly rummaging through the above, Han Zian exclaimed that he had no eyes to see. What a mess of crap to write. Not as good as one of your own fingers. The names are very retro. All outside of some, the warrior Yen San, Wang Xianzi, the legend of the Great Chu River and Lake, and so on. The plot story, too, is very cliched. Unless it's the story of the protagonist breaking into the world. This was not at all easy to read for Han Zian, who had been reading netizens for 20 years. But, can't see it for myself. Doesn't mean being looked at either. Coming to Su Qingshang's place, people just went in. Su Qingshang then had already pounced over. Sagittarius. Is today the day that the second issue of Wulin is released? Come on, bring it. I knew Sunga would bring it. Without waiting for the words to fall, Su Qingshang had already snatched the magazine away from her. Watched it with great interest. Chapter 151. You withdraw from marriage when your martial arts skills are gone, but you regret when I am invincible. Look at Su Qingshang's look of enjoyment. Han Zian felt speechless at once. Is it that good looking? Su Qingshang nodded her head repeatedly without thinking. It looks good. This Yellow River warrior, in particular, has a gripping plot, and the beginning alone is very intriguing. Right. Su Qingshang suddenly raised her head and said in a very serious manner, I heard someone say that after the first issue of the martial arts magazine was launched, a lot of people have pressed for more updates of the Yellow River Warrior book in the hope that the next issue will publish a little bit more content. Han Zian cried and laughed. You heard it from the Minister of Rights, didn't you? However, judging from the data and feedback, the book does look okay. Su Qingshang frowned slightly, somewhat reluctantly. Just okay? Han Zian looked like he was taking it for granted. So what else? Su Qingshang suddenly, with a twinkle in her eye, said with a smile, since Shandong said so, why don't Shandong also publish a novel on it? I think it will be especially popular with the people. The corners of Han Zian's mouth twitched. Let yourself write? Are you sure? I'm going to be a scribe then. Honestly. For Han Zian, who has been a bookworm for more than a decade, this so-called Yellow River Warrior is really average writing. Even more so. This general. It was already the highest praise Han Zian had given him. I can't even catch up with Jin Gulian Wen Huang. Not to mention, with the advent of online fiction, the various favorites are just as casually crushed. How about, write a book yourself? Han Zian suddenly came to have a bad taste. Primarily, at this stage of Chu, everything's on track. The latter is nothing more than waiting for the effectiveness of the change of law. And that, in turn, takes time. It can be as short as 1 or 2 years, or as long as 3 or 5 years. During this time, if there were no wars or natural disasters, there was nothing at all on weekdays. In the recent past, all idle and start fishing. Think of it this way. Han Zian grinned. Let me write it, huh? Yeah. As it happens, I have a good idea here. Having said that, Han Zian ran to the study in a huff. Then pick up a pen and paper. After some slight contemplation, on it, the dragon flew and wrote 5 big words, fighting with the sword to the end of the world. Then below, there's also a little line that says, this book is also known as You Withdraw from the Marriage When Your Martial Arts Are Gone, and You Repent When I'm Invincible. The reason for this edition. Wanted. It's just highlighting that. The cool thing about this book, it's like asking why Netflix novels, from once being short titles of 3 or 5 words, have drifted into long titles of a dozen words or more at the back. Because of the long title, you can draw readers in by showing the coolness and anticipation of this novel. On the contrary, give me a short, 4-word book title. Readers who know what this book is about, unless it's a god that comes with a fanbase, or writes exceptionally well. Otherwise, short book titles for newcomers are basically a dead giveaway. As Han Zian finished writing the title of the book, the next part of the episode, it can be described as very coherent, without the slightest pause, writing rapidly with a brush in hand. After all, this content, it's almost imprinted in the DNA. Once a genius young man, he lost all his internal strength overnight and became a waste in the family, suffering from cold stares and taunts. On this day, the fiancé pays a visit to the door and offers the teenager to back out of the marriage. The young man made a 3-year pact. 3 years later, go to your fiancé's sect and challenge each other. A pretty classic story that. A work that is hard to bypass for any Netflix reader. Han Zian changed the original from metaphysical to martial arts, content and plot-wise. Some adaptations have been made. 2. Over 4,000 words before and after. It took an hour and a half, and the plot was written just in time for the teenager to set a 3-year engagement. Looking at your own work, Han Zian grinned a wicked smile. Just the book. If it doesn't catch fire. Han Zian said it was possible to livestream washing your hair upside down. When Han Zian had someone send it to the Ministry of Ceremonies and asked the ministry to speed up the production of the 3rd installment, he leisurely returned to Yi Li's chambers. At this time, Yi Li had almost finished reading the whole magazine. 2. As a fiction magazine, it's certainly not going to be just a novel up there. The Ministry of Ceremonies was selected from all the novels sent in, and 10 outstanding works were published. Every book, publish a minimum of 2 chapters at a time. After reading this, Su Qingsheng, who was still a bit unfulfilled, looked at Han Zian's fluttering appearance and said with some questions, "Where did you go just now?" Han Zian heatedly smiled. "Just now, I went to write a novel, Su Qingsheng let out an apparently a little surprised that. Han Zian said with a confident face, "I just wrote 2 chapters of the novel, and the beginning has already been written and sent to the Ministry of Rights, so I guess you'll be able to see it when it's released in the next issue of Wulin." Su Qingsheng was a bit incredulous. "Really wrote it? Ha? Then can you bring it to me now?" Han Zian shook his head decisively. "That won't do. What if you get addicted to it and run to me every day to urge for more?" Su Qingsheng gasped and laughed. "I'm rushing? Joke. You don't really think that you can write as well as you do. I admit it. You're really good when it comes to governing and leading troops. But a novel, unlike literature, is about storytelling that draws the reader in. Where did you get such confidence?" Obviously, for the novel in Han Zian's mouth, Su Qingsheng had a scornful attitude. Pressing on, the writing was not as good as it could have been. Even more so, Su Qingsheng all thought that if Han Zian hadn't used his power and sent it to the Ministry of Ceremonies in the ordinary way, he was afraid that it wouldn't even be qualified to be published in the magazine. In the meantime, Qi, with constant observation of Chu's movements, not long ago, when Chu released the first issue of the newspaper, and the first issues of the magazines of the world, martial arts, and so on, Yi Li had then received the news. Even more so, those newspapers and magazines, on the 3rd day of the sale, were already in front of Yi Li. However, after a couple of glances through Yi Li then threw the newspaper aside. "Boring. This is what Yi Li gave the newspaper. From the first moment I read the above. Yi Li knew it. These things. It's just a matter of Chuki's rituals and wanting the outside world to know about it. After all, such products, which need to be scrutinized, how is it possible to publish important information? As for the laughing miscellany of various countries, this kind of thing Yi Li did not need to know through the newspaper. And what she knew was quite a bit more detailed than the newspaper. As for the World magazine, as the first installment, the publication is not an inventory. Rather, it tells the story of the founding king of the first dynasty of the 9 states. That is, the life of the first emperor of the Daxia dynasty. The contents, the history books of every country will record that. Yi Li also lost interest after just 2 glances. As for comic magazines, after all, at this stage, no one even knows what a comic is. The Ministry of Rights of Chu, based on Han Zian's description, has promoted it, but it takes time for the caricature to take shape. On the contrary, as the martial arts of fiction magazines, yet it was a big hit in the market. Even Yi Li, after reading the story of the Yellow River Warrior, he had also instructed the Jinshuai to look up the author of the book himself. This is not. When the second issue of Martial Arts magazine appeared, some of the impatient Yi Li has ordered people to buy a copy of the overnight sent to Qi. Chapter 152. Yi Li, who is addicted to novels. The plot has ups and downs. The characters come to life, and just a few short lines of text can portray a person's image, especially this Yellow River Warrior's childhood encounters, which can make the reader's emotions fluctuate. The author of this novel, at the end, makes really curious. If there is a chance, I'd really like to meet up. Close the magazine. Yi Li was obviously still a bit unfulfilled. After all, in only 3 short chapters, over 6,000 words, it didn't take long to read it, while in the magazine, and a lot of other novels, too, but Yi Li was wasting her time even looking at it more than once. Compared to the Yellow River Warrior, the rest of the works were trash in Yi Li's eyes. Eyes falling on the cover of the magazine, Yi Li looked at the name of the organization that posted. There is some displeasure in the mind that a magazine from Chu, books in this form, for Yi Li, obviously a first encounter. But the thought of coming from Chu, Yili could tell with her eyes closed and guessing that this was obviously from Han Zian's handiwork. Ha! With a sneer, Yili narrowed her eyes and said, Han Zian, I guess you're the only one who can get these things. This magazine, though, does have some things to learn. Fingers on the armrest, with a rhythmic tapping, Yili pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he shouted, Someone come. Your Majesty, I wonder what I can do for you. As Yili's words fell, the eunuchs waiting outside the temple hurriedly walked in and knelt in front of Yili. Let the Minister of Rites come to see me, Yili said without lifting her head. Yes. In a few moments, Li Guangren, the Minister of Rites, had appeared in front of Yili, putting the magazine in his hand, flung himself in front of Li Guangren. Yili inquired, This magazine, I wonder if I've heard of it. Except for Yili, the rest of Qi wasn't that concerned about Chu. Obviously, Li Guangren knew nothing about it. Chu's magazine. It's also impossible to sell to Qi. Li Guangren shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Yili's voice was a bit dissatisfied. I don't know, then take a look now. How dare Li Guangren question it? Hurriedly flipping through the magazine, simply flipped through it. This doesn't turn over. After you've seen it. It was as if Li Guangren had opened the door to a new world. Novels of this kind of affairs are obviously known to Li Guangren. Early years. Some people will take spiritual stories from all over the world, or various myths and legends, and summarize them together to write a work called a novel. Only this form of fiction that, it usually consists of many short stories. Later, with the development of culture, a long story type of novel that gradually appeared on the market. Some storytellers, too, would give speeches based on the novels in restaurants and other places. But, it was the first time that Li Guangren, see this, using the magazine as a vehicle, a national call for novels. From these, the best works are selected and published in serialized form. Well, have you finished reading? Seeing Li Guangren stare blankly with his head down, Yili opened his mouth to inquire. Having heard what was said, Li Guangren hurriedly closed the magazine and, lowering his head, he returned, Your Majesty, I have briefly looked over it. Yili asked in a salty tone, Tell me, what's on your mind? It is said that a courtier should try to figure out the mind of the emperor. Seeing Yili in this state, Li Guangren pondered for a moment in his mind. Then he had already guessed what Yili meant. Does your Majesty mean that you want to solicit novels to publish magazines in this form in Qi as well? The corner of Yili's mouth lifted up and smiled. Not bad. I'm exactly what I want. I don't know what the secretary thinks. Li Guangren looked down and scrutinized the magazine cover again. After realizing it was a magazine from Chu, the mind roughly guessed whose handiwork this was. Just, facing Yili's inquiry, Li Guangren didn't rush to answer, but asked in return, I wonder if your Majesty, can you know how this kind of magazine, after launching it, has been received in the civil society? If it can be welcomed in Chu, I think I can try it in Qi. Yili nodded. This magazine is from none other than Chu. According to the news that came back from the Chu side spies, it said that the magazine sold more than 50,000 copies in just 3 days once it was launched. Even many illiterate people like to listen to Mr. Hushu's narrations at the tea house, especially the Yellow River Warrior, which is particularly popular. Think back, what he or she has just read. Didn't read the beginning of the first 2 chapters, though, but Li Guangren could also see that the book called Yellow River Warrior was placed inside, and it really stood out from the rest. Your Majesty, since this is the case, then today, the Micro-Minister will issue a notice to collect outstanding works of fiction from all of Qi. Yili smiled with satisfaction. Very well, this matter will be fully handed over to your Ministry of Rites. One thing, though, must be remembered. That is, no matter what, the content of the novels in my Qi magazines must be more exciting than those in Chu. Li Guangren made a bow with both hands, bent over and bowed. I understand. Yili suddenly asked again. Phase 1. About when will it come out? Li Guangren lowered his head and thought for a moment. In the heart, calculating the approximate date of responding. Your Majesty. From the release of the notice, to the collection of novels, and the subsequent review and printing of the content, it will take half a month to a month at the earliest before and after. Hearing that answer, Yili was obviously a bit dissatisfied. Not a lot of exposure to recreational activities per se, or rather, constrained by the times. Even the emperor was not as rich in entertainment as in the later modern era. If it's a male emperor, he can still find pleasure in women, but as an empress, Yili doesn't like to look for the head of the face. Naturally, it's naturally a lot less fun when it comes to entertainment programs. This time, it's so hard to come across something you like. Yili was obviously very anxious and desperately wished that there were many excellent novels to go through right now. So be it. Yili spoke. The review and printing of your magazines can be done without any hurry. but the novels collected should be sent to me on a priority basis. Li Guangrun, just want to read a novel. Where could Li Guangrun not see that? But that kind of talk. Apparently it's impossible to say that. On the surface, one can only respectfully agree. Soon, after Li Guangrun arrived at the Ministry of Rights with Yi Li's oracle, he began to start planning Chi's fiction magazine. For the next few days, Li Guangrun can be very busy. However, same time, Han Zian, who was in Chu, also had two big heads, because the thing that worried him the most, still happened. Chapter 153, The Emperor Who Presses for Shifts to His Face. Just as Han Zian, the day after sending the written novel to the Ministry of Rights, as the Empress of the Chu Kingdom, Su Qingxiao, relying on her status as the Emperor, ordered the Minister of Rights to print an extra copy of that novel and send it to herself behind Han Zian's back. Then, suffice it to say, there are no surprises. After just reading the title and synopsis, and the opening 4,000 words, Su Qingxiang went crazy, directly approached Han Zian and started stalking him, demanding that Han Zian add more. Authors being rushed by readers. Very common actually. But, being chased into bed by an emperor, urging for more work. Su Qingxiang was still the first one. Han Zian was going crazy. I beg you. I still have a bunch of things to take care of here. What's the point of you chasing after me all the time? Su Qingxiang tugged on Han Zian's arm. 10 fingers, clutching it so tightly. A pair of beautiful eyes, even more so, looked at Han Zian with bated breath. Good husband, dear husband, please, just update it quickly. You can leave all those things to others. Just update it, even if it's just one chapter. Han Zian looked helpless. Your Majesty, how can you, as emperor, indulge in fiction? Su Qingxiao crossed her arms with the majesty of an emperor and looked at Han Zian. And you know I'm the emperor? I order you now to write me 10 chapters a day. And if you can't write them, great punishment will be served. Han Zian rolled his eyes. Torture? Is it whips or bondage? Until then, decided to write a novel. Han Zian actually thought of it. And when Su Qingxiang saw it later, he designated that he would have to find himself to press for more. But never in my wildest dreams did I realize that, pushing for more work so hard. And that's after reading the first 2 chapters. That's something you might have to do if you see any key points. Su Qingxiang these days. It's as if someone who's new to webcomics and has strayed into a really compelling piece of work that, it turns out that not long after this work was released. Few words, don't you think it's torture? Then, Su Qingxiao then chose to torture the author. Go straight to Han Zian. Day by day, I'm forced to push for more. Finally, Han Zian, who had been forced to do nothing, could only give Su Qingxiao a rough account of what was in the novel in the form of an oral narration. However, in this form, Han Zian didn't have time to make adaptations, either. And so it was. It's straight up the original story. It's all about what's fighting, what's alchemy, what's snake play, what's foreign fire and so on. In the beginning, Su Qingxiang obviously couldn't understand it. Something to do with metaphysics. But I can't help that Han Zian's speech is wonderful. It's so colorful and fascinating. That mesmerized look. He couldn't help but make Han Zian think of the time when he first came into contact with web novels. All day long, just holding the phone. I've been reading novels since I opened my eyes. 10 hours a day. All the time just watching. I watched it in class. I watched it out of class. I watched it at night when I got home from school straight into the wee hours of the morning. A novel of over 5 million words can be read in 10 days. When one book is finished, it's the next one. Su Qingxiang was now, just like a replica of this look. And, even for an emperor, not to mention the civilian population. 1 week, a flash in the pan. On this day, it is the martial arts magazine, the 3rd issue of which was released. On the day before yesterday, the Ministry of Ceremonies had then sent men, with magazines, to each county, where they began printing operations directly. Do this. It's all about being able to be there at the same time. Being able to post together in all the counties of Chu. At this point in time, the southeastern part of the Zhenli Kingdom, Gaoping County, in front of a bookstore. It was already crowded, and many people had gathered here. It's waiting for the return of the bookstore owner. And this bookstore was the place that Han Zian often patronized when he was living in seclusion in the Zhenli Kingdom after coming out of Qi. Having said that, it's not within the boundaries of Chu, but Zhongli is a vassal state of Chu. So, magazines can be promoted and distributed just as well here. This is not a group of people gathered here, just waiting for the new issue to be released. How long has this shopkeeper been gone? Why isn't he back yet? On hold. It should be soon. Mud. I'm in a hurry. I want to see what's in the next chapter of the Yellow River Warrior now. Actually, I'm more interested in seeing when the protagonist will find his enemy to avenge his death. You guys, who is the enemy who killed the protagonist's parents? Right now it's just the first 5 chapters, and I've read it back and forth several times, and I don't have much of a clue. I think it should be Monk Roundtree. What's the use of guessing now? We still have to see how the author writes later. The main thing is that just 3 chapters a week just isn't enough. It would be nice to have 10 chapters a week. 10 chapters? I'm afraid I can't even finish it even if I'm exhausted. Right? Be content. The first installment was only 2 chapters, and now it's up to 3. Look, the shopkeeper is back. Just as the crowd was discussing suddenly someone pointed into the distance and opened his mouth to shout. The crowd all looked with the voice, and I saw the bookstore proprietor pulling a wagon, and it's in the car. It's full. Apart from some of them being newspapers and world magazines, the rest were martial arts magazines. Thousands of them. Boss, I paid a deposit. Give me a copy. Don't forget about mine. Quick, give me 2 books, and I'll put the silver here. Take it easy on all of it. All of it, all of it. Watching the crowd go crazy, the bookstore owner's mouth was grinning. Just when the first person to get the magazine pushed his way out of the crowd and flipped it open, impatient to get to the Yellow River Warrior, suddenly, I realized that, in the magazine's catalog, there have been some changes from the previous 2 installments. Among them, the most striking, it's the novel on the first page, and the title of the book is very specific. In addition to the 5 big words, Battle of the Swords, there is also a line of small words below. You withdraw from the marriage when your martial arts are gone, and you regret what I am invincible. The title of a book of more than 10 words can be extremely conspicuous in a catalog, and it's still in the first position. This was obviously Han Zien's special order. It's all about catching the reader's eye. As for the effects, obviously, when the man, with doubt, would turn the first page, he found a brand new door. The once talented young man lost his cultivation overnight. When his fiancée comes to his door and withdraws from the marriage, the teenager, in his resentment, lets out a roar. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. Especially the 3-year covenant. Straight away, the sense of anticipation is pulled to the point of explosion. Compared to those traditional novels, the pacing is grating and the plot is cliched. Although in the eyes of the reader, these are not problems. But, Han Zien, who has been baptized by 20 years of online writing, up came the king's bomb straight out of the gate. If even the Empress of Chu can't grasp something, how can you, the commoners, grasp it? Almost at the same time, Yili, who was far away in Qi, was also already looking into the distance, hoping with all her heart that the new issue of the martial arts magazine would be delivered to Qi as soon as possible. P.S. Readers, the income has dropped without eyes. In reading is a daily drop. Every day is a green statistic. Be nice. Give up power for love. Right now just over 20,000 are being read every day. And if all the readers each gave a for the love of it, that would be 2,000. Let me daydream about it. Chapter 154. Yili who can't stop wanting to stop. Your Majesty. News from the front. The Grand Secretary has led an army that has recaptured Liangchang and Wenchang, and the state of Lu has sent envoys who want to engage in peace talks with our army. Above the Great Hall. Hearing the report from the Minister of War, Yili laughed coldly and, peace talks? It's really a slip of the tongue. Last year, the state of Lu sent troops to encroach on my Daki territory. Why didn't they take the initiative to come to peace talks at that time? Now that they are at a disadvantage, they remember peace talks instead. Where in heaven's name is such a good thing? Yili snapped. Tell them that if they want to make peace, they can. But Lu has to return all the territories that were usurped last year, and also cede 300 miles of the eastern part of Lu's territory, and pay tribute to Daki as a vassal. At this point in time, in the face of the daily reports of success coming back from Qi, Yili seemed to revert back to what he once looked like in his spirited manner. After all, since the years of her reign, Qi has always been like this. Whenever there is a war, it is invariably a victory. Never lost a battle. Only during that time last year, Qi suffered a slight setback, though disgracefully ceded and begged for peace, but not to the root of the problem. The underpinnings are still there. Nowadays, Qi has sort of re-emerged with the annexation of Song. The Grand Secretary, Vikrama Shingen, even led an army of 300,000 men and pointed his sword at the state of Lu. With the end of the morning court, Yili walked towards the bedchamber. Along the way, the smile on the corners of his mouth just never went away. Qi's southward movement already started. At least so far, the Qi army has been winning consecutive battles and has been a force to be reckoned with along the way. As long as there are no surprises, it is expected that in 1 to 2 years' time, Qi will be able to unify all the countries in the northern Hui region. By then, it will be directly bordered by Chu. When she thought of that time, she would be able to trample Han Zian under her feet. Yi Li's heart had already started to flutter. It's really something I'm looking forward to. I would like to see what waves you, a treacherous dog slave, can stir up and chew, but don't blame me for not giving you a chance. It's you who don't cherish it. At that time, when Chi's army flattened Shochuan, you must not kneel at my feet and beg me bitterly to spare your life. Ha 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 dash. Yi Li let out a loud laugh with reckless abandon. Laughter, full of confidence and arrogance, all the way to the front of the bedchamber. At this point, the eunuch who was already waiting outside the door, hurriedly presented a magazine to Yi Li. Oh, the new issue of the martial arts magazine. Is it out already? The corner of Yi Li's mouth flashed with a touch of delight. Reaching for the magazine, straight away, he went back to his chambers and started flipping through them. Although the magazine is from Chu, and it's from Han Zian, too, but, the content was so exciting that it could make Yi Li forget about this hatred. In particular, the content of the Yellow River Warrior. Just the first 5 chapters. It's already making Yi Li horny as hell. Even sent out the brood to try to find the author himself. This is not. Just sat down at the table. Yi Li couldn't wait to open the book and, then, she's right there in the catalog. Saw the one posted by Han Zian. Yi Li was a bit puzzled. Strange. This book of fighting swords to the end of the world. Why do you still need to write a book title of this length to put underneath? And, originally, look at this magazine. It's for the Yellow River Warrior. Results. I don't know what's so magical about that title. It's like a self-imposed attraction. It made Yi Li involuntarily want to take a look at it. The protagonist has lost all his powers because of something. The fiancé came to the door and withdrew from the marriage. A 3-year engagement. The fiancé's eventual regret after the protagonist's divine achievement. The simple title of the book contains so much sense of anticipation. For a moment, Yi Li forgot about any Yellow River Warrior. After all, Han Zian is a fusion of the templates of Zhuge Liang and Zhang Liang. Literally, definitely the pinnacle. And then in conjunction with that, the emotional pull and sense of anticipation of modern, cool writing. For people of this era, it's just pure and simple descending blow. Writing. Han Zian thought about it. Going to the testimonials themselves would probably be platinum. Without realizing it, the short opening 4,000 words of Yi Li had already read them all. However, when she turned over the end of the second chapter and realized that it was about the Yellow River Warrior, a wave of dislike actually arose deep inside her. What the hell is this writing? The writing, indeed, is described as gorgeous, with a variety of descriptions that can make the reader's mind uncontrollably conjure up images. But, for the overall plot in terms of, there's no such thing as a sense of anticipation that, there's nothing cool about it. The whole beginning. It's all about the protagonist's miserable teenage years, and the only sense of anticipation is to seek revenge on his enemies, but there's no sign of the haters. In comparison, a novel published by Han Zian. Emotions have been pulled full circle since the fiancé came to the door to back out of the marriage, especially the 3-year covenant. More than anything, the anticipation is stretched to the point of explosion. Before and after, the highs and lows are immediately apparent. Yi Li clenched her teeth with some dissatisfaction. Why is it only a short 4,000 words? Who is the author of this story? Damn it! Why can't you just write more? Even 6,000 words will do. At this point in time, the Yellow River Warrior that had originally made her heart skip a beat. Yi Li couldn't read a word of it. Now that I'm looking at it again, it just felt like it was a piece of, on the contrary, sword fighting, by Han Zian. Just from reading the opening 2 chapters, I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. At this time, Yi Li, like a junkie on crack, it made her crazy to want to read the next chapters. What to do? I can't believe I'm feeling tickled by a book. The previous Yellow River Warrior, although it also gave me the feeling of desperately wanting to watch it, it was not this difficult. Damn it! Who the hell is the author of this book? I'm going to arrest him in Chi, and make him sit at his desk and write a book every day. And if he can't write 30,000 words a day, I'll have him sent to Imperial Prison. No, I'm going to see what comes next. I want to see how that fiancé, who has eyes without a pearl, regrets it later. And what is the result of the 3-year engagement? Come to think of it, Yi Li, who was already a bit bewitched, immediately called out to the commander of the Jinui, Shanrun, I will now give you a task. Now, immediately, right away, send someone to Chu and find me someone. Seeing Yi Li in such an urgent manner, Shanren was puzzled. I wonder who your majesty is looking for. Yi Li took the magazine that, throwing himself directly in front of Shanrun, author of Walking with the Sword. After finding him, I don't care what methods you use, coercion or enticement, bring him to Chi. If he doesn't want to, it's just a matter of tying it up for me. Yili, who had never had an itchy heart, this feeling, the whole thing, both look a little manic, like an addict, desperate for opium. Shanran didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, immediately, and then proceeded to the quarters of the Jinui, arrange for someone to do this. But soon, he then learned, through the channels of the Black Ice Terrace, that the author of this book is, in fact, Han Zian. Upon learning the news, Shanran, with an odd look on his face. Meanwhile, the mind is also hesitant to, should I tell Yili about this? Chapter 155, should I write a book that secretly satirizes Yili? Seriously, on Yili's previous performance, in looking at the contents of the novel, Shanran had already guessed what Yili wanted to grab the author over for. But right, in favor of this author, it was also the person Yili wanted to kill the most. This gave Shanran a bit of a headache. Say it. I also wondered what Yili's reaction was. Don't say it. Will he or she be chastised for not doing his or her job properly? Thinking left and right, Shanran still hasn't reported the incident. After all, this kind of thing concerns Han Zian, although Shanran is not sure that why Han Zian wrote a novel by himself and published it in a magazine. But Shanran actually wanted to see it. If Yili knew that, what would be the reaction of the author of the novel that one's heart desires? After it is Han Zian. Simply by looking at Su Qingsha and Yili's reactions. In fact, you can already guess. This issue of the magazine, after the release of, what a storm it would cause in the civil world. Hardly surprisingly, the once fiery Yellow River warrior was instantly knocked out of the game as if it were a flash in the pan. On the contrary, a quirky, yet intriguing title for a book that became all the people of Chu, the focus of discussion after tea. Magazines alone, just a couple of days. It's been exhausted I don't know how many times. Even if the various states and counties, day and night continuous printing, still in short supply, the storytellers at the various tea houses and taverns, from morning till night, over and over again, it's telling a story. In the beginning, these storytellers, they still have to look at magazines to tell stories, to the back, one by one, backwards and forwards, no way. Speak of other customers who don't like to listen. The previously fiery Yellow River warrior is now disliked by everyone. Brother Yuan, have you finished reading the 3 issues of your martial arts magazine? I'm still in a hurry to read it. Haven't you seen it all before? What else is there to see? This book, Walking on Swords, is really itchy after reading it, and the next installment won't be released until 3 days from now, which is really hard for me. Ugh, don't mention it. I'm the same. My symptoms are worse than you too. I can't even think about my tea now. When I close my eyes, all I can think about is the 3-year engagement. You guys, what's going on in this author's head? And how can he write something so brilliantly brilliant? Isn't that right? I'm going crazy with this book right now. Before I thought that the Yellow River Warrior was written wonderfully enough, but now it's really nothing compared to it. Oh, I'll tell you a funny one. You guys should know about my teacher. Are you talking about Elder Yen? Yes, it's just him, all day long with a stern face, full of the 4 books and 5 classics and other holy books. The day before yesterday I secretly watched Battle Sword walking to the end of the world. He found out. And at first he said that I didn't want to get ahead of the game blah blah blah, but in the end he turned his head, and I realized that he himself was hiding in the house, watching with great interest. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Mouth says no, body so honest. Wait, so my magazine is now confiscated by Elder Yen? You pay me back. Ahem, never mind the details. Today, with the explosion of the novel, in all corners of Chu, whenever you see people getting together to talk, without exception, it's all about discussion, about the Sword of War. In addition to the excitement about the novel, these people also get together and work on the plot of the novel. Anyway, wherever we go, all of them can be heard in a relevant way. The fireworks, dozens of notches above the Yellow River Warrior. Even more so, it's not even just Chu. In various neighboring countries, from emperors and ministers, all kinds of worldly families, down to commoners, as long as they have read the contents, they all have a feeling of being unable to stop. Which also makes the 3rd issue of Martial Arts magazine become Chu's foreign, the hottest selling product. Many people have made connections, hoping that their friends and relatives in Chu can help them bring a copy over. Some businessmen, having discovered the business opportunity, it's more privately printed novels, and they're not even printing the whole magazine, just the content of Battle of the Swords and selling it at a low price. Only, this kind of thing, in Chu, that was naturally an absolute offense. As soon as the colonel's office finds out, a hefty fine would be imposed. As for the amount of the fine, how much money you make by printing privately, you have to pay the fine tenfold. This magazine, after all, is from the Ministry of Rights. It belongs to the court. Who dares to print privately? That is not from the hands of the court to snatch money. This kind of thing is not allowed by the court. In the midst of this firestorm, the author of this book is, right now, suffering a bit, because there's a deadline coming up. Although the rites of passage, I don't dare to find Han Zian to rush the shift, but, the Emperor of Chu, now directly to his face, forcing Han Zian to write, even more so, as Han Zian wrote. Su Qingshang watched from the sidelines. How do you think Han Zian can concentrate in this situation? No, do you have to be here to watch? Let me see what I can do. I'll just sit quietly on the sidelines, but you're around, and I've got hair on my back. I can't concentrate, and, I've told you all about the back storyline, so what are you curious about? Su Qingshang said with some aggravation. Isn't this with the content of the novel? There are some discrepancies. Han Zian is on the verge of tears. Why are you so aggravated? Could it be? Shouldn't the aggrieved person be himself? Dear Chuki's Majesty, if you keep this up, I really won't be able to write. Besides, it was only with bad taste that I went ahead and wrote 2 chapters in the beginning, and even if I had cut it later, the people at the Ministry of Rights couldn't say anything. Having said that, it's not good for Su Qingshang to continue to stay here. Only room for Han Zian. But then again, Han Zian also realized a problem. Keep in mind that the original version of this book was over 5 million words long. Even if you've adapted it yourself and reduced it to a portion, the word count is extremely scary. It's always impossible. Finish writing it yourself really little by little. Come to think of it, Han Zian stops writing. After thinking about it for a while, then he called for the Minister of Rights. After recounting his thoughts, the Minister of Rights questioned. What the Emperor means is that for the follow-up, you will provide the outline and our Ministry of Rights will be responsible for writing the content. Write it and then give it to you to look over? Han Zian nodded. Right. Otherwise, you'd really expect me to write the entire book myself. Subsequently, Han Zian then took the first part of the plot and, after writing an outline out, handed over to the other side. Take over. The Minister of Rights took a general look at it, then asked, Emperor, in that case, do you think we can publish more content in each issue of the magazine? You know how popular the book is with folk these days. A lot of the people are petitioning to write more. This kind of thing. If the author was a regular guy, the Ministry of Rights has long since gone to press, just like the author of Yellow River Warrior. The first installment was only 2 chapters, and starting with the second installment it's 3. But this kind of thing, he wouldn't dare rush Han Zian. But since he didn't have to write it himself either, Han Zian nodded directly. It's something you guys can just watch over. By the way, there's one more thing you should be aware of. No information about the author is allowed to involve me. Others may not know. In the recent past, through the information coming back from the Black Ice platform, it has been shown that there are many forces that are looking for the author of this book. In particular, it also includes cheese brocade guards. This is something that really makes Han Zian feel funny when he talks about it. A novel that he had casually written had actually managed to interest Yili. Looking at the departing back of the Minister of Rights, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Han Zian's mouth, for it occurred to him that, since Yili was interested in her book, then yourself, can you write a novel? A book that darkly satirizes Yili. Just use your own personal experience as a model. Think of it this way, Han Zian felt really feasible. But at this stage, I guess there's not much time. Because of the war between Qi and Lu, news of the war had long since reached Chu. Seeing that Qi has already begun to take action, Han Zian knows that there's not much time to prepare yourself. Chapter 156, Knowing Yourself and Your Enemy, Terrifying Intelligence Ability. No need for an update after the Han Zian's day. Overall, it's still very much a clean slate. As for the update, it's enough to write a beginning that shocks Su Qingshan. The back matter. Han Zian has been given full responsibility to the Ministry of Rights. By writing the outline from your side, that side is responsible for updates. As for how much to update, it all depends on the rite of passage. Anyway, as long as they don't get tired themselves, it doesn't matter if you write 100,000 words a day. On the contrary, really, I guess countless people can die of joy. Clear the air while you're at it. Han Zian also, from time to time, went to check on the marriage partner with Baiwe. After a period of time, the understanding of Han Zian was also clear about the other party's name and past. This is the same name as in a certain anime. A woman with a striking resemblance. The name is Rainstop. According to her, it's the area where the tribe is located. Summer is rainy. Flooding occurs almost every year. So her father just named her Rainstop. Hopefully there will be less flooding. As far as experience goes, as the daughter of the head of a clan, Rainstop clearly didn't need to do the same physical labor as the clansmen. And that's why the skin and likeness of the Rainstops The reason it's quite a bit better than others. For that matter, Su Qingshang didn't have much of an opinion, even more so, and very generously in the palace. A bedchamber was prepared for Rainstop. Meanwhile, they also titled each other as noble consorts. It is considered to give Han Zian, as well as the Baiwei tribes, great respect. In addition to these things, in the recent past, Han Zian was, at all times, keeping an eye on Qi, especially as the fighting intensified. Lu obviously did not want to follow in the footsteps of Song, and got a lot of allies. Formation of coalition forces. Together, we will defend ourselves against Qi's attack. In this, Lu had apparently also sent someone to contact Wei. It's just that Wei just went through a big war with Zhao, in a short period of time. There's no way to send troops, which also makes, even though the Lu side was outnumbered, but the battle continued to move in Qi's favor. There's a lot of soldiers, after all. It also means more consumption. With Ru alone, obviously it is not possible to supply these hundreds of thousands of troops with people to eat and horses to feed. In the light of the current situation, according to Han Zian's analysis, as long as there are no surprises, Qi's victory was a foregone conclusion. Just as the days are in peace, a time to pass day by day. On this day, Han Zian has nothing to do, came to take a turn in the royal palace. Then, and someone came to inform, say there's someone, asking to see Han Zian. Lang Yan? Upon hearing the name communicated by the underling, Han Zian was slightly stunned, because, this family, at one time, he was considered prominent in Qi. Only, by the time Yi Li was last emperor, the family is long gone. It can only be counted as a cold one. The point is, according to Han Zian's memory, it seems like the people of this family had already left Qi 11 years ago, during that turmoil in Qi. How about now? Suddenly looking for himself? Though unintelligible. But Han Zian still commanded, tell him to come to the main hall and wait for me. In a few moments, when Han Zian came to the main hall, a man of about 30 in appearance, the figure in the green shirt that, making a series with his hands, he bent slightly and respectfully said, Liang Yanqing of Luanjia, see King Duo Han. Hear the name. Han Zian pondered slightly. Soon, it's in the depths of memory. Found some information about this person. I remember. If I remember correctly, you should have left Qi long before the Qi unrest, right? Now that you have suddenly come to Chu, and have come to pay me a visit, what is the reason for this? Liang Yanqing was slightly stunned. In the voice, full of surprise, King Han recognizes grasshoppers? Han Zian faintly laughed. Luanjia Liang's, although it is not to talk about what famous family, but also counts a cold family. Compared with the people at least one more door. You cannot count the grass people. As for why I know you, please also wait a moment. Having said that, Han Ming clapped his hands. Immediately a figure that, appear in the main hall. Han Zian commanded, have the Black Ice Terrace, fetch this person's information. Yes, as the other led the way out. Not a moment too soon. The pamphlet that records the events in the life of Liang Yanqing. It had been presented to Han Zian. Looking at the somewhat bewildered Liang Yanqing, Han Zian smiled and read, Liang Yanqing, born in the year 1189 of the summer calendar, December 26th. Since he was a young man, he was studious and well-read, and at the age of 16, he wrote a theory of a strong country that shocked the Qi dynasty and the country. 17 years old, recommended by a friend, served as the magistrate of Jiangshan County. Later, because he was not accustomed to the local officials' harsh taxes and oppression of the people, he resigned in anger after a conflict erupted with them. At the age of 18, he left the state of Qi and traveled to the state of Wei to pursue his studies, and came under the tutelage of Kai Jing, a renowned scholar of the state of Wei. 21 years old, traveling to Zhao. 22 years old, traveling to Qingdam. 25 years old, traveling to Jin. When Han Zian reads, when an entry in that pamphlet is written, Liang Yanqing, as a whole, only felt cold sweat rising, before the visit. All the words you've been thinking about, at this point in time, but not a word could be said. Even the brain felt a little blank. How could he not have thought that? Han Zian's ability to control the intelligence side of things could actually be controlled to less than this degree. Over the years, Liang Yanqing traveled around the world, while constantly seeking to learn, and also a deep understanding that intelligence, importance to the nation, especially when two armies are at war. If there is detailed information on the enemy's forces, for example, the number of troops, their specific deployment, the adequacy of food and provisions, the transportation routes for logistics. This includes the personality of the main general, what his preferences are, what kind of combat methods he specializes in using, etc. Know your enemy and know yourself. But here's the thing. Now, even one such as yourself, insignificant little people, The Black Ice Terrace all had such detailed information. Liang Yanqing didn't even dare to imagine that. How much more does Han Zian have in his hands about other countries? At this point, Han Zian has taken the above and, from beginning to end, read it. Subsequently, looking towards Liang Yanqing with a smile on his face, I wonder, is there any mistake in what I just said? Liang Yanqing smiled helplessly and bitterly. My humble servant really doesn't dare to imagine that His Highness, the King of Han's control over intelligence can be terrifying to such an extent. I'm afraid that no one in all of history has ever been able to be so meticulous, and even a small person like a grasshopper knows everything. Put that information, gently put together. Han Zian interlocked his 5 fingers and leaned back, his gaze scrutinizingly sweeping back and forth over Liang Yanqing's body a few times. Tell me why you came to see me. Chapter 157, Under Heaven. Those who have strong soldiers and horses will get it. In the face of Han Zian's question, Liang Yanqing took a deep breath. Heavy voice. It's as if there's a tremendous amount of pressure on his shoulders. The grasshopper has been studying hard for more than 10 years, and behind him, he has been traveling around the world, seeking education. 4. To be able to fulfill the ambitions of the heart. It's a pity that Qi is currently can't allow the grass people to fulfill the ambitions in their hearts, so they have come to pay a visit to King Han, hoping that King Han can give the grass people a chance, an opportunity to exercise what is in your heart. Hearing that, Han Zian came to be interested. Then tell me, of all the places in the world, why have you come to Chu and are looking for me? Liang Yanqing replied, thousands of horses are often found, but not so often Borealis. I'm sure that with King Han's discerning eyes, he will give me a chance. Han Zian smiled. So you're saying that this king is bull? Not bad. It's a high rating. Just, Han Zian suddenly paused, adding a little more weight to the tone. So far, the king has not seen what you have to offer. Liang Yanqing's body stiffened. I'm still trying to talk, but he was interrupted by Han Zian speaking out. The king believes that you must have seen the customs between the countries over the years as you have traveled around to study. What this king seeks is the kingdom of rivers and mountains, and the unification of the world. Then this king asks you, what is the most crucial thing if you want to obtain the world? Although Han Zian's words fell, the air was suddenly silent and, Liang Yanqing was deep in thought. For a moment, a pin drop can be heard. Han Zian is in no hurry. Lift up your teacup, blowing the heat off the top, followed by a sip. Time is ticking away. Liang Yanqing was still there pondering the answer. He knows Han Zian's question. It is never enough just to say the answer. In other words, but anyone who has read the 4 books and 5 sutras, all know the answer. The world of those who win the hearts of the people. But here's the thing. What is the popular will, and how to gain the hearts and minds of the people? After gaining the hearts and minds of the people, how do you gain the world? When Liang Yanqing was in his teens, just wrote a strong country theory. By changing the law in terms of people's livelihood, economy and military, she was made rich and strong again. Just, at the time. Although it caused a shock, but the emperor, as a thoroughly dim-witted ruler, from start to finish, there was no intention of ever really going for the real thing. Over the years, Liang Yanqing is traveling abroad to study. I have witnessed many kings of many countries who have broken out in conflict with vested interests in order to change the law for the better. Witnessed it, too, in the face of absolute power differentials. Even though the king of a small country has done his best, he still can't avoid the fate of his country's destruction. Can you say that the kings of these small countries are not popular? No, perhaps in the country. This king was loved by the people, but in the end, still ended up with a dead country. Come to think of it, Liang Yanqing suddenly opened his mouth. The world, the one with the strongest soldiers and horses gets it. Han Zian was a little surprised. The king thought that you would say that he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Liang Yanqing explained. Those who win the hearts of the people will naturally be loved by the people, and the people will fight bravely in the face of strong enemies. But when a nation is weak, how can it stand against a strong nation, even if all its people are soldiers? Han Zian asked rhetorically. If that's the case, if it's just about the strength of the soldiers and horses, why did the previous Qi fail to unify the world, but instead suffered setbacks one after another last year, to the point of ceding its land and begging for peace? Moreover, if the army alone is strong, can militarism also gain the world? Liang Yanqing took a deep breath. Put yourself, the reason for this statement, one by one. If the country wants to be rich and strong, one is indispensable between the ruler and the minister. It is necessary to have both a wise king and capable ministers to assist him. And even if the king is not capable enough, if he has the ability to recognize people, he can make up for this aspect. Obviously, the emperor of Qi does not possess such conditions. The answer is that the king of Han spent 10 years in Qi, and his labors ended in his flight to Chu. In other words, Yi Li's virtue is not worthy of her position. Qi's strength comes from King Han, not because of her, Yi Li, which is why Qi suffered successive setbacks last year. As for militarizing, the reason why the grasshopper said that the saying that the one who has a strong army and strong horses will get it is because no matter which country is going to complete this world, at least the military strength must be the best in the whole world in order to accomplish the great cause of unifying the world. But, the rivers and mountains are the rivers and mountains, and the mountains are the mountains. The two are not the same. The world that King Han speaks of is the rivers and mountains of the 9 states, which can be acquired by force alone. On the contrary, the community represents the livelihood of the people of the land. If you want to gain the world alone, a strong army is enough, but if you want to sit on the throne, you need the hearts of the people. Liang Yanqing gave his answer, narrating it. After listening, Han Zian couldn't help but laugh. Well, not bad, you have an interesting answer. After hearing Liang Yanqing's reply, Han Zian's first thought, it is the Yuan dynasty. The Mongols took down the world by force of arms. The breadth of the territory, it can be described as shocking. But, such a huge dynasty, but in just a few decades, it fell apart. The answer is obvious. And, there's an old saying, it's easy to fight, but hard to defend. A kingdom can be fought over immediately, but it cannot be ruled over immediately. It only takes a decade, or a few years, to fight the world. The rule of the world is a long-term systematic project, which requires successive emperors to continue to rule with vigor, and cannot be sustained without a wise ruler and good ministers. Just look at Qin. He fought for the remaining martyrdom of the 6th dynasty and finally unified the world. Results: it ended in a second death. The reason for this result? Just because, after the unification of Qin, no respite. Instead, all sorts of vast projects have been started, causing a lot of public discontent. Eventually a peasant revolt broke out. The Sui dynasty was pretty much the same situation. Emperor Wen of Sui ended the confrontation between the north and the south and unified the world, creating the reign of the Kai Huang. As a result, Emperor Yang did not sympathize with the people's strength, and was so pleased with his success that the world was divided and the mountains and rivers were shattered, and he died in the 2nd century. In the end, that is to say, it has lost the hearts of the people. Now, Liang Yanqing's answer to Han Zian, it's the words, the mountains and the gods, divided into rivers and mountains and societies. If you just want the kingdom, a strong army is enough. But about the community, that's a different issue. Han Zian smiled and stood up. Smile, with a look of satisfaction. It seems that you have not sought education in vain all these years. However, I would like to see your ability to rule the country. Huiji is a newly acquired land, and the position of the governor is currently up in the air, so you will go to Huiji to take up your post. The king will give you a year to see what you will govern. Chapter 158. The people are the foundation of a nation. How can I bear to see the people suffer? Qi, Linzi City, western suburb. At this point in time, there are more than 2 million militiamen, under the hot sun, building a palace for Yi Li. However, that's not all. Beyond that, there were also more than 1.5 million folk who were to be responsible for cutting and carrying timber from the mountains and forests to the west. The city of Linzi, after 2 vertical wall clearings last year, nowadays, for dozens of miles around. Don't even get me started on the building materials. It's a sapling, not even a single one. It was all cut down last year. Watching the heat of the moment, Yi Li inquired, based on the current speed, how long is it expected to take to complete? Beside, after a few moments of thought, the Minister of Works replied, if it is to be fully completed, it will take at least 5 years. Obviously, the answer. Yi Li wasn't very satisfied. You're kidding. The palace that leaks every day. Yi Li was not able to stay for a day. Just yesterday, even in the bedchamber, there were also rats. How could Yi Li tolerate this? Upon hearing that I have to wait 5 years, Yi Li said unhappily, it's been too long. Although he knew that the emperor was not satisfied, the Minister of Works was aware that this was already the speed of full construction. The whole mobilized over 4 million folk. Among them, there are those responsible for felling trees, responsible for the transportation of trees, responsible for building iron wheels and replacing them. From the mountain forests in the west to Linzi, the people who transported lumber to and from the area stretched for 100 miles. And that's not even counting the construction site. Those 2 million plus folk. Finally, it's just a huge loss in food. If it hadn't been for Yeli last year, Wilt Sai Cohen, et al., I'm going to take all the money I can get. Collected up countless amounts of gold, silver and grain. Otherwise, Qi's current treasury can't really top that kind of consumption. After all, Qi at this stage, it's still being used externally. Suffice it to say, It's already squeezing the people's power to the limit. It is impossible to be increasing in the number of folk. Your Majesty, the construction is already at full strength at this stage, and the 5 years mentioned by the Micro-Minister is actually very bare, and it is likely that this time will be extended a bit further. The Minister of Industry replied with a difficult look. Humph. Yili coldly glanced at the other party and, the face was slightly grim. With a cold snort of dissatisfaction, he continued to speak. I also know that a project of this scale will consume a lot of manpower and resources. I'm not in a position to push too hard on the schedule. In that case, then you can build a part of it first for me to live in, and just build the remaining part slowly. Hearing that Yili would not urge, the Minister of Public Works blushed meaningfully and hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yili looked again and, the sight of the hotly contested project, was about to turn around and walk away. At this point, the ground beneath your feet, a slight tremor suddenly came. Not far away, there's close to 2,000 of them, with a rope said to be tugging at a giant tree in the sky, was struggling to luck into the sight. Below the giant log, it is a wheel cast in iron. Beside, hundreds more, pulling a cart equipped with iron wheels, follow on the side. Previously, Yeli is also just in the book, saw that, under the big boom, manpower to be utilized. And now, Yili, who witnessed such scenes with his own eyes, realized that the book was not half false. Realized that, and that's just one tree used as a pole. Already so much manpower has to be utilized. If you want to build the entire Western Garden, it's impossible to tell how much it's going to consume. At this point in time, Yili had some mixed feelings in her heart, and even some regret and self-loathing. One should not fulfill one's own selfish desires and thus make so many people suffer. But, on second thought, the palaces of the nations, isn't that how they're all built? And, the Daki laws have already stipulated that, adult men, every 3 years, they have to serve in the corvée. And, Yili was trying to ensure that these folk were treated in a way that would not overwork them. A special order to the Ministry of Works. Requirements must ensure that folk have breaks. And every month, there's also a paycheck for the work, though there won't be too many of them. But compared to the old corvée, the treatment has been very good. Standing still, Yili looked out for a long time and, that's how you return to the palace. Who would have thought? Back in the chambers before I could sit down. I've been briefed on this. Prime Minister Qin Huizhi seeks an audience. I, Qin Huizhi, pay my respects to Your Majesty. Face Yili. Qin Huizhi's attitude was one of respect. Yili said indifferently. I don't know Prime Minister Qin. Is there anything? Qin Huizhi sighed quietly, a slight blush on his face. The tone was full of sadness. Your Majesty, Rowan and Fuyang areas, for half a month in a row, heavy rain fell from the sky, and the Yellow River broke its dike. Already more than 3 million people were affected. Good land and houses have been flooded. Countless people are homeless, and it is rumored that there has been cannibalism. Having heard what was said, Yili's face was shocked. When did this happen? Qin Huizhi handed up a zhengzhua. Your Majesty, this was just received. From the Rowan Taisho. Yili clenched her teeth. In the voice, full of indignation. Damn it! Why did the Yellow River break the dike again? Every year the court allocates money to maintain the dike. What exactly do the local officials do? Could it be that all of them have embezzled this money? Qin Huizhi said with a heavy face. Your Majesty, the water level has risen after a month of continuous heavy rainfall, and even with normal maintenance of the levees on weekdays, it doesn't seem to be enough to keep the river at bay. It is still imperative that personnel should be dispatched in a timely manner to provide relief in the affected areas. Hearing the words disaster relief, Yili jolted with a sharp jolt. Subconsciously, just think of last year. Saikuan mentioned the flooding to himself. Yili closed her eyes and, feeling a bit of a headache, she rubbed her head. How's it going? There's this nuisance again. As for disaster relief, with a skeptical gaze, after glancing at Qin Hui, Yili inquired. From the disaster area, where is the nearest granary? Qin Huizhi pointed to a point on the map and replied. The nearest granary should be located in the city of Govan. Yili said without thinking. Good, then you will be in charge of it. Immediately send people from Gaoan to transport grain and grass to the disaster area. Make sure that the people will not starve to death. Qin Huizhi heard that, showing a look of difficulty. Your Majesty, I have a word for you. I don't know if I should say it or not. Yili's complexion was frozen. Say, Qin Huizhi replied. Your Majesty, the Rowan and Fuyang regions are located in the northernmost part of Qi, so if you're transporting grain and grass on weekdays, you can just take the waterways directly and use ships to transport them. But now, the Yellow River breaks the dike and floods. I'm afraid that ships may not be able to arrive directly. The key is to rely on land transportation if you are transporting from Gaoan. In this way, a great deal of grain, will be consumed in the transportation. The microminister had calculated at home that transporting grain and grass from Gowon would consume the rations of 6 people just to transport the rations of one disaster victim. That is to say, if you subtract the consumption of transportation back and forth, only 1/7 of the grain can be transported to the disaster area, and that's if everything goes well. The current number of people affected by the drought exceeds more than 300 million, and with such a number of people, I'm afraid that emptying the granaries of Gowon will only last for 3 months at most, for the cost of ground transportation. Obviously, Yili was also clear in her heart. Since ancient times, the army is on the march. It's also all about taking the water as much as possible. After all, taking the waterway to transport grain and grass, you can rely on ships, which is many times more convenient than land transportation. Having heard Qin Huizhi say this, Yili knew that, too, with one granary alone, it's simply not enough to provide disaster relief, and it's even more costly to go by ground transportation. After some hesitation, Yili directly opened his mouth. The grain depot in Linzi City should be enough. Just transport it from Linzi City. Hearing that, Qin Huizhi immediately revealed a bitter face. Your Majesty, it must not be. Yili was displeased. Why? The granaries of Linzi City now have to supply the millions of folk who built the Western Garden, and every day also from all over the world, constantly transporting grain and grass to Linzi City, in order to barely support. Not to mention the loss of transportation of grain and grass from Linzi. Just the manpower alone, there's no more surplus. As soon as I heard that it involved the construction of the Western Garden, Yili instantly dismissed this idea. But, come to think of it, there are millions of people, but were displaced by the floods. Yili looked sad and said, the people are the foundation of the country. How can I bear to watch the people displaced? Thinking about it, Yili opened his mouth. In that case, then call for the victims and flee to the south, and at the same time open up the grain silos in Linzi City, so that the victims can come to Linzi to eat relief food. As for me, I will abstain from fasting for 3 days, praying that the heavens will have mercy on the people and not fail to send another calamity. Chapter 159, Preparing to make a move. Blinding Yili's eyes. With the last one, after what happened when Choi Gon deceived himself. Essentially, Yili was actually reluctant. Transportation of food to disaster areas for relief. After all, the devil knows how much more of this food, after being transported to the disaster area, will reach the people. In that case, let the people themselves come running for the dole. Doesn't this take the food directly to the people? Yili all feel like a genius to come up with such a perfect solution. As for fasting, Yili didn't fool around. After 3 days of serious suffering, at the morning court that followed, he even tearfully rebuked himself for not doing his duty as emperor, all through no fault of their own. That's what led to the displacement of so many people. To this end, on hearing that, large numbers of fleeing people, already on the verge of arriving in Linzi, Yili is even leading people. He was personally greeted outside the city. Looking at those refugees who were all yellow, skinny and in a sorry state, Yili did not have the slightest dislike for them. From morning till dark, whenever you see the people coming in flight, Yili then wanted to take the other party's hand to console them. If you see the backload shoulder people, but also called around the officials to support to help. Of course, after all this maneuvering, Yili also did not forget. Let the historian will be all this, recorded in the history books. In particular, it would take more than a few pennies to. He focuses on his love for the people and his compassion for the heavens. For that matter, Yili didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, Yili believed in herself and wasn't putting on a show. The historian records these. It's all true, too. All of this. It would have been a matter of course. Beyond that, Yili thought of all the years that, the frequency of natural disasters each year. It was decided to make a solution to this aspect, including the transportation of food. After a few days of contemplation, Yili will be the method that, told Qin Huizhi, and let him promote it in time. Yakura? Looking at the program given by Yili, Qin Huizhi was dumbfounded. Look at that look in Yili's eyes. It's like asking, Your Majesty, what are you up to? In response to Qin Huizhi's doubts, Yili explained, for the natural disasters that have occurred frequently over the years, I came up with this solution after a few days of deep thought. Build voluntary warehouses in all parts of the country on a county-by-county basis. The local people, each year, will pay a portion of their harvest to the righteous warehouse, and when a natural disaster occurs, it will be sufficient for the local righteous warehouse to provide direct relief. In this way, it will no longer be necessary to transport grain from the granary, and it will also reduce losses on the road. After listening to Yili's introduction, the corners of Qin Huizhi's mouth twitched furiously. What kind of brilliant mind came up with this? Hundreds of people pay taxes every year, in addition to, also from the harvest. Surrender a portion of it to the righteous warehouse. Since it's all about saving for a rainy day, why don't the people keep the grain in their own homes and send it to the barn instead? And, when the time comes for this Yashikura, who has jurisdiction? How do you make sure that the people who are under your jurisdiction on a regular basis will not embezzle the grain in the righteous storehouse? But what's in your heart is one thing. It's a whole other thing when it comes out of your mouth. Qin Huizhi immediately revealed a fawning smile and praised. Your Majesty is wise. From now on, the people of Daki will no longer need to worry because of natural disasters. This is the blessing of the people by the blessing of heaven. Yili feigned displeasure and said, all right, true life hates people who sneak around, so I'll leave this matter to you. The micromanager complies. When Qin Huizhi leaves, Yili could no longer suppress the laughter in her heart. For this program of their own, it was more than satisfactory. Just when Yili was satisfied with her masterpiece, Jinyui Division, Shanran received one. Black Ice Terrace sent a secret letter from Chu. The contents of the letter. There are only 5 simple words. It's ready to go. The moment you see the content, Shanran's pupils snapped shut. The look was even more filled with amazement. How long has it been going on? And you're already going to start acting up? As the commander of the brocade guards of Qi, he was in charge of the intelligence of the entire Qi state, including checking all the officials and possessing judicial power. Shanran's rights are not insignificant, but at the same time, as Han Xian's man, from the time Han Xian settled down and took root in Chu, just had already told Shanran about his intentions and plans, and, for the task ahead of Shanran, detailed arrangements were made. It's a simple task. Actually, it was just before Han Xian's imminent northern expedition. All Shanran had to do, as the chief in charge of the intelligence agency, was to blind Yili's eyes. Of course, here's the hoodwink, obviously not physically blinded. That's no different than a rebellion. It's in the blinders of information. After all, as emperor, Yili weekdays, basically will not go out of the palace. This also means that, everything that happens outside the womb, all of them need to be reported by the brocade guards. All of this so-called intelligence could be made up if Shanran wanted it to be. Han Xian's task for Shanran was also simple, to give Yili a false impression. The whole country of Qi was a sham of song and dance, and the people lived in peace and happiness. In fact, that is, to unite all the officials who can be united. For the whole of Qi, knocking on the bones and sucking on the marrow. According to Han Xian, hasn't this decade created a thick underbelly for Qi? Now then, Han Xian is all about that underpinning. Give Yili a thorough erasure. While the military, Han Xian is confident he can push Qi across the border. But between Chu and Qi, on both sides of the country, there is still a gap in overall strength. Han Xian was just trying to close the gap as much as possible before the northern expedition. Almost there. Almost there. I've been waiting for the last 2 days for the debut score of the new book, which is related to the timing of the book's book test. Chapter 160, almost comparable to someone from the 10 tetras of the Net Temple. For the next few months, until the beginning of the following year, Han Xian had done little else, and had been stockpiling provisions and preparing his army for war. Meanwhile, also requesting the Ministry of Labor, for the construction of the National Speedway, start by focusing on the direction to the north. The entire war machine of Chu was in full swing. Only, the whole of Chu looks dark and turbulent, at least on the surface. It's fairly calm. Basically nothing significant has happened in all this time. And, as the first edition of the Imperial examinations unfolded, it also means that, a new selection system that is officially up and running. All the previously unfolded changes in the law are on track. And, economically, culturally, etc. For the previous Chu, in just over a year, there has been very significant growth. On taxes alone, just more than 7 times more than in previous years. Previously, Chu's tax revenue for a year was just over $80 million, but this year it has risen to nearly $600 million. Of course, there's a big part of this. All of them were collected from the hands of the world's great families. Compared to the average civilian population, the income of these people, it's the real big one. More than the so-called merchants. I don't know how much more. But, in other countries, not to mention the families, even though squires and tycoons do not need to pay tax. But here's the thing, the combined income of these people is many times more than that of the people, but they don't have to pay taxes. And over time, the number of these people is going to grow and, coupled with the annexation of land to each other, there will be more and more property in the hands of the rich and powerful of the world. And accordingly, there will be less and less money in the hands of the people. Just wait until some tipping point, when countless people can't survive. It'll just explode like a powder keg. Beyond the economy, culturally, the development of Chu can also be described as blossoming. poetry, music, dance, fiction, comics, etc. In the course of the year, various fields, both well up with a number of excellent works, and the scrutiny in this area is extremely lax in Chu. There is, and only one provision, as long as in the content, there are no words that slander or insinuate the court. Beyond that, do whatever you guys want to do with it, which also makes Chu has produced many great poets and painters, novelists, cartoonists and so on, compared to the rest of the field, although comics got their start the latest, but after all, it's simple, colloquial and easy to understand. It is especially received as a favorite among the people, whether it's funny comics with humor and vulgarity, or soft and chivalrous martial arts comics full of swords and sorcery, or even comics depicting the officialdom, all of them are loved by the people. And these works, not only was it a big hit in Chu, it's even exported to foreign countries, not to mention a few neighboring countries, even thousands of miles away. It was equally popular, especially with the novels that Han Zian had previously written. More than that, countless readers, pursued to the point of near insanity, as it is now the chief author of the Rites of Passage. Han Zian is only responsible for the outline, so content-wise, it has made it to 10 chapters per installment, but even so, still leaves countless readers unsatisfied and wanting more. After all, for people of this age, never even looked at it. This type of novel, one can be described as lustful, compared to the cultural prosperity of Chu. Some of the more enlightened monarchs, even more directly in their own countries, also carried over this set of things in Chu. Of course, the kings who do this are ultimately only a minority. For the vast majority of monarchs, they preferred. The people under their own rule are able to do their own thing. In other words, that is, if a farmer farms well, if a blacksmith makes iron well, if a horseman breeds horses well, don't just sit around all day. Go see what a mess. In these countries, for the common people, there is no such thing as entertainment in existence. Even more so, at night, when it gets dark, a curfew was then initiated in the city. The people can only survive day after day, year after year, as if they were a machine. Just as the state of Chu was becoming more and more prosperous, while everything is developing in an orderly fashion, Qi, now under the leadership of Yi Li, over the course of several months, has annexed several small countries in quick succession. Even Lu, after a couple of crushing defeats, it also had to cede land and pay tribute to Qi. Suffice it to say, apart from the territories of Qi in the north, annexed by Cheng, Liao and Jin, and those ceded by Wei, territories once lost, not only did they take them back one by one, the territory was even further south, advancing hundreds of miles. As of January 1222, summer calendar, between Qi and Chu, bordered distance, have gone from being thousands of miles apart, it was reduced to less than 300 miles. At this distance, if the army takes a boat, basically, it only takes 2 or 3 days, it will be possible to reach from one side to the other side of the country. And that's why, during this time, the reason Han Zian has been preparing his entire army for war. He can see that now, too. With regards to the pursuit of merit, Yi Li was already close to the point of insanity. Neither do I. In this, could it be because, with too many previous losses, Yi Li had been stimulated? In a word, in recent months, from what we've received out of Black Ice Terrace, Yi Li now, it seems that his mind is full of the pursuit of merit and fame, and he wants to establish his name as the emperor of 1,000 years. To this end, constant militarization, while building up a lot of money. Externally, they have been moving for years, annexing small countries and opening up new territories. Internally, he built various palaces and statues as a way to show off his achievements. Such behavior, Han Zian did think of someone, and this man, it also ranks in the Net Temple Tentet. Of course, Yi Li's current behavior definitely can't compete with others. After all, that man was the one who could take an empire that had just been unified and prospered and defeated in just over a decade. Yi Li obviously couldn't compare with the other party at the moment. But what about? It's hard to say what comes after that. Anyway, from the year before, that is, judging by his own behavior since he left, Han Zian is very skeptical. If you really let Yi Li rule the country by himself for more than 10 years, maybe it can be worshipped to that extent as well. How? He himself had at least given Yi Li, leaving behind an empire that was as strong as ever, unprecedentedly strong. And the result? It's only been a little while back there. It has been reduced to that. It's getting to the point where you need to cut the cord. It is also now that Qi has recovered a little bit of its vigor. At this point, suddenly there was a knock on the door and Han Zian didn't raise his head as he opened his mouth and faintly said, "Come in." Crunch! The door was opened. A man in black walked in. "My lord, It's done. Chapter 161, If heaven desires its destruction, it must first drive it mad. My lord, it is done. Elaborate. Yes, the man in black immediately began to report. Shan Ren, the commander of the brocade guards in Qi, launched an operation after receiving your lordship's order. First, they blackmailed some officials in the court based on the evidence they had in their hands. Then it relied on enticement and hooked up directly with more than half of the officials in the court. The Ministry of Households, in particular, is under full control, according to Shanrun's report. At present, the logistics of the front line are still being supplied continuously, but the salaries of all the other armies have been withheld. In the selection of officials, Shanrun also colluded with the officials responsible for the examination, manipulated the process of the imperial examinations and selection, not only to the dynasty to insert their own people, for the candidates is to charge an exorbitant amount of money. We're not willing to pay the fees of the candidates. The examination is not. On the economic front, Shanren also gave the molds for printing copper coins to some merchants to secretly and privately mint counterfeit coins as a means of disrupting Qi's economy. Soon, the other side then took Shanren's movements in Qi and everything is reported out in detail. Listening to the debriefing, Han Zian laughed coldly and minting counterfeit money and disrupting the economy, holding the government and manipulating the election of officials. The court is infested with corrupt officials. The offender serves a sentence based on the amount of the bribe paid. The same is true of the imperial examinations. If you want to pass the test, you have to pay a bribe. The withholding of pay has demoralized the army. Suffice it to say, in addition to measures such as direct persecution of the people, increased taxes, etc., when all the dynasties fall apart, all the man-made disasters that would occur in the country. Now Han Zian had helped Yili arrange it all. Who made you yelly? Now get aggressive. What about constantly moving south? Originally, according to Han Zian's plan, after coming to Chu, first of all, they carried out reforms to change the law, to fundamentally solve the various problems of Chu, and to develop the state power as soon as possible. It then annexed Wuiwei and united with Baiwei, to solve the worries of the northern expedition. Subsequent years, constantly hoarding strength and preparing the army for war, waiting for the northern expedition. Results, all the business in front of us was done in an orderly manner according to plan. Only the development of this point on the Yeli didn't seem to want to give herself too much time. In this way, Han Zian could only activate the backup plan as well. Since there is no time to develop ourselves, we should destroy the enemy's interior and minimize the gap between the two sides of the country. As for that, would these movements be discovered by Yili? Joke. Yili is the source of all information. All originated from the Jinyui, but the Jinyui was now, however, completely in Han Zian's hands. In other words, Yili all the things that everything wants to know. It was all Han Zian who let her know. Even the battle situation of the army was only transmitted to Yili with Han Zian's acquiescence. As for whether those ministers will cooperate, it's even easier. Then, pull in everything you can and then suppress everyone else. Party affiliation and exclusion of dissenters. By virtue of the function of the Jinyui in inspecting the 100 officials, they could arrest the court officials and put them in jail without any reason, and then put on a charge of plotting against the government. As for evidence, just fake it any way you want. It's like those East Chamber, holding the government. Even if there were 100 officials who wanted to impeach, the Sangha would fall into Shanren's hands. And, in this, Shanren wasn't the only one who powered up. Anyone who was subordinate to Han Zian's forces would do their best to cooperate. Han Zian is trying to make it as short as possible, artificially creating a lot of assholes, knocking on the bones of Qi and gnawing on its national fortune. After listening to the other side's report, Han Zian rubbed his head. After thinking for a few moments, opening his mouth, he asked, "What is the current situation of the Qi army?" The man in black replied, "According to the latest news coming back from the Black Ice Terrace, the Qi army is currently recuperating in Xiapi, but Wei has already made a truce with Xiao, and there is some foolishness at the moment. I don't know if it's preparing to make a move against Qi." Han Zian shook his head. Unlikely. The Emperor of Wei is not the kind of character that rushes to attack, and in the past 2 years Wei has been moving troops in a row, and his soldiers and horses are exhausted, so it's unlikely that there will be a large-scale action in a short period of time. The man in black inquired, "My lord, now Qi's 300,000 strong army is entrenched in Xiapi, and if it comes down the river it won't take 2 days for the army to arrive at Chu's borders, which is a great threat. Don't we really need to step in and sanction this? And we don't need to send troops. We only need to cut off the supply of food and grass, and the Qi army will retreat in lack of food." Han Zian waved his hand. "No need. Cutting off the grain supply for no reason will make Yili notice something." And, Han Zian's voice trailed off, revealing a touch A sinister smile of a successful plot. Moreover, I just wanna make Yili swell. Tell Shan Ren to tell them not only not to stop supplying, but also to fully support the Qi army's foreign conquests, and if the situation permits, have the ministers in the court keep advising and persuading Yili to keep moving the army. Isn't she dreaming of this 1,000-year-old emperor? So let her get a taste of it first and let him indulge in the beautiful dream of winning 100 battles. The corner of Han Xian's mouth lifted slightly. In the voice, full of playfulness, God wants them to perish, so he must first make them mad, prior to the northern expedition. Or rather, before he destroys Qi himself. It was to make Yili, now in a state of madness. Don't you want credit? Okay, then I'll give it to you. And, I'll also have Qi's court ministers, including all departments, fully cooperate with you. It was to give Yili, create the beautiful dream of the three emperors of Kung Fu. Han Xian knew too well what kind of mindset Yili was in right now. Realize that, the first 10 years of the Han Xian created an unprecedented Daki empire. Later, in just a few months of being gone, Yili then folds until she cuts her throat and begs for peace. The Daki heavenly army, which had once won 100 battles, had even lost many battles. The more this happens, the more Yili tried to prove herself, proving that without Han Xian, he could just as well build a glorious empire. The way things are going, and it's true that it's just as Han Xian thought. Take a look at the last few months. Qi's movements will tell you that the, externally, 300,000 troops, going around attacking, looting territories and encroaching on cities. Internally, it was even more of a big effort to build the Western Garden. All of these various behaviors can be seen as signs of good and bad behavior. Even more so, in order to drive Yili completely insane, Han Xian has worked it out. The first step in the plan for the northern expedition, that was to feign defeat as a way to attract Yili's full force attack. To this end, Han Xian had even thought about the location of the duel. It's up to Qi to decide when to do it. Oh, my god, the new book has flopped again. 31% completed 100,000 words, with a 4:1 shelf ratio and a 3:1 catch-up ratio. Turns out there's only about 3,000 in the pipeline. Ha 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 ha. As for the book test opens tomorrow. Chapter 162, An Ancient Emperor Yili. Throughout the 1222nd year of the summer calendar, throughout the year, Chu is all in the wind and calm. There's no war, no natural disasters, much less man-made disasters. Hundreds of people each in their own way. What should be busy during the day to be busy? Night if some free money can be dashing. If not, honestly stay at home to make children. The whole of Chu was revitalized. As for the war machine, there was no intention of stopping the spinning in the slightest. Every day, a steady stream of grain and grass was transported to Shochuan from all the counties of Chu. Beyond that, the Ministry of Public Works has expanded even further. Today, blacksmiths under the Ministry of Works. The number is even more than 50,000 people. There was only one thing they had to do every day: forge weapons and armor. At this scale, the amount of money consumed daily is also astronomical. Now, all expenses in Chu, they were all supported by property confiscated from the big families. Of course, on the Qi side, Shanran also backed up a lot of the funding. As for that, regarding the development of the steam engine, having taken shape by now, I'm afraid it's a long way from being truly practical. At least, it is unlikely to come in handy in 5 years. In comparison, after several months of exploring together with Han Xian and many artisans, including the alchemists Fengshe, for the development of cannons as well as artillery, already have some clue. Just like the steam engine, it's unlikely to help in the short term, but Han Xian was in no hurry. A mere Qi, or rather, the district is united. There's no need for them at all. The reason for the development, it's also just a way to follow up and get ready to go out overseas. Meanwhile, also avoided, the succeeding dynasties of this world. Because of the closed-door policy, it has led to lagging behind overseas. Han Xian didn't want the same tragedies that happened in history to play out in this world. Even if these things, it could be something that happens hundreds, if not thousands, of years after one's death. But if it can be avoided, still, I hope future generations can avoid it. Compared to the calmness of the Chu, now Qi, already the word militaristic has been written on his brain. Suffice it to say, from the annexation of Song, Qi then didn't stop its conquests. All the time, all of them are moving foreign troops, especially for the many small states that are in the Huainan area. It can also be said that it's a buffer zone between Chu and Qi. Today, with the exception of the bellwether state, it has been annexed by Qi as much as possible. Even Lu, it can only cower and languish. In terms of force, Qi seems to have reverted to, once upon a time, the era when it was invincible and king of the world. and as a credit to all of this, a midget from Japan. More than that, he became a great general of the Qi state, and the third secretary of the Kaihuitone. Of course, all the credit for this. Yili is even more unceremoniously all over himself. It's even more unapologetically blunt that he himself is the emperor of the ages. For that matter, Han Zian nonchalantly pushes behind the scenes, with the combined efforts of Shanrun and many of his ministers. Whenever it's time to go to court, all of them would use all sorts of magnificent words to praise Yi Li's feats. For example, 1,000 ancient emperors, 1,000 ancient saints, 3 emperors of great merit, 5 emperors of great virtue, great eloquence, great wisdom, and so on and so forth. But, for these, obviously a slip of the tongue, Yi Li really listened. In the beginning, it also pretended to say that I don't like flattery, but when it comes down to it, the whole thing was engrossing, alive and well. It's like the so-called fairies of the latter days, immersed in lies woven by capital, like he doesn't love you if he doesn't spend money on you. It could be said to be exactly the same. Other people say that, and she really believed it. The point is, Yi Li enjoys it with a straight face. In her opinion, he himself saved the day when Qi was in peril, and led a ruined and devastated Qi to the point where he was the king of the world and served the 4 seas with authority. Such a feat, couldn't he still be the emperor of the ages? Those courtiers are suspected of slipping up. But here's the thing, aren't they telling the truth? Look at Qi now. Although the boundaries are far less than before, but myself, not in a desperate situation again, to save the tide from falling, to help the building to fall, bringing a seated and dying Qi back to its current heights? As for why Qi is in desperate straits, it doesn't matter. Just ask your current Qi, isn't it back to its former glory? And, as if to prove that, Qi's return to glory was not due to bullying the weak. In the 6th month of the year 1222 of the summer calendar, Qi is even moving north in a big way. 600,000 troops, Yu Qing and Liao dueled in the Bohai Sea, although the Qi army suffered heavy losses, but in the end, still got the win. Qi's northern border, moreover, extends all the way north to the Bohai Sea, though compared to the old days when we could border the Huns, Qi's current land area is still a little less, but in Yeli's opinion, now Qi force has been demonstrated to the world. Meanwhile, and also to prove to the world that, even without Han Zian, Yi Li, could just as easily lead Qi to reign over the world. On the 6th day of the 3rd month of the 12th lunar month in the year 1223, Qi destroyed the state of Zhou. On the 1st day of the 4th month of the 4th lunar month of the year 1223 in the summer calendar, Qi destroyed Ing. 12234, 12235. On the 1st day of the 6th month of the 6th lunar month of the year 1223 in the summer calendar, the Qi army swung its army of 600,000 men to the north. Within half a month, the Qi army conquered 17 cities and towns, including Wuhan, Pingshu and Wenan. On the 3rd day of the 7th month of the year 1223 of the summer calendar, the Qi army fought a duel with Qing and Liao in Bohai, in which the Qi army won a disastrous victory, killing 210,000 of the enemy, and recovering a total of 23 cities in Bohai and other places. Late August, 1223 AD, Qi negotiates peace with Qing and Liao. A flurry of battle reports went down the nowadays Yi Li. Long ago, he was immersed in the joy of the Qi army's victory in 100 battles, in particular, with the defeat of Qing and Liao, the land of Qi, expanding northward for 300 miles, though not as good as it once was at its peak. But, in Yeli's opinion, recovering all the lost ground is just a matter of time, just as she was swelling more and more, and also to set eyes on, aimed at Chu to the south. Chapter 163, Going South to Fight Chu. For Chu, put it in the original, in Yi Li's mind, it's just another country thousands of miles away. Between the parties, rarely crosses paths on a regular basis. Before Han Zian passes, the only time we've ever crossed paths, it's also just based on the issue of the union, which the two sides have had talks about, and it hasn't been a union. But, with Han Zian traveling to Chu, sentiments towards Chu, the nature changed immediately. From the day she learned of Han Zian's arrival in Chu, Yi Li had already thought about stepping on Chu, or rather, he's trying to flatten Han Zian, let him open his eyes and see, even without him, Qi is just as invincible. In Yeli's opinion, the reason Qi is where it is today, all of it was her own doing, and Han Zian was nothing more than a dog under her feet. Now, this dog, under new ownership, then let this dog know that, changing owners won't change the outcome. Just, after all, there are thousands of miles between the two countries, trying to destroy the other side. I don't know how many countries are in between, but now, all these obstacles, it's all been eradicated. Today, between Qi and Chu, just a bellwether country away. The reason why Yili didn't send troops against the Zhongli kingdom was because, behind the Zhongli kingdom stood the Chu kingdom. Just send the troops. It would be the equivalent of all-out war. So, Yili chose to be cautious. As for the back, why are you at war with countries like Qing and Liao? The main reason is that Yili wants to solve the worries of the south. After all, Chu is thousands of miles away. The main body is on the march. It must lead to a void in the rear. Yili first had to secure the rear. So, that's why I chose to take the initiative. One is to weaken Shang, Liao, and Jin, these countries. The second is to create a buffer zone north of the city of Linzi. Here, used as a defense against the north-southward movement in the first direction. Now, all the preparations, it's all done. Next, all that's left to do is to decide, when it's time to send out the troops. At the morning court, with all the officials saluting, Yili, who had long been looking forward to stepping on Han Xian, straight to the point, put yourself out there, all the lovers. After the setbacks of the year before last, in the past year, the Daki Heavenly Army has swept away the decline, and now it can be said that it has won 100 battles. Just when morale is at its peak, I intend to swing south and attack Chu. I wonder what you all would like to do. Saying it's an inquiry, but the tone of Yeli's voice, and that condescending, intimidating gaze that, none of which suggests that this is not an inquiry. Instead, it's a notice. The so-called inquiries are nothing more than a formality. Yeli had even thought about it. Anyone who dares to sing in opposition later will be dragged out and beheaded directly. As Yi Li's words fell, the civil and military officials present, there were quite a few faces, one by one, and even more so, with odd faces. Some of the younger officials, moreover, almost didn't laugh out loud. The whole courtroom today, more than 2/3, both have chosen to be in the same boat as Shanran's. After all, Yeli's virtues and her abilities, those present, as long as you're not blind, they could just see it. And she can be what it is today. Whose credit it is, it was also clear in their minds. The most crucial thing is that there are quite a few officials themselves who are inextricably linked to Han Xian. Having said that, previously, Yili had performed several rounds of cleaning, but, no matter how many rounds of cleaning, it's the Jinyui who search for evidence and execute. In other words, the ones that were cleaned out. Whether it's true or not, that's for the jinx to know. Above the Great Hall, looking at the civil and military officials, not one of them squeaked. Yili couldn't help but frown, her face a little unhappy. What do you all love? Could it be that the civil and military officials of Daki are all mute? Prime Minister, tell us, as one of those present, one of the few. There's no one who's in cahoots with Shanran. When Qin Huizhi stood in the center of the hall, he began to brag about Yili. The microcosm agrees. Great Qi's soldiers are strong and courageous, coupled with your majesty's eloquence. A mere Chu can be subdued with the flip of a hand. As Qin Huizhi's words fell, officials affiliated with the Chancellor's faction have also come forward to concur. The Great Qi Heavenly Army is invincible, but just a mere Chu. It can be taken down in 3 months, and then that traitor Han Xian will be tied up in front of His Majesty and made to kowtow and confess his guilt. Chu dares to harbor the Daki traitors, and has already taken the path of death. Please send troops quickly, and after the destruction of Chu, kill that traitor by 1,000 cuts. Daki is the king of the world and serves the 4 seas with authority, but that Chu kingdom does not know what to do and harbors the traitor Han Xian. If my Daki backs down on this, won't it be a disgrace for the world to laugh at? Officials belonging to the Chancellor's faction, you say one thing, I say another. Anyway, they all agree that Yili should send troops. And, listen to what they're saying. It's just one Chu. It can be overthrown with the flip of a hand. Just, for the truly loyal, with such a move by Qi, it's no different than the way of the dead. After all, over the years, Qi has been on the warpath for years. The soldiers and horses are exhausted. The people have no peace. The treasury, too, has long been depleted. Not to mention, at this stage, there are also projects like the Western Garden in the country, which directly occupies 4 or 5 million laborers. Daily consumption of rations, it's even more astronomical. On the basis of such, if we continue the foreign conquests, how can Qi not die? The bottom line is this. Do you really think Chu is a weakling? As Qi people, they knew Han Xian's ability all too well. It's not enough to praise you, Yili. By this time, aren't you awake yet? Soon, in the midst of a kind of flattering horse's ass, rings a discordant voices. Your Majesty, never. The crowd turned their heads to look at the. It was discovered that the person who spoke out was the Guanglu Daifu Yu Yanqing. And this man, he was a close friend of former Prime Minister Shui Jingmu. Seeing someone singing the opposite, Yili's face collapse. It was instantly gloomy. The voice was full of questioning. What does secretary you mean? Could it be that he doesn't agree with my resolution? Yu Yanqing knows that. This opening of my own mouth. What ends up happening? On the bright side, it's the loss of an official hat. At worst, one's own life could be in jeopardy. But, being from Qi, for generations, my ancestors have been officials in the imperial court. Yu Yanqing even swore from a young age that he was determined to revitalize the great state of Qi. For the entire first half of his life, it's more of a dedication and dedication, pouring half of his life's work into the state of Qi. For more than a decade, he even witnessed the prosperity of Qi. But, Qi, which has not been able to flourish easily, how could he bear to, watching Qi fall in this way? Come to think of it, Yu Yanqing took a deep breath. The gaze that looked at Yi Li was filled with resolute fortitude. Your Majesty, did Qi in recent years, consecutive years of conquests, the handle of the sword, now the soldiers and horses are tired, the treasury is empty. If the militarism goes on, Qi is afraid of the danger of the death of the country. But also ask your Majesty to think twice, must not act out of anger. The book measured. Started working on the new book today. I just can't believe that I can't get results with a change of style. Chapter 164 Ancient Emperor? You deserve it. Yi Li's face was as gloomy as water. In one's eyes, it flashed with a killing intent that could not be suppressed. Nice. Very good. Clenching his teeth, Yi Li let out a cold laugh. Next, turning his head, he turned his gaze to the others who had not spoken. Of these people, the vast majority were officials who had already colluded with Shan Run and had their hearts set on Chu. Looking at each other, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am also in favor of sending troops south. During his time in Qi, Han Xian was a corrupt and lawless man, a gangster, and a collaborator with foreign enemies, and his many crimes are too numerous to mention, even if it means that he was implicated in all 9 of his clans. Such treasonous traitors should be pushed to the noon gate and beheaded. What's more, now that Great Qi is in full power, coupled with your Majesty's brilliance, a mere Chu is not out of reach. Your Majesty must not listen to the slanderous words of a villain and give up the great opportunity to unify the world. As the man's words fell, quite a few people have come forward, followed by the concurrence. They're all about one point of view. That would be an endorsement of going to war. Seeing this scene, Yi Li was overjoyed. It seems that in the courtroom, there is still a greater majority of people who are loyal to the king and love the country. Just, Yu Yanqing, who was stating the pros and cons just now, already trembling with anger. In particular, when he saw around him those of his peers that, one by one, with an unsuspecting look, they advised Yi Li to send out troops. This is clearly unsettling. Is that something a loyalist could say? If only the prime minister, then Yu Yanqing could still understand. Qin Huizhi was a complete villain in his eyes. There is no talent for backing other than being able to skate. People like that, definitely going along with Yi Li's words. But, how could he not have thought that? Above the court, it's amazing how many people agree. Is it possible that? Do you all want Qi to die? Your Majesty, and think twice. To build up the earth and militarize, these are all the kings of the dead country. Does your Majesty want to destroy the centuries-old foundation of Daqi in your hands? Painful Yu Yanqing, not caring what Yi Li's reaction was after hearing that. Resolutely, he opened his mouth to advise. The words. A minister sneered and raised his hand to point at Yu Yanqing, shouting, How dare you? Do you realize what you're saying? Daqi is in the middle of the day, and is in command of the 4 seas, and you're here to demonize the people and say that the country is going to die? Your Majesty, such people with evil intentions should be pushed out and split into 5 horses, with someone opening their mouth to accuse. Others have followed suit. For a moment, Yu Yanqing was criticized by 1,000 people, but even so, still with a pleading gaze, he looked at Yi Li. Your Majesty, loyal words fall on deaf ears. Although what the humble minister said was unpleasant, every word is the truth. Does your Majesty really want to see Qi fall into the abyss before he will give up? This time, Yi Li, whose patience had reached its limit, opened her mouth. Enough. Listening to you, it is my Daqi that will die tomorrow. Is it not? In the voice, ice cold to the bone, without the slightest hint of warmth, especially that indifferent gaze. It was more like looking at a dead person. Yi Li's character, I think, is headstrong. As long as it's something you've decided, no matter how many people persuade you, it's useless. And, as the emperor, Qi, more than anything, I like the feeling of holding power over a country. In her opinion, I am the head of a country and the king of the 9 to 5. As long as I decide to do something, you guys just go ahead and do it. Each one of you has sung against me 3 times. Do you want to get killed? That's why it's said that loyalty goes a long way. Because the traitors, the villains, will obey the emperor unconditionally. follow the emperor's favorite path, instead of choosing the right path. On the contrary, those who are loyal and righteous, it's more skewed towards making the right choice, but in doing so, it often goes against the emperor. And that, it was precisely what Yili could not tolerate. What audacity! I didn't expect that Yuiching would have the audacity to actually dare to curse the death of Great Qi here. My Daki has 1,000 miles of fertile land, millions of armor, scheming ministers like rain, and fierce generals like clouds. How dare you say that Daki will perish? That's ridiculous. A mere Chu kingdom. The Great Qi heavenly army can overthrow it with the flip of a hand, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Come on, man. Send this man to the imperial prison and keep him under good guard. I'll let him watch with his own eyes how the Daki heavenly army stepped on Chu, and how I cut that dog Han Xian into 1,000 pieces. Yili hissed in a voice filled with anger. It resounded over the palace. Hearing Yi Li's judgment of himself, Yu Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved. Because, from here on out, no more worrying about Qi. In his opinion, with this move by Qi, it's no different than self-destruction. Come to think of it, half of my own life, bowing and scraping for the sake of Daki, and spending a lifetime of hard work is about to go down the drain. Yu Yanqing let out a sad laugh in the middle of the hall. Ha 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 dash. After the laughter, Yu Yanqing lifted his chest and stared angrily at Yi Li. Between words and deeds, there was no semblance of respect. It was even calling Yi Li by her first name. Yali, do you know why in the thousands of years of this ancient past, among the many dynasties, the matter of a woman claiming the title of emperor rarely happened? It's because, like you, too many women have no self-awareness, knowing where you're going to end up. Anyway, fortunately for the Secretary of State, she will be in her heart. All the grievances, a brainstorm to get it out. In the presence of the civil and military officials, it was even more outspoken, saying, you also don't widen your eyes to take a good look at who exactly Qi is able to be where it is today because of. How dare you call yourself the emperor of the 1,000 years? Just like this headstrong, dim-witted, incompetent, good-for-nothing dim-witted ruler of yours? In my 60 years of living, I've never seen someone as brazen as you. Just now, I advised you not to send troops and didn't say the word King of Han outright. That's because I wanted to save face for you. With that Easterning midget, you're also attempting to defeat the King of Han? It's really a travesty. The old man's heart is also much freer after saying these words today. Moreover, since old me dares to say this, I am not afraid that you will be punished. Yili, just with you also presume to become an emperor of 1,000 years? But a king of a fallen country, really will be whimsical. Old me is waiting for the day when she is trampled by Chu. Having said that, Yu Yanqing directly didn't give the Forbidden Army any chance, rushing with all his might to the pillar in front of him. A headbutt. It's getting old. After such a violent blow to the head, just a muffled thud, Yu Yanqing fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his forehead, and his eyes were already out of breath. But at this moment, Yi Li, I was already trembling with anger. He hated to break Yu Yanqing into pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces, where he would let him die so cheaply. Immediately, Yi Li tore her voice and shouted, summon the imperial doctor. Hurry, no matter what. This thief must be saved. Chapter 165. I have 5 victories. Although the Qi army is powerful, it is incapable of doing anything. Summon the imperial doctor. Hurry, no matter what. This thief must be saved. Yeli growled and shouted out when the eyes were red and bloodshot. Exquisite and beautiful features. It was even more twisted together, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Inside, Yili for Yancheng. Even more, it set off a torrent of hatred. Hate to use all the punishments of the human world on each other's bodies. As a woman, in itself, Yi Li's temperament wasn't that big, not to mention in plain sight, in front of the civil and military authorities. He even said bluntly that he did not deserve to be an emperor for the ages and that he was a dim-witted ruler. How could Yi Li tolerate this? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you openly insult me in front of everyone? I'm going to skin you and tear you to pieces. Yi Li, standing in front of the dragon chair, like a wild animal in a frenzy, while stomping his feet and waving his hands in the air over and over again, a beastly hiss came out of his throat. For a moment, throughout the great hall, all that was left was the sound of Yi Li growling. Until the royal physician arrives, Yi Li was only slightly quieter. Just, when the royal physician confirmed that, Yu Yanqing had already broken off his breath when, the unquelled anger in Yi Li's heart was once again blazing. The only sense left in her mind was telling her, don't have a public seizure. After all the civil and military officials are here. As an emperor, what's the point of going crazy like a shrew? Forcing back the anger in his heart, Yi Li coldly said, even if he dies, I won't let him have a good time. Come on, man, take his body. hang it at the city gate for public display, and arrange for someone to swing a whip 300 times a day. I will let him die without peace. Besides, Minister of War, I want you to make every effort to organize the army and prepare for war. I can't wait to step on Chu. As you wish. After the dismissal of the court, Yili grimaced and returned to her chambers. The moment the door to the bedchamber closed, Yili could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Grabbing the porcelain vase in front of him, he smashed it hard on the ground. Pop! A noble and magnificent porcelain vase. On the ground. With a crisp ringing sound, the porcelain was in pieces. But that's not all. Yili almost smashed before her eyes all the items that she could see and could afford to hold, to the ground. Except for the sound of objects falling to the floor, accompanied by, and Yeli's hysterical roar. Asterisk 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 ing asshole. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to insult me? Han Zian is nothing more than a dog of mine. Does the work he has created not count as mine? What was Qi like when I first ascended the throne? And what is it like now? Is it possible that I don't deserve to be an emperor for the ages? Blind dog. It's not your turn to evaluate whether or not I'm an emperor for the ages. And also said boldly that Qi will die? What a joke. Today's Qi's national strength. And how can it be compared to the previous Qi? All the dynasties down through the centuries. All the previous emperors who can be compared to me. And that Chu. Yili clenched her teeth. There was an intense hatred emanating from the eyes of Han Zian. Don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because you fled to Chu. I will definitely step on Chu and make you kneel at my feet and be a humble dog from now on. With the resolution to go south to fight Chu, after being completely set in stone, the Qi's war machine began to run at full steam. Although Vikrama Shinjan was a native of the east, he had some knowledge of Han Zian's war record. So, just to be on the safe side, Vikrama Shinjan was also applying to Yeli, hoping to wait to use the power of the nation. It's all about making sure nothing goes wrong. For this recommendation, Yili readily agreed. For a moment, under the horrific war mobilization of the Qi, countless amounts of grain and grass, as well as soldiers from all over the country, began to gather towards Shapi. Here, also positioned by Vikrama Shinjan, the base camp for the southward invasion of Chu. Meanwhile, Vikrama Shinjan also ordered the building of warships and the training of sailors. It is like a whale swallowing Chu. However, all the moves of Qi, all have passed through the black ice platform. Summarized to Han Zian. Ha! Looks like Yili is getting real. This handiwork. Looking at the contents of the missive, instead of having any worries, Han Zian, however, appeared a little excited. After all, to wait for the day of vengeance, Han Zian has been preparing for too long. Just, compared to Han Zian's excitement, Su Qingshang by his side was still a bit worried. Sunga, is it really okay? Chu is not compared to Qi. The implementation of the change of law until now, full counting is only 2 years. Many initiatives are only the first results. On the contrary, Qi's change of law has been implemented for more than 10 years now. And in terms of comprehensive strength it far surpasses Chu. Not to mention the fact that Qi has many soldiers and many generals. And many of the generals under their command are elites who have fought hundreds of battles. Whereas our new army is only more than 100,000 men. And not to mention conquests. Not even a long time of drilling. I'm afraid that if we fight Qi now, I'm afraid. It was no wonder that Su Qingshang was filled with worry. After all these years, the battle results of the Qi army were obvious to the whole world. While a large part of the reason that, it's all because of Han Zian. But anyway, the name of Qi's Tiger and Wolf division is well known throughout the world. In comparison, Han Zian, however, has a plan. The corners of his mouth were brimming with confidence. I have 5 victories. The Qi army, though powerful, is incapable of doing anything? Don't think too much. Just leave everything to me. Su Qingshang questioned. Which 5 victories? Pointing to the location of the city of Linzi. Han Zian laughed. Look at the distance between Qi and Chu. The Qi army is laboring for a long journey. Under the long distance running the soldiers are bound to be tired. On the contrary, the Chu army can wait for the labor. This is a victory. Hundreds of thousands of Qi's army. Seemingly powerful. But in fact, but a group of rabble. Soldiers are expensive and the essence is not more. And Qi's 100 battle elite, as early as the year before was consumed by Yili. This is the second victory. These hundreds of thousands of troops are fed by men and horses. And the daily consumption of food and grass can be astronomical. Not to mention the fact that there is still a great deal of construction going on in Qi territory right now. Which means that the Qi army can't fight for a long time. And this is the third victory. The second is the gap between the generals. A mere dwarf from the east. Your Majesty will not think that I am inferior to him. Will you? This is 4 victories. Qi is now surrounded by strong enemies. Its rear defense is unstable. And its national strength is far less strong than it was at the beginning. Under these circumstances, Yili also dares to raise the country's strength to go south. It's really a big heart. And this is also our fifth victory.